Him are my roommate, and
Okay.
always he told me go to the gym
Nice.
and
Read some books.
Read some books. Okay, wow, he's really training you.
yeah, of course, bro.
Lux, why do you like the gym so much? You were also in there longer than anyone else. Like everyone else had left, you were still there with me.
Yeah. We do some cardio. They skip the cardio all the time, man.
He doesn't really need cardio, right? He just needs the muscles.
For sure. You need to eat, so it was going to the dinner, Yeah, the gym is really good to the routine. I think it helped me on the CS, and the healthy routine, like reading and stuff. It's really cool, and I need to convince him to get this,
That's good. That's like mentoring the young player into the right direction. I really like that. You said some reading as well, though. What do you like reading? What's that kind of material you would be reading? Because many people speak about health, gym, eating. No one's ever told me reading. So explain.
Like reading, I like to read some mindset stuff and like sport books, and entrepreneur books as well, and this kind of stuff, financial,
Did you read Mamba Mentality?
No, not yet.
Bro, you got to do that. You got to do that. That's recommended.
I saw the video, I read the Michael Jordan book, but not yet the Kobe.
Do the Kobe one next, that's for sure. You together. You both. I'm going to come back to you another event. We're going to see how it's going. Big Zara?
It's not my thing.
You were not.
Not my thing. No.
I saw him later in the day, and I said, I didn't see you in the gym. I saw the rest of your team. I didn't see you. And he's like, I was watching demos. I was doing work, working hard. Yeah.
Yeah, almost all the time playing CS, watching demo and this kind of stuff. So watching football.
And also, you spend a lot of energy being a dad, so you don't need to go to the gym. I understand you.
Yeah. I tried like 2 months ago, but when we go to some tournament, we have a different routine, so it's so hard to go every day. So that's it.
It's not so easy, right, for sure. I want to talk about for you guys coming into Rio and also look at the Brazilian kind of tier system right now. Everyone obviously talks about Furia because of the name of the brand, but they might not be the best Brazilian team right now. Where do you guys see as like the top Brazilian teams?
It's difficult to say because in Brazil scene, I think we all have ups and downs.
Okay.
So now can be us, but tomorrow in the IEM can be Imperial, can be Furia, so we'll never know. So.
Okay, so it's not like set, right? It can change as the whole way through.
Yeah.
Is it a good sign for the whole Brazilian scene, though?
Yeah, kind of, because I think it shows that everyone have a good CS and have a good players as well. So I think we all just have to be consistent, is the word.
How did practice look for you guys? Because I know before we spoke about you going to Europe and getting some more practice there, but obviously this event is here in Brazil. So did you just stay here? Did you practice here all the time?
Yeah. We were actually just playing a lot of tournaments here, not a good time to practice, and that's it. Actually, I think just playing a lot of tournaments because here in Brazil our schedule is so full.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's
Okay.
it.
So a lot of tournaments. You've definitely had the official practice. How good do you think the team is in shape-wise to do well here?
I think the thing here playing Rio especially is the mentality. So I think if we have a good mentality here, of course gonna be advantage for us. So we just have to keep calm all the time, and we have to know that this kind of pressure is good for us, and we have to filter the pressure and keep the good things about it.
I like it. Now for you, Snow, first big Brazilian event though, right? Does it feel different to you than other events?
Yes, of course. It's in our home, and it's a dream play in front of our crowd,
Yeah.
and the Brazilian fans. Como é que fala gritar? Scream our names, scream good things for us, and that's so. And this gives so hype to me,
Yep.
and It's a dream.
And you're already hype enough, so that's giving you more hype. That's going to be real crazy. NQZ, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, and you?
Yeah. You're always doing great. You're always smiling as well. For you coming into this event, where do you see your expectations as a team? Like, where do you feel like is the minimum you guys need to go?
I think it's like Bigo said, we don't have high expectations because we know we have to play our best and not pressure ourselves a lot to play well, to be those things, because we don't have any obligations. So I think right now our mindset is good, our expectations are good, and as No said, we are in front of a home crowd, so we'll try to do our best.
What do you think about the other teams that you've got to go up against here, though, right? Because it's pretty stacked for Rio.
Yeah, I mean, we got a tough group, I have to say. But I think in this kind of tournaments, as I said for you in Cologne, all the teams are good, so we cannot be expecting to face anyone weaker than us because the level here is so high, so I think it's that.
What do you think is the biggest thing you guys as a team have improved on coming into Rio that can make the difference here for you?
I think right now we are evolving and adjusting micro problems that we have inside the game, so things that we were making mistakes on, we are not making mistakes anymore and try to fix that. So I think right now that's the main point we're trying to achieve.
Okay. And for you, obviously Snow touched on being like a dream to be able to play in front of this crowd. What would it be like for you?
Yeah, it's also a dream. I've played the major here in 2022 and it was absolutely amazing playing in front of the home crowd. Back then I wasn't even on a Brazilian team, so right now playing a Brazilian team in front of a Brazilian crowd is going to be amazing. So I really hope that we get there.
And what would you say is the best thing for people like the other players who are not from Brazil to do here while they're here outside of the tournament?
For sure, going to the beaches, because the beaches here in Rio de Janeiro specifically are so beautiful, and trying some Brazilian food because the food here is so good.
I know the food's so good. What food would you recommend? What specific speciality dish?
Actually here, because we are near the sea, the fish is so good because the fish is fresh, so give it a try to the fish, and also the Brazilian barbecue is good anywhere in Brazil, so you have to try it.
That always has to be done. Well, thank you very much for your time, guys. Good luck throughout the rest of the day. We'll see you soon. Hello, Elia.
Hello, Mr. James.
How are you?
Doing great. You?
Woke up yet?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Tired.
A little bit.
Feeling good though, right? After the whole trophy lifting once again?
I mean, feelings are good, yeah, obviously. Yeah, just mentally tired of it. Physically, I mean, sorry.
Physically tired, okay, I can understand that. Did you like this photo we just saw of you there? Is that a nice one?
Nice one, yeah.
That's what you're happy with?
I like this one more than that photo, but it's fine.
Why do you like this one more than that one?
No, this one looks better, for me at least.
For you? Do you ever tell them, like, can you change the photo, guys? This one I'm not happy with.
This one is also good. This one, I'm more happy here, okay?
More happy here, you sure? Yeah, okay, I like that. Now, you have been playing incredibly well. You also now lifted a trophy, and we saw you get the MVP performance at the same time. You told me before that grand final, you said, I feel it, like you felt like it was going to be different. Can you remember why you felt like it was going to be different, considering, obviously, if we statistically look at it, you were always going to be having a tough match against Navi, but this time you looked like a completely different G2.
On the stage, it's always different. Mm-hmm. On the stage, we always feel a little bit different. I think also because of the crowd. I think crowd helps us to play better, you know, play individually better. And obviously for me as well, when I play on the stage, I feel it's something different. Atmosphere is different, and yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, just stage gives some extra boost or something. Mm-hmm.
How are we feeling for Rio overall as an event?
I'm just looking forward to play in playoffs, but it's very early to say, you know, always. But my goal is to make playoffs in Rio. I think crowd is very good.
In terms of that, though, right, you're already thinking ahead to playoffs. You guys have been very consistent with the playoff run, so you have more confidence now, considering you won full finals.
I mean, we have confidence, obviously, but I don't think we should focus that we might always playoffs. I mean, consistently. Mm-hmm. So we just want to focus, obviously, on every game. Yep. It's very basic answer and simple answer, but for us, it's important to focus on every game because, you know, you never. I mean, you know G2, you know. Yeah. We can lose against someone after we can come back and snowball, but as we did in Cologne, you remember? In group stage, we lost against Mongols and we came back.
Lower bracket run.
Yeah, lower bracket run, and after we lost again in playoffs. But yeah.
How did you spend your time at home? Because I know you play a hell of a lot. Did you take any break? Did you go straight back into grinding? I know that Nico said team practice didn't really happen, but for you, what did you individually do?
I went in Belgrade. I didn't go at home. I went in Belgrade in Serbia. I met my friends. I played some facets. Yeah, and that's it. And after new update came out, I tested it, and that's it.
You like the new update?
I do like it's something different. I think movement is different. Movement is different, 100%. Shooting is different, and
Shooting is different. Explain. I didn't know this. I haven't played it yet. I haven't had a chance to play. I've not been home. Yeah.
Okay, so shooting is different. Like people are running out. Like I don't know how to explain it. Even faster right now or slower. I didn't even understand right now.
Okay.
Deagle, they buffed Deagle. You can shoot and run. I don't understand.
Oh, why are we going back to that?
I don't know. It's crazy. And they changed a lot of things with graphics. So feels like if you have low graphics now, it feels like ultra or something. Like high. You have high rank graphic now. You know.
So it looks even better on a lower choices.
That's why your FPS guys is worse. It's but
okay.
Yeah, but I like that they do some changes, you know, and but I would like to see that they make changes not only with something like this, but like with maps, you know, like delete box, for example, on Mirage, or like delete I don't know statue or something. I don't know, like delete something or make the game. I mean, make maps a bit interesting.
Okay.
Delete window on Mirage, for example, for fun.
Delete window on Mirage. Ilya, you spend most of your time there.
Bro, wait, James, yeah. You never know how meta will go if they will do, you know?
Okay.
But if they will do it, we will make used to it, you know? We'll get used to it, I mean.
You know, I love you because you are someone who would get used to it. You know, some of the other players would be, especially maybe some of the older players, would be like, no, what is he saying? Ignore everything this guy is saying right now. I don't want to see this deleted.
No, because, you know, you want to see something new, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I also play Dota, you know, sometimes. Actually, I don't know. I think I played Dota last time 2 months ago, but it doesn't matter. But they always change something with heroes, you know, with abilities, spells. But here they do something different, you know, and I want to see something like on maps in competitive. So, but
how good are you at Dota?
I have like 3.8k MMR. I'm not that good. I mean,
that's pretty good for considering you're also an elite pro at Counter-Strike.
No, I have 4,000 hours first of all.
Yeah.
I play Dota since a long time, but I'm good at. In Dota, I'm good at clicking on spells, you know, reacting fast.
Yeah.
But I don't know any meta or something like that, so that's why I'm poor in Dota.
Who do you play?
Who do I play? I usually play mid or carry.
Oh, okay. And favorite hero?
Favorite hero, I think Kanka on mid, and I like. Before I liked Magnus as well on hard carry, and on carry I liked. I don't know actually who on carry. I cannot tell you.
Okay. So, you want to change things in the map. You want to change some things. Would you like to see a new map come in? Like, would you like to see a new competitive change? But even before this major, maybe?
Before major? No, not before major.
See, you don't want that then. Yeah.
Okay. No, they can add some map, but it will take a while to get to understand how people will play it. And for example, if they will come back with train and train will be the same, then we don't have any problem. Okay. But imagine they will add cobblestone I don't know, and they will change everything.
Yeah.
I would like to have some new map in competitive. I would go for train, I think.
Orpa's Paradise.
Yes, over Paradise. People will be scared. People will be scared to play against Opera on this map.
Has Train ever been in the competitive pool when you were in a tier 1 team? On Navi Junior maybe, but not Academy, yeah, but never on a pro team, right?
Never, no. Yeah, I played in Academy, I played on Ivy as second opper. I didn't play main op, but after I changed our main opper in Academy, I played for a few months, I think. Maybe even more, a little bit, and yeah.
We need some Manasi highlights on G2, on Train. I think that would be awesome to see.
Jump on trains. I would jump from every train to another train and kill everyone in there.
Do some crazy no-scopes, some crazy flicks, full yellow flash moment going, have fun.
For me, it's full movement map. I mean, when it goes in clutches, I don't want to say like it will sound as how say not egoistic but arrogant. But when I was playing this map in academy, when I was when I was alone in clutches, like I liked this map just because I was out playing people with these ladders, and everything, and it was very.
Yeah, poke up and down.
Poke and down. Check if he's defusing or something. Like bait him to kill you. I don't know. Like I would be very good in clutches on this map. I think I love this map.
I think we definitely need to see Manasi train highlight selection on there. Any other maps you like?
Cobblestone.
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 What are your thoughts on Tuscan?
Tuscan? No, it's not competitive map.
Not competitive?
No, I think a lot of players, not players, but I mean people overrate this map.
Maybe because of the nostalgia?
Nostalgia, 100%. I mean, they can edit not in competitive, but in casual, in CS, but don't edit in competitive. It will be, catastrophe.
Yeah. It will be. It definitely will be. Okay, and my final question for you. I know you played some 1.6 years ago with your brother, right? Did you ever play train on that side? Because I could imagine you, movement style, no? Bro,
No, I played.
Go back and play it and try, because your movement, your style on that would be so fun, especially with the bunny hopping you could hit.
In the 1.6, I didn't like this map.
Really?
Not because I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, but you'd like it now.
I like it now.
There we go.
I enjoy it.
You tried.
I did.
You acted like I wasn't there, but it didn't work out for you. I will always willingly run to find Nico. I asked you this in the gym yesterday, but your hand is good now.
Everything is good. It's ready. It's ready for another shot.
Did you keep the table?
No.
Did you want like a memory?
I mean, I didn't even ask. I don't think they will give it to me, and yeah, I wish it could go with me, but no.
Well, on top of that though, trophy came with you though, and that's the positive right now. How good did that feel for you guys and the team overall?
Yeah, it felt very good, honestly. We had, a couple of tough losses before that, and we were really fighting, to break through, get some wins against the best teams in the world, such as Navi and Vitality, and it felt good, even though, when you go to Blast, you don't really feel that big of a hype like you do on some other events, but I don't know, somehow the hype kind of got created during the playoffs for us, and it just felt even better lifting it in the end. So it was a very cool experience.
What happened for you guys to be able to take down Navi though, especially when we talk about how tough it has been against them for you guys?
I don't know, honestly. I think many times when we played them, I think it was always pretty close, If you don't count the group stage at Blast, actually, they destroyed us. But usually, we always have a close match versus them. We always win a map, and then we somehow lose. But I don't know. I mean, we just kept believing. We tried to not care about, that we lost 9 times in a row. We just tried to, I think this is the first time that we showed a lot of energy, or more energy than we usually do, and maybe we just believed more after we won Vitality and so on, and we haven't really faced them too many times in the playoffs, for example, as well, right? So it's always a different game when you play in a playoffs, especially in arena. So I don't know, I'm just glad we won in the end, and that we managed to lift the trophy.
And I've got to talk about Snacks a bit here, from your perspective. How much was this needed for his confidence as well, as a fresh IGL to this team and making things work?
No, I'm super happy for him. I think he has struggled a bit with the way he plays, and then with the community on his back, and
they're really harsh on him, crazily.
They are very harsh on him, but if you look at realistically, we didn't really lose too many games with him, right? We are actually winning most of our games. We won, I think we had 3 losses overall this season, or maybe 4 if I'm not mistaken, and 3 of them are to Navi, I think. Ever since we brought Snacks, we played pretty good in group stage. We always got to playoffs, quarterfinals, semifinals, so I'm not too worried about the group stage. Obviously, we shouldn't get too relaxed now that we won, as I said already, but I don't want to, obviously if we see that things are not going the way we would like it to see, we need to just react really fast. If you start losing to Heroic at some point, we have to address the things immediately, because it's best of 1. There is no time for mistakes. You have to be quick at adjusting, and I think it's important that we obviously discuss how you want to approach before we start the game, and that's what we will do, and it should be fine.
Should be fine. I look forward to seeing it, man. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
I'm good, thank you, Scholes. You asked me before I could ask you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Glad to be home.
Glad to be home, yeah. Where in Brazil are you from?
I am from São Paulo, but I mean, Rio feels like home.
It definitely feels like home, right? It's the country you know.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. If I'm right, you guys would have traveled from Malta to come to Rio.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I mean, my home is in Malta now.
Yeah.
It's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah. It's yes, player life. Yeah.
It's very confusing because it's like, technically I'm at home, but I'm not really at home because I've left home to come to here and do another event. But that's just the way it is.
At this point, I don't know what's home. But
by the way, I'm going to say this. Your hair's looking real good. You got the slit in the eyebrow as well. You feel you have to come back looking nice, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, we gotta look nice.
How are you feeling now? We've had a good amount of time in Furia. How do you think things are going?
I mean, I'm going to the third month now with the guys, and I'm feeling pretty good at this moment. We practice a lot in this last couple of weeks, and we had like a very good practice. So at this moment, I feel like we are reaching like our true identity. So I'm looking forward to this tournament.
And that's what I wanted to look at because, yes, you've been here for a while. We've now got, we normally say 3-6 months, right? It's like a good breaking in time to understand where the team's at.
Yeah.
Furia still has its struggles, but you feel like you're on the right path. What do you think is the biggest struggle you guys have had?
I think we still need to fix like little things inside our game. I think the best game we ever showed, like our true power, was against Spirit, and we really had the chances of like winning that game.
Yeah.
And I mean, we just need to like fix the little things and talk about it as a team and figure stuff.
In terms of the little things, can you give me an idea of what that is exactly, or is it a secret?
I mean, it's like some micro things that happens inside the game, like some decisions that if you want to win, like we cannot like do it. We need to like see a bigger picture, like so we can play like more as a team instead of like just individual. So it's more like that.
Nice. And for Rio, obviously, it's in Brazil, so it's very important to the Furia camp. Can you feel like it's something different when you guys have come here? Like, okay, we really have to do well here.
Of course, since we arrived here, like the fans, like they went to the airport to like get us there.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that.
It was amazing. I mean, I wasn't expecting that. So yeah, I mean.
So you arrived at the airport, right? You come off the plane, and they're just like in the arrivals part, yeah?
The flag.
How many people?
I mean, 20, 30 people. It was like, yeah, it was amazing.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that, first of all. Back to what I was saying before, because you distracted me of how awesome that story was. How important then does Rio become for you guys to make playoffs, to go far, to show the best Furia? Do you feel that in the team that there's a change?
I mean, we are definitely in the killer mode right now. Like, we all want to like reach the playoffs and lift this trophy here because at this point, this tournament is all that matters for us. Like, to play in front of our crowd and giving them the chance, like, to have to feel this again of like falling, lifting a trophy, and lifting a trophy to falling is something that I always like wanted to. So yeah, it's time to make it happen. It's
time to make it happen. And practice for you guys. Obviously, when you guys are in Malta, you're in a boot camp basically all the time, right?
Yeah, so we are in boot camp mode all the time.
So it's not the same as like practicing online. You don't have that. You're always all together. Yeah. Did you change anything? Did you put more hours? Did you do a longer session? Talk me through it.
In the first few weeks that we went back to Malta, I mean, we were in Malta because of Pro League. Yeah.
You went from Pro League to home.
Yeah, exactly. And we had like lighter at the beginning, and as soon as we were like getting closer to the tournament, we were like putting more hours. And those last couple of weeks, like we really grinded, and it's where I feel like we got the best like evolution as a team. So yeah, again, I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it as well. You got me excited, Scholes. Thank you very much. I'm going to see if I can find some more of your team wherever they may have run off to. He's pointing that way. We're going this way. Perfect. Fallen, do you mind if I take the seat next to you? You're waiting for an interview?
Yeah.
I thought I gave you enough one. I'm so sorry. How are you?
All good, and you? Yeah. Hello, everyone.
I'm doing very good, and obviously we're in Brazil again. You have to travel to Brazil because you now live in Malta. What's the feeling for you when you come to this event?
It's always amazing to come back to Brazil and having the chance to experience our country. all the passionate fans. So I'm just hoping that we can play some good CS on this tournament and make it to the playoffs, so we can all see a lot of great energy in the arena.
Now, I want to get your perspective and your opinion just on the recent performances for Furia at the moment. Where do you feel you guys are at as a team?
I feel we have been progressing slowly but well. I think we have been getting some strong results. It's up to a point where we're still not there yet in terms of beating the top teams consistently, but we are already making good challenges against them. So for us, it's I would say it's one step at a time. For sure, we would wish to be contending for titles, playing the semifinals, finals, but you gotta go up on the ladder, and I think we have been climbing it up. So yeah, this is another opportunity for us to do better than we did before, and I'm being satisfied with the improvements have been seen.
Getting those improvements, though, how much more do you feel is needed to see Furia back at the top? Because when we look at this roster now, we look at Quesarado, we look at Yuri, you know, what Cello can do, and then Skull's coming in now as the final piece. This looks like it should be the ultimate team, but there are some other Brazilian teams as well who have shown that they can fight at the same way. Do you feel pressure to, like, now we need to deliver, we need to start showing something?
I feel like the Brazilian level has been rising up. I think none of the Brazilian teams are on the level we want to be yet, but at the same time we're not too far. So it's at this point where I feel like both Furia and like MyBR and even Pen Gaming, all those guys, they have been close to reach this level where you can start dreaming of winning the titles, but all of them are not there yet. So it's for us, it's all about getting a little bit better, a little bit more consistency, and getting something more spicy as a team in order to show up and beat all those guys. A lot of good teams playing up there, and you gotta have something to be the difference for you, you know. So we're working on that.
Lastly, I want to ask you, because there are people now wanting to grab you for this interview, what would it mean to you, even though you've lifted some of the biggest trophies in Counter-Strike, what would it mean to you to lift this one here in Rio?
I have always been chasing to win a big trophy in CSGO in Brazil. I fell short on the ESL tournament in São Paulo. I think we lost in the finals for Cloud9. So for me to win a big tournament in Brazil would be winning like a major for me. So I feel like the level in this tournament is very stacked. We have 16 of the best 21 teams in the world here, and you know it's the kind of level you'd expect on a major. So for me personally, because it's my home country, that's my third major right here, you know. So it's a big chance for me. So yeah, for me it would be a dream coming true. I will try my best. I know when it comes to the expectations, both internally and outside, people might not see Furia as a contender for the title, but I know deep in my heart that we're not too far away from where this conversation starts changing, you know. So it's all about trying to find what's missing.
It always takes like just one special magic moment and it can all change very quickly. You know it more than anyone. Gabriel, thank you very much, man.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
no team has won multiple IEM Master events in 2024. But with G2, FaZe and Vitality all in attendance here in Rio, that could change, especially with multiple hometown heroes coming to try and find some glory here in Brazil. Today we start our journey throughout the group stage, 16 teams, some of them eyeing at that playoff spot to try and find some success. And I am strangely in the host seat right now. It feels very uncomfortable, but I've got two guys who can carry me through this, Janko and Pimp.
Well, you know, James, it's sometimes difficult working with players. It's so much easier working with a guy like Jacob.
There's only so much we can do for you, James. You got to hold up to your own end of the bargain, though.
Okay, what is my own end of the bargain, my friend?
I don't know, talk.
You're a host now as well.
Yeah.
True. I'm surprised I didn't get the call up, but I guess I'm not good enough.
Yeah, you know, we need to work on your English a little bit more, and then you'll get there eventually,
Sick,
Pimp.
yeah.
No problems at all. How are you guys
nice
doing?
when it's the only language you speak.
It is. It's very lucky for me. How are you guys doing, though? How have you enjoyed getting here so far and getting into Rio?
Great. It's always awesome coming to Brazil, you know, for a CS tournament. So much passion. We saw it, you know, the previous 2 years. Also, I think, luckily for them, the Brazilian teams are on the way up slowly but surely. You know, 4 teams in the top 20 at the moment, right? We got Imperial here as a last-minute stand-in as well. Maybe they can ruin someone's day, but yeah, just excited.
Yeah, same for me. It's been 6 years since I last set foot in Brazil. So
wow,
for my money, it's good to be back. A long travel, but as Janko said,
what did you do last time?
I played.
They didn't want you back.
No, it was in Sao Paulo. I think we knocked out Imperial, by the way, from that tournament. Ooh. So they never let me back in. But I'm also very intrigued by the Brazilian scene of Counter-Strike right now. I agree with you. There's a potential for one of these teams to make the playoff. And you know, I've only been watching this tournament online from home, but the environment inside this arena when it gets down is something that I haven't seen before. So.
First of all, there's more people than it looks.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm excited. I'm not gonna lie.
We got to say that, but I also want to talk about some of the past Rios, and starting with the 2022 one, right? When VP came through and they managed to have that dream run. And I think, Janko, when we were doing it, you even called it early on.
Yeah, I did. People called me crazy at the time. I guess they were right, but not for that. But yeah, I mean, they had a great tournament back then, took Heroic down in the final. That was their probably best chance for that Heroic lineup to really lift a major trophy, and we have them back though now under Astralis. Who would have thought, right? Life changes real quick, and then last year it was Vitality right before the Paris major, right? Lifting the trophy here, sort of building up their confidence, beating Heroic again. You know, Heroic losing in the final again. So yeah, we'll see who's gonna get it this time around.
Yeah, it's been a couple of eventful, events inside Rio. I think the VP one back in the day, or Outsiders as they were called, it was a big surprise that they were able to take down Heroic. West for Vitality, you said it, they were building up to the Paris major, and that's the first time we got to see Vitality establish themselves the favorites and arguably the best team in the world at this certain time.
Now, the quality of teams here in Rio is top-notch right now, especially if we start looking at Group A. There's no easy way through, even for some of the best teams, right?
No, I think it's a hyper-competitive tournament, to be completely honest. We're only missing a couple of teams within the top 16, top 18. You're looking at a No Spirit, which is the big name left out, but apart from that, you got some of the best teams in the world. And as Janko said, the Brazilian team right now on the uprise. So Pain, Imperial, you name it, maybe they can cause an upset or two.
That's so weird to me, the whole Spirit thing. It's like, oh yeah, we don't want our players to burn out. You have Donk, who's like 17, Zontix, who's what, 18, Shiro, who's not much older than that, Magisk as well. So what, those guys are gonna go take a vacation now? You're telling me they're not gonna play Face It all night long and have 20 hours a day in CS? Like, I understand people not getting burnt out, but for a team like Spirit, it's like, who needs a break? Chopper, the coach. So yeah, we'll see how that unfolds for them.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because those players you mentioned, they are just fully grinding the whole time, right? They're going non-stop.
Might as well compete on LAN instead of just sitting at home in a dark room.
And if anything, they need it right now. They've been struggling for a long time. They need some game practice. They need some reps. They need to figure out a solution to the issues. And not showing up to tournaments is not necessarily the best way of doing that.
That's the problem. You can't take anything for granted. Obviously, you have to reply to the invite a couple of months in advance, right? But you're thinking, we have all these tournaments. It's going to be fine. But probably what you need is like to play through some of these issues now if you're Spirit and figure things out, because the major is around the corner.
And in terms of the major being around the corner, this event's very important for that in terms of you doing well here, getting the extra points to get a better seeding as well. How much do you think that plays into the minds of a lot of these teams?
I think this is a great testing ground heading into what's going to be the final part of the season. Obviously, you're looking at the World Finals in Singapore, and then there are also important major coming in, the RMR qualifier as well. I think there's a lot of teams that have gained a lot of respect for that. I don't think anyone feels certain that they're going to qualify for the major, given how competitive the scene is. So I think the level of Counter-Strike you're going to see in Brazil is on the uprise. You know, it's only going to get better here from now on and until the rest of the season. But whoever does well here is arguably also going to be in a good position for the RMR and the major.
Yeah, and the added pressure at the RMRs, obviously, we have it here as well, unfortunately. Hopefully for their last time in this circuit, the best of ones
Yes.
in MR12, God bless, you know, but it just brings so much stress because the margin for error is so small, right? Like you lose one anti-eco, the game can slide out of control, right? All of a sudden you're in the lower bracket, things become much more difficult, so it's about being concentrated to the max, you know, being focused and minimizing the mistakes in these opening games.
Well, one team that we're going to look at next, right, is Imperial coming in as they replaced Rare Atom. It's a good thing for Brazilian CS, and you guys were talking about it already. But Imperial, is this a team where there is some potential for them to do some damage here?
I think we're seeing glimpses of it, you know, and I think we're seeing glimpses from pretty much all the Brazilian teams that when they hit their stride and when they're playing well, they can definitely cause issues for pretty much all teams. I think there's a higher ceiling to what we can expect from them. I don't think an Imperial is going to cause issues to Vitality, to Mouse for that matter, to the higher echelons, you know, but that middle pack of teams at this tournament, that's all going to fight for the playoff spots. They're definitely one of the teams that on a good day, on a good tournament, maybe it's realistic to dream a bit.
Yeah, you know, it's like Jacob here, he rides a bike, if you didn't know, James, a lot, and runs, and his cardio is really strong. I focus on the lifting, so I think between the two of us, you can probably have one good athlete, right, if you merge us together. Same thing with Brazil. If you merge all these teams together, pick a player from every team, you can probably make a world-beating contending team, right? But we're just not seeing it, and they always make these roster changes here and there, right? But you don't feel like it's the one that's really going to propel a team into contender status.
And it's been like that for years. Like, it's been like that for years, ever since Furia were relevant last time around and MIBR back in the days. SK, it's like all the good talent is spread out on 3-4 different teams, and as you said, for some reason they can't bring them together.
You have teams who are not even here who have great players. You know, Dumao and Lato on Legacy, right? Like they could be like the missing piece for someone. Red Canids, we just saw them at Pro League, you know, cause a ruckus. So definitely plenty of talent in the Brazilian scene. It's just about putting the pieces together that they haven't been able to do for a long time now and haven't had a contender team.
Would you guys say that Fury is still the #1 Brazilian team, though?
I think you have to. A little bit is because they have more opportunities than some of the other teams, right? MIBR isn't here, for example, and they had a great run at Pro League, that team, of course, and got, you know, a player got replaced right after, which would make them even stronger on paper. Pain, we're seeing a little bit more of them this year compared to some of the previous seasons, right? But it's Furia is the one who constantly has the opportunities, and they have the name value. They have a guy like Caserato on the team. They have Fallen on the team, so it's always going to sort of put a little bit more spotlight on them.
In terms of putting more spotlight on this whole event, we've got to look at the Intel Grand Slam and what it means if you were able to win here at Rio, because we're looking at this and the race is certainly heating up.
Yeah, it's been a wild year in the sense that no team has been able to win 2 tournaments in a row. No team has been able to assert any sort of dominance. Of course, we had Spirit in the beginning of the year taking down Katowice in a very convincing fashion. You had Vitality winning in Cologne. Obviously, those 2 events are gonna do them well, you know, in that regard. Mouse, you know, picking up some of these smaller tournaments, so to speak. And it does feel like there's a lot of teams right now who are all fighting to be that one team that can maybe have a realistic shot at the Grand Slam for the next couple of months and the next year, but no one is really in a prime position to nail it.
Yeah, it would be crazy if a team like FaZe all of a sudden, right, comes out of nowhere here, lifts a trophy, and then Katowice could be the one, right? We know how much Kerrigan loves playing there and completing it. For a team like Navi, it would go a long way because you need one of the championship level events, right? Plus 3 other events to complete the Intel Grand Slam. And, you know, for a team like Navi, making that extra step. Vitality has Cologne, right? They're in prime position as well to sort of eke ahead. But as Jacob pointed out, no team won 2 tournaments this year. We had that every tournament was different team lifting the trophy. So, you know, you're thinking like, okay, Furia, this is your time.
And winning here as well will also give a spot at the EPT Winter Championship as well, very important. But when we're looking at winning here and looking at the opportunity that's on the cards, we keep saying this. Many teams are winning. We can never really see right now who it's going to be. Is there some clear favorites?
Even G2 won a tournament. That tells you, who the hell knows what can happen.
I don't think there's a clear-cut favorite. I think there's certain teams, obviously, who have looked a little bit more stable. Na'Vi is one of them. You'd expect them to go into the playoff. You'd almost expect them to be part of the semi-final final. But as you said, G2 came out of nowhere, won a tournament. FaZe maybe starts to show up again. Who knows? They were looking slightly better in Copenhagen a couple of weeks ago. So I feel like we could look at a tournament here in Rio where someone is going to win a tournament for the second time of the year, but there's no clear-cut favorite. I think we have 5 or 6 teams who can all realistically say, we want to win this tournament, and we have a decent shot at doing so.
Are you guys sold on FaZe yet after what we saw in the full final from them yet? Is it too early to say?
No, I think for them, a lot of it revolves around Brokey because he is sort of the X factor in his style a little bit, and he plays well. They tend to go deep in tournaments and lift trophies, but when he isn't really there, that's when FaZe struggles. It's just such a volatile sort of playing style, which is something you sort of live with a player like that.
Yeah, I miss a little bit from Rups as well. I think we saw glimpses of Rups in Copenhagen do well again, and it does feel like when Brokey, Rups, and of course Frozen, who's a stable player within FaZe Clan, when they're all playing well together, they have enough firepower, they have enough tenacity on the server to get it done. But whenever one of those pieces are missing, they just don't have enough as it is.
Well, they don't have enough, but we certainly have enough, because next up is I Want to Expect Power Rankings. Welcome to the 1xBet Power Ranking, brought to you by 1xBet, and we are going to be delving into how we consider this ranking to look right now. Janko, you're the man in charge of where we're going with this.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We get to look at your hands and see where you're going to place. Where are we going first on this? Is there some easy ones to do at the top? Does that make it simpler?
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that we want to get in the top of it. I think you're looking at a Na'Vi, you're looking at a G2. I think those two teams, when you call it a power ranking, are up there. G2 number 2, I think they won a tournament in Copenhagen. So as for a power ranking, that's fair enough. Vitality, 3rd team, I like that. FaZe, Mouse, 4th or 5th, which one?
I think maybe Mouse, even despite all the problems that they've had,
Oh, you're working hard right now for that one, huh?
Yeah, man. It's fine. We're getting there. You
Mouse
just keep
number
talking,
4,
Jacob.
FaZe number 5. I like that. I think that's a clear-cut top 5. Next up, I think we should look at the bottom 4. What are we looking at in terms of who is actually one of the weaker teams at this tournament? And I want to say something. Pain is probably one of them. I think Imperial coming in as a stand-in. You can argue for those two. I want to say Astralis is also with the current iteration and how they look. I would place Astralis at 13, 14, 15, together with the likes of Imperial, together with the likes of Pain probably as well.
Well, they also have tough matchups.
They have tough matchups, and the bracket is not looking too good for them as well. 9C as well, yeah, I'll take it. Heroic is another team that I don't really feel is up there in the ranking right now. I think if you place Astralis as 13th, that'd be good for me, surprisingly enough. Heroic number 12, I don't have high hope or high faith for Heroic,
I agree
to be
with that.
completely honest. Furia, probably next up in line, 11, 10, somewhere along those lines. And then the big one for me is like this middle pack of teams. You're looking at Complexity, VP.
I think VP at number 10. They haven't been really convincing lately.
No.
Then you can put after them probably Complexity.
And who else do we have then? The Mongols. The Mongols.
I'll rate them higher.
Yeah.
The Mongols are number 8.
I'll take that. Now we got to think. EF, with the way they were playing in Pro League, I think we have to put them at 6th. Power ranking, they're looking good.
Probably in the playoffs, like that last team from that side.
Yeah. And then we need one team, Liquid. A little bit of a high placement for Liquid, considering how they played in Copenhagen, but I guess it's a project on the uprise, and if your Kinder starts playing Counter-Strike again, maybe they could look good.
I think it's also going to be very telling, Mouse and FaZe, where they're at in this tournament.
Sure.
They could easily be 7 and 8, and Eternal Fire goes up, or Liquid or Mongols go up, or Complexity, right? Like a lot of these teams are a little bit inconsistent. I think the top 3 are a lock.
Yep.
And then probably the sort of bottom 5. Everything else is fluid.
It's kind of crazy that we have Astralis down there, right? With the
I'd
budget,
put them even lower.
Probably, yeah, to be completely honest. Pain is above them.
They haven't
in
looked
my
great,
head.
haven't had time to practice. Caden has to rifle anchor on CT side and in-game lead. I mean, that's going to take a while to figure all that stuff out.
Yeah. A lot of adjustments needed from, but thank you very much for the 1xBet Power Ranking. Guys, we are going to head ourselves to a break, and when we come back, we're going into our opening games.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch ESL Pro League while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Now, because there are a lot of the other teams, other players are looking at you guys as one of, if not the best team in Brazil. Do you currently feel like that?
I actually agree with that, because now we are playing a very good CS. I think we are in the good form, I have to say. But I think in Brazil we have a lot of teams and ups and downs, you know. So sometimes it's Furious, sometimes it's MRBR, sometimes Imperial. So I think in Brazil we have a lot of good talents and good players. So, but for now, I think it's us.
I love that confidence. Tell me a bit about Snow, because I think everybody's really hyped to see, you know, a new, perhaps young prodigy coming out of Brazil. How is he coping with, you know, the prospect of potentially being able to play in front of a Brazilian crowd?
Yeah, I think every time he's so hyped, you know. So for the team, it's so good to have him like as teammate, you know. So to have him like beside me, so he's always hyping me, hyping all the team. So it's so good to have him, and I think his potential is so huge.
Inside the server, what do you think is his best quality as a player?
I think he's so calm, and he plays very well clutches and this kind of things, because his aim is insane as well. But I think he's calm, and he's like a sponge guy, you know. So if I tell something to him, he just absorbs that thing that I said, and he just do and learn so fast. So
finally, your first opponent here is going to be Mouse. What do you think of their form at the moment?
I think for now is a good opponent because the last results was not good for them, and I think it's a good team to face right now. So let's see.
Thank you so much for your time and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
the best in Brazil, taking on Mouse, who, as mentioned, have had a bit of a shaky run of form in the last couple of events, Brandon. And we've got best of ones kicking off all of our games here on the B stream. Definitely a chance for upsets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's scary. The fact that Yanko and Pimp were saying it just before we kind of came to us is the fact that MR12, you lose literally 1 or 2 rounds. Suddenly on the CT side, your economy's gone. You find yourself in the lower bracket. The worst thing for these teams is to come to Rio, you play a best of 1, and then suddenly your best of 3 is your last lifeline. As soon as you drop down to that lower bracket, you lose a game, you're eliminated. And that is really scary, especially when you've got underdog teams going up against some of these teams right now that are kind of in a flux of form.
Yeah, absolutely. And a team like Pain have already shown that they can upset teams when it comes to playing European competition. And now in Brazil, kind of have that home crowd advantage in a way. Here's a list of all the games we've got coming up on the B stream today. As mentioned, we're covering all of these opening best of ones to kick things off. So Pain Mouse, Na'Vi versus Imperial. That's an exciting one. Vitality 9Z. A lot of South American CS here on the V stream. And then Mongols VP. And then we'll see which best of 3s come out later.
Yeah, this game and this day with all these games here, and we have really got the true qualities of the Rio experience here, because we have got all the South American teams. And then later, that Mongols VP game is a really exciting rematch. And for that one, honestly, that could go absolutely anywhere, especially in a best of 1 format. But let's focus a little bit in on the teams that we've got here. Maus, I think it's a little bit unfair to say that they are sort of in a little bit of a outward run of form. I think they've been playing incredibly well. We know exactly what this team is capable of. And I think when you compare these two teams, Mouse and Pain have gone through a lot when it comes to roster changes. And Snow has only been integrated in the team for the last few months, making that step up to tier 1.5, tier 1 Counter-Strike, attending these big events. Mouse, they've been there. They've proved it. EPL Season 20 was not a good showing from them, even losing to the likes of Imperial in there in those BO3s. But when you look at the longevity of this roster, when you look at what they've achieved so far this year, I don't think that's going to shake them too much.
Yeah, I think we have a thing in CS where we have a lot of recency bias, right? Where the last event or two always really shapes our ideas of these teams. But Mouse has such a strong form before then, right? We talk second at Chengdu. They won EPL 19, won Betboom Dutcher. They've had some up and down results since, grouped in Dallas, but they made the semis, EWC, Cologne. And yeah, obviously season 20 of EPL wasn't the best result for them, especially for a team that I think a lot of people really praise, I guess, for their studio performances. They're a team that has really shown that in that environment they thrive. And the question was always about what's the playoffs like for this team? How can they push beyond this kind of hurdle that they've found themselves at? And that started to be actually broken, it felt, with the second placement in Chengdu and the like. But yeah, one result I think is maybe painting them with the wrong brush here, because they're definitely still a team that you have as a favorite to do a deep run.
It's kind of funny that you break the quote-unquote curse of the arena, and then you come to studio and you sort of go completely the other way. But they're here now in this group stage. You go up against a Pain team that is obviously playing for the home crowd. You've got that advantage. When it comes to the consistency of Pain, domestically, they've been absolutely brilliant. But when it comes to European competition, they were so close in Cologne. I think a lot of people forget they were one best of 3 off of making those playoffs. You've got players that now feel a little bit more at home in the team. We've spoken about Snow and Kawes. But for me, it's all about Big Zera and what he shows on LAN, because he is normally, by and large, the best performing player, which sometimes could be a little bit scary considering he's the in-game leader for Pain. You look towards Lux, you look towards NQZ, you need them to really step up and raise the level here.
Yeah, you can see some of their recent performances domestically. This is obviously in Challenger League and in the Katowice qualifiers for Challenger there. And Pain have been doing very well. In fact, I think in ECL South America, they were flawless until last week, where they lost to both Red Canids and then Fluxo. We actually covered those 2 Fluxo games. And those games did actually give me a little cause for concern, Brandon, because that felt a little off for Pain. Now, I'm not sure whether that's just maybe a bit of burnout. This is a team that's been playing a lot lately, particularly a lot of games they've had to travel for. We talk about playing in Europe. Even domestically, they were, like just last week, playing on LAN elsewhere in Brazil, where I think they were eliminated by Bestia at the CBCS Masters. So that was only a few days ago. So they've been putting a lot of rounds in and doing a lot of traveling. And when you do have young players, that can be something that's very hard to adjust to.
And at least there has been consistency, though. I think that's the sort of thing you measure it off against, because they were so consistent in South America for such a long period of time. I think that actually spans back to, if we include those results last week, I think it was literally like 3 best of 1s, 3 best of 3s that they've lost to South America since July. So it's really good for them that they're showing that form. Europe has been a little bit touch and go. I know we've had discussions sort of off broadcast about Cowes, and when Snow got brought into this team, Cowes was playing really well, and I thought that he was almost like the big brother to Snow, helping him integrate into the same team because Cowes has been on the same journey. Last few events have looked a little bit shaky for him, but Snow is stepping up, and I think you can offset that. And now you hope, if you're a Pain Gaming fan, if you're that team that have now come into Rio with a point to prove, an arena berth potentially awaiting you in front of your home crowd, you need everyone to raise the floor, because you're going up against Mouse that would not be satisfied with how they did at EPL, and they're also, because of that recency bias, gonna have a point to prove.
Yeah, we can talk about the vetoes that flies through. Ancient News, obviously the perma bans. You imagine, okay, the Vertigo ban comes out for Mouse. Now this is very targeted because Pain, very good Vertigo team. Mouse play Vertigo a lot, and I actually thought this might be where it ended up, but by banning Vertigo, this put Pain in a really weird position, because they probably want to ban Mirage here, I imagine, just because it's been such a decent map for Mouse. With Nuke removed, that leaves Dust 2. Okay, so that's interesting. I think both teams are fairly okay with this, to be honest.
I think so. And I think this is probably the best middle ground you're going to get out of these two teams, because I think Mouse are looking a little bit better on Inferno right now. Pain are looking a little bit better on Vertigo right now. So you take it to Dust 2, but Pain have been in phenomenal form, but you got to add that context of it's against domestic opposition. When they play in Europe on the stages, it's always a little bit touch and go, but best of ones, anything can happen. We even get to watch the
This is the classic thing on Face It, right, where everyone goes mid or long, and they've both gone different ways. But they have met up in long anyway, so it's fine. The old school way was everyone used to go long, but now everyone goes middle, and it's a bit of a mess. Looking good for Pain to win this. Yeah, in fact, I don't think Zershing wins a 1v4 with the knife. NT, Pain win the knife round.
Yeah, lovely. That's fun. We've got that feature now. We can just watch the knife rounds in play. I want to speak about head-to-head. I want to talk a little bit about the AWPers here on this team, because obviously Dust 2. And Torji's been in red-hot form. I also think NQZ goes missing quite a lot here, and I think he needs to be that player to step up. Where you've got on AWPer's Paradise maps, such as Dust 2, where you've got this head-to-head, it's already a chance for you to prove yourself if you're NQZ.
Yeah, I think especially when it comes to LAN, that's where we do see players, you know, like NQZ and Lux, who normally are kind of the stars of this team. They do fall off a bit. Big Zero has been the best player for them when it comes to big LAN, so we kind of anticipate he'll be there, but it's NQZ, I think, in particular that we're looking at here. Just an interesting little factoid. I mean, Mal's last game they played Dust 2 was against Imperial, where they lost, and that's been a consistent thing for Mal's. South American teams have actually been a struggle for them. They lost to Imperial EPL, lost to 9Z at Dallas, and they've dropped maps to both Pain and Furia in recent matchups. But they did win that recent matchup versus Pain. Dust 2 wasn't featured, but they do have that head-to-head going for them.
Yeah, and I guess that's why Big Zero is also saying that this is a good moment to play them. For having a look at what Mouse have been achieving recently. The fact that they have actually dropped against South America is a really interesting one, and I'm not sure if that's just deliberate. Maybe it's just the aggressive play style of South American Counter-Strike. But Pain, what you are going to expect is a good blend here, because I think what they've done is, since elevating themselves into Tier 1 competition, they've really taken that blend of being aggressive, making what South American CS is truly and wholly, but also making it into a bit more of a detailed mid-round. You're going to see these players on the extremities, Snow and Cowers, they're the ones that are going to be tested the most here. And it's interesting that you've got the young blood of Pain holding down these anchor roles, going up against, an entirely young team of Mouse. But you're putting a lot of trust in these individuals to get you over the line here. And I think what's cool as well is you take a look at both of these teams. The in-game leader is always in the action in the middle of the map, trying to get as much information as possible to get one step ahead of their opponents.
Yeah, I guess one thing is you do give Pain the up there in terms of the fragging output of the IGLs. So, although we have seen some pretty good stuff from Shui in the past, the Big Zero expectations are there. But you can't talk about the anchor players, Brandon, you know, without talking about JimFat on the other side, who is arguably the best anchor player in the world right now, or at least that was the conversation in the first kind of 6 months of the year. I think he'd still be in that conversation right now, but, you know, a top 3 at the very least. That's a whole nother level that you have to deal with, because if you try and go into his bomb site, he's taking down 2 every single time.
Yeah, he's fantastic. And you're going to see a lot of Jimmy magic, I think, over the course of the next few days. And I think another thing that's interesting, and maybe why this does play into the sort of Mao struggling against South American teams, is you think about Exertion as a player and a space taker, and it's incredibly aggressive. Well, guess what? Payne play that sort of every damn time. They have an adventure out in South America and in Challenger League. South America is the most aggressive region by far, and maybe Exertion is a little bit anticipated, expected as well. Payne might know how to counter him. If you can't take space on Dust 2, you're struggling.
Yeah, you definitely got a lot of aggressive riflers on both sides. I'm looking at Lux on the T side in particular for Payne to be a really strong force. I imagine they've decided to start the CT side given they won the knife round, so we might not get to see that eventuate too early. I think Brolin's going to be a key element as well to be keeping an eye on for Mouse. He's had a couple of struggles in last events after a really strong start to the year, so let's kick things off. Dust 2 opening best of 1 here in IEM Rio on the B stream.
Yeah, spread default, nothing too aggressive from Payne. They haven't gone for a set play, trying to catch Mouse off guard. And for Mouse, it's all about taking map control, this pack mentality in towards middle. Payne start to shuffle. A couple of people move over towards the mid doors. That's currently not being watched by Shuey, but Mouse just might explode right in front of them.
Exertion looking to go towards mid doors. Just going to park up close. Smoke lands on the corner. Just keep players occupied. He'll be the late element. We're looking at Snow. This guy's normally a bit of a demon when it comes to the pistols. He's going to need to be. Does have Lux by his side. Over the top of the smoke. Gets Kush, but hits the headshot onto JimFat through the smoke. Even a second with the USP. This smoke was dribbled forward by the T's, but Snow has used it to perfection. Triple kill comes out, and they can't even enter the bomb site.
Yeah, nice try from Mouse. The way that they're trying to approach that is basically default by normal in towards middle, take the space in towards tunnels. The smoke goes on the left-hand side rather than CT, and it's trying to bring the attention of a B player over. But Payne already had 2 anchors in the site, but look, in this replay, you only need 1, and it's about how dynamic Snow is on the bomb site, creating so many opportunities to put Lux in the best possible position to either help out mid, where the secondary threat is coming in from Mouse, or deal with that crossfire. Exciting stuff from Snow. You said he's good on pistols. He delivers with a 3-piece.
Yeah, literally, this guy's nuts when it comes to pistol rounds. I was surprised he didn't have the dual Berettas, to be honest, but from that position, you can understand why. Mouse managed to get Chewy out towards blue, which is pretty impressive, all things considered. It's just Glocks that they have. Don't know if they could do much with that position. Maybe hoping at least you know that you've got some space to work with, so pushing out as possible. But Payne have actually no idea that he's there.
It shouldn't matter because there's no utility.
Yeah.
And they are playing this long range. That's what you want to do when you've just got your rifles against the pistols. Mouse are taking their time. They're just doing the classic, let's bleed out all the utility. Let's make you reinvest at least $1,000 per player. Cowards first to be tested. Everyone's going to swing at once, and Shuey might catch him off guard, but no. Easy does it. He doesn't even get overwhelmed. Nice and standard from Payne.
Yeah, quick kill from Cowards. Good hold. And we mentioned, he'll be tested a lot here. A player that's been struggling a little bit when it comes to these big games, but that's just against the Glocks, but doesn't lose his life, keeps his M4, takes down 4, pays for all that expended utility in spades. It's a nice start for Payne. The other game going on the A stream, which you're probably aware of, guys, is FaZe vs Furia. But what's worth noting is the winners of these 2 matches will play against each other. So it doesn't get easier for either team.
Imagine a Furia Payne best of 3 for playoffs. There's a world. Good nade. Does not upset where Maus want to progress. This follow-up one will do even more damage. Shuey hasn't seen a player, and he's lost half his health bar.
He's getting bullied by the HEs. Because Sarah's looking for any more. I think Lux took it, so maybe he'll pass it back over. In fact, he did. So Sarah gets his third HE to throw. Now, it's important to be utilising these because he's got an MP9, which isn't the best weapon for this angle. And it does look like short is going to be the play. Maus want to finish A. Have that player out long. HE only does a little bit of a tickle, but Lux trying to play around this headshot angle because Era gets up close, spams down, but it's Lux who gets the double. Still playing on the edge of the smoke, undetected. Shuey will eventually find 2 and break away into A, but Kawes is still in pit.
Yes, this is good from NQZ and Snow, just pushing in towards middle, trying to get the fast flank on. Kawes is just trying to survive for as long as he can. He gets rid of Brolin, round well and truly on, but Brolin clears the angle with ease. And suddenly, you're put in this position where you're Pain, you've got no smokes, there's a couple of flashbangs, but you're still going to give the retake a go.
That was quite simple for Maus to get in there. Now Pain have to funnel out from the same angle. I think when they're not given that immediate kill with the money kind of where it is, they would struggle to reinvest cleanly into the next round. Whereas the other 3 all can purchase, so they are going to concede this round. Maus keep pretty simple there. They just take short control, wait for the HEs to be dispensed, and then execute. Really not that much more to it.
Yeah, Pain are giving Maus a lot of respect here on the T side. Even the way that they took long there was very much without utility. It was just trying to set Kawes up on an angle, and then you let your mid players sort of over-rotate and maybe like flood a portion of the map. But that never happened. It was very stagnant up until this short fight. And Lux, I think as soon as Big Uzira gets taken down, he should fall away. Instead, because there's no immediate rotation, the B players are a little bit slow to react off the information. He feels like he has to stand and fight and delay the progression from Maus. But that overstep gives them the bomb site in the round.
You feel maybe if Big Uzira has an M4 instead of the MP9, it's probably a little bit more powerful from that position too. He felt like he had to commit close to that smoke because of the SMG. Whereas normally, if you're in that position he's in, you're most likely playing on ramp, where you've got much nicer headshot angles you can take, and then Lux's contact also helps you a lot. So forced into a slightly different setup, almost make it work. But Shuey, after getting barraged by utility, comes through with the double, gives them the bomb site.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Lux was the player just on the boxes, and I guess he's there just in tandem to help out Big Uzira, but imagine if he fell back a little bit and was able to get towards that gap side. Maybe Kawes could have come over a little bit. The thing is, you're so worried about whether this is going to be a one-dimensional attack from Maus, whether there is going to be that lurk player. Brolin's really good at hitting these time-ins out long and punishing. And we could see it was just an instant clear out of Kawes, and Kawes just didn't have any time to react whatsoever. I'll be interested to see if Pain just sort of vary things up a little bit. I know this has gone into a technical, but it was clear there was a tactical before this because the coach immediately comes on the mic after losing the round saying, guys, this is not how we're supposed to be playing. Reminding what's at stake here. Sometimes coaches can be really good in terms of it's not always about the tactical elements of the game. It can also just be about a mental reset. Just take 30 seconds, think about your communication, because in these big moments, these high pressure environments, especially when you're Pain, trying to get out here over a best of one in Maus, in a team that you think you can beat right now, reminding yourself that communication is the most important thing.
Yeah, so far those CT sides have started fairly default. And Maus have been more than happy just to go through the motions of establishing control, taking tunnels, going to short, but now we see a bit of a variation. Aggression. Smoke deep, so Exertion is expecting something. Lux is going to get boosted. Exertion doesn't spot it. And the molly being deployed, that's going to give Lux an opportunity, but Torji and Exertion find both of the boosters.
Yeah, well played. Just using the nades to prevent their retreat, and then they're locked into those fights. Another duel here between Brolin and Kawes, but again, you're in this position where you've got no money if you're Pain, so you're probably never going for this. Kawes will look for an emergency exit, but this is why Brolin is holding so passively. We'll lose out the fight. We'll be given an AK, a 3-on-3, but the mine's already been made up. The bomb's planted on A, Pain to save it.
Yeah, there's no position to work with, so they have to. Even though you found that long lurk. getting back into this round is nigh on impossible. I have NQZ being such an important player. I don't think he's got to see an enemy this game so far.
Oh, bless him. Oh. I wonder what his damage is like.
I literally don't think he... Maybe in the pistol round he might have shot someone, but... Yeah, I feel like he's just been a passenger at the moment because Mouse, they've just been focusing on short. That's back-to-back, basically the same round. That one, obviously, just accelerated by finding the double in short. You're obviously going to utilize that space immediately.
The thing is with that, though, with Pain going for immediate map control, notice how telegraphed it is with the utility. We've not seen the smoke on towards short before. Still, it's the early stages of the game. But think about how that last gun round was played out. It was a lot more measured. They were trying to control the distances with the HE, soften them up with the bonus weaponry. It's interesting that they play it out like that, where you smoke off short, you go for the boost, rather than getting the MP9s close on the previous round. I just think Mouse did a really good job with their molly just to keep Pain contained just in that area of the map, so there was no escape once they committed to that boost.
Yep, NQZ has not tagged a player. 0-0-0 in every factor. Was going to get flashed forward, but the Molotov kept him at bay. Brolin was looking for something out towards long. Cowards playing around the lurk smoke, but Brolin will get the headshot off. The second one connects. M4 recovered and put to good use.
This duel's been really fascinating because Cowards has been left on an island a lot, out long, and it keeps giving Mouse a lot more room. NQZ, the next player to hit the deck, and Big Uzira, whilst he is scrambling, his head's already been spotted as he tries to recover something with that pistol. And Shuey in towards mid. There's so much of this denial going on from Mouse, and that's because they keep being given the respect of this map. And the reason why that Cowards Brolin encounter keeps happening so much is because Pain are playing so passive on B. There's no sort of any initiative trying to look for top tunnels control. The only time they fight mid is within short, and that's at the detriment of not being able to have the economy to get NQZ on the AWP for top middle. But that's why Brolin feels like he can get this kill out long so much, because Cowards is always facing him, and 9 times out of 10, he's always on his own.
No, they're just on the shift walk hunt. No one gets to save. Snow played the pistol round, and then the next contact he saw was round 4, where he gets hunted by 5 players. Yeah, you feel that maybe Pain need to do something where that's getting aggressive in the B halls and being able to get some control so that they can focus more players towards A, because they are getting punished so heavily there. And it feels like they've not brought out that response just yet. That round was a bit of a half fight. Now we have the AWP from NQZ, so that might be the difference maker.
Torju spotted one just facing towards mid doors, giving it a little bit of a face check to see if a sniper will pop off a shot, but not to be. Yeah, the difference is now you leave Snow alone at B, but Brolin finds Cowards again. They tried to go aggressive, but he just spams him through the smoke. Big Uzira was there to help him, but he couldn't.
Yeah, I think he was just crossing. It was just a bad timing for him, and a good timing for Brolin. You might not be expecting Big Uzira to have slipped in, but with 2 players, in fact, the third now groups up, Big Uzira realizes it might not be best to hang out here. It's interesting Pain is still keeping 2 players rooted in B. They're very separate on the defense, which has been a big issue for them so far. But NQZ does slip into long and finds the kill onto Brolin. Pressure's still coming, though, and a Molotov would be his undoing tucked into car.
Someone needs to watch long. No one is keeping an eye on it. Big Uzira needs to set up NQZ, or maybe he could just stand in the flames and fight back. But as Yimfat will trade him out, Big Uzira needs the help of his B rotates, and this is all being heard by Shuey up cat.
Shuey gets the kill as well. You can see Torji was on the line. Bomb spotted. Lux has a chance. Shuey sees that player jumping up short. Gonna focus his attention back onto Lux, and now they know where Snow is. Shuey tucks into the corner. Flashbang is perfection. Snow brought down low, and his chance of doing anything in this round are the same. Forced to save again.
I wonder how much of this is almost anti-strat from Pain in terms of consistently keeping 2 players over towards B. Because Mouse, they really like Shuey calls a very loose T-style in terms of how much variation there is. And his attention to detail this map has been pretty straightforward. It is defaulting because they've been given the map control. Short has always been an easy point of passage for Mouse to take on this T side. And it's because Pain are really anticipating that at a moment's notice, Mouse are going to flip the switch. They're going to turn up the acceleration and go in towards B. They keep anticipating something that currently hasn't come in.
Nice shots from NQZ. Finally gets to get involved. That second one on exertion is disgusting, but the fire at his back gave him nowhere to go. Too much pressure. Shui has been such a pivotal player in these rounds as well. Feels like every single one has been delivered off a combination of him or Brolin.
Has that changed, by the way? Look, as they adjust to long, it's where Mouse go B.
Brolin dodges the flash. Can't quite convert the spray, but gets the info that a pistol player has pushed. Snow feeling like he has to get involved. That's not a good way to get involved, though. AG, spam, that M4. Hasn't even got a chance to fire a shot yet and won't.
And that's not recoverable either. That's brutal. Again, it's the nades that open up the space for Mouse, blowing open that smoke that keeps being set down by Pain. I think Snow just wanted to walk through the edge of it, and now Exertion has to go toe-to-toe with NQZ and Big Uzira, but they don't peek at the same time. NQZ still hits the shot. Shui not watching for Lux. This is falling apart.
Yeah, but the thing is, B's completely taken, so even though you got that man advantage, you picked up that AK in Lux, you don't have a kit and you don't have the space. We know how hard the B bomb site is to retake. More damage with utility. Play is so low on the Pain side. I imagine they definitely want to give this a go. Try and give it a look in. Cowas is going to be on the flank. NQZ hits the shot onto Brolin. This is definitely on. Torji needs to stand tall. Jim Fat tucked close. First player falls to him. No swing immediately, and he finds it too easy to get two more, but now it's all on to Jimmy. Focuses on one, looking for the second, but Cowas swings out with the 5-7, but there's no time. Pain get all the kills, but Jimmy gets just enough to pick up the round.
He plays that so well because whilst he doesn't intrinsically move positions, he just changes angle. So then it's completely unexpected when the player from window swings. And Cowas, you feel like he has to accelerate there. He does a good job of getting the kill on the flank, but there's just no time. This is a really cool boost to deal with Brolin. But Mouse inevitably hold on. You feel like as soon as they plant that bomb on B, as you were saying, that round was all but locked up. A good bit of economic damage. Hopefully some confidence there for Pain, who got away with a lot more than they probably expected.
Mouse looking to run it back. But this time it's against the guns and it's against two defenders. This is a straight up B hit. Smoke has delayed them momentarily, but they're just going to go. They blow it. Snow tucked into the side. Powerful position. First kill is his. Fully blinded, but they have to deal with him. Gives Lux a bit of a room to breathe. More flashes over the top. The spam coming every direction, but Pain are holding on to this B bomb site. Lux has tripled up, two with the pistol. It falls to Brolin. Sneaks his way around, but can't get past Lux, who is lights out.
Yeah, he plays that so well. Drops the smoke, creates more space. But you got to talk about now the rotations out of Pain, because it was the support network of the flashbangs over the top of the site that even allowed Lux to survive. And just by him staying alive, it means that Pain can rotate in and deal with Mouse before they even get on the bomb site, before they even deal with Lux in the corner. The fact he even goes to the USP as well is just outrageous. Much better hold on your anchor.
Yeah, between the two of them, they took everyone down on B. Two with the USP. That smoke really working out, giving him so much room to work with while those flashes rain over. Mouse just couldn't find him. So back to what worked, which is this short control. Brolin's less active at long this time.
It's because the focus here is on mid doors to get Torji involved with the AWP. Pain in the last couple of rounds has sent a couple of players over towards mid doors to pressure it. Zerjan trying to get ahead of the smoke for Big Uzira. Wisely aware. And now all eyes look to these B players once more, because this is the first time that Mouse have been shut out of short. The only space they've got is in towards tunnels.
I mean, the bespoke lands, and that has split the defenders. Good counter smoke. Look at the timing on that. 35 seconds is when it lands. They're going to have to run through it if they want to. They don't even have a HE. They just have to contact, and it works. Snow falls, and Lux is feeling the pressure from every angle, has to focus forward. Removes Brolin, but 3 more players come to swing, and Lux comes to play. Cleans up another triple. Can't get the 4th, but he should have done enough. 10 seconds left. Torji doesn't even stick the bomb, hoping that someone peeks him, running through the flames. Just enough time, no. Round done. Cowers on the flank. Another Lux hold.
Yeah, another masterclass from Lux. Just has to stand tall and deliver. And you got to give a lot of credit here to Pain because they did so many little pieces with their utility that conditions Mouse to go into this B play. A forward flash that was hollow on towards short, and Mouse had to spend another couple of seconds clearing that space. Big Uzira anticipating a player's going to come through that smoke. And then Snow, because Mouse are putting no pressure on B whatsoever, finally they hold on to their utility. And NQZ is shooting Mouse straight through middle. Fish in a barrel, 2 collected. Lux hoping for even more. We've got a real game on our hands here.
Mice in a barrel, maybe.
Yeah, see, I thought about saying that, and I was like, maybe
Why
not.
would mice be in a barrel? Because you're on a ship, and they've got in, getting into your salted meats. You want mice in your salted meats. Oh. All right, 1. That's all it's going to be, though. So that's all fine and dandy for Pain. They're building up bank. And we are tied up 5 apiece.
It's been a really good resurgence here in this first half from Pain because they were being undone strictly by defaults from Mouse. So when you come to think of it, that's all they were running, and they were getting a lot of room for free. And now Pain have adjusted. They've been able to cover the short control. Snow's starting to get loud. And that was the one thing Big Azir was saying. A proponent of Pain Gaming's success is Snow feeling confident, motivating the team. Brolin really wants this fight on Cowers, tries to pre-fire through the smoke, but this time it's not happening.
I love what Big Azir said, you know, that Snow brings all the hype, right? He's got all this energy next to him. We've seen that so many times on the cams, but then Frey asks kind of what's, you know, his best quality, and he's like, oh, it's his calm, actually.
Yeah, yes,
well,
true.
All right, get you a kid that can do both, I guess.
Another contact play from Mouse. They're not smoking things off. They want to have these head-on collisions. This time it comes in the middle of the map, and again it's Big Uzira to potentially take the opening contact, and he'll find Shui.
Great kill, dropping the utility as well, just make it uncomfortable. HE does a lot of damage. That's the bomb, yeah. Gonna try and blow it. They really want to find this kill in the biggest era. They know getting into B, if they try and split it now, there's a chance they'll push to that smoke. They're just gonna commit to it. Cowers spams out exertion. Snow just swings around. No, it's Lux that gets the kill. Of course it's Lux. But he does fall. Won't matter because it's again only Torji. Cleans up a couple. Not out of the running yet. Has the time for it. Misses the shot onto NQZ. Now separating these 2 players. He's just gonna fall back. Needs to reload, only 1 bullet in that AWP. Time a big issue. 20 seconds. Feels like he's gonna save? No?
That's been hurt.
He has to find these players quickly.
Yeah. Oh. He has to go around the corner and just instantly hit the snapshot on Snow, but it's not happening. There's just no time to do that. I was worried there because Pain, it looked like they were getting tunnel visioned in on middle when they had the bomb in the site, but we got to talk about that execute on towards B from Mouse because it was a miss molly towards the back of sight. Lux was allowed to stand and just get the kills. Mouse was so unaware that he could be there. And then Snow in the corner just being dastardly. Another successful B hold. Another round in which Mouse try the short control and get shut down because this time no one's there from Pain. They're all focusing their attention in towards middle. By consistently anchoring this second player in at B, finally, it looks like this game plan's paying off.
Lux is out here, what, 15 kills at this stage? I think he's got double the ADR of the next player on the entire server. Thereabouts, anyway. It's interesting because Mouse having so much success on the A bomb site, but they've really changed their tact and focused a lot more towards middle and B, and they've been struggling.
It's surprising that we haven't seen Mouse go out long. I think the only time they did that was when NQZ had that AWP in his hands for the very first time. There's now 2 AWPs on the side of Pain. Lux has brought out another one, trying to get rid of Mouse out of B, laying down a trap that is going to be a secondary AWP waiting in the wings. Yeah, I'm surprised, with especially with the success that Brolin was having, why they haven't gone back towards long. Because stop going B, because you're not going to get by Lux.
Yeah, especially with this second ult that was unexpected, as mentioned. Torchy just goes for the dry peek and Lux is waiting. Nice kill from Xerxon though. That's given some space because Ares trying to get the kill back. HE dodged. Putting the pressure on, but the intention's elsewhere. Shui hits a leg shot and Lux gets his second AWP kill. Third player on Mouse is going to give it a go, but you can't get past Lux. Who's the primary AWPer on this team? Lux is the best in the server right now. But NQZ finally chiming in with his, an Exertion 1v3. Can't get past NQZ. 7-5 half for Pain.
Mouse were expecting that South American flair, but Payne played it really reserved, really tactical, and it gave them the edge. A 7-5 half as they swap over to the T side.
Yeah, really strong kind of start to affairs for Mouse after losing the pistol in second round, but after trying B over and over again, Lux proved to be a little too hard to get past. Can Payne get a second pistol? Oh, a Mouse start on the right foot. 2 players long, flashbang over for Lux to set up the team. They're going to jump out, baiting exertion in this pit. Second flash over, sets him up. Can't quite find the head though. He's spammed out. Opening kill for Payne. And they're not slowing down. Going to take space up long.
Yeah, they're just going. Chewy's got to drop a defensive smoke, but everyone is here for Mouse, and Brolin's got his dualies out. Spam through the smoke, the flashbang's coming over, but it's Snow. Still doing the damage, but here goes Brolin, and there goes Brolin. Cowards all moving, but Torji and Yimfat are still standing tall and delivering on all accounts a 1 versus 1. And we know how good Snow is on the pistol. A hat trick of frags in the first round. Now looking for the same, but Torji's on the move.
Yeah, but he really needs to get on the move because Snow's managed to plant that bomb immediately. Doesn't waste any time, and Torji, without the kit, will need to get a move on. Snow is 1 shot off death. That's the key thing here. Clock would need to be perfect onto Torji if Snow wants to do it, but Torji with that PT50 straight to the dome, and that will be Mouse getting the pistol.
Yeah, well played from Mouse, especially when Payne deal with Brolan coming through the smoke. It's just the responsiveness of this rotate. Everyone is here in time. The player furthest back is throwing the flashbangs to help out the players on site. Whilst they don't find their mark, they do enough just to scale over towards the short boxes, to be on that catwalk, ready to fight. That's chaotic, but Mouse just about get away with some sharp shots from Jimmy and Torji.
Yeah, that's a crazy one into Snow. I feel like he played it really well. Honestly, if he just tucked Gandalf, he probably would have won the round as well, just because of the time issue, but thought he had a good off angle, and honestly it was. Despite the bomb plant, Payne don't decide to invest. Instead, they get a hero scout for NQZ. And the rest, just rocking pistols.
Don't drop the ball, Mouse. That's it. That's why you got this up-down approach with the SMG on the close angle. Torji backs up a little bit with that new skin on the A1S. Easy kill on Lux, and then the MP9 can swing. Always thought this was going to be a clean conversion based on the weaponry that Payne brought in, but it's nice to see that Shui's making all the money with the MP9. Cowware's wondering how that has happened in towards short. Payne take a moment to get their breath back, but it's Mouse that are now breathing down their necks because this could be a level game.
I feel like you unboxed like the worst possible wear on that new M4, so I didn't really get to see it because it's a nice skin.
Wonder how many pros are going to have charms.
That's actually
imagine not many.
Probably, yeah, I imagine they're a little distracting for many. You can like put some of them on where, like on the Tech 9, for instance, and the Galil on the, I don't know what the technical term is, like the chamber fit that pulls back when you shoot. And so the charms just like jiggle forth like crazy. No one wants a little jiggly sausage in front of them while they're trying to play though, so don't expect to see too many.
Cowards out long on dealing with exertion. They keep fighting him. 2 kills from that position when he's completely on his own is more than enough. And it takes all the attention to Mouse to deal with this. Shui's still residing there. Torchi starts to make moves towards mid, but Payne, they've already reset.
Getting those kills early is so important too because Payne do not have a lot of utility. So being able to use those flashbangs to success early is massive. Torji gets the shot through the door, but Big Izera stays alive. But Torji will now rotate to the right side. Remember, Jimfat is here, tucked into the corner. Torji can even take first contact. Very proactive movements, and he'll find success on that first kill. HE over. Jimfat baited, knife out from Lux. He just wanted to scale. Didn't expect that tucked in player, but will they expect Big Izera over the top? Tap, gets the first and the second. And that's given them the space. They had no idea that opening was there. And Shui put down by Big Izera.
That's really cool. That's 2 positioning tricks used by both Mouse and Payne in the first 10 seconds. But you got to really praise the reactiveness of Big Uzira in this round. That's the experience showing. Because you've got Torshi taking the first contact. You think, okay, well, we just saw him in mid. That means there's not another B player. Guess what? There was. But Big Uzira takes that initiative and goes, okay, well, Torshi, you just moved to B. Guess what? That means no one's in mid. Shui's still dealing with Long. And because that was so fast, Big Uzira is able to get it done. Payne draw first blood in the gun rounds. In this one, it's Snow that's got lumps taken out of him, but Exertion needs to fall back.
Shui's rocking a 5-7 in this round. So breaking point for Mouse. If Payne win this, it's worth 2. Big Uzira got legged and got 3 kills afterwards. Huge heads-up play. Talk about him being a player that steps up on LAN. Just saw it there. Huge impact round. Good smoke is going to slow the progression. Xerxin using the edge of it to catch off Snow. That was the low HP player, but he gets the dink onto Lux as well. They managed to get this all posted up in a powerful position, but now the bomb is kind of stuck in pit.
This is interesting. So what they're doing here is they're sliding all the way back and they're trying to hold for a reaction. Flashbang sort of indicates that a player has to be in towards car. There is a molly available for NQZ.
Oh.
But Exertion just swings. That timing is absolutely brutal.
He was holding it for so long, and the second he's like, okay, this guy's not moving. Lux is. Good flick. Exertion's still here, and you can't deal with him. Spam maybe could connect over the top. He lines them up, and that's the round. Quad kill for Exertion. Mouse had to win that.
That's so brutal. That's so brutal for Payne. Obviously, the timing just doesn't help things for NQZ, but Exertion is at the helm of all of this. It is being such a nuisance out towards Long. And Payne were anticipating Mouse to push in towards B. Take that space. I think Big Uzira initially was all the way deep, holding tunnels. Instead, it is front-facing, and the agility of Xerxin just navigating himself into all of these corners. Gives Mouse the equalizer and puts Payne on the back foot. They've only got Glocks. 1 Deeg and Snow.
Yeah, this round was worth 2 for both teams, in fact. Nice shots out of Shui. Having a really good map so far. Look to clean up some more eco frags. Is that M4 again? That's got to be... That's been through the wash a few times.
What's interesting is we kind of had this dynamic in this conversation coming into this game about how the floor of Payne needs to be raised. But at the same time, you're going up against one of the most consistent teams in CS, in MOUZ, when it comes to like the youthful exuberance. And everyone is performing at the same level for MOUZ. It's actually the players that we asked to be stepped up for Payne in this that are now shining. Cowes and Lux. But that can't come at a cost of Big Uzira and NQZ.
Yeah, I feel like especially NQZ as a player we really kind of pointed to as needing to deliver here for Payne, given it is Dust 2, and we know how impactful the AWP should be. The AWPers haven't really been the story point here. In fact, I mean, the biggest AWP highlight round was from Lux, of all players, so it's really been the riflers that have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting on both sides. Cleanup goes pretty well here for MOUZ. They will take the lead.
It's close on the A stream as well. 2-round game. Fight out long once more, but Brolin this time gets the best of both Big Uzira and Cowes. So 2 opening kills on Long again in this second half. But for the first time, it goes in MOUZ's favour.
A second flash from Torchi absolutely won them that. Brolin was dead to rights, but Cowes fully blinded, couldn't see a thing. Yeah, maybe that's why MOUZ didn't go long at all during their T-half, because you lose that fight and your options are immediately limited, especially when you commit 2 players like they did. Now on a 3-on-5, you got enough utility for 1 maneuver. As soon as you throw that smoke, that's your last piece of really anything. But he's going to go forward. Counter utility lands. It's not out of the realm's possibility, but they need to make these kills clean.
Yeah, and Torchi's already just dodged the flashbang. And you've still got Exertion that can nade. There is no utility here on long, but you've got a fast flank. Check out Shui. Yeah, straight behind them. Immediately deals with the whole of them. And then Exertion can just spin round on the swivel. Very simple. And it's because of the quantity of players there for Mouse.
Shui's having a game. He's top of the scoreboard for Mouse right now. This one's all Brolin and Shui. Look at that. Clean as you like it.
We're really impressed by just the speed of the rotations from Mouse, because as soon as they get the kills out long, you've already got Shui just holding down B. That second player of Brolin rotates over as well. And that means you have got options for these quick flanks. It's so much map control consistently being established here from Mouse in both halves. Payne, you always feel like they're fighting on the back foot, and they're playing reactive CS rather than dictating the tempo of where these fights should brew.
So here's Shui jump peeking, just going to try and run him down, force him off position. We might try for a B wrap here. Got the utility this time, but just the pistols behind it. Scaling out mid. Brolin, flash behind, run down by Big Azera. That's an M4 collected. Jimfat needs to stand tall, pushes out. Loses control of the bomb site, but he's taken down 2 players. Threads the needle. Cowboys lurking. Can't quite win it out. That was the duel that needed to go in the way of Payne for this round. Big Azera and Snow in the bomb site. Yes, it is planted. But 2 on 4. And they're just going to stream through. Flashbang. They spot that player. Jimmy getting ready to scale out. Snow holding forward. Flashbang over. Tech9 doesn't connect. Big Azera only good for 1. And again, Shui delivers. Jimfat, a massive hold. Left the bomb site, but still found all the kills.
Yeah, really good proactive play there from Jimfat, because he got out the site to actual safety. He spins around because he anticipates Payne to try and bulldoze him over. But by him maneuvering, he just creates more space with him and his teammates. He just can pick off these players as they walk through the doors. It was an exchange that definitely favoured the young Finn. And now you've got Mouse in striking distance of closing this best of 1. And for how good Payne had looked on their CT side, this attack has felt very flat.
Trying long again. Exertion tucked into pit. Gonna call over support. Shui on the line. And the AWP too. So a lot of players. All fires off, trying to bait in Exertion. And they've not cleared him. He spots a player. They're going to jump in. Oh, he doesn't fire off a single shot. They find the kill, but Exertion has them in the back lines. The spray down gets a lot of damage, but Lux takes 2. And now they can scale in. Missed shot from Brolin on the recovered AWP. Lux with his own. And Big Azera's in the back lines. Another big round from Lux. A quad kill. Despite the bait play for Exertion, he lost all his teammates. Jimfat might want to give this a go after finding that kill. Both these players are low, and he has time to work with.
If Lux gets this kill, it's the ace. It's the full house, and it really is a 1v5 right now for Lux. If it's not him, it's nobody. Big nade doesn't kill either of them. That's so unfortunate. It splits it right down the middle. Jimfat still trying to close the gap. Headshot not presented. And suddenly, Snow in the corner should be able to clean up just about. But the round is decided by 5 HP and by 1 man.
That HE almost killed Snow. If that goes slightly deeper...
He's dead.
He's dead. That's a 1v3-1. I'm shocked that setup doesn't work. Exertion is just completely undetected. Sees all these players back-turned. 2 kills and damage onto the others, but without his teammates on site finding a thing. Made it a little too difficult.
Tell you what, the flashbangs have been so good for Mouse. And now Exertion just gets aggressive on Kawes. It's not Brolin this time. He started middle. But it's another opening pick for Mouse. And where you have Payne trying to sort of get the early fights in towards mid, try and find an opportunity, it comes at the form of an extremity push.
Interesting, Brolin doesn't play long on Dust 2, considering he does on the T side. Exertion, certainly a player looking and good at finding those openers. Now the AWP posted up low. Exertion can focus on ramp. Shui gets caught. NQZ expecting that prowl. Remember, Exertion's low.
You have got Torji here on the AWP at long. So there is reinforcements and there is resilience here for Mouse. The issue you've got is Exertion doesn't have a smoke to offset this. The molly would have to be well timed. And they'll be throwing it now. 35 seconds, so Payne looked to change course. So Brolin is here in mid, and as he swings, he can't get anyone. Big Uzira just rips his head off. I think Payne are overcooking though. They're going back in towards B with 20 seconds left, but it's smoked off. And Jimfat's just in the corner. He's got a molly.
He's going to hit everything. Drops the molly defensively. He's worried about middle, but he doesn't need to be. His teammates are there, and now it's just a single avenue. HE gonna go behind. Jimfat in front. A rock and a hard place. They will burst through. Exertion arrives, drops one, and it's all on Big Azera. He's just tucking. Just time. Just needs to stay alive. One more second. Can't find him. Big Azera needs to stay alive here. Exertion finds him. That's really bad news.
Good fucking job, Dory. Nice. You like that little pick through that?
Absolutely. The opener and closer that win the round. Does feel like Payne overcooked it a little.
Yeah, it's so controlled and measured up until the point where Brolin dives. And then suddenly for Payne, that just triggers something in them where they feel like that they can't go mid to B. And it's because they don't have any more smokes. They used all their smokes on that short execute that gets denied by Zergen's utility. Look at that round, how that plays out, by the way, because it's Zergen in the early game to get the kill on Kawes. It's Zergen's molly to stop Payne going in towards short, and it's Zergen to close. Find the kill that drops the bomb, and he hides away from Big Uzira to give Mouse map point.
Another great hold from Jimmy as well. Drops that molly, throws the HE, takes down two as they try and enter in. And that advantage disappears quickly. As to the funds for Payne, map point for Mouse. And when you look at the team that's likely to face the winner / loser, gets a little funky with how that other game's playing out in the A stream.
Oh, Furia, 12-7 up. Okay.
The winners and losers play each other.
Damn. So it's almost as if the South American teams are defining their own destiny and they're each other's. Going up against FaZe would be a horrible way to go, but this game is not done yet. So many flashes, a lot of nade coverage, a break on the smoke, and Torji tries to step in, but it's Lux and Big Uzira who are overwhelming Mouse on this long side. Yimfat, who is known as the B anchor, tries to find a path in CT, but in this 1v3, and with no money, his efforts are probably best well placed saved.
Yeah, you get maybe caught by Kawes. Oh no, this passive angle with the Mac 10. Don't fancy his chances. Oh, maybe I do. Headshot without head armor. Easy enough. M4 picked up. Snow gets 2 big kills there. They just brawl. You can see Exertion on top of Car. He has a good angle using that smoke to his advantage, but there's just so many players he has to deal with because he loses his 2 teammates. He's fighting every single different direction.
And that's just a change of pace. That is Payne taking the cat control, and they go, okay, we're going short. We wanted to go here last round. It didn't work out in our favor. We're going to commit to it this time. They don't faff about with long. They leave it open. They just take the space in short, and where you've got just all of these players swinging you at once, it is too much of an overwhelm. And you see that Torji scrambling with his utility, trying to bail out Shui at back sight. The nade was a nice idea, but it obscures his vision as well as Payne's. 2-round game. Money not there for Mouse. Look at this buy. They made it work with this before. Need to make it work again.
Snow's given the orb, but misses the shot. Had the spawn for it. Lucky to really get out unscathed. Yes, it's not pretty. 2 P250s. They're not even instant kills if you hit the head anymore. A lot rests on Torji and exertion with these rifles.
This is a nice stack, though, because Pain keep coming short. So they put the majority of their players here and the firepower in the one position they expect Pain to be.
Better be some good util from Pain. If they can dismantle this, they have a free run into the bomb site. This one fight could determine the entire map. Flash forward, Lux looking forward, takes down one, looking for the second, converts it. And it's just Torji with that FAMAS who drops down into Big Uzera, shoots out his toes. But if Pain decide to go to B, that could end up being a big mistake.
Thing is, you see 3 players there. Do you anticipate it to be a stack if you're Pain? I think they're making the right decision. You've got the openers here. You just keep going. NQZ even drops his orb. So this will be a free bomb site. This will be a plant. It's about how much damage Mouse can inflict.
Jimmy's trying to make noise so Snow looks this way and gives Brolin space to work with so that he can try and catch him. Pretty tricky. And it kind of worked. Jimmy went first, so didn't quite work how they wanted, but with Cowards on the hunt, if they lose everything here, it's absolute brutality. We go into the final round of this map, and there's about $2,000 on each of the Mouse players.
Final maps concluded on Stream A as well. Furia have beaten FaZe. The possibility of having 2 South American teams fighting for a playoff spot on home soil is still a reality. Pain just need to navigate through regulation one more time.
Don't play South American teams on Dust 2 seems to be the lesson of the day. Mouse had a great run of rounds, but these last few slipping away from them.
Look at that buy. 1 scout, 1 MP9, 3 pistols, and a bit of hope.
Scout hunts. Doesn't see too much. Pain know that they've got Mouse on the ropes. So not taking any chances on this one. Very safe approach to the round.
It's got to be one of those rounds where you don't overcook it. We've seen Pain do that in the mid rounds. And it has come back to bite them. Big Uzera once more makes it through the mid doors, and Lux now has real estate in towards Catwalk. The world is their oyster, Pain. But where do they decide to make their mark?
Showing utility everywhere right now. It does seem like B is the destiny. 2 players in the halls. 2 close middle. They throw that initial smoke just to see what the reaction is from Mouse. And that smoke in short might just confirm what Pain want to do. Roland gets spammed through that smoke. A force into middle. Big Uzera sees exertion, trying to flash himself through. Chewy rushes in, taken down by Lux. Jimfat will hit 1 with the 5-7. Leaves it to Brolin on 19 HP and an MP9. Not enough bullets, but Jimfat arrives. He runs out as well. A 2v2. Jimfat once more. He wants to swing. Lux is low. NQZ planting 10 seconds. Will go down. But it's the AWP in an uncomfortable position. They would give anything to trade spots. Jimmy's the man with the mission. Can't get past the Tech 9 and it falls to Torji. A scout in a 1v2. AK picked up, first kill found. Torji flicks to the second, and he'll 1v2 to take the map for Mouse.
That's crazy, but that is a moment of brilliance from Torji because he's got the scout. That's not going to work. He just picked up the AK, and it doesn't matter. It does not matter that they know where he is because they're such low HP. He can just spin around and spray them down. And Mao's cut Pain down to size. A heartbreaking way for this best of one to end. Wow. The fact that Brolin gets rid of so much HP, holding down with the MP9, right place, right time, and Yinfat's able to get another kill here. That's heartbreaking.
Everything looks so good up until that moment. Lux gets the kill on Shu. Exertion jumps through his smoke and gets caught out. But again, it's the quick foot of Jimmy moving, repositioning, puts Brolin into a very difficult spot, and he delivers. Pain, they do all of the hard work to get to that final round, and it feels like they're set up for success. But Torji and Jimmy, in the 2-on-2, they go one by one, each giving it a go. And the damage inflicted is enough for Torji to take down both. Mouse's resilience gives them a date with Furia. The Pain, it'll be just like their name, down to FaZe in the lower bracket.
Got to give a lot of credit in this round, that very last one as well, to Shui, because he pushes his own short smoke. He makes Pain doubt just for a moment about how many players are over there on that A site, and B, it makes it feel like a stack with the way that he's moving, and he gets the information early. I mean, what a game, because for all that Dust 2 is shaped up to be, you expect it to be aggressive, you expect it to be turbulent, and it was, but not in the ways that we anticipated. That was a methodical Dust 2 from both teams. There was a real tug of war over that map control, and to be honest, a lot of respect being given by both teams on that CT side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Pain, they were able to grind their way back into that first half after Mals were just running over them in those first gun rounds, right? We think about how the A-hole was going. Pain were able to adjust, and Mouse just kept going towards B, where Lux was having an incredible map. It felt like anytime he was challenged, he was stepping up. And even on that T side, right, delivered time and time again. Some of those big moments where they're fighting out short, Lux is getting these multi-kills. We saw Snow pull out a few big rounds. For a best of one, you know, we talk about MR12 a lot and how it can be a bit coin flippy. It kind of went about as close as you can hope, right? Both teams win a pistol round, win the second round. There's no crazy upsets in the economy early, but we have a player that we have to really highlight. Our Shui player of the match. It's got to be Shui. You know, after that performance, what he delivered. Yeah, it's Torji to close it, but it's Shui throughout.
Yeah, aim high. MVP Shui was fantastic, and I think the thing here with Mouse and the way that they were playing is you got to really show the responsivenesses on that CT side and how quick players were to move from one portion of map control to the other. As soon as they cemented Exertion or even Brolin at times out long, immediately it was Shui just being assertive, delegating control back in towards middle, freeing up there to be very much like on that Pain defense, a second birth of resilience on that B site. But his fragging power, I think, Lucy, we came into this and we said, look, I think Bigu Zero pound for pound right now is outputting more when it comes to the fragging IGL status. And Shui was like, well, hang on. Let me show you what I'm capable of. An unbelievable game.
Yeah, and this is where that conversation we kind of had about, you know, we can't think too much about the recent results because, yeah, Shui didn't have the greatest EPL, for instance, but we know this guy can be one of the better fragging IGLs. We saw what this Mouse did in the first 6 months of the year, the first 3 months of CS2 as well, right? And Shui has always been a player that outputs, but because he's in such pivotal positions, he has to, and he delivered in spades today and was a big part of what gave Mouse enough on that T side so they were able to get that CT side rolling.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that best of one. And I think it's such a shame because I think back to that one round where Pain had everything on that T side. They had middle, they wanted to go over, and they changed their mind with such limited time, and that is the round that ultimately has cost them the game. That is our first best of one done here on the B stream. We have 3 more coming up for you, and up next after the break, it's Na'Vi taking on Imperial.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
You're at a tournament in your home country. How's that going to feel for you?
I mean, pretty good, even though that we didn't qualify for it, so it's even better.
You know, you also didn't qualify for an event many years ago. We played a qualifier in LA for Zotac, and we played you guys in the finals. You were on Fury at the time, right? Yeah. Do you remember that event?
But we qualified for that one.
You qualified for it? Yeah. We both went then. Did you beat us?
No, we lost in the finals against Ghost, right? It was Ghost.
Yeah, we were on Ghost at the time. So
I'll give Prophet to Wardell that match. I remember the 30 kills on balloons on overpass. That scares me to death.
I think after that event, that time period, like 2018, maybe beginning of 2019, that's when you guys started going really insane on Furia. Like you had I guess like in 2019, 2020, that's when you guys became really good at the game. How do you see like your current team now, and are there any lessons that you learned from Furia that you're bringing into this team?
I think it's a totally different season and game. In that time, I remember after Zotac we played the Advanced League, it was 6 months, and after that we started like kind of getting better, qualified for the ECS, CCL, whatever in that time. But I think like you had more teams and more European teams playing in your region, like on NA back in the days, and you could get some good practice. And now I think it's really stacked on Europe. So if you live in NA or on SA, you're kind of fucked because you just play your region teams. The meta is different. Like players play more dumb, but they have a lot of skill, but they play more dumb. So you can try to, I don't know, do smart stuff. The guys are always in your head. So you need to play another game, and you kind of get a mixed feeling that every time you go to Europe, you need to play different than you're practicing in your region. So.
Who was your favorite team to play back then from North America, and then now who's your favorite team to play against in practice games?
I mean, back in the days, the team that like I won, I guess. Do you think, or just playing overall?
Any team that like, there's always a team that's like every time we play these guys, it's always fun. It might not be the most productive, but we always have a good time at the end of it.
I think Liquid was really good playing back in the days. We had I think we could counter them really good, and we knew. EG was so hard to play. I think we lost a 6 or 7 finals before winning one event, but after that we never lost again. So I think EG was the most frustrating, and Liquid was kind of comfortable to play back in the day.
How have you guys been preparing for this kind of last minute? You just focus inwards on yourselves, or are you focused on the other teams in your group?
I think we need to focus on the other teams because, I mean, we're facing Na'Vi, so we just need to see any weakness they give us and try to exploit that because it's going to be definitely a hard game. Being a BO1, we have a more chance because it's going to be a weak map for both sides, but, you know, we need to shoot better.
Our second game of the day here in the B Stream. Na'Vi are entering the venue, the world's #1 Brandon, taking on Imperial, another South American team looking to try and start things with another upset. But this one might be a little more tricky.
This one is going to be a lot harder, but for Imperial, it's all about the opportunity, isn't it? Because you come into Rio as a replacement last minute, which means that none of these teams are going to be entirely prepared for you. You've got nothing to lose, everything to prove. And again, it's sort of that game and mindset of if you win a best of one, sure, it's against Na'Vi, but you win a best of one, you've got so many chances to try and play in front of your home crowd. So expectations, I think, will be high for Imperial coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, you win a best of one, but it's against Na'Vi, who literally are the best team in the world, right? They've just come off coming second, and Blast is a slew of grand final events. We can take a look at their recent events. Results: second, first, second, first, second. A couple, less than first or seconds there, but, a major trophy as well. A lot of big wins.
They are the most consistent team, I think, since this side of player break. When you come to think of the fact that you can't even these teams can't even string together tournaments in succession. It's been the most open 2024 has ever looked in terms of teams lifting trophies. So the fact that you're always in a grand final, the fact that you are basically lifting trophies every other event, to top it off with a major as well, especially where this team didn't really have a lot of expectations on them, and they are defining their own chapters here for Na'Vi. I think they've been so fantastic to watch. It's been brilliant here. You see the footage of them winning Pro League. Ima returns back to form. JL has always been fantastic and wonderful, has been revolutionary in this team. It has been a hell of a journey in 2024 so far for Na'Vi, and now they're looking to do it again. Different country, different location, same results.
Yeah, without even mentioning Bit, right, who generally you look to as kind of the star player, right? So the floor of this team is so exceptionally high, right? You've got 4 players that are basically averaging a 1.2 rating in the last 3 months. There's no weakness on this team, right? That's what's made them so consistent. But they are beatable. I mean, we even saw in that Eternal Fire Grand Final in EPL, that easily could have gone the other way. That final map comes down to the last few rounds. In fact, we saw the play that won it, right? That flashbang play for JL. If that one doesn't come through, right, there's a chance Eternal Fire even lift that trophy. And I think that, again, reflects back on your point. It feels like we're at a point where any team can provide those upsets. And I guess I do want to try and, set that narrative in motion, because we want to give Imperial some sort of narrative that they could provide something here, because what a fairy tale it would be, right? You come in as a replacement for Rare Atom, get the chance to play in front of your home crowd under, the banner of one of the biggest organizations in Brazil. It would be a huge opportunity for a team that hasn't had actually a lot of opportunities versus European teams, right? Especially since the addition of Tri, who only came in a couple of months ago now. They've barely played any European competition, but they've had some good wins. They beat Mouse, beat Big. They're definitely a team that can provide that upset.
They look pretty good at Pro League, I'm going to be honest. I think Phelps was amazing. I think Desenchi was really good as well. When it comes to the veto, we see the bans coming in. I think this might go Dust 2 again. But no, Na'Vi actually ban it out, and they go for Nuke. This one is even when it comes to win rates, but I'm surprised it doesn't go D2.
The Nuke is really interesting. Because Na'Vi have been struggling on Nuke. They've got 4 losses in a row. They lost to Solar, Eternal Fire, G2, Vitality. I think the thing is they didn't want to go Dust 2. They were already kind of pushed by Eternal Fire on that map. And Dust 2, I think, is maybe one of Imperial's, if not Imperial's best map. Tri and Desenchi are absolutely insane on that map. So yeah, that's really interesting that it ends up on Nuke. That really gives Imperial a chance here. Because you imagine Na'Vi, especially now that we just got confirmation they won the knife, are going to come in and start strong.
Yeah, the thing is, even if Na'Vi have been on a little bit of a downturn of form, for example, on Nuke, I think you've got to add in the context of the games that they've been playing in, where they've been losing Nuke, and also, it has felt pretty close. At times I feel like they've always been in just sort of the realms of possibility of just taking that map anyway. So for Imperial, this also does negate the style of the CS that they want to play. If Try can't get started immediately, you start to worry here for Imperial, and a lot of eyes go on towards Vinny as to how best to sort of combat these mid rounds to set your AWPer up to do the most damage.
Yeah, it feels like Triad's going to be a big element here. I think Desenchi is another player I look at on Nuke. I think, again, it's one of the maps that he excels at the most on, particularly on the T side. This guy will really be trying to find a lot of those openings and is very successful in them. Between him and Phelps, it just feels like there's a lot of in-your-face action coming from this Imperial roster. But yeah, it's hard for them to kind of target a weakness. This T side is going to be tricky. The pistol round, I think, is going to be absolutely pivotal.
It will be. I think what's interesting, though, is Imperial have not won in recent times against European competition on Nuke. They did force Spirit to OT, and that was at the hands of Desenchi and Try. We've got to also speak about No Way on this team, because I feel like a lot of people were discussing No Way about how he is this streamer that's now turned into a professional player, has taken like a duck to water in the competitive landscape. But for me, it feels like he's slowed up a little bit here, especially going against the bigger competition in Europe. I need to see a resurgence here out of No Way.
Yeah, I felt like when him and Desenchi both came into the team, they both really hit the ground running. In that first 6 months or so, domestically in particular, I feel like they were both really adapting, as you mentioned, like duck to water. But Desenchi, while he's kind of continued to soar, it does feel like No Way has plateaued a little bit. And I think when you're going up against a team like Na'Vi, we talked about the floor of that team, you need to raise your floor to match it, because you're going up against a team that is getting to the finals of every event, that has every single player that can take over a game, minus maybe Alexi, but even Alexi is not out of the realms of possibility sometimes. So it's really hard to find a way in. So they're going to have to bring their A game, and maybe this buff of being in Brazil, being given this opportunity that wasn't there for them, right? They've had so many limited opportunities to play European teams. Now they get to do it on home soil. Can they provide the upset in this best of one against the world's best?
Can they make the most of it? Can you relish in this opportunity? Already spoken about it. Starting CT is already a big boost. There's that charm for Wonderful as he gives a swing over towards outside, spots players immediately. Alexi, Imma in close tandem. The tether's quite close here, and Wonderful's just taking shots out anyway.
Ava's hanging out. Can't wear the Asian skins in game, but you can put them on your gun. And Wonderful can put one through the dome. Nice opening kill. Has seen one cross, and that's the bomb. Cops the Gush has to fall back. They know this bomb is down secret.
And that's essentially being caught. And now suddenly this is very one-dimensional from Imperial. Wonderful was still taking scalps. Alexi gets dinked, but it's still known information. And in comes Bit. Vinny handles him.
No, wait. Looking for this fight. They need to get Imma so they can find a way up, and now they can go to the A bomb site. No one's here right now. No one's going to commit to that bomb plant. Wonderful. He's slowly making his way to lobby. The two players got gushed by those Glocks. No way on low HP. Vinny holding for JL. Hits the headshot. Now both these players are low. Vinny has the angle that they're coming from. Spots out Wonderful. Falls back. Trying to play this clock, which is going to be a problem. Tap on the bomb, not the commitment. Vinny not biting on it. You're going to have to come to his domain. Swing into HUD. He finds that kill. Alexi 1v2. They just swing out together. And Vinny picks up the quad kill, leading by example.
Really well played from Imperial, because they're being plucked and picked apart outside. And the only way back into this round is to create an opportunity for yourself. Desenchi falling at ramp, but it's Vinny's kill in towards Bit, and then the No Way isolation on towards Vent. They assume rotations are going to be fast because they see in the kill feed that it's Bit that's dropped immediately from ramp in towards B. Expertly done from Imperial. They turn that round on its head. And for Na'Vi, it's a force buy. Trying to immediately answer back. And yet again, familiar territory. Outside, looking to cross.
Bit different angle. Spots out Desenchi. Can't quite convert the MP9. Wonderful did find the headshot on Phelps, though. They did manage to get down. Response. Oh, trying to take lobby. Easier said than done. Alexi's 5-7 makes it down. The smoke blocks. Na'Vi's Force Buy is keeping Imperial at bay. You've still got 2 AKs and a Galil to work with.
You do, but you need to get past the scout outside who can tag you and then make the pistols a lot more painful. Keep my eyes on Vinny, who's just waiting to see if Na'Vi further extends. They don't. Imperial put down a smoke as a bit of a blocker, just trying to deny information, but Alexi is still here. That nade is now chunking down Imperial further. And he's been so deliberate with these jiggles, just to make sure he doesn't die. Oh, piece the rest of the round together. That is sickening from JL. And now Imperial are forced into B.
You can't go back up. That was the way out. If you could find that lurk kill, are you still going to try and force up? Try can't even get up the first lip. Smoke lands, but Alexi's position, no way might be able to get away with the bomb plan. Is he going to get spammed down? An attempt with the 5-7 hits the deck, but finds the kill. And try 1v4, try as he might. I think it's a little out of the realms of possibility. Not actually sticking it, but now he's let them know where he is. Good spray, but JL finds the shot from behind, and the Force Buy looks clean from Na'Vi.
Yeah, what a patient play from Na'Vi as well, because Imperial are trying to get them to make a mistake off the back of crunching into lobby. JL hits a pivotal shot in towards ramp, and then Na'Vi disengage. And where Alexi is thrown down the smoke at the point of contact in towards lobby, it's the timing of both the swing on the top side and then the utility acting as a blocker on the bottom side that really makes Na'Vi just have all the map control and make Imperial feel like that they've got nothing really to work with. It would have stemmed from Na'Vi overextending, but they never did in lobby.
Look how pretty the buy looks for Na'Vi now. 2 AKs. Freely gifted over. Back on the pistols for Imperial. Outside's where they've found success. They've managed to get down secret consistently, but this time will be a little trickier. Emma is going to start there. So instead, they try and overwhelm Alexi, and he takes down 2 before he falls. Now Emma can strike. And that'll be a nice clean-up against the pistols.
Yeah, easy does it. And for Imperial, it is about making sure that they do continue to start this game strong. And they eco here so they can buy now into the next. The fact that... In fact, no, that wasn't a... Yeah, no, they did eco. I'm getting muddled. It doesn't matter. Na'Vi are able to do it. Imperial, they take the half measure so they can immediately respond. They don't want to be out the fight for too long. And momentum is such a big thing, especially in MR12, especially in best of ones. Imperial now having to fight with Wonderful, who is trying to announce his arrival outside. There's been a lot of variance outside here for Na'Vi early. And Phelps has to try and deal with it. Flashed forward, but can't see a thing. Na'Vi have already left.
Yeah, a lot of chaos outside. Phelps is going to stay present. As the smokes fade, that's when he actually looks to try and find the opportunity. Deep smoke's thrown, one towards main, one deep towards lockers. Lexi dribbles one forward, but Phelps has already passed. Considering that someone might push that smoke, Wonderful from the vents does spot Vinny with the bomb. So that's a lot of information gathered.
It's so dynamic from Na'Vi. And now Bit just swings and takes 2 scalps like it's nothing. This feels simple for Na'Vi. And it's incredibly effective. As Wonderful drops, he can't contend with Phelps. That's further information. The bomb is still outside. Phelps is in hell, and Immer's already pushed lobby. This round's done.
He's got that funky new AK, and he puts it to good use. Picked off the corpse of the T's. And Phelps might have found that kill into Wonderful of a good timing, but anything further, looking unlikely. Just going to try and extract himself, see if he can hold on to this rifle for the next round. The first proper gun round comes out with all rifles on both sides, and Imperial just try and force those fights outside. After the smokes fade, they try and re-aggress, and Wonderful in particular is ready. That fight on ramp for Bit. Good builder for him. Nice double kill from the ramp boxes. They don't even really get a lick of damage on him.
It's just how dynamic the defense is outside. Like in 4 rounds of play, we've seen Imma, Alexi both start down secret. We've seen Wonderful go over towards front red. But it's the disengages. That's what I've been really interested about watching. It feels so fluid from Na'Vi. They're taking the space, they're leaving presence there, and then they're resetting into different crossfires. And every time Imperial peek into a new angle, they get completely caught off guard with the new setup that Na'Vi have weaved in. This is 3, 4 CT-style crossfires within 20 seconds of each other.
Wonderful gets the AWP out now. So another slight variance to the setup. And again, with a little charm on the nozzle. Good flick up onto No Way. Phelps' AK dwindles in the same position from last round. Flash over. Not going to activate him. He's looking for this kill onto Alexi, and he does find it. But again, Imma in secret. Pops up, cleans up. Can't quite get the kill onto Vinny. He's picked up an M4. There's just movements everywhere. Wonderful misses the shot. Maybe this is a way in for Vinny. If he can isolate this fight, oh, he can't. You cannot get past Wonderful.
Yeah, he's been the thorn in their side over towards red box. So brilliant. Angle management is everything here as an AWPer. And the way he picks and chooses which angle to peek into to gain the most amount of information without limited risk of his life has been truly breathtaking to watch. And it's felt very simple from Na'Vi. They're just going through the motions. As soon as you lose a little bit of outside, it's JL pushing in towards lobby. Imma, we've already seen him go deep in towards the spawn of Imperial. I'd like to see Imperial play a little bit more pack-based in towards lobby, in towards ramp. Just have these fights. Give yourselves opportunities to even trade, because right now you're just running into a sniper.
Yeah, they're just running outside and falling. They are going to give A a go, and it's a similar result. 2 kills, 2 sprays. JL doubles up in the hut. Try. Will get one onto Imma. But at this stage, 4 on 2. Then he goes back outside. You can definitely see why Na'Vi didn't want to go D2. Go to a map like Nuke where you can tactically flex what you've got in the form of brain power, Alexi and Blade. Definitely delivering. When he's spotted, or at least heard. And tries already in T-spawn, so this might be a fairly long 45 seconds.
That round felt very half in, half out from Imperial, because you've got guys that are waiting in towards hut and lobby, holding for pushes, and then you've got the utility that pours in, but it felt like half the roster weren't ready to go at that moment as the utility sort of hit top hut, hit back site. And it was a really good counter smoke thrown in by Na'Vi and hut that allowed JL to get all these kills for free. Might be a thumbs up from that T on the floor, but it's looking like a not the expected outcome that Imperial would hope for. It's smooth sailing for Na'Vi. It's a 5th round on that CT side. And notably, it was the pistol that was well crafted, a Vinny 4K, a moment of individual brilliance. But outside from that, it has been Na'Vi bulldozing their way through Imperial.
Yeah, it feels like the fights are very much just one-on-ones constantly. Like every time that a Na'Vi player has to deal with a T coming at them, they're very isolated, very separated. And it's so, I mean, that JL example, right? Finds that first kill, re-engages, second player, you know, there's not that immediate swing to catch him off guard. Similar outside. Wonderful. Only ever had 1v1s.
Yeah, try ramp again. But again, the counter utility is just so effective from Na'Vi. It's just completely preventing the progression of Imperial. And whilst all this is going on, at the same time, this time you've not got Na'Vi pushing the issue. They're residing behind their smokes. They're waiting patiently for an opportunity. They know the money's not going to be in the greatest state of affairs here. 2 players just saved.
Yeah, and Imperial just had to keep force buying because they keep having a player save. You get essentially kind of leaving extra money. I guess in 2 rounds you're looking at an AWP. Or I guess you're looking at AK next round, but options are not been great. Wonderful moves into ramp. This is the second shot, but of course Bit is here. Between the two of them, they're locking down this position. A re-swing on low HP doesn't quite work out. Phelps wins out a fight outside, but again, the trades are always there. A leg shot from Wonderful. Can't finish the job. With 30 seconds left, there's a chance for Imperial.
I like this. Vinny's now aware that JL could be in this corner. Low HP on both of them. And with 20 seconds left, Try has made it down in towards the B site. This is all on timing. Imma gets the kill on him. And suddenly with 10 seconds left, Vinny can't do anything. It was sizing up to be the JL Vinny skirmish, but instead we get Imma going toe-to-toe with him on ramp, and Imma wins it out again. From Secret to B to ramp. It's inevitable.
Yeah, you could, I think if you're watching, you could argue, why didn't Try just go down to plant? But they just didn't have the information on Imma's position. Last time he was spotted was outside towards Garage, right, at Secret. So there's a good chance he's already rotated on B, given the players have dropped. So Try just pauses for a moment to see if the reaction comes. He gets that reaction, but loses the fight. So had to kind of make a decision there. Didn't have the information. Made the right call as to the push from Imma, just didn't win that engagement, and with him falling, that was the round.
And there's always been these lobby lurks, so that's why Vinny was going to look. But at that point where you got 20 seconds left, I think you just need to make a decision together. Because if Vinny's with Try, they trade, surely. Then JL's in a 1v1 with 9 HP, and he doesn't have the control. Because the bomb's down, time becomes a burden. It's these small little things that are creeping forward and are making the job even harder for Imperial. And that makes things even more difficult. Wonderful, punished, wanted to go for more. And finally, Try will answer.
Yeah, your decision there, right? Go to red and try and look for more fights, or just fall back to safety. Because he goes to red, the molly gets dropped and he can't go anywhere safely. A re-swing from Silo. Don't often start two players there, so wasn't anticipating that second player. The Vanguard of outside falls. Imma's already rotated down to Secret. And Bit feels that he needs the information, finds it in the form of a kill.
Lose one part of the map, go and take the other. And now Alexi is backing him up and can even force the rotation down. You see Bit's now gone to join Imma. You have lost this control. Got to be careful here. The bomb is on its way. And Bit is a little bit disjointed from Imma. Rounds the corner, they line up. But they're not going to be ready for Imma. But no way, adjust just in time. Player advantage here from Imperial. They can't waste it.
Tries hearing Alexi run, but Alexi plays him. And wins that fight. Little awkward, but he's done his job. No way has 2 HP. Currently safely in the Astralis corner. Maybe try and play a headshot angle here. Phelps is going to be the big hitter in this round. Will they clear? No way. Does he have a chance? Can't quite get the kill. And so it's all on to Phelps. Lets them walk by. Don't believe it's planted for him. Looks like it's towards default. Tap on the bomb. Alexi expecting this double door swing. It opens up, and Alexi, a massive round. 3 kills for the IGL. Imperial, one of their best opportunities with the kills in Secret, but they can't convert.
Yeah, no way with that important double up on towards Bit and Imma in Secret. Ready for the second player. Maybe a look at the kill feed. Sees it's not Imma down Secret as he's been every single time for Na'Vi. But this was so well done from Alexi. The bait out of the audio to get rid of Try's ramp lurk. And it's just systematic between him and JL. Even the elevation point where JL, you imagine he's going to trade on towards double. Blade wants to pause because despite Na'Vi winning the lion's share of the rounds in the first half, he's not happy at how close some of these are coming.
Yeah, I feel like the decision making was good though. Like the push out towards Secret to get the information, all the little pokes and prods that Na'Vi do on different parts of the map are all feel like they're the right calls, and vibes are good. I mean, that was wonderful going down early. 7-1. Not a good scoreline for the Brazilians. Lost trying.
This one's a lot more contact focused. They're going to try and hit main a little bit more aggressively here. Imperial just round the corner. And Alexi's not here. So do you have this info? No, you don't. Caught off guard, not once, but twice.
Talking about this. If you're Imperial, Emma tries to deny it, but Phelps gets 2 big pushes. With Jail finding one to the flames, there is a chance for him. They've circumvented. Not committed to A, and they've heard him flash his way in. Fire off bullets. So Imperial streamline their way straight down towards B. Try is so separated from Vinny right now. He's going to come back up. Okay, it's a bit of a ring around the rosy. Faking out that he's gone down B. Try sits in heaven. It's a little crazy, but it's going to work.
I think they heard Bit as he ran back to ramp. That's a weird way to end up on the A site, but they do manage it. Imperial. For Bit, getting by Heaven is bad enough. Also accompanied by a top hut crossfire. There's no chance you can give this a look in, really. You're just hoping for exits. You're hoping that Imperial do come this way, back towards their spawn. You can make it expensive. Then he's picked up the AWP and he's out of there through main. A little bit convoluted, a little bit scatterbrain, but the idea of trying to get players in towards main ahead of Alexi just through pure contact was the way in.
That was really cool, right? Because they threw the kind of default cross smokes that go, you know, from red to secret, and Alexi's then focused on that, and the point is to draw attention to those smokes, try and disrupt them, you know, try and deny that secret cross, which Imperial have been doing so consistently. So you kind of buy in on it, right? Alexi throws a deep molly, he's setting up flashbangs. All this time he's wasting trying to disrupt that. They just burst through main because that's the opening now. Completely caught off on the side, not expecting that aggression. Really nice call out Imperial to get their second. But again, it's one that starts so cleanly for them. They get 2 beautiful openers, and it ends up being a 2-on-2 into a 2-on-1.
Individuals are just on another wavelength right now. I think for Na'Vi, like they're just on a different plane, and you can see why they've been so consistent just in all tournaments this year. Great timing for Imperial to do that as well, considering that was the one round Alexi wasn't starting main. Him and Wonderful to swap places, Wonderful to get aggressive. Here he goes again outside. I think Try spotted him. The flashbang's good enough to get rid of Phelps. And we get that familiar feeling, a disengage out of Na'Vi and a player advantage.
Try was spotted as well on that swing. Bit gonna be under pressure once more. Steps up at the first, second as well. Always good for 2 on ramp is Bit. Can he make it a third? He can. Locked out. Go home. Not far, really. Don't even get to save.
Brutal. You apply so much pressure outside to the point where you can't contest it. The other extremity feels open. Feels a bit more vulnerable, especially with the flashbangs being set up by Alexi. It's only Bit, they say. You shouldn't just say that. Unbelievable. Puts them into bite-sized pieces. And again, you gotta say this. Sure, it's brilliant that he gets a 3K. It's mechanical brilliance on display from Bit. But where's the trade space now of Imperial?
This has been the thing, right? Every time an RV player is holding, it's 1 by 1. There was 3 players there. And Bit just had 3 1v1s. And you're going in a 1v1 versus Bit. Yeah, I mean, what's the expected outcome?
He wins every single
You
one.
need to be leveraging some sort of advantage. Emma spots to Senshi. Bomb does scamper down, so they're going to successfully get down vent. Naturally, on the reload, they get 2 more down. But they lose 2, and Bit, of course, denies. Flames go forward, headshot comes in. Even the bomb plant at this stage looking unlikely. No Way has picked it up, but he's full blind. And Wonderful takes his time to line up that shot. Alexi's in the back lines. It is overwhelming from Na'Vi.
It's just the instantaneous reactions out of Na'Vi. The communication is so good out of this team. Can be down then. Okay. Well, Bit's already mollied. Bit's already swinging and denying the bomb plant, and then Wonderful comes in to aid him. Spots the player double doors, just he dodges a flashbang as well. This is remarkable. And this is even with Na'Vi losing the pistol round.
Definitely won the veto, I think. Alexi, a change up, first time in dark. Can't get the second. Try, shoots one, feels like between his legs to find the kill. Peering straight down the barrel. With Imma falling, Imperial do have a man advantage, at least for the moment.
Needs to put this one away, Imperial. The issue you've got is you've got 2 smokes, 1 flash. I think Dissension might have spotted JL scaling, but the adjustment is there out of JL. And No Way can't trade him. Tries to dodge the flash, but JL's just that much better. A double decapitation in towards A's site, and for Vinny and Try, it's a familiar feeling. A sinking one, and Bit is right in between them both.
Oh no, Try. Easy for Bit. Doesn't even let him get off the ladder. It's a descent for Imperial. Just 2 rounds on their T side.
an intrusive first half defense from Na'Vi paved the way for domination over Imperial. Double digits in that first half. Wonderful. I think did he even lose an opening fight he took in that first half? It was ridiculous.
Yep, ramp was off limits. It just felt like Na'Vi had a stranglehold on the defense. Imperial have their work cut out for them. One full outside with the P250, looking for that opener. Some damage. And Imma gets the opener. Phelps, oh my god, Imma! How does he find that kill? Just swings. Try over the top. Trying as he can to find anything. Vinny will get wonderful. A bomb site compromised. Alexi up close. Ready for this swing. Two players coming from main, and look at the setup from Na'Vi. Breaking through is going to be difficult. Imma watching heaven. Low HP, just being a nuisance, being annoying. Imperial not finding a way through, finally do, but Imma gets another. He cannot be stopped. A quad kill on the pistol.
And that just sums up Imperial's game on Nuke, let's be honest, because you feel like that they have to get that trade. Imma gets the first kill out squeaky as they're scaling towards main, and then what on earth is that shot on Phelps? Low HP finds even 2 more kills off the back of it. Na'Vi are undeniable. And Imperial are being swallowed up and spat out by the #1 ranked team in the world. Fast play into A. No one's really home. Or they were, and now they've been evicted. Not once, not twice, but the whole damn roster, except for No Way. I feel like his time's short-lived.
Yep. Run down by Wonderful.
Nice. Good fucking anti-force. Really.
That point. Pretty quick one here from Na'Vi. 10 chances to close. Guns will come out. That one's a formality. Well, what more can you say? At least Vinny's, not too distraught. They knew this was going to be a tough one coming into it.
Yes, but at the same time, you rock up, you play Nuke. Obviously, Dust 2 gets taken away from you, but it's 12-2. And one of these rounds you've won is the pistol. It feels horrible. And sure, you're going up against Na'Vi. You expect it to be at least competitive from Imperial. You at least want to do yourself a service here. They are currently being brutalized. Break on the smoke for Vinny, but they've already crossed. Imma having a little bit of a look in towards heaven, and now just sets his sights down secret. JL's been dinked in the process, but I don't think Imperial are aware of the scaling that Na'Vi have got down big.
They have great space right now. Common response to take lobby control. Essentially will slide in, but doesn't fully exert space. There's no one down here in B.
It's because the Heaven player spotted Imma. And I think on the re-swing, timing was hit. So they have no clue. And Wonderful's just waiting a back reg. You've even got JL on low HP, holding in case Imperial push in towards lobby. I think they figured this out now. As they walk through lobby, they go in towards ramp. So it feels like they will be here in time.
Ramp is the only space Imperial have. So Na'Vi, if they can plant safely, there's no retake potential outside of ramp right now. Unless Wonderful gets caught off outside. Does he spot that gun barrel? I don't think so. Vinny has a good chance here. Look at that kill. Imma's found a flying headshot. Finds the second kill as well. Bomb not planted. And remember, JL's low. Removed from the action. They need to recover it. It will be entrusted to do so. And looks like there will be coverage to get it down. Just a fake out initially. JL on the lurk. Time running low. Now the bomb's still not planted. Bit has to commit. JL's lurk finds success.
You know where these players roughly were as well, especially Vinny. Bitch just going to walk through the smoke. Essentially has to keep an eye on it. Timing is everything, and it favors Na'Vi. And now it's the captain thrown into this 1v2 to keep Imperial alive in this game. You know that JL was out towards ramp. You know that Bit roughly was in towards the double doors, but time is ticking and he's not got a kit. Has to try and defuse. He goes for the stick, but Imma can get him off it. That is ridiculous out of Na'Vi. Even with low HP from JL, they still make it into a situation in which he can be so pivotal and have that impact.
Yeah, Lexi was disrupted. The bomb, it's not planted to the last, 10 seconds at that stage, but they take their time, find that opportunity where they can get it down. Na'Vi make no mistakes in this opening best of one. A lights-out performance, absolute domination. 13-2 is that final scoreline. Imperial, they started strong with the pistol round, and that was about it.
Yeah, that was it. To be honest, look, the issue is for Imperial is they didn't even have a chance to have a CT side. Because that one gun round, even though they didn't have any information whatsoever, they still made it look like they could win that round. But fortunate timings there for Bit. Just, again, that's the key feature piece of Na'Vi and this whole game plan on Nuke. And it was taking initiative and taking all of this space away from Imperial. So they are restricted and they are left with absolutely nothing. Wonderful, exemplary outside. As soon as his contact was taken, Bit, it passes every test on ramp with flying colors. It is lights out from Na'Vi. And for Imperial, there are a lot of mistakes there. You can go back and review and think, damn, we were definitely not at our best today. Because even if your trade space was improved by 10, 15%, I think you have got a little bit more of a competitive say here on Nuke.
Yeah, despite they just weren't fully in the server in the same way Na'Vi were in. Obviously, Na'Vi come in on such a hot run of form, so they're always going to be the favorite in this. And Imperial, a last-second addition to Rio. But yeah, it just felt like they weren't fully there. Desenshi in particular, he was the player we really kind of hyped up as being a big difference maker for this squad. One of their best performers in terms of rifling department. I think he got 2 kills across that entire map. It felt like everyone was getting neutralized. The best performance was really Phelps. We saw some good stuff on the T side. That one round, that actually was really good when they wrapped through main. That was the one time it felt like they'd actually outsmarted Na'Vi and they'd found that gap. But outside of that it's like a 1 to 14 ratio. They just weren't able to get anything going.
That's the thing, is that they adjusted, but they adjusted really late. And then especially just not even in the game state in that first half, but even just in the rounds itself. And it becomes just really telegraphed from Imperial what they're trying to achieve, because Na'Vi were bullying them and they had so much control, which meant there was limited options on what you could really do. That felt like men against boys at times on the server. And for Na'Vi, they get through that best of one. They do it with a statement as well. Absolutely incredible. We got our aim high player of the match as well to highlight. And we've got to give it to Wonderful just because of the amount of opening successes he had outside. I don't even think he missed a beat. I think he was maybe like, 8-1 at one stage?
Yeah, I think there's plenty of players you could look to as being the player of the match. Obviously, Bit was doing his job over at Ramp. Imma was finding a lot of impact kills, that quad kill in the pistol rounds, but I think Wonderful was the reason that they had such a strong start. It felt like outside he was getting the opening kill every single round. Like there was not a single time that he was faltering. And yeah, it just really felt like outside was off limits. And that's where Imperial kept going. And that was the reason that they got 2 rounds in their T side.
Yeah, they kept trying to have a reaction. They couldn't come up with one. And I said it during the cast, to say it again here. It was just impressive how quickly Na'Vi moved away from the setups that they had and formed new ones elsewhere. They kept Imperial guessing. It was so dynamic and it was so tough to deal with. Another South American team dropped down into the lower bracket here at IEM Rio. Still plenty to play for, but the chances now has become shorter if you lose that best of one. That is so brutal for MR12.
Yeah, it is. We've still got Liquid versus Complexity going on in the A stream. That's the team that wins that. We'll go up against Na'Vi. But for now, we'll take a little break, then we come back and continue the best of one action down in Group B.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch ESL Pro League while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Well, you brought up Copenhagen, so I'm going to ask you, how devastating is it? Like, the way that you guys lose, looking at it, seems like it's really tilting and aggravating. How do you guys kind of like deal with those emotions on the stage, and how are you going to overcome that type of thing for this event?
Well, what's tough is the last 2 months we lost 2 games, and 2 games we should have won. When against Satan Alpha here we have a 12-9 lead and we don't convert it on Anubis. Same against G2, 12-9 lead on Mirage City side. Well, it's really frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like we didn't play good, but we had enough to go through, which is pretty embarrassing, but that's how it is, and we can't go back in the past anyway. You need to do more further, so pretty devastating, mostly for me because I played really like shit the last 2 games, but that's how it is, and I need to we just need to step up and go as far as possible here.
When you feel like you're playing personally not well, does that affect how you call some plays, either the start of the round calls or any of the mid rounds as well?
Well, it depends. A bit more lately because I think I did probably the best tournament individually as IGL in Cologne. I'm talking not IGL but pure player. So I had maybe more expectation in my head towards myself, and I played really bad. So probably it affected a bit of my calls in some ways. I think I didn't. I left. I'm an IGL that leave a bit of freedom, but not too much. And I think I gave a bit too much the last few tournaments. So I need to get back to my own and call the way I like to do it.
Well, you guys look really good when you're on form, and I love watching you guys play your CT sides as well, how you move around and fish for the info, and then when you feel like you know where the enemies are, you take the space on the other places. It works really well, so hopefully you guys can regain that form. Anything you want to say before we go?
No, in a way I'm disappointed about us, and I just want us to do great here. We won last year here. It was the beginning of everything, I would say, for our season last year. It's just before the Paris Major and everything, so we really want to do something great here, and it's always nice to play in front of the Brazilian fans, so hopefully we're going to at least qualify for the playoff.
The
all 24 rounds and then a blowout paves the way of competition here on the B stream. And now we have 2 more best of ones to whet your appetite. You can see Vitality arriving as they go to the stage against 9Z. As you can see in the bottom left, Lucy, they've never won a game against 9Z. They're out for revenge.
Yeah, never won a game. I mean, they've only played one game. Let's just put that little caveat there. But they have never won a game. So, you know, that's a fun little stat line to bring in for 9Z. But this is, again, another David versus Goliath scenario. 9Z, the lowest ranked team here, but doesn't mean they can't provide the upsets. This is the last time they played back in Dallas. That said, Vitality still ended up actually placing better in Dallas. They made the grand final on the opposite side of the bracket, but it just proves that 9Z are a team not to be underestimated.
Yeah, you definitely shouldn't underestimate them, especially when you've got players like Martinez, Hueso Peak, and I think DGT really goes under the radar a lot in conversations about this 9Z team. And I have expectations for them to some extent, but when you draw the short straw, you go up and you sort of have the seed-ins, and in the best of one format, you're going up against an informed Vitality. And it's kind of funny because we can sit here and say about 6 or 7 different teams coming into IEM Rio are in good form. It paves the way for a really good level of competition. And for 9Z, they've got to step up because whilst it isn't true home soil, it's still South American soil.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, we tried to paint that narrative with Imperial earlier. Didn't quite work out. But for 9Z, yeah, after that Dallas result, it feels like they have struggled a little bit since, right? You know, back in Cologne, they lost to Astralis and then Pain, who eliminated them. In fact, they've lost a lot to Pain recently on LAN, but even when it comes to kind of the tier 2 of Europe, you know, we're talking losses against teams like 3D Max, Saw, Falcons, I guess you can throw into that conversation. It's been a very difficult run for 9Z, basically since Dallas.
Yeah, they're always good for Dallas, though, aren't they? They were good this year, they were good last year, and maybe LAN brings the best out of them. And maybe IEM Rio can turn their fortunes around, and all it takes is one good result, and suddenly you're one step away from going up against players potentially in front of an arena. The issue is, again, as we frame it with Imperial, we'll do the same here with 9Z. You're going up against a Vitality team that is looking unplayable in certain moments. We got the knife round that's concluded. It looks like Vitality not winning it. Martinez 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, nice. The 1v1 on Messi at the end as well. Surprised he actually wins that out, but good job. So they get to choose which start. It looked like Mirage, so probably, yeah, unless they've changed another map lately, it did look like Mirage, so we might get a little spoiler of the V2 there. But yeah, for Vitality, obviously their expectations when they come into any event, and they've said this a few times in interviews, is to make, you know, playoffs, to be fighting for titles. And they're very consistent to that, right? You know, I know they've had a few losses recently, and many people do kind of consider them, you know, maybe not, you know, in contention with like a Na'Vi or G2 right now, but their losses have been in like, what, semifinals, quarterfinals. They won Cologne 2 months ago, right? This team has a lot of expectations on them to run very deep.
Yeah, and interesting actually, they ban out Nuke here just in the veto. I mean, it's more about what they feel comfortable playing on, but they've got an 100% win rate on Nuke. So I'm surprised we are making it a little bit more puggy by going to Mirage. This is one of 9Z's better maps. The map pool in general was pretty weak for 9Z at the moment. There's frailties on Dust 2, there's frailties on Inferno, so they had to be the natural bans here, as well as their Perma of Vertigo. So I feel like Vitality could have played a little bit more with the veto if they wanted to, but it shows that they're just focused on their own game.
Yeah, I think Anubis makes sense to ban. I know that Flames are saying that they need to improve on Anubis. They lost to Liquid, they lost to Eternal Fire, right? They've had a lot of big losses, and to 9Z last time, right? So a different map. You can look at the stats at EPL, pretty good. Apex had a killer group stage, which, you know, it was a pop-off during the groups. I think he finished like a 1.4 rating. Obviously, playoff result was a 1 match, which did affect those ratings. But overall, the individuals, particularly Spinks, particularly Zywoo, and Flamesy, I know he didn't look like he had the biggest numbers there, but he has been, you know, that star alongside Spinks and Zywoo. There's just so much firepower on this team.
There's obviously conversations that brew quite a lot with Vitality and about the rifling core. I think Spinks has sort of returned to form a little bit more here over the last couple of months, but all eyes, I think, do direct towards Mezzi, what his output has been looking like. Have you enjoyed what you've been seeing out of Mezzi recently?
Yeah, actually, I will say, I mean, he gets a lot of criticism, I feel, levied at him, but you think about his role in this team and what he has to fulfill, and he's not expected to be putting out the same ratings as Flames and Spinks, right? But you look at like recent events on LAN, he's been really solid. He was really good at Blast, even though they didn't win that. He actually performed pretty consistently throughout, and I think he's just doing exactly what he needs to do on the team. I don't think directing criticism of him is necessarily the right kind of way to critique this team, because I do feel like he does his job well.
Yeah, I'd say so too, and I think he is a good workhorse for Vitality, and maybe it is up to Hueso Peak to sort of round them up and do some damage. I think obviously the interest in the direct head-to-head we can look at is Martinez versus ZywOo. On a map like Mirage, you got a lot more leverage as an AWPer, and Martinez, who is incredibly explosive, you want him to find that impact. You want to be taking down players early. If 9Z can weave their way into man advantages, that would increasingly improve their odds, taking a lot of real estate here against Vitality on Mirage. I'm just concerned that maybe we enter a Na'Vi Imperial realm where the T side or one half is just so strong that you're not going to be prepared. And it's always funny looking at the camera reactions and seeing players basically kiss their monitors.
That's your Kindar,
How do you see?
Listen, I look at what ZywOo does, I look at what Elite do, I look at these, mechanical gods, and if they're doing the proper kind of workplace health and safety setups, then maybe that is the way to go. I don't know if you're getting an advantage by sniffing the screen, to be honest. If ZywOo doesn't need to, you probably don't need to. But everyone does their thing.
Mirage underway here momentarily between these two teams. Apex just looking down the line, making sure to restore order and calm among the Vitality ranks. This is a great opportunity for 9Z. Let's see if they can match their previous results against Vitality.
Check this out. 3 players start B, and Vitality out the gate are heading in this direction. No utility for an execute. They're going pure contact, charging in. But look to drop that. Smoke doesn't. DGT takes the first contact, but it's ZywOo that gets the opening kill, and he makes it a double. DGT will find one back, but bomb site completely compromised.
Yeah, DGT needs to find a way in towards short here, and he can't manage it. And suddenly this retake becomes one-dimensional. You're doubled up against Vitality players. It's so brutal to try and find a way in. So 9Z instead take the easy way out. A simple pop on towards B. And with ZywOo starting strong, that only feels even worse for 9Z.
Not even be allowed to save their armor, although Hueso Peak is taking a few down with him. So they will get away, just about. That's very simple from Vitality. They don't buy a smoke to throw towards window. They don't buy any flashes to scale out. They just run in, and it works. When you got ZywOo on your team, you can kind of just do that.
Yeah, DGT really needs to find something here. The issue is no utility for 9Z. It always makes that retake a lot more demanding. And it requires a lot more of your individuals just to show up. And where you're losing players on the way in, where your rotation's a little bit slow.
Sticky is slow. What's going on? There's a blockage in Murder Hall.
It's okay.
It's a force up from 9Z. And
look,
double up.
DGT and, yeah, Hueso Peak in ladder. It might not matter if Vitality find the way in on Connector, and it feels like we're exactly where the bomb's positioned as well on towards ramp. That's the inevitability of this round. It's just when the window smoke fades, whether the FAMAS can come into our life.
Yeah, this play is great if mid is the objective of Vitality and maybe a short split is the play, but if they're just focused on going A, you can negate this double up, and that's the FAMAS, the one rifle. So if you can avoid the potency of these weapons. Puts a lot on Martinez's shoulders with that scout. Vitality are really taking their time with this.
Oh, is there a gap? Oh, Wasso Peak just can't really exploit it. The smoking towards ramp feels good for Martinez, but he cops 98 damage off the back of it. Deagle and Max looks to chime in, but it's not happening. And the rifle advantage is outpouring in droves for Vitality. And whilst Martinez might find one back, it's the bomb site that's compromised.
Apex being a nuisance in connector as well, keeping it costly. This was the force buy, and Apex has dispatched of 3. Martinez has 1 point of HP. And I'm not sure he'll get to hold on to even his life. Apex is already on the hunt, although Martinez has found a bit of a safe avenue. Vitality take their time, and when they pounce, it is with fury.
How did he go from 2 HP to 1 HP? What's the damage increment that he's suffered off the back of it? I really like the way Vitality did set that up in stages, because it's the first instance of mid-control, and it can be easy to lose sight of where players can potentially be in towards middle once you spot out that player in towards connector. But they re-smoke things, they ensure that it is only one angle that 9Z can really peek into and profit from, and Apex is so secure in connector once the ramp play comes in. The dink on the scout feels brutal for 9Z, as that was the point of leverage they were trying to use to lock down A. But then you can't peek, and you've got to play a much more passive line. He will save it, but his pistol surrounded it.
Messi doesn't even get given a gun this round. He's got the Tech 9. Plenty of players could have dropped him. They're playing the long economy game, so he gets stuck with the Techie. Vitality call B. Apex charges in, leading the troops. Finds the open bomb site. Quick 3-0 start. Looking to transpire. As his Tech 9 does the job.
I like this pace now of Vitality, because it's very direct. It's all about commanding respect out of 9Z, but it's also just putting them into a little bit of a corner. Because we saw with the Mao's Pain game, where both these teams on the defense were leaving a lot of room to sort of navigate and piece together mid-rounds. Vitality are not giving 9Z any choice in the matter. We're going B, this is happening. We're going to take middle off you. You can't stop it. In the gun round, I wonder how much of this will be an element of them taking a step back, playing things a little bit more safely. Now the utility is all here. But I just like how proactive it is.
So the game kicking off on the A stream momentarily is GT vs Heroic. I think their game 2 took a little longer. That one's going to take place on Dust 2. Scary map to play G2 on at the moment, I feel.
I think any map's scary to play G2 on right now.
Yeah, that's fair. So far, all favorites save FaZe have found success today. I am still shocked at how simply Furia disposed of FaZe. Big game from K Serato and Cello, who's really found a good resurgence in form, I feel, in the last couple of months. I think since they changed up in that roster, he's really back to the Cello that we saw, I guess, a year or 2 ago. So it's exciting for South American fans, even if Imperial Pain fell down to the lower bracket. And this one team has succeeded immediately.
Statistically, there had to be a South American upset. Maybe we get a chance for another one, but a missed shot out of Martinez. Buddha can't do anything backside. Blink and you miss it. Vitality overwhelm B once more. Well, I wondered if the pace was going to change, Lucy. I got my answer. A big resounding no.
B is just being punished. That one's simple. It felt like there was lots of opportunities. Martinez had that chance on the line from short, misses the shot. Flames with low HP actually overwhelms with the Mach 10. The virtue of the AWP.
Oh, they're boxed in as well. You can throw players at this Vitality. It's been a very clean start to the game. Wasso Peak, can't contend with it. I'm not sure if Mezzi got the follow-up, but you feel like at least a trade was there. And the way that Xtaz reacts, I think they did kill everyone.
A successful hunt. No mercy from Apex and Co. No one lives. So we have a half by MP9. Scout again. Deagle. That's it. But that is an opening kill.
That's better. That's a step in the right direction. I think that's the first opening kill 9Z been able to post. The ZywOo ready for the re-swing outstairs, but it's Martinez with the scout that's repositioning towards Ticket. The cool simple for Vitality, just an A execute, but Martinez looking to sow seeds of doubt, and he will onto ZywOo. The scout is popping off, hoping for even more, and now the MP9s can converge.
They realize they were that close to begin with, but doesn't matter. Martinez, his scout finds scalps, and now Flame scales in. First kill clean, can't convert a second. Apex will remove that scout. That's spaced into CT. Mezzi can go for the bomb plan. No, he can't. Max on the flank, falls to Apex. 1 versus 3. Has the information, but needs to find the kills. Has that bomb in a bit of time. But spotted on his attempt to cross, Max spams him out, and 9Z get on the board off the back of 2 big scout openers.
Yeah, well done from Martinez. Questioned about whether he'd be aggressive in these moments, and he throws caution to the wind in this. With the scout, steps up for 2 big kills. Max off the back of it, pushes and has a really good flank timing. The Vitality are not prepared for. They're so tunnel vision on getting rid of all these players that they know about. But hiding in the shadows comes the ramp play. And a round that seemingly comes out of nothing. Earns 9Z their first berth. And Martinez gets upgraded. It's no longer a scout, it's an AWP.
Retaking middle with the utility. So Pete gets peeked by Mezzi. And he's not slowing down. Wants to take advantage of the space they've obtained. Nice little flash over. Apex trying to catch someone in rotation. Misses that opportunity. We'll spot one on the swing. Martinez now arrives at Ticket. But this is all a ruse. This is a fake. They are not going to A. The bomb is about to come out B. Mezzi causing issues, keeping them rooted. And he's done his job. B's open. Bomb's planting.
Yeah, and Apex moved away. He left mid, and he's now grouped with the rest of the team. There are smokes available. Flames will drop that one deep in towards market window. There's no safe passage. Max has to come back through underpass. And he is being joined here by DGT. But only for a moment. They're looking for exits. They're looking to hold on. Remember, that round that they won, sure, it was MP9s and scouts, but their money was at breaking point. It still isn't in a great state of affairs. So they need to keep 3 rifles alive just to keep bolstering resistance against Vitality.
Great initiative from Mezzi there, right? He gets that opening kill and just immediately accelerates, knowing that his players on the rest of the team are in position towards B. That was kind of the intent all along. But as soon as he gets that opener on his lurk and then is able to take this further space, he knows he's got so many players rooted here. Big round from Mezzi. At least 9Z do save those weapons. The B continues to be an opening.
Great call out of Apex as well, because Vitality have been pretty one-dimensional in their hits. Every time they throw smokes or on one site, that is where they end up. So you see that utility, you don't expect there to be a fake, but there was. Max being inquisitive towards top mid, but not rewarded. Instead, it's Flames, who completely eviscerates them in middle. And it's one flashbang, it's $200 to set him up for a free piece.
Destruction in middle, littered with the bodies of 9Z. Flame stands tall. Melted in the fires of Mirage. Spanx is spotting out Buddha. They can just take that bomb to A. Bomb site taken. Last round was Mezzy. This time it's Flames with a little bit more flair. But the outcome will still be the same. Vitality rolling this T side. Spanx will fall on that leg. But it matters not. Round to be secured.
It's just instantaneous, isn't it? We spoke about the firepower of these individuals. I feel like whenever you think of Flames, it goes back to that time when he was on OG with that insane like 4-player opener towards A. He's always good for a multi. He finally gets there and dealt with by Buddha, but Apex will trade DGT, cowering in the corner at back B. This is Vitality with a point to prove. This is Vitality coming in with a statement similar to Na'Vi did against Imperial. Because the round count is about to level up to 6 for Vitality. And it feels like we've only been here about 10 minutes.
Yeah, speed running through. DGT won't even get to save. Vitality show no mercy. And they bring that same energy to every single matchup. How clean is that? Instantaneous transfer onto the second. Fully blind are all three. Devastation in the ranks of 9Z.
And Martinez is having a great game when it comes to getting the round on the board for 9Z. Just always being a consistent threat. It feels like he's the only guy for 9Z that's going to be doing anything. You compare the rifle cores currently, and Vitality are leaps and bounds ahead of the South American team right now. They still remain motivated. They still feel like they've got a say in this half, and they absolutely do, but it needs to come through this gun round with Martinez reacquainted with the AWP, and a miss window smoke can provide opportunity.
DGT.
And it just about does.
Comes at a cost, but it does work. Gotta work on those smokes, guys. It's been, what, a month now since the patch? That one's a crucial one. Gives an opener. Vitality crawl. Ever still through the connector. That smoke is going to do nothing. They are already in the back lines. But being watched doesn't matter. Apex and Flamesy both find their kills. Man advantage completely negated. Martinez misses the flick down. And again, Vitality have found their way into your bomb site. You have players alive, but you have the disadvantage. You don't have the position. You're running out of chances.
Yeah, there's some point you got to go for some of these, but because of that kill in middle, you're scared off by it. That's so brutal. And it all becomes apparent that Vitality are going to win the round as soon as they get ahead of the connector smoke. Crossfire feels really good for 9Z, but they're not prepared at the pace that Vitality are bringing because they didn't make noise in connector. They were just ahead of it the entire time, and that's how it's felt like this entire first half. Apex called in one step ahead. Martinez, sharp shots, but will ultimately lose his sniper.
Yeah, for Vitality, there's just no risk in going for these hunts. Just completely deny them. Run over them. Despite this opening kill going the way of 9Z. Beautiful kills. What an adjustment for Flamesy. He was even ready for a swing from jungle, which could have been there. Speaking of hot starts, Heroic are 5-0 up versus G2 right now.
And that was even with like the 70-hour travel day or something. For some of them. Ridiculous. Apex trying to take liberties in towards mid. This time gets punished, but Flames and Vitality are out B in the meanwhile. This was a mid crunch to combat Vitality, and instead they just take the site. A 5v3. This looks winnable for 9Z.
Yes, it's the half buy that was brought in, but had the advantage. That's the M4. Now, because it's the half buy, they don't have a kit. So Vitality just need to delay, just need to keep them at bay. And Zywoo's position on the edge of this smoke, you can see all the bodies, and he doesn't need to see them to take them down. Almost a 3. Max is low, and Zywoo just waits, bides his time, finishes his meal, and he's looking for every damn kill. Zywoo on the warpath. Round is done, and it's an ace for Zywoo.
That's why he is one of the best in the game, and Apex lets them know, because that's a 3v5, but it might as well have been a 1v5, and that is all at the hands of Zywoo, a positioning masterclass in the disadvantage in the afterplant. You get the info the players are boosting, and with this smoke, it's dribbled out just enough that enticed 9Z into making the mistake, the fatal one, that enables Zywoo to lock it in. Everything is going right for Vitality, and 9Z can't stick the landing on any of these rounds. And whilst it feels like it's an opening kill for Martinez, it just doesn't feel like it's enough anymore. This is brutal. This is ridiculous. Out of Vitality, Wasopeak finally gets the trade back on Apex, and DGT slides into the window, but in steps Spinks. And you were right here, DGT. You were just here.
The Molotov doesn't give up any sort of sound cue. But DGT, if he goes back up, will that hop have been heard? No. Not ready. DGT swings in. Spinks is guaranteed this frag, but it does cost the life of FlameZ. But again, it's your 2 superstars that still stand. And it's only Buddha on B. Spinks is looking, spots him out, using this smoke deployed to give a bit of space. Buddha needs the help. Martinez is slow on the rotate. And if he goes down here, if he falls, which Zywoo looks to put him down, no, Martinez does get here in time. And now it's Spinks, called upon to clutch. Knows that AWP is in play. A window swing comes out, a lot of damage done. Surely that should be enough. Maybe not. Spinks is slung for another, but Wasopeak on the slow flank. One bullet will do. Spinks is aware, but doesn't have the HP to contend.
Yeah, well done. Locking it in by Wasopeak, but my goodness me. Buddha is the MVP of this round for 9Z because he's got the awareness. He knows that if Spinks and Flames were in ladder room, there has to be another player in B apartments, and he never peeks. Even when he gets mollied, he just moves to the other side. He doesn't allow an opportunity for his life to be depleted by Vitality, and that enables the AWP to come in. It's a great try out of Spinks, and now it's an A rush from Vitality, and they are straight in to the clutches of Max and Martinez. 9Z are now passing all these tests. A successful A hold. Finally, it's a familiar feeling. The anchors prevail.
Yeah, I don't hate the call though, right? With Vitality, the way to approach these rounds, it's been very kind of poking and prodding, moving as a pack in the mid round. But this one is just straight out. We'll just pop out Palace, where you've not really put pressure on at all. But Max holds. Zywoo gets overwhelmed by the MP9. Apex might catch one in middle, but 2 on 4. Gonna be tricky. They can just isolate something, but 9Z are playing very safe. All positions covered passively. Vitality have the full kit of utility, but they don't have the information. DGT might just get that info as he moves about, misses that timing. Apex crawls. Surely to be spotted now. DGT drops Spinks and the bomb. Apex, the 1v4, not going to happen. Martinez will catch him. 9Z finally gets some consecutive rounds.
Yeah, well handled on that A play. Much better out of 9Z. Pack mentality in the 4v2. They don't want to give Vitality anything. A lot of good work being done here to ensure that they convert these rounds, because they have been falling by the wayside at a 3v5. Obviously, Zywoo clutching up. We've got that Spinks nearly 1v3. All these moments where Vitality just feel dangerous. 4 feels like a necessity.
Feels like a possibility. 3 players on the pistols. Apex lets them know he's rocking that Deagle top middle. And Again, we've got this two-pronged assault on each side. Spinks and Messi open up A. But again, it's all the fake. Nice tap from Max. Messi's low, but is still aware of the possibility. No further commitment comes on A, so he knows something's at play. Over on B, 3 players lie in wait. Put a Scale D and DGT in the window. They need to find a kill. The M4 is not connecting. The Tech 9 does. DGT wasting more ammo trying to deny. Vitality making this so uncomfortable. Finally, DGT gets the kill, but Flamesy with the drive-by. It falls to Max, who's flanked all the way through. Apex, I don't think he spotted him on that jump up. Or maybe he did, because that HE straight on the mark. Max, 4 HP. This is looking like a 9-round half. Can't deny this bomb. Not giving him an inch to work with. The smoke just makes it all the more painful. One stray bullet would be his undoing, and a few he's dodged. Yeah, the frustrations. You felt like you had this timing to maybe do something. With the positions of these 3 Vitality members, getting anything is impossible. Messi confirms 9-3 half for Vitality.
assertive control and man disadvantages spun into round wins. 9Z could not catch a break in that first half of Mirage. Vitality got 9-3, and it feels like the ending is already inevitable.
Yeah, almost as dominant as the heroic G2 game, which is not as the dominant way that you think it would be. We're on the A stream. Not been a good day out for South America here on B. Apex gets a whiff of something. Bomb spotted. Buddha needs to be careful.
You know, it is a Skeleton connector though, but Spinks hits the shot. You know Apex is in jungle. Getting by this crossfire is difficult, so you need the relief from Palace, but that doesn't come in. And Mezzi's containing it. Vitality are chopping up 9Z into bite-sized pieces, but a nice shot on Mezzi. It would have to be them in the disadvantage, transforming it back into something bigger, and it just doesn't ever feel like it's going to happen for 9Z. Zywoo locks it in. It's Vitality with double digits.
Yeah, Spinks just picks them apart. Gets that opening kill. Second is clean. Mezzi with a nice shot and leaves it to 2 to pick up the pieces. Look at that flick from Spinks. That is disgusting. Yeah, it's a nice shot back onto Mezzi, but that's all. These USVs hit pretty dang good for Vitality. That might be a nail in the coffin. 9Z have to eco. Got a deagle for Martinez. Martinez has been the only real standout for 9Z thus far.
Yeah. Look at the floor for Vitality. Apex on 8 kills, and the height of it is Vitality with having Flames, Mezzi, Spinks. Zywoo all within 2 kills of each other. Like, it's brilliant. It is exactly what you want from top to bottom. And Apex is hoping for even more. Zywoo first contact. Spinks trusting him and Apex with his life, and he falls off and doesn't matter. Easily collects the kills. They get massacred in middle, and it's 11 rounds.
Yeah, half of Zywoo's kills came in 1 round as well. In this stuff, like, it's just not been needed.
Xtaz just laughing at Spinks falling off into 2 players and still getting the kills anyway.
Yeah, it's fine to do that against the Glocks. Don't do that against the guns.
Yeah, the laugh felt hollow. It was like, haha, don't do that again. That's like, 2 flashbangs, and that's it for 9Z when it comes to utility. Oh. And Zywoo's just killed Max through the smoke. Oh, give him a chance. Come on. Maybe it comes from ramp.
Oh, smoked off. Maybe from Palace. DGT has a look, and nope. Just denial everywhere. Spam through smokes, Molotovs, flames pushing smokes. What is aware? It does convert it. Spinks will find one. Zywoo! Okay, there we go. Wazo Beach is sitting in the smoke, half obscured.
Oh, they've got A, but the bomb's in mid.
Uh-oh.
And Vitality have got personnel. They've also got smokes on smokes on smokes. You've also got Zywoo that is just going to keep facing you. Big find from DGT. Spinks next up to the chopping block. This round's workable.
Workable, but still incredibly difficult. You got Apex top middle. The bomb's in short. DGT can maybe wrap all the way around. That is open at the moment. And probably his only real opportunity, unless he wants to go through window, but with low HP and Mezzi's angle, time's going to be a big issue. Apex on this position. Spots the head, swings out, can't convert, but now Mezzi can swing through, converts his. And it's just DGT with 15 HP, 20 seconds. Yeah, he's called it off. Knows there's just no chance for him.
Nice try. To be fair to them, that's a 2v4, and Zywoo just feels like he can end the round. And so Vitality were a little bit lax in the way they approached it up until it became that 2v2. I think Apex and Mezzi play it really well, just taking the contact. Mezzi can then swing with the MP9, and he could have jumped to try and kill the player in window, but he doesn't. They just play contain, and they play the margins. Map point. I guess in essence, series point for Vitality.
Yeah, at least saving the AK doesn't hurt because you know you have to force buy the next round anyway. You know. Are you going to be given a go? Waste the peek. Charging in, Mac 10 in hand. Flamesy under dark. Ready for them. Flashbangs. Great. Mops up too. All that utility puts a stop to them. A reposition over the top 3 for Flames. Spinks will swing and he'll finish the job. Vitality make it look easy. A 13-3 devastation for 9Z.
Yeah, it's not a good day, as you said, in South America for the B stream, and that was just brilliant from top to bottom from Vitality. They came in with a clear game plan. It was for them to be as direct as possible, and 9Z just could not handle the heat. And even when they put themselves into favourable positions, it's just the individual ability of all of these players that are so clutch to bail them out of even the toughest of scenarios. That's unfortunate for 9Z, but Vitality, they make no mistake in that rematch.
Yeah, the veto was always going to be hard for 9Z. Mirage is such a strong map for Vitality as well, right? But it felt like 9Z didn't have a lot of options as to where to take it, and this T side was just devastating. The 2-2 split that they were doing on a lot of their defaults with Spinks and Mezzy playing up ramp, they were getting openers so consistently, and then it was just giving the rest of the team so much room to play on B, which just got kept being left exposed. So for Vitality, I mean, it's just a masterful T side called by Apex, but the individuals really put on the show.
It was all one in the default, and the issue you've got as well for 9Z is the moment they try to adjust to it, Apex is now then calling the next thing. He's always one step ahead. That's evident in the first time that Vitality went for that B fake, and then it's just exaggerated by the Flamesy flash in towards mid. The moment 9Z go and fight for mid control is the moment that Flames lights them all ablaze in mid with 3 kills. Like, it's exceptional work from him, but that was mainly the calling out of Apex that really just sort of stuck a dagger in 9Z.
Yeah, towards the end of that first half, 9Z started to find some room. You know, Martinez was playing pretty good just throughout, but it did feel like the rest of the team wasn't there with him. The best situations is when they did eventually fight middle. Yeah, they had that one lost round to Flames, but then they did get a lot of openers towards Apex, for instance, when he was alone top middle. It was just being able to capitalize on those opportunities, and it was only in the final, 3 rounds at the half that they were actually able to get something to stand on, but it was 3 rounds at that point, which just wasn't enough to work with, unfortunately. And for Vitality, I mean, you give them that much of a lead, they're not going to throw that away.
No, and I think it was because there was so much pressure on the extremities that 9Z were almost forced in towards mid, and that, in essence, that's exactly what Apex wanted out of those rounds anyway. So it was unfortunate, but it was just Vitality on a completely different level in this IEM iteration compared to when they played 9Z in Dallas. And there's still opportunities for 9Z, of course, but it's a tough old journey now because that's another team moved into the lower bracket. Vitality notably moved forward into the upper. We've got the Aim High MVP to bring you. It's Zai Wu, and to be honest, I had to just give it to him because even though Spinks played and got more kills at the end, he got the ace, and that was a really important moment to keep the economy healthy for Vitality and to disrupt all of 9Z for the rest of that first half.
He still ended up the highest rated player, you know, so big impact in that ace clutch. But overall, Zaiwu, yeah, just doing exactly what you want the superstar to do, right? You got Spinks on one side of the map opening up A with Mezzy, and then you got Zaiwu and Apex on the other side, and it just felt like between those 2 stars, there was just no room at all for 9Z to move. And how short that highlight package was, I think kind of speaks to how quick that game was, just because it was an absolute domination from Vitality.
Yeah, start to finish, I think all the players, we mentioned it in the cast, were just having these moments that were just really exemplifying just the team play and the foundations, like the fact that you've got players within like 2 kills of each other at the start of that second half. I think Mezzy had a brilliant game. Flames was really good with the openers, and there's not really too much to say apart from Vitality in cruise control from start to finish. 9Z with a sluggish start, and you can't get away with having a sluggish start in these best of ones. This format is brutal.
Yeah, they'll go on to first the loser of Virtus.pro Mongols. That's our next game coming up here on the B stream. We finished this game before the first half even finished of the G2 Heroic game. So go check out how that one ends. It might not be exactly what you expect. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, our last best of one of the day, Virtus.pro versus the Mongols.
smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
James, one quick question.
Okay.
You went to Christ Redeemer yesterday, yeah? You went again?
Yes.
Fun? You like it?
Yes, I like him.
Recommend for everyone at home to go?
If you're Rio, you should go.
Do you think you look a bit like Christ?
No, I don't think so.
The hair?
No, it's not the same.
Not the same? Okay, I do, but he doesn't. Thank you very much, James. I won't bother you anymore. All right, this man though, he can't escape us. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm very good, and you're always smiling, even when I know you don't want to speak to me.
Yeah, when I see you, I can stop smiling. You know that.
It's because you go, I best smile, because otherwise I will cry, as Banks is asking me more questions.
Yes. I try to act stupid, so you you will move some another way.
But I like talking to you, Fame.
Yeah, thank you. I like it too.
There we go. How are things in the Virtus Pro camp after Pro League now coming into Rio?
I think we're feeling great. We had a lot of time to practice before this tournament, and I think we all have big expectations. And this city is very important for us, and the country is beautiful. We just saw some statue of Jesus Christ and all this stuff. Yeah, it was perfect, and I think we have good energy, and looking forward to play our first match.
Did you all visit the Christ Redeemer together?
Yeah.
Okay. So team activity, go up top, enjoy the sights, take your pictures, go tourist mode.
Yeah.
You enjoy that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I enjoy it very much. It's so good, so good.
What is it about Rio that you like the most? Obviously, there's good memories, but I mean, what do you enjoy mostly about Rio?
I think first of all is people are very kind persons, everyone, and very funny. Second, I like the food. Everything that I ate was very good, especially seafood. I ate paella yesterday. It was amazing.
Look, he's smiling more now we talk about food. I like this. So that's your favorite food here?
Yeah, and of course I love cheese bread. That's my favorite meal here.
See, this is fine for you, cheese bread. I like cheese bread, and then I just start getting more fat. It's like I've eaten too much cheese bread, man. You're fine.
You can do it.
I can do it.
Little bit.
You just want me to get more fat, babe, so I can't chase you.
You go to gym, I think.
Yeah, I go to gym.
It's no problem for you to eat some cheese bread. Of course, no problem.
But I eat too much because it's so good.
Yes. Me too, but you know.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm young, that's why I'm so skinny.
So it's my age that's the problem. Yeah, I understand. Practice for you guys, what did it look like before coming to Rio? Did you have like a boot camp? Was it just online?
It was online, just as usual, but we had a lot of time because we skipped Blast.
Yep.
But nothing special, just from homes, online, and we had a lot of time, yeah.
Control of anything. They just played what is to be the same round. Monacy, Malbs, dig them out of trouble right now.
They have to. I mean, you're not going back through spawn. Kixon's made sure of that. The glaring gap right now in the setup is jumping up short, but of course, how are they supposed to know? And so, they walk into Dexter's domain. Nice shot. Monacy is bailing him out.
Uh-oh.
Malbs alongside. Tess is forced to relocate. That molly should spread.
It's deep.
It's not.
Too deep.
Oh, he's got vision. And he's got a free headshot here. If Monacy comes around this corner, nails it, traded. Malbs up in the clutch.
Real quick.
He's not going to be ready for this. Kixon's walking in. Hang on. Bomb will be planted in time. Gets his gun out in time. Kixon springs through. Long range. MP9. 9 HP. Malbs and Monacy save them in a disastrous opening sequence.
That was a 2v5.
2v5. 2 versus 5. And you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the individuals. What a perfect example. 2 versus 5 in you want to talk about, G2, it's about the They fumble the entire opening, and then Monacy and Malbs just put their heads together and get out of that nightmarish round with the 5th. Bloody hell, Double Orbs pulled it early here, and now Nerds doesn't even get to use his, so that's a huge amount of money squandered early. Monacy removes it from the equation.
G2 win this one, they're back in the game. I know it's still a 4-round gap, and that's assuming that they do convert this, but it is looking good with the number advantage so early. They can forget about the woes of the first half and just go through the paces. The individuals get a little bit more autonomy, right, with the type of fights and the way they can go from there, not being dictated to. They're the ones dictating the pace on the T side. So currently the CT setup, Shush on B, kicks in close mid doors, Dexter helping Tessus out towards long. A lurk smoke drop, that's going to apply pressure to Shush. His comms will be, well, exactly that. There's a possibility for a leak. Mid door smoke deployed, and space, ooh, that's not well thrown.
Gap for the Orb to peek the catwalk cross and your Xbox jump up. Might limit what Nico.
That's probably exactly what Nico's saying right now. Right, that's exactly the comm right there is, hey, the smoke's bad. They can see over the top. But it looks to be an A split. This is still losable.
Yeah, I think Dexter would just have to have a crazy multi-kill. They are activating on B. Is it too little, too late? Find out. 40 seconds, as they say, up as clear. Dexter, Tessus, you're going to have to activate. Short is a threat, and now Dexter gets there in time. 30 seconds as they line up their util.
Yeah, bridge smoke. They'll molly CT to cut off rotation.
And Malbs will catch one on the flank, but they may overlook the second. There was a second member there in Shush. Dropping CT is a brilliant play. Nico profits. Tessus, he's in trouble. They're going to be swung down. Good frag, but taken down by Snags. It's a lovely round for G2.
Chaz was right. Just need to get a couple of rounds.
Yeah. And everything will be fine.
Everything is looking fine. I know, again, it's still a huge gap, but Heroic are going to have to go into a partial investment again. So what was a massive lead now is starting to get a little bit hot under the collar. Heroic need 3 more rounds to convert things, but how are they going to get there? You have to find a round in the second half, and simple as you like for Monacy. Nerds just steps on out, offers himself up. It's a great shooting from Malbs and Nico to close down the round. Even Snacks getting involved in all the fun. Shush has company. He'll be padding out. Shush has had some moments, I'd say.
I really like the combination of util as well, like that CT smoking combination, getting Nico to drop down. It couldn't be any better to run down Norpa as well. He's trying to hold that Gandalf cross. He gets away with murder there. 4 kills. He's doubled his kill count on the exit.
And kind of a big deal. Not a massive deal, but when you think about it, it was Monacy and Malbs a couple of rounds ago that had to bow them out at 2v5. Right. So there is financial damage. There is the ability to purchase. Monacy, if he goes for the orb, I think he's going to have to go glass. No, he's just got enough for Kevlar, but no utility. So yeah, Snacks down to a Galil. Decent impact there, but not the buy from Heroic.
A dropped AWP from Shush gives Dexter a chance to use it. Nico's out. Okay. That's a lot of early control. What a gift that is for G2.
Just feels your best weapon is in the worst spot for Heroic right now. Like, Dexter can be an X factor if they return, but okay, he's able to dip out of dodge. Uses the smoke safely. Retreats. Long fight coming.
Boost on blue box.
No flash, though.
Tuck in. No! Nico empty-handed. Malbs makes good on it. A triple kill. Shush nearly finds a round winner there onto Hunter. Nade won't find him. He gets away. Malbs 1 HP. Snacks the healthiest. Will pick up the AWP. Perhaps going to give that option to Malbs. What's the angle Shush has adopted here? Just out of interest, out of curiosity. Okay, so safe from the AWP, just holding that ramp walk up. Say that as he actually does start taking glances.
I think you want to play in a position where you're less committed. You can play for info and then Dexter can come play in. Because I know Shush is low.
He's just in the open. Is he hoping just to be kind of overlooked on this sweep? Just like that! Shush gets the frag. Taking down Malbs. Trade is there and AWP is there for the close. Dexter makes the 11th a reality.
And got that done.
Turbulent for G2. on Dust 2 against Heroic. We've got one more best of one to bring you here on the B stream, Lucy. Virtus Pro taking on the Mongols.
Yeah, it's a pretty exciting matchup for these two teams. They've played a little bit in the past with VP. They returned to Rio, Brandon, right? This is a team that we saw in the interview with Fame. They love this city. It means a lot to them to be here. Obviously, the big result for them historically was winning the major here. You know, that was obviously a couple of years ago now, and a slightly different team at the time. In fact, I think even slightly different here because Norbert was in the mix, not Kyron at the time. So Electronics, the one difference since that squad. But yeah, they're the technical one of the reigning champs of Rio, even if they didn't win it last year.
Yeah, and they didn't attend last year, so that's cool. It is good for them that they come back and they're like, okay, well, last time we were here, we won. And James, keeping up tradition on social media, went and took a photo with Christ the Redeemer over there again. And this is a team that you expect to be doing a lot better than they currently are, especially with that blockbuster signing of Electronic. And Electronic's time, obviously from Na'Vi to Cloud9, and then performing here in VP, you expect big things. And these memories that live on for the core of Virtus Pro, they want to redeem themselves and they want to have those moments again. This would be a really big statement if they're able to rock up in Rio and deliver the damage, but it's quite concerning when you're even worried about them playing in a best of one. I don't know what it is about this team because they're supposed to be kicking on, they're supposed to be playing some really good Counter-Strike, but something's not clicking.
Yeah, and you've got Electronic, the man on your screen, right, who has been one of the best riflers in CS, just full stop. He comes into this team and you think it's just a clear firepower upgrade. He even brings the experience of calling, you know, in the past, different iterations on various rosters. So there's just so much you expect from him in this team. And for some reason, it's not been clicking. I'm not sure what's going wrong. No one seems to know. It's a team that can show up and look really incredible, but then they'll have days where they don't show up. And I think Electronic's a good example of this. Very up and down. You know, I think about 50-60% of his games in the last 3 months have been positive rating, but it's either like 1.2 to 1.4 rated or 0.5 to 0.8. This team is so hot and cold that you never know which variation shows up on the day.
It's volatility, and it's also not only with the core five, it's also with the coaching staff, the analysts, that they've sort of shuffled that about to try and make things work, and nothing seems to be sticking right now. For the Mongols, this is a team that is on an upwards trajectory. This is a team that I think has sort of come past the narrative of them being underdogs in these events. Look at the development over the last year. They found themselves in the top 10 ranking for ESL over the last 3 months. And they've really been building. And I've been very impressed with what this team provides, especially because it looks like they play beyond their years. Such a young team with a lot of potential for future growth. And they're realizing it right in the early stages of their careers now.
Yeah, it's a team that I think historically we've seen teams from the APAC region get their opportunities at tier 1. And, you know, they'll have a good event now and then. But I think what's been most standout about Mongols is how consistent they've been. Every time they get to play one of these tier 1 events, they're not getting eliminated in the first round, right? They are running fairly deep in a lot of them, right? So, you know, even back at Pro League, yeah, they lost to Eternal Fire, but it was an incredibly close best of 3. They went all 3 maps, and Eternal Fire went on to the grand final, right? And I think a player that I'm looking at here is 910. I think especially when we're going up against him like VP with James, again, like Electronic, bit up and down at times. 910, he's recently been really stepping up when it comes to the big games. So he's a big player I look to. I think Mazzinho as well is a key element on Mirage of all maps. I think he plays some real pivotal positions, particularly on the T side when it comes to Palace Lex. So there's a few players you want to be keeping an eye on here. And for Blitz, this is kind of like revenge because he last lost in Rio to VP back at the major. So for him, there's a little bit of redemption that he's looking for.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be right in the forefront of his mind coming into this, but that would be another good storyline to take away from this. And in amongst all of those players you mentioned for the Mongols, didn't even speak about Senzu, who is by and large the best player on this team form-wise, and has been one of the standout pieces for Mongols, especially on Mirage. I think back to a lot of his highlight moments, I think they do come from Mirage. The thing that is interesting here is, quite rightly, production said, look, Virtus.pro have won 4 out of 5 recent games against the Mongols, which makes a lot of sense because their style, the Mongols, whilst it is developing and becoming a little bit more EU-pilled, it is still pretty aggressive. They still like to go for these plays that try and catch your opponents off guard. You will never catch Virtus.pro off guard. They play a really unique style of CS. And the Mongols having to adapt to all the teams within the European region, now having to adapt to Virtus.pro. No wonder it's a little bit of a stumble.
Yeah, it has been 5 months since their last play in Overpass in the pool at the time, right? So, yeah, it's been a moment. Obviously, Mirage them out there played before as a 13-6 result in favor of VP back in EPL season 19. But Mongols looking to change their fates here today. Anubis and Mirage, the only maps for VP with a positive win rate right now. So at least they're happy they ended up on one of their stronger maps.
Yeah, I'm looking at Flit. I'm looking at Fame. I think Flit has had a turn up in performance recently, but it needs to kickstart here in Rio. Flashbang's out, but 3 players for Mongols are here. Blitz kicks off proceedings immediately with a USP headshot, a 9-10 on the follow-up. No one from VP can get a slice of the action. And Flit even caught on the relay with the P250. Electronic last player alive, converged on by everyone from the Mongols. That was quick.
As that Mazzinho play, bit of a star when it comes to Mirage for this team. 3K on the pistol. I know a fan favorite player on this team. I feel like a player that we've got to see kind of mature between our right in front of us. His entire trajectory, such a young player, has really evolved over the last year of play. But a good start to affairs for Mongols. VP find 1 kill off Flit, and that is it. So a full eco comes out for the T's.
That just felt so simple. The crossfires, everyone was just sort of hitting their shots. That was a little bit too comfy, considering all the utility that was exerted into that A play. For Mongols, especially in the MR12, it's rounds like this where VP will look to bleed every single second off the clock, make you repurchase any elements. They can afford to make you drain. A bomb plant would be best case here for VP, as they look to go in towards B. They're even being spammed by Senzu. Oh my gosh, that was close.
So your one though works out pretty well. Techno, punished. And it's exactly what VP will do to you. Blood from a stone is their playstyle.
Senzu's M4 is called I Love Techno, and it's got all the techno stickers on it.
Oh, that's cute. You gotta back your teamies. Unless Techno just dropped his own M4. Imagine if that's just Techno's M4.
It might be. This is better. 9-10. Getting all the MP9 kills as VP try and transform the round in towards middle. It's not happening. And Blitz is even there on the follow-up. Norbert can get the site, but can't get the bomb. So a couple of casualties. It isn't the end of the world. The MP9 has already evolved into an M4. So it's all good for the Mongols.
Yeah, they do lose 1 M4 because they invested a lot of those into that round. So it's one of those rounds that's kind of neutral, I guess. You could argue VP got a pretty good outcome from it. 2 kills, denied an M4, so economic damage, which is always the aim of the game for the Jame School of Thought. You immediately get the AWP out for 9-10 off the back of those SMG frags.
He starts B. Wants to get really involved here. Norbert's holding, but it's 9-10 securing. An early opening pick, and that will send VP into mid.
And they have no space elsewhere at all. Norbert was their only extremity player. Everyone else is in middle. Bomb picked up by Electronic, who will go back into the apartments. Techno needs to be careful. Smoke lands. Flit tucks into the corner, so Techno can't see a thing if anyone is there. It was the silent boost. So Flit, slips.
Oh.
The Flit slip. Ouch. Immediate response.
Look at the players in con as well. Flashbang. Oh, not effective, but Blitz's bullets are. 2 kills immediately, and he wants even more. Will get punished by Electronic, and Senzu mates the same fate. It's a 2 versus 3. And once more, VP have only got control here in mid.
Zeno needs to be careful. Pressure's coming on from Connector. He's going to get closer behind Triple. But they're silent on the approach. Spots out one. Big kill. Electronic, I think it's now been calmed, and now he knows Mazinho on the swing. Double kill. Between him and Blitz, they lock down this approach in middle.
He plays that really well, Mazinho. Just shuts off the angle from Connector. Worried about ramp. But is able to hit the timing onto Flit. Nice idea as well for Mongols to go searching in towards Connector. They give mid over in the early round because 9-10's playing that extremity. They're setting a lot of the tempo here in these kills, which, to be honest, is what you expect out of a Mongol side, but to do it on the defense against VP. Start off incredibly strong. And their reward for all of their hard work is a round against Tech-9s and sprinklings of utility.
Yeah, it's just been great CS so far. Little dink. And follow-up. Flit scales quickly, gets himself an M4, and oh, he's looking for more. Flit doing everything to give VP something. And Orbit hits a banger. Finally, it's on the half-buy. VP, don't lose a player.
That's all Flit. It's all Flit. Just gets the dink in towards Connector, gets the movement really fast in towards jungle, and then it's his individual heroics that cause pandemonium in the comms of Mongols. As VP, of course, they're going to stay calm in that situation. They punish the players that are looking to rotate and deal with the known element of Flit. You're not expecting the group up to B&B apartments after that play's been made in towards jungle. Great work. He's the guy. All eyes on Flit. Not only for this best of one, but for this whole event.
There's James with that AWP recovered by Flit. Gets the opener, but 9-10 deals one straight back down top mid. Zenio, beautiful little angle. Electronic was not anticipating that forward position. So the advantage that is found immediately by James is lost moments later.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that Electronic just goes back into that angle after James just left. I guess you hear the fallback of James, you're trying to punish a player. Boost up in towards jungle. This is currently being held for Fame. Removed by Techno. This is suddenly a 4 versus 2. The Mongols are looking to inflict the same damage that VP did to them in the previous. And 9-10's even holding just in case James wants to go in towards B. And he does.
Get past 9-10, there is something to say.
They might even just save this,
yeah,
to be honest.
They will. Yeah, the 2 on 4. You guys know what's up. We get our first little bit of James time. 5 rounds in, not bad. It's interesting because, you know, VP, there's been conversation around what Electronic brings in, right? It's the variations to their playstyle, being able to bring in those fast rounds. But I think the thing that they've struggled with a lot is the balance, right? And being able to juggle James' kind of conventional philosophy with the more pacey stuff that Electronic kind of wants to get amongst. They haven't quite perfected that formula, but you can see it in the half-buy round when they were taking advantage of that quick opening from Flit. It escalated into a pretty fast round win.
I think it's just interesting, even the dynamic of Electronic being the secondary voice just sort of in this team and being like the next loudest after James, because you come in and you're offering up new ideas to a core, and you can agree to a certain extent that VP definitely needed to sort of have a little bit of a freshen up, but this is the style that's been working for them. This is the style that's made them win a major, for example. And I know Flit was pretty vocal before. I don't know how much of his input is now sort of being relayed and sort of accompanied with Electronic, but I remember Electronic like back on Na'Vi when they were winning absolutely everything, and that was slow, that was methodical. I thought that would blend really well with VP style of play. The 30-second execute was coined by Na'Vi back in like 2017.
Yeah. do have the A-string game finally finished, Brandon. Took a little longer than anticipated, given it was a 10-2 half, but Heroic finished the job 13-10. Now that's an upset.
Play to them. That is a massive upset. For G2 and FaZe in the lower bracket now.
G2 and FaZe in the lower bracket.
One of VP and Mongols to join them at the end of Mirage. A slow burner. Get used to this and strap in. Because VP once more taking mid control. Mongols want to explore. 9-10, first contact here at ramp. And Mazzinho was going to be the follow-up and the fallback man, but instead he moves over and has a little look at Palace. And this is the right idea for the Mongols, because VP are moving back in their spawn to go A.
Yeah, Flit's going to grab the bomb. They're orchestrating a resmoke towards window. That's just to give that lurk player some space to work with. 9-10 on the angle. Ready for this contact, but the only one in the A side itself misses the chance. Falls back, flames drop. Mazzinho spots one in Palace. The utility is slowing them down. Blitz gets the kill on Fame. That's the lurk removed. Goes a little too early, and 9-10 removes Norbit. Not finding the way in until Electronic delivers a headshot onto Mazzinho. 9-10 slides in, finds another easy kill. Electronic again doing everything he can to give VP this second round. Senzu, not cleared. Tucked in, time was low. Electronic had to plant, some reason goes reverse triple despite Jame being in default. And Blitz waits. Oh, he bides his time and he gets his revenge on Jame.
I can't believe he knifes him. That's just salt in the wound. Playing trigger discipline to kill him after time is one thing, but to then backstab him? Fatality from the Mongols. And again, you've really got to question VP coming. That was, oh my God. Okay, Electronic. Really got to question this from VP though, because the execute itself, where were the flashbangs? Where were the players ready to go? You see the Palace guy and Electronic activating, but the players on ramp were just sort of half in, half out. Flit finds Blitz. That's a great opener back for VP. They should be going a lot faster than this.
Oh, that's nice from 9-10. Blowing the smoke, kill found. Needs to be careful. Ew. That jump almost cost him, but Mazzinho bails him out, and 9-10's having a field day on the AWP. A-site between 9-10 and Mazzinho is so difficult to break in. Be careful, James. The knives are out.
It's just having this presence of mind to have the extra couple of seconds, because you know VP are going to give you these extra couple of seconds, so it allows the break on the connector smoke for 9-10, so he's not going to be pressured from Palace. There's the swing back in from Mazzinho on the A site. Look at 9-10, he's been so dynamic. Now he's in CT. James never going to be ready for that. He said to watch out for him. He's got 120 ADR.
Yeah, he's been playing such good Counter-Strike lately, particularly when it comes to playing against Tier 1, where he was faltering a little bit. I remember back kind of towards the tail end of last year at events like Atlanta and a few of the other Challenger events, where he was definitely struggling, particularly against teams like VB, but has really excelled as of late. And it's just experience for this team and the amount of opportunities they're getting to go toe-and-toe with the best.
Oh, Blitz. I think he's got the time in. Yeah, Flit not prepared. Understaffed is middle now for VP. And James now revealed that the package is well and truly on his back. That was another round, by the way, in which VP in the previous got the opening kill. Flit finding success down in towards middle. It's just the responsiveness. It's also just the anticipation of Mongols. They just know what's coming around the corner. Even here, Mazzinho slides back, plays a more passive line because the Mongols are just worried a little bit about middle. but they've already disengaged. They can be ready to respond on the scene if Mazzinho needs it, and he will.
And you're going into this triple threat towards B. I mean, Techno and Sensor haven't had to play Counter-Strike yet, barely. VP are going to be going for this. 9-10 AWP. Waits, spots one on the jump over. Blitz is pushing behind. So there's only going to be the two players close by. Mazzinho drops a defensive smoke. Flashbangs being a nuisance. They want to scale close, but he holds tall. Eventually will be run down. Does good damage. And now the bomb being planted. Techno takes two. Spam through the smoke. They line up. It's a platter. He's more than happy to absolutely gobble up. There's that flank, and it's a 7-1 scoreline. Mongols making this look easy.
Yeah, they've just got an extra player on site all the time. And VP, they're expecting Mongols, I think, to either respect the utility a little bit more, or they'll catch them off guard with the flashbangs. But you've got this flank always from Blitz that feels inevitable. You've got a player that can quickly rotate in from CT, and you've got Mazzinho that's not scared to fight. And a Mazzinho that's not scared to fight is a disastrous situation for VP. They are being manhandled. And they're going back to A again. Another turn of pace. This one might catch Mongols off guard. Electronic answers, and Mazzinho cannot deal with the outpour of players in Palace. That's better. All you needed was just to accelerate and have good trade space in.
Just need Electronic to find that clean entry. VP with their second. It's interesting Mongols have had these two players over at B every round when they've just not been involved at all. Yeah, you can't really hunt this. The CTs might even hunt.
It reminds me a lot of the first best of one of the day with Payne and Mouse, where you had two players consistently on B because you're anticipating that that's going to be the play at some point. VP keep going A, they keep getting locked out. Like, surely it's the B one, guys. Surely they come B at some point. No, they don't. They recognize that A could be a weakness. It's the first time that Mongols have shown vulnerability on it in the first 9 rounds of play. And don't get me wrong, VP know how to build back into games, build back into first halves. This game and this map is certainly not done by any stretch of the imagination. There's every world in which VP can make this a 7-5 half and make it look like an even contest.
Yeah, that's the thing. VP are a team that will always find a way back in. So despite this blistering start from Mongols, it's not all done yet. 7-2 though is a very commanding scoreline. VP win a round after a break of 4. Wonder if they might try A again, given they did just get clean entries on the fast play. Or will they finally go B?
I think they've had relatively decent success out middle as well, to be fair to them.
Yeah.
Flit's been really good at taking that space. It always feels like he takes top middle and then goes to the left-hand side to catch players short. 9-10 being dynamic again. Underpass is where he starts his journey in round 10. And 3 players outside A. I think you might know what's coming next.
Yeah, getting ready for a bit of a play. 2 towards middle. Maybe a split on the cards. Maybe not, because the bomb has to go get collected. So they're just going to post up Flit, who, as you mentioned, has been quite good when it comes to the lurk plays and finding openings in middle. Utility goes out to window and connector to give him room to work with. But the AWP is still an unknown element, and 9-10 decides to move back and try and help out his teammate. Could be tough for Flit, but in the meanwhile, up the ramp comes VP. Good flashbang. Blitz doesn't see a thing. And Mazzinho, oh, he's cooking. He's in the back of sight, and he burns to a crisp from 100 to 0. Norbert puts him on the barbecue. With 2-player advantage, what can Mongols do? Techno gets 1, 9-10 another. It's a 3-on-3.
It's a good start. And he got utility. Double smokes Molly. James sits at firebox, and 9-10 now knows exactly where he is. Great shot. And suddenly they're in the bomb site. Electronic creeps forward on towards Tetris and executes Senzu. A 2v2, but time an issue for the Mongols. They got to get in and they can't get by Electronic. The bomb's not planted for him, but it doesn't matter because the kills will come to him. VP through Electronic find a third.
Yeah, it's still not comfortable, is it though? That's a 5-on-3 with the bomb down. And it ends up being a 2-on-3 that VP have to try and make work. 9-10 hitting some crazy shots. This second flick, look at that onto JM. The Electronic tucks in, does his job. Gets that third round for VP. There's enough here for an investment, but it will come with some costs for Mongols. So VP very well could end up with that 7-5 half if they can convert this next round.
I think what's interesting is we sort of frame this always for VP that they expect everything. The way that they play it normally accounts for every single moment that their opposition is going to do. But Mongols are definitely catching them off guard with the speed of their rotations and the responsiveness on these retakes. For example, the fact that gets into a 3v2 is all because players are caught out with utility and they don't expect players very close in blitz in towards CT. This has definitely been worked on for VP. They definitely understand that A is a pressure point that they are now starting to make happen. And James turns the habits into successful ones with a kill on 9-10. It's a good thing that Mazzinho doesn't take any damage on the spam. And with Blitz finding that kill, I don't think you're going to be ready for him up here.
He's feeling a lot of pressure with all the utility flying past, but the swing is perfection. Norbert looking to try and find it is going to slip into Sandwich. Mazzinho needs help. Needs it quickly. Oh, there's that second molly. Mazzinho, goodbye, but good damage.
Oh, that's been... Oh! What a shot. That's everything. That keeps the round alive. Look at the HP of Norbert and Flit. You couldn't stitch a player together if you tried. But it's the HE that does the damage onto Blitz. It's a 2-on-2 and there's no util for the Mongols.
How did VP get the bomb onto site? It's dead in Sandwich. Flit has no health. Norbert's got no health. VP pause, waiting to see if Mongols are going to extend and give them that kill. The kill that puts it into the 2-on-1 and allows that bomb to go through, but Mongols don't budge. Techno is rerouting and this setup between the two of them is going to be very strong. Flit will pick it up. Norbert swings. Senzu needs to come in clutch. Knows that bomb is being planted. He can't deny the spam does not connect. Bomb goes down. Flit's on 2 HP. Norbert's on 31. But the AWP's on the line and the AWP fully blind hits the shot.
They play that so well, Virtus Pro, by just pumping the round down to a grinding halt. So often they do that. But Mongols, there's two decisions here. And it is, where have VP gotten off to? Have they rotated all the way back towards B? Or are they just waiting for us to make a mistake? The actual answer is the third one. The fact that the bomb is in Sandwich. But Norbert hitting that kill on CT is everything. And if Flit just hits the blind shot on the AWP, VP do get what they want, and it's an overextension from the Mongols in some capacity, and it's enough to earn them a 4th round.
Norbert is the best esports player of all time.
That is true.
Sometimes you just got to swing him. And that's exactly what the Norb does. No HP doesn't matter if you click quicker. 7-1 was the scoreline, and going into the last round of the half, it's MP9s for the most part.
And another A adventure.
This is just A simulator. VP play and executes.
Mazzinho, I think, has taken about 200 damage from mollies in the past, 3 rounds. Is there a flashbang here to set up 9-10? That could be quite profitable. But it doesn't look like it. The only flash is on Techno and he's on B.
Yeah, and the Blitz moves around, but I think 9-10 is just going to jiggle the angle. They're wanting to catch someone, potentially Flit, who has been so active in these mid lurks. 9-10, close up, needs to find something, and he's found two. The MP9 destroys them. Bomb delivered. James on the corner. 9-10 trying to bait. James doesn't bite. Surely gonna swing it. There's the shot, but 9-10 a bit afraid to swing. Electronic brute forces through Mazzinho. Flit can't get it done, and 9-10 can't either. Falls to James. Half HP. Molly in his face. Bomb outside as well. Smoke actually lands a bit funky, but gives him room to work with so that he can fight out. But it's straight into Senzu, an 8-4 half. Mongols leading.
We're back, and so are Virtus Pro. They at least give themselves something to work with on the CT side. Their defense is much better than their offense is on Mirage historically, and now in the present moment, we've got to see it.
Let's see. MVP of anything to show. 9-10 certainly has so far 16 kills and counting for the AWPer of the Mongols. Gifted the P250 to try and do damage in middle. And they could split onto A pretty cleanly here. There are two players playing towards stairs and connector. Techno's boosted up in the jungle. That's a player spotted. Techno now has a good timing if he wants to push. With the contact being taken, it's all to set up. Techno, 2 backs, turn, 2 frags, and A open.
They just had no idea. They didn't have a player in towards short. They were so worried, VP, about this B hit that never came in. And look at 9-10. Or maybe don't, because he gets eliminated by Norbert immediately. Bomb has just about been planted at a 4v3, and Norbert is looking to push the issue at Connector.
Yeah, Norbert does have a kit, so it's certainly possible. Breaking through is going to be tricky. Techno didn't spot Electronic climbing up, but the disengage, and in fact, he's just going to run away. Norbert comes to clear. They wanted to deal with him, but he just escapes, slips out, and now he can just come back through at any moment. Norbert, nice try. Oh, maybe not a nice try. Another player comes out. Time running out, hits the shot, kit collected. And somehow, some way, VP take the pistol.
How did Blitz die at CT? What? Like, how did that happen? Because he moved away. He disengaged. VP are laughing about it. They're like, oh well, we won the round, I guess. I can't believe
kills. Bomb down. 5 on 3.
What happened here?
Norbert happened.
Yeah, fair. Fair play, Norbert. I guess it really was Norbin time. They have forced into this Mongols. They did get the bomb plant. Flitz lining up the nades that lands outside the windows. Doesn't do any damage to you. Only breaks half the smoke. There's so many different ways you can throw that nade.
He doesn't get a lot of info off it. There are a lot of players in middle. He's now smoked off. Boost up from Blitz.
Expected.
Very expected. The problem is Connector is compromised, and so... Oh, just sitting in smokes. A flash over. Flit finds the kill. James spots them out. 9-10 wants to give it a go. No way. Flit holding on. 3 kills. Techno finally breaks through, but the bomb is in Flit's home. And there's just no way through. Techno's just going to throw out guns. Make it costly at least. From a 7-1 scoreline to 8-6. VP certainly back in it.
Great coverage from James there. Steps out from Ticket, holds that smoke to make sure that Flit only has to focus on the window jump up. Because he could have been overwhelmed. But this angle, it's enough to even find 3. And that was the force buy. And guess what? That did not feel like one out of the Mongols. Dispatched of immediately. They go straight into the lair of Flit. He provides VP an opportunity. A hero AK. Dropped by Techno. And a flashbang set up for James to potentially farm. And he only finds 1.
Yeah, it is the armored rifle though, so... Okay, rifle gets picked back up, finds another kill. But there's no armor. So the threat is low. But the threat is still there.
No. Senzu's still there. That's the issue. Dangerous armor or not, but these nades should be very crunchy. And they are. Mazzinho is dead. I don't think you can plant now. Unless you go B, but VP are already 1 step ahead.
Yeah, Mongols have a lot of time to work with, so they've got options. What's that?
Come on, guys. You don't even need to play it. There we go. That's it. And to be honest with you, by them going back through Palace, they only have to deal with Norbert. If they kill Norbert, they can plant, because Electronic's too far away.
Yeah, we got to kill Norbert.
True.
30 seconds. Norbert. Oh, he is in the open a little bit, but he's going to duck down, play safely. Doesn't even drop his smoke. What's the swing and deny? Oh, the spam. That's beautiful from Norbert. Doesn't need to do anything. How's the lineups? Senzu wanted to play the post plant, but it doesn't even look like you'll get to play much more in this round. Crossfire established. Norbert swings. 1 round game.
Sweet spam from Norbert. That's the safest way he can deny the bomb. And from a round that looked a little bit scary there, it just descends into another VP collection. That was just a half buy. That was a hero rifle surrounded by pistols. And for it to come as close as it did, you got to feel a little bit of confidence here for the Mongols, but they need to start getting rounds on the board because the momentum is most definitely with Virtus Pro. Even if they don't play like you feel like they've got momentum.
Yeah, it was 7-1. It was 7-1. Mongols have got one round in that entire collection of 7 or 8.
Oh my gosh.
Hefty.
They're going in B.
On fast. Smoke deployed.
Norbert.
Electronic spams a lot of damage, but run down. Norbert, though, steps up. Can only get the one. The Flit able to get another, but there's too many bodies. Too many Mongols. They swarm. Fame picks up the AWP, and, well, it's not been his map, so he doesn't fancy his chances. Operation Save. Mongols will break through and get their first T round.
What a brilliant change of pace out from the Mongols. And even when they're fighting, you go back and you look at all the different elevation changes they incorporated into all of those fights. Norbert gets swung by a player default and balcony. And then the short player gets swung by a player just in towards apartments. It's always a double swing with different changes of elevation. So even if you get one, there is no way in hell you're getting a multi-kill. And it's just limiting that potential. Great entry pathing, good discipline out of the Mongols as well. And they take a risk in just immediately going for something fast-paced themselves after bringing out the guns. And it works to perfection.
Yeah, Electronic needed a little bit more there. All he did was damage, and sure, that allowed Norbert to get one more kill, but he needed to find the frag. Swung on by so many players, overwhelmed. Oh, saved for James. Fires off, misses the chance.
With him firing off the AWP shot, do you expect Flit under? Well, 910's now spotted him. Information relayed both ways, and Flit, rather than continuing to fight and press that issue, he just leaves.
Yeah, I don't think he feels comfortable enough trying to force that issue, not knowing the numbers towards top middle.
They've wasted a lot of time though, VP. Like, Mongols have had to reset, go back to underpass, use a lot of their utility, but in the same vein, Flit is currently holding one of the remaining 2 smokes here for VP.
If this is a short play to B, Mongols have the perfect read. 4 VP players currently rest on that A-bomb site. It's only Norbert with a single MP9, no utility, left in charge of half of the map. He would need to go astronomical here. VP are gambling that this is going to be the A play, and when it's not, they'll be leaving Norbert out to dry.
Yep, Norbert now gets the info. They're going to start to rotate, but he can't even get one. It's Electronic that lights up the kill feed on towards Senzu, who was lurking. Bomb could be planted. It looks like VP want to give this one a go, but do they really? Maybe it's just a collection of rifles. Because you've got no util. There's one kit on Fame that you cannot go for this retake. So this will be the round converted and 10 etched up onto the scoreboard next to the Mongols.
They're having the discussion about it, but you could just see from the setup that this was kind of going to be how it played out. Electronic getting the kill on short gave them some incentive to go because they know they've got that space they can work with to set up the retake. But without any apps control, without market, they play it by the numbers, and that means conceding. 10 rounds now to Mongols.
Terrorists win.
But hey, they
haven't even really... Sorry, I was going to say, I haven't really seen a true AWP head-to-head yet between Jame and 910, but in terms of the impact on the server, 910 is outclassing Jame.
Yeah, that was kind of the conversation coming into this as well, right? That Jame hasn't necessarily been at the forefront. Not often is, you know, to be fair to him, but 910 definitely has been. So when he's not getting threatened by an AWP in these opening duels, he's just taking them everywhere. Jame has got the better of him, you know, once or twice. We saw on the A side hold, the peek from stairs, where Jame got an opener once, but I think on the CT side's maybe where Jame can do his best work.
Oh, that timing. Jane went to peek in top middle, but 910 and Blitz were under the scope. They're able to deal with Flit, and then here comes the second wave. Out A. Fame falls and hits the deck. Senzu on the angle, expects Electronic. But whilst he can't convert it, it's the utility that paves way for the bomb site to be unlocked once more.
They're on 5. This doesn't look likely. Norbit maybe looking for an upgrade. I think he threw away his MP9 and couldn't find a rifle, so still has an MP9. Now he's found himself an M4, but this is a save. 1 kill in middle. Fame caught, standing on top of Ticket. That's kind of surprising. He has no other support on the A bomb site, and he's playing a very open position. So when he gets swung on by 2, yeah, he does the damage, but it's a 1v2, and you're right in the open. So Zinio and Techno able to do quick work.
I think that might have been a comms issue as well, because where I think it was Flit that gets overwhelmed in towards window, you can see that Fame's immediately checking connector, so Jame isn't overwhelmed by a player just sneaking in and dealing with him as he tries to look top mid for the trade back. And that's all well and good, but as you mentioned, he's just completely in the open, and the Palace player who's lurking out thinks, oh, well, that's an incredibly easy kill. I think it was even Techno that got it in the end, but point still stands. Simple mistakes now evolving into monumental errors for VP, and have done so well to come back into this, show resilience, to build in, make that a 1-round game, and suddenly they need a second win, so they need to do it again in the same map.
Need to find some sort of answer. Looking like they're going to get a reasonable buy together thanks to all these saves. Now 3 gun rounds in a row. The Mongols have just brute forced their way in to B, to A, to middle. Jame and Fame need to arrive.
We'll just group up and play together, boys. Like, VP, they've had 1 round where they flashed Jame in when he was on an MP9 in towards ramp on the extremity. That last round, 3 players were in window, just spamming. It just feels like they're not playing as a cohesive unit here, VP. It feels like they're leaving opportunities for Mongols to consistently find kills, and there's no rebuttal. There's no trade unless it comes from someone else, somewhere else on the map.
And Molly doesn't quite hit the mark. The HG will at least. Blitz gets brought very low off the back of it. The short players on this B side have been delivering. Norbit, Electronic, and Flit, who will get the opening kill, but Senzu punishes immediately, and Blitz was already low, so I think it's a happy trade to remove Flit.
Yeah, you take that all day long. Another re-smoke in towards the B apartments is good for buying time, and Senzu wants more, but can't deal with Fame, and Jame adjusts onto 910. Mongols try and reset. They go in towards an A split, and it doesn't quite work, and Jame, he's arriving, jumping over the top of Ticket just to see and peer over the wall for a connector player. Electronic locks it in. That felt a lot more concrete out of VP, and it's because they were playing together.
Needed Jame, needed Fame, and they deliver. Fame on that re-kill to Senzu is everything. Senzu doesn't budge from this position. That's a beautiful kill, long range with the FAMAS. Jame adjusting different angles. Exactly what VP needed. That was very slow from Mongols. It felt like they were really just taking their time with it, hunting for those fights. When they found them, didn't quite go their way.
I think it's because they were anticipating any form of resistance in towards mid when they first took it. But suddenly you're in towards ladder, there's nothing there. You boost up in towards jungle, okay, a player is there. But that's the first point of contact, and that comes in with just about a minute left on the clock. It's good to see the coach for VP, being quite animated. Just explaining what can go better, what they can improve on. Remember Dastan just being such a chill dude. But this is quicker. Look at this. Mongols aren't chill. They're just accelerating. Electronic's got to be so careful that he doesn't get overwhelmed. But it's Norbert that comes in close and gets dealt with. Not once, but twice. The B defender's full.
Let's hear though. Smoke out the window. They have nothing to deal with the doorway. And all of VP are in the market. Look at the open shop. Senzu over the top. Can't quite put a player on that shopping block. Flash out. They want to fight forward. Considering it at any rate, Mazzinho retreating. Bomb to be planted for short. Mazzinho spots one. The reposition sets him up for the kill onto Fame. Flashes over. Flits low. Jame with the AWP. The player disadvantage. No kit on either of them and no kill offered up. That one frag from Mazzinho looks like it's done enough.
Why do they not have a kit? Like, you've got so much money on both of these players. And to be honest, on like most of the team. What's going on here? There's one on site. But it feels like there should be more. And the fact that they don't go for that, you're conceding map point. You are conceding map point when you're in the position to go for it. I think that's the best possible look VP have had into a retake in quite some time. But it's well played from the Mongols because they're so disciplined. They're not giving VP anything because they know that if they overextend, they're the ones that will give VP something.
Nice spam from Senzu to flash out the player at bench. Mazzinho's frag onto Fame is everything there, though, because that was the one way they were trying to get out. They wanted to set him up to find that fight to allow them then to scale out. But when Fame falls, they have no further utility to scale, and they're just so afraid. Don't want to lose that opportunity to bring those weapons into this round. But James always planning for the future. Right now, that future requires 4 rounds in a row.
With the cash that they had left over, they are able to get all the rifles out at least. But Mongols have been just so direct. They've noticed that VP are giving them a lot of this room in middle. And they're just taking the game by the horns. They're certain control wherever they go. A good change of pace because of that contention in towards mids allows that map point. And now you've got Techno just flirting with the idea towards VP. Hey, we might come here again, but they won't. They want to go back into A, and VP are poised pretty effectively for this.
3 players lie in wait. Got Jame at ticket. Fame tucked. Flit not far away. This needs to be a perfect execute. Smoke over, flash, good. Jame hits the timing shot and Fame still undetected. But Jame goes for the reswing. He gets punished for it. Fame can convert, looked messy. But he takes one down, a lot of damage onto another. Flit finishes the job. Norbert spots one on the cross. Doesn't fire his shot. Knows he can secure the round because he's unknown. And Norbert, to perfection, takes 2 and 9 for VP.
He played that so well. So well. And he bails VP out of a tight jam because it was looking a little bit contestable here, especially with Techno's headshot on Jame. And Fame does a lot of damage in towards Palace, so the nade is instant from Flit. The A site, whilst it is breached, it is defended effectively. And for all the hard work the Mongols have done, they lose this round. It's double digits. They have to eco, and then there's one more buy round 4, that OT. It is in reach. There is a possibility. I'm not sure if Flit spotted Senzu, but he's aware that this could be a move here. Both him and Techno are already under window.
Yeah, Flit's been ready for this play consistently. Like, the amount of times they've boosted window. Oh, okay. Well, aware doesn't mean that you can win. Techno will be done for, so he gets his kill, but Fame's now under pressure getting spammed. and getting run down somehow. Blitz does eventually do it. Mazinho takes down his teammate, but does get that kill. Bomb to be planted. Oh, that's timing. Senzu, this is messy. But he escapes. For a moment, Electronic puts him down 9-10. The superstar for the Mongols needs to find both. First is here's the swing though. Not good enough. Electronic ready for it. VP, hold on.
Yeah, finally ready for it. That was so scrappy in connector. I just don't know what I was watching, but Electronic able to spam Senzu through the wood onto stairs. Gets his 20th kill, keeping VP alive. But that's another bomb plant for the Mongols. That is the Tech-9s doing the damage, and it's the scaling off the back of Techno's control in jungle. They are threatening. They're knocking on the doors, trying to end the game here. But it's that team you can never quite put away. 2 rounds left in regulation. With the Tech-9s and the Deagles, you don't want to rule anything out. But you assume it's going to go the distance. Another A play, a missed shot out of Jame.
So looking like he wants to swing this. Thinking better of it. They've allowed the space. Mongols want to scale. Bomb down. All they have is pistols. They have no flashbang to set this up. They're just going to wide swing. Techno takes one, but all of the CTs. Now charge in unison. Flit, the only other separate entity, will fall. The Tech-9s, surely not like this, VP. There isn't a smoke. Where's the bomb planted, though? Oh, it's default.
Default.
That's not being stuck. Jame falls. Blitz hits the Deagle. Fame needs to deliver. Swaps to the AWP. Surely not the weapon for the job. Oh, flustered is Fame. And VP sent to the lower bracket.
I wonder... I know this is going to sound really ridiculous, but I wonder if he tried to press E on the defuse kit. Because it was right next to that AWP, and he picks up the AWP in that situation. That was pandemonium from start to finish. The Mongols, they deserve that victory after being up so many rounds in that first half. They sprinkle in a lot of aggression there towards that A site. They give VP the VP treatment that they dished out to Mongols to inspire that comeback. That was well done, and they really deserved that win. VP made them sweat for it.
Yeah, certainly made them work for it, considering Mongols, as mentioned, were up on a really strong lead, right? It was a 7-1 scoreline at one stage, and VP, they dragged their way back into it. An 8-4 half, they won the first 3 rounds of that second half. It felt like the comeback was inevitable. But some revenge, best served. The back of a knife, Blitz takes down Jame. Sends into the lower bracket. And a beautiful close to this game, to the pistols of all things. Mongols' aggression overwhelms VP.
And that was VP being really stubborn in that first half. How many times did they hit that A bomb site? So many in that first half. You do get the usual suspects arriving for VP, which is what you need in the form of Norbert on CT. Electronic had his moments, but Fame unfortunately did not have the best showing on Mirage, and it's really exaggerated by that 1v2 clutch. Mongols worthy winners 13-10, but it felt like it was going to be a lot closer than that.
Yeah, I feel like VP had like 3 players that were really playing well, right? You got to really throw Flit in contention as well. He was basically solo in charge of the entire middle of the map and was basically doing it all by himself and finding a lot of success on it. But Mongols, I think it was the team-based effort, right? Like, it just felt like everyone was delivering. Mazinho in that first half was doing a lot of work, and even I think in a few of those rounds in the second half as well. But overall, I mean, for the Mongols, a massive victory. They finally get their revenge. VP have beat them consistently. What was it? 4 out of the last 5 maps VP have won. Mongols finally do it. We have our aim high player of the match, and obviously on Mongols, it could only be one player. 9-10 hyped him up as a bit of a beast when it comes to Mirage, and he delivered in spades.
Yeah, he was really good just on that CT side. He felt like he was always in control with the AWP. I thought on the T side he fell off a little bit, but he actually gave a lot of room to grow into the game for the likes of Senzu, Blitz, and Techno. They were having absurd games just on that second half. But for 9-10, it was all about the consistency and the amount of room he was being allowed to have because of the slow style of VP just enabled him to consistently be dynamic. He was always catching VP off guard, even in this round, highlighted by nades in hand. He was remarkable.
Yeah,
and he deserves full credit.
Stark contrast as well to James, right? Who was definitely struggling, even on the CT side for VP. He had a couple of moments, but for the most part, we didn't really see a lot from James here, which is a bit surprising, given it is Mirage, and we kind of expect that from him. Props to Electronic, who did play a really good map of Counter-Strike. I feel like he was really delivering. I think he had the same amount of kills as 910 towards the end, but the difference was that 910 had his entire team around him that was delivering.
Yeah, it was well worked from the Mongols, and that sends Virtus Pro down to the lower bracket and puts the Mongols one best of 3 away from potentially qualifying to the arena. We go to a break. The best of ones are now concluded. When we come back, it's Neo and Trav to take you through the remaining 2 BO3s of the day.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Fallen, do you mind if I take the seat next to you? You're waiting for an interview?
Yeah.
I thought I gave you enough one. I'm so sorry. How are you?
All good, and you? Hello, everyone.
I'm doing very good. And obviously, we're in Brazil again. You have to travel to Brazil because you now live in Malta. What's the feeling for you when you come to this event?
It's always amazing to come back to Brazil and having the chance to experience our country, all the passionate fans. So I'm just hoping that we can play some good CS on this tournament and make it to the playoffs, so we can all see a lot of great energy in the arena.
How much more do you feel is needed to see Furia back at the top? Because when we look at this roster now, we look at Quesarado, we look at Yuri, what Cello can do, and then Skull's coming in now as the final piece. This looks like it should be the ultimate team, but there are some other Brazilian teams as well who have shown that they can fight at the same way. Do you feel pressure to now we need to deliver, we need to start showing something?
I feel like the Brazilian level has been rising up. I think none of the Brazilian teams are on the level we want to be yet, but at the same time we're not too far. So it's at this point where I feel like both Furia and MyBR and even Pen Gaming, all those guys, they have been close to reach this level where you can start dreaming of winning the titles, but all of them are not there yet. So for us, it's all about getting a little bit better, a little bit more consistency, and getting something more spicy as a team in order to show up and beat all those guys. A lot of good teams playing up there, and you gotta have something to be the difference for you, So we're working on that.
Lastly, I want to ask you, because there are people now wanting to grab you for this interview. What would it mean to you, even though you've lifted some of the biggest trophies in Counter-Strike, what would it mean to you to lift this one here in Rio?
I have always been chasing to win a big trophy in CSGO in Brazil. I fell short on the ESL tournament in São Paulo. I think we lost in the finals for Cloud9. So for me to win a big tournament in Brazil would be winning a major for me. So I feel like the level of this tournament is very stacked. We have 16 of the best 21 teams in the world here, and it's the kind of level you'd expect on a major. So for me personally, because it's my home country, that's my third major right here, So it's a big chance for me. So yeah, for me it would be a dream coming true. I will try my best. I know when it comes to the expectations, both internally and outside, people might not see Furia as a contender for the title, but I know deep in my heart that we're not too far away from where this conversation starts changing, So it's all about trying to find what's missing.
It always takes just one special magic moment, and it can all change very quickly. You know it more than anyone. Gabriel, thank you very much, man.
Small sample size.
Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
Skulls. Now, one best of three separates you from guaranteeing yourselves a spot in the playoffs. Emotionally, how much would it mean to you to get to play in front of a Brazilian crowd?
I mean, this is all I want. It's my dream since I joined Furia, and since I saw this tournament being out there on social media. So yeah, it's a dream for sure.
Tell me about the experience of arriving in Rio and having all the fans waiting for you in the airport.
Yeah, that was crazy. We were just tired, excited to go home and rest. But as soon as we saw the fans there, we were hyped, and I mean, it's a different vibe. We got here and they are waiting for us at 5 a.m. and that's pretty crazy, honestly. So yeah, that makes the whole vibe for us.
I feel like the passion in Brazil is just something totally different. The next team that lays in front of you, obviously, is going to be Maus. What do you think of Maus's form at the moment?
I mean, I think they are not the same Maus they were in the past, but we cannot rely on that. I mean, every team has this phase that they can struggle a little bit, and Maus is not a team that we can sleep on because they're still a pretty strong team. So we are just going to play our game and focus on ourselves.
Obviously, you did play them back at EWC, where you got a map off of them, but they managed to take the series. Did you learn anything in particular from that game? Is there anything that sticks out to you that you've got to be careful of when you're facing Maus?
I mean, at that time, we had 2 weeks of team, and I mean, we evolved a lot as a team now, and this last boot camp, we evolved even more. So I am really looking forward to the changes that we did on our game, and again, we just need to play the game that we play on practice.
Anything you want to say to the Brazilian fans that are going to be cheering you on?
Yeah, of course. Primeiro, salve aí pra galera da Desorganizada da Fúria, que estão dando um apoio surreal pra gente. Muito obrigado de coração. Para todos os torcedores também, pra galera da tribo que tá acompanhando aqui, fazendo cobertura. E é isso, galera. Vamos com tudo, conquistar essa vaguinha e a gente se encontra nos playoffs. É nóis.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thank you, man.
Well, hello there. Some fresh faces to bring you through this next couple of games. Myself and Trav joining you. As we're going to bring you the next two best of threes, we got a banger to start things off. It's Furia taking on Maus. Winner moves on to the playoffs. Trav, first of all, lovely to see you as always, mate. We've known each other for a while. We work together all the time. How are you feeling? Ready for a little bit of IEM Rio?
Oh, I'm excited, mate. Of course, do you remember when we did IEM Fall together back in 2021? You were a fresh-faced young lad. You didn't commit to the beard back then. We both looked pretty different back then. Maybe me not as much because, you know, I'm a bit older, but there we are. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be back. And I can't wait for this best of three because Furia and Maus, you know, there's been some great matchups between these two this year. And, of course, a lot on the line.
Yeah, exactly. This one should be pretty sick. And, you know, I guess the first thing coming in towards this is that many people didn't even expect Furia to be here, if we're being completely honest. The classic phase, opening game of a tournament, not quite showing up, but they always warm up into it. So that's probably the hope for them. But Furia, really great opener in that Dust 2 best of 1, 13-7 over phase. So credit to them with Maus. They were made to work as well. That 13-11 over Pain just a little bit earlier too. Also on Dust 2 as well. So it does set up a pretty interesting series here. And like we said, what's on the line is this upper bracket semi here in Group A. The winner will be banking themselves a spot in towards the playoffs. And, you know, for Furia, that would mean so damn much.
Absolutely. Obviously, as well, don't forget you can get yourself involved with watching these games on Face It Watch, of course. There are skins to be won, of course. If you watch there, you can see every single POV from every single player on the server, and it's a great little feature. I definitely enjoyed that. I've used it a couple of times when I wanted to watch Donk's POV when he was setting the world alight for the first time at big events. Yeah. It was very entertaining.
Yeah, it's really good. It's definitely worth checking out as well. I mean, I remember you when you were, Donk via Kato, right? I mean, that was probably the best time, I think, ever to use it so far. That historic performance from him. But who knows, maybe in this tournament we might get another one of those historic ones and you can pick your favorite player. These are how things have gone so far. Na'Vi took down Imperial, semi-expected there. The bit of the NA derby as well as Team Liquid took down Complexity. Furia upset FaZe as we just touched on, and Maus squeaked past Pain in a 13-11 in those opening best of ones. And it sets up now a couple of games here in these best of threes with Na'Vi and Liquid, and of course where we are with Furia and Maus, and in that lower bracket with potentially elimination on the line track, we could be saying goodbye already to one of, you know, FaZe, Pain, Complexity, or Imperial.
Yeah, and it's obviously I managed to catch quite a lot of the games that are going on already today. Another Furia result obviously will surprise some. It's maybe classic FaZe to start slow. You know, at big events, especially when it's a BO1 opener, right? I mean, it's caught out a few teams, and it will continue to do so in the future. And of course, I think Pain, they actually took a map off of FaZe last time they played each other, so that'll be a very interesting game to see if they can maybe recover it here. Of course, it's how Group B is looking, and I think that's the main one that is the most shocking, is that G2 obviously falling to Heroic. It's another really slow start. They tried to pull it back and it just wasn't to be.
Yeah, it was the old cosmetic comeback, we like to call it, from G2. They brought it back a little bit, but, you know, for a long time, I mean, I think within their like first 7 rounds, they were basically one off the back of if Malb's got a 4K or if Monacy got like a 3K or and some. So it was not the performance out from G2 at all. I think Heroic probably should have won that like 13-5. They did maybe fall asleep at the wheel a little bit, but all that matters is a win is a win, and they're waiting to see who will join them, of course, out of Eternal Fire and Astralis. We move on to our focus. We'll start things off with the hometown heroes. It is Furia. I'm looking forward to this. These guys have had decent performances on home soil, and I think this time it's about, I mean, they would love to pick up some silverware, especially to maybe quiet all the doubters at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, you know, 2 playoffs in the last 2 Rios, as you can see there. And, you know, it's actually huge, obviously. Remember, the 2022, of course, was the major. In 2023, they managed to repeat that feat to get to the playoffs. They didn't get through to the semi-finals, and obviously that major matchup that we're kind of seeing a few highlights of here against Na'Vi, that was one of the most memorable matches of the year for me when it came to like the crowd. Sure, obviously, you'd expect that, but you know what? It was I still remember it to this day. And you know, even though he struggled in Liquid, it's fair to say that Skulls is looking a little bit more comfortable in Furia now, of course. Speaking his native tongue, I think that Furia, if they get through to playoffs again, it would keep up their 100% playoff record. And that's something really positive for Furia, considering positive results overall and winning events especially has not come easily to this team.
No, not at all. And I think now it's about, for Furia, you know, at one point they were seen as this sort of Brazilian powerhouse, and there was actually basically nobody in South America that could hold a candle to them. That's not the case anymore. We've got teams like Pain coming through who are absolutely putting the pressure on. Big Azera, as a leader, as a caller, is doing so much to bring up this young core and make them competitive. We've even got teams like Imperial coming through looking pretty solid. 9Z from South America also being a team that you cannot sleep on. So at the moment, Furia, I think they're no longer as this kind of one and done South American team, the best of the best in the region. They actually have to fight to kind of keep hold of this mantle a little bit, and getting a deep run here at IEM Rio 2024 would exactly be that. These two sides, of course, these are their recent results, and it does look vastly different, right? Where you look at the things, for example, for Furia, 13-16 for Cologne, 13-16 for Pro League isn't great. And while there is definitely that hiccup from Miles in the most recent Pro League, the rest of the year is actually really solid. Champions of the previous Pro League, second at the previous IEMs as well, and even EWC third, fourth, Cologne third, fourth. So you've got to look at them as probably coming towards this as the favorites because they're just used to deeper runs.
Yeah, and Mouse and their deeper runs has been such a big factor of their recent form, but obviously it was that Pro League performance, which I'll get onto in a moment, that obviously was the most worrying thing for Mouse. Here's a little bit of a replay from what happened earlier on, of course, in that game versus Pain. We're going to see both players running out of bullets, and we're going to see Torji recovering it at the last. I thought for absolute certainty we're going to go to overtime, especially retaking B site Dust 2, but Torji saved them from that extra stress. And huge round to win, and it puts them in this match to even get themselves a chance to go straight to playoffs in a game against Furia, which they've had a decent result in lately.
Yeah, Vito running through now as well, and actually Mel's looking very high spirits. Having a bit of a cheer, having a bit of a laugh as well. With them kickstarting things over towards Nuke, a map which Furia have been playing a fair decent amount as well. So no surprises to see that come through. Mirage then be picked in by the likes of Miles. Another map as well in which they've been utilizing in the Vito quite a lot. Of course, for both of these sides, that's just their go-to first picks. Pretty standard stuff. This final could be quite interesting. If it does go to Inferno, it doesn't. I was gonna say, if it goes to Inferno, there's actually a decent amount of history here where, at least for Furia, they're on a 4-map winning streak. So they're looking a little bit hot. So I understand why Mouse have actually gone for that ban there. But then we go towards Dust 2. Both played Dust 2 earlier today. So it is, if we do need that map 3, going to be a real pick of the best of the best. But I'm interested in this one. I think for me in particular, I am very much looking towards that first map. If Furia cannot take their nuke, I think they're probably in trouble here in the series.
I would agree with that. Mouse should be winning this one, but should is a strong word, of course, after they fell off a little bit at Pro League. You know, for Furia, it's crazy how they often seem to ramp up at Rio, isn't it? I mean, we mentioned their previous 2 playoff appearances, of course. Even the game against FaZe, it was like the K-Serato of old that had returned and, had that sort of hard carry, low death, high kill performance, and he was absolutely stunning. And in the end, the whole unit was working pretty well. Even though Fallen didn't get many kills on the board, he didn't need to, right? So yeah, that's the thing that excites me for Furia. They're back at home, they're feeling comfortable. They always want to deliver the best they possibly can at the home event. It feels like something they specially prepare for almost. This and majors in a way. Their home events and majors. Yeah. And they're ready and roaring to go. Will Miles be able to stop them? We're going to get into the game soon and see if that's the case.
Yeah, that is going to be a big talking point. Of course, I guess main player to look for absolutely has to be K-Serato after that open A. You touched on it a little bit as well. But if we can see a couple of these other players step up, Skull's performing above average for him as well. Same for Cello as well in that previous game. Who knows? Trav, we are live. We're glad to be here. We're happy to be here. Let's get this show on the road. It's Furia taking on Mouse. It's a best of 3 to decide who goes towards playoffs.
Lots of damage coming in already. Outside push. And a bit of a secret presence, but they might look to go deeper toward outside and go toward Hell. Cello actually was looking to go down there, but has kind of changed up his mind, and Bronwyn will definitely change up his mind after getting goosed down to 4 HP. There was that one piece of utility on Furia, which they've now expended for that control. Shui knows kind of what's going on here. Minute 14, plenty of time to figure out what they want to do, but it seems like they've stagnated slightly on this strat.
But they've got a good position here for Fury. You can leave Caterato's a lurk, but they've got this heaven control, right? And that's the main thing. They can dip down if they want to, or they can now pounce in towards the A side. Cello, one tap for the first. Julie's from below. Can't do anything. Brolin was just too low. As you mentioned, that 4 points of HP, asking a hell of a lot from him. And not to be Torzi, he might get caught in transition as well. And waiting for the pounce as Shuhei starts to decide what he's going to do. Making his way up heaven feels like a death trap, and it probably will be, but he's given the luxury of getting away somehow.
I don't know how my guy is alive, but he is for now. Unfortunately, we're in one of those situations where, honestly, the thing that makes the most sense is for Mouse to try and look for exit kills, to get a few bonus kills here and there. Obviously, it might aid some form of force buy in the following round. Shui does get one on Cello in the end. Of course, when you have Kevlar saved over, it will definitely help that possibility of a force. Now, Torji will look for some kills, but he can't get anything either. Fallen will deal with him. And looks like Shui with the only 1-2 save. Nice call from Furia. Outside control, it's basic. With the little utility, of course, they'd invested into the round, but with Cello's opening tap, even though Miles knew what was going on, they couldn't stop Furia.
Yeah, that's actually really well played. You know, once they get this outside control as well, they just don't stop. I think a lot of teams in that situation where they take outside and they get front red and they maybe even get garage as well, they'll call a pause around there. But Furia know that if we can push forward, get heaven control, then we've got, you know, 70% of the map to work with in our favor. We can go back over towards main if we need to. We can split in through that lobby with our lurk. So really well played in that sense. Low buyer here out for Mouse as expected. And you lose on the CT. Not all too often you force.
Yeah. There's a couple of occasions I've seen recently at lower tiers of Counter-Strike, and actually a couple in big tournaments. If you do actually save like 2 or 3 sets of Kevlar, I have seen teams force up Famaces and then win the round after, because I'm obviously a team, so maybe wouldn't expect that, but obviously in this situation only 1 Kevlar save, so Yuri's going to farm them up. Ecos, always very tasty. They're confident, of course, both these two teams after the start they've had today, especially Furia with the way they dispatched FaZe. And they'll get that clean 2-0 start. The guns can now come out for Mals to try and hit straight back.
Yeah, so have I told you about this, Trav, that I'm a big anti-force spy on the CT if you lose a pistol? Have I told you my... Yeah. So did I tell you that?
I've heard it before.
I've been writing some stats about it, right, throughout the year, because I've been saying this for a couple of years. I don't like when they do it. I think it just feels like they lose so much more often than they win, and it just puts you in a bit of disadvantage, especially in this old MR13. But so far, from the games I've casted this year, from EU games in particular, right, 62 failed, 19 successful. So it's not exactly the best stats going there, but a buy-in towards his third round can work well. Xerxin only goes 1 for 1, but it's a good angle for Brolin. Cello doesn't commit to the peak. Brolin might have spotted potentially just a shoulder, and that's why he now wants to make a bit of an action. But if he overextends here, he could be in a lot of trouble. Bomb on the back. This is an awkward fire. Skulls, he could get caught overextending. He's waiting for a swing, and actually works against him. Cello does catch Shuhei, but Yimfa works well. Looking for a second, and he'll get it as well. Cello, labored spray there, gets punished.
Yeah, Yimpat falling back from his ramp anchor duties, doing great work. And he was kind of the player that oh, hang on. I'll get back to that in a second, because Caserato's found Brolin toward heaven, creeping out Squeaky. So it's back into a 2v2. 45 seconds. Decisions have to be made. Bomb dropped, of course.
Yeah.
How does Fury get back into that from here? And they're going to have to win the duel straight up, you would think. Impact has advanced further toward Credit Card, and Caserrato should get spotted out, but does get taken down. It might just be the firepower to get them through this one. Torji gets a long-range spray, and it's a 1v1. Yuri is 30 HP from earlier on. Not sure if Torji knows exactly how low he is, but Yuri's going to hit a banger. What a start for Furia.
Oh, that Brazilian buff on home soil looking good. Furia, that is exactly what we want to see. A real nice pause, a reaction in that 3 versus 2, and the numbers aren't in their favor to bring it back level and then isolate the fight. They had util, but they didn't even need to use it. And I think for Mao's, probably one of the best ways to go about that there, which is obviously easy to say with hindsight, is actually just to be a little bit more proactive. I think when you can, you know, pause like that, and because Fury know what they have to achieve in reclaiming that bomb, it does make them a bit of a sitting duck, and that's exactly what happened. Lobby Crunch going to come through. Caserrato hears this. He's heard at least 2, if not 3 as well, and he might be able to isolate a couple of fights. There's the first. Brolin will get caught. It's only a pistol to fall, but he'll know there's more around here.
Yeah, as you say, we're all experts after the event, but I think I completely agree with you. Is there anything else can do in this round when it comes to the damage? Keisarato's done his job now in that lobby anchor position on the default. Got his 2 kills against the half buy. And once again, they have heaven control. Exertion knows exactly what's going on. He might get a couple of kills. Somehow that one doesn't come through against Cello, though. I think that was a 98 in 1 dink there. He couldn't hit one more bullet to get the kill. 5-7 is, as we know, incredibly powerful, but do you need that second body shot sometimes?
Yeah, I think this is just the classic save here, in particular for Shuhei. He's got half armor and a 5-7. It's in particular that half armor we're looking at. Just keep it holding towards the next round. There's no real point losing it. If Torji was to fall, it wouldn't really be the end of the world. Of course, he's looking to have that AWP into the next round. Hello. Someone's been spotted. Shuhei tagged. Nades. It won't even do it. It's actually Yuri with the spam. But it was going to be one of the two, if we're being completely honest there. The nade or the rifle was going to see it off. Torzi sticks around, see if he can catch anybody at the tail end. But P250 at range, that is a lost battle every day of the week. He's given the luxury of getting away, but he'll die nonetheless. So,
yeah, and even with the bomb damage, they keep a good amount of players alive as well. Anyway, you're right. So
this is important, though, right?
Furia.
We're getting this AWP out now for Torji. This is probably where, if Maus don't find this round, we're actually talking about them being in actually quite a perilous spot here on Nuke, because we're talking about potentially 5-6-0 down in that kind of range. So this for me is the important one. If they lose this, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and this is kind of like what I was thinking about with this team in terms of their Pro League performance, right? It was the individuals as a group that didn't show up. Exertion was way and above the highest rated player at Pro League. I think it was 1.23 compared to 1.09 for Torji, and that's a big gap. One of the things that I've kind of associated with Maus is just how good team play and across the board team individual performances they've really shown. And again, kind of getting farmed in this play as well here. Furia making a great call to go fast toward A. Shuhei needs to deliver, but he doesn't complete the kill on the first. And it's a 4v2 for the Brazilians again.
Oh, Skater lived there as well. The nade basically lands at his feet, but I think he's just protected by the very thin metal of Alt Vent. And yeah, unfortunately, I think for Xerxin and Yimfat, they don't really have a choice here. It's a 2v4 topside retake. There is no chance in hell that we're giving this a go. They've got kits, they've got a Molotov, a smoke, and a flash, but it's absolutely not worthwhile. So they'll get out of this. Cello, another really good round coming from him. A double opener as well. He does so well to give them space on towards the A side. And just as he starts to make moves, they also start, bounding out a single door, bounding out a hot. Really simple stuff. It's just an A pop that works excellently. And Maus, I think unfortunately, that plan all went wrong. The second Torzi kind of, panics, I think is probably the best way to go about it. I don't think he expected the T-side to be so aggressive, and he misses a shot, and it just gives them a lot of space to work with.
I think it's a good assumption from Furia as well, that the likelihood is that this will be the first round Maus will have Torji on the AWP. So they decide, okay, let's just play contact in toward Hut. Let's go together. If Torji's going for his pick there, we can trade it very easily in that position. And even if he's not, it's very hard to retake A with an AWP, or retake in general with an AWP. So we can just burst into the site with utility and deal with it all. The Furia Rio buff is showing up today and continuing in that particular I guess you could say form, and I'm so impressed with how they managed to ramp up in Brazil. I wish they could do it all the time. It's still crazy to me that a team, of course, with Keisarato, Yuri, these players have been around on this Furia team for, I think, 6 years now at this point.
Yeah.
Almost. And the only thing they really have to show for it is some online events during COVID, and, of course, Elisa last year.
Yes, exactly. It's been a limited amount of silverware for a side who obviously have had a lot of talent and had so many opportunities, but unfortunately has never really lived up to some of the names they've had in this team. They'd love to do it on home soil. What that would mean to them would be incredible. And I'm assuming what the arena would be like on that final day if they were to do something like that would be ridiculous. We spoke about kind of, Paris being quite loud at the major, for example, and the previous, the major in Rio being obviously quite loud as well, especially when Furia were playing, but they were able to make it in front of that home crowd. We know how they get behind them. Once again, though, the scouts, few M4s, couple MP9s. Let's see what we can do here. Torzi in the flames, gets a tag in offense, which isn't bad, and that allows for Yimfat to go for two. Keisarata gets cleaned up, Yuri gets deleted, and Fallen left, scratching his head thinking, how do I do anything here?
This is one of those classic rounds that it's not a full purchase, but Furia could fall foul to it. And Yimpat's doing God's work once again toward ramp. In these anchor positions, he is unbelievable. Skulls will manage to respond towards Shuri, but 2v3, 40 seconds. Skulls tagged down to 32 HP as well. And Brolin is still lurking around with this MP9. He's in a good position. He's put himself in a good position here as well to sort of guarantee at least he has a fight and doesn't get caught from behind. But Furia are making the call to still go toward ramp after what went before. So against Torji, against the Scout, both these two players could be one scoutable.
I will say, as someone who uses a Scout badly, right? I normally do like 71-1, so Cello might just survive. But same got me 7 Skulls.
8 seconds.
Yeah, this is a timing play. We've got to get down for this. 5, 4, bomb drop, no chance. Skulls will get his, and that's all he can get as well. That was all just down to the clock, and unfortunately, they just didn't expect that anchor at that close.
Yeah, well played from Mao's right positioning at the right times. A nice little bait and switch for Yimpat toward ramp, which he does to perfection once again. And that's one of the main things for Mao's, right? I mean, Yimpat at Pro League, obviously a lot of maps get played. He had a 1.04. Which is, not terrible, but very low for him. And I actually did a little bit of checking back on that. That was his lowest rating for Mao, back to Espo last year. That's ages in Counter-Strike terms, and we know what he's capable of. So to have one event where he's only one event where he's fallen off is kind of remarkable how good he's been. But it really told Cello. Ooh, into the smokes.
Like ships in the night, they just move past each other.
How's Exertion's very stuck. Obviously, he's aware of the possibility because Cello's just shot one bullet. Here's Yuri pushing forward, but Cello's just stayed stuck in position on credit, and he's got himself his entry. Yuri deals with Shuri as well. Torji finally rotates in, but 2v3, and once again, Furia have a bomb site.
Yeah, this is tough again. I mean, there's even question marks about if they can't get a kill soon, they might be tempted to keep hold of that AWP, especially considering how low the econ is. Flash gonna come through. They did plant open for main, and in fact gonna be the one to start trying to find a bit of space. Smoke down, that'll block off Skulls, and he has to reposition. Does give an opportunity to maybe isolate a fight as well as Torzi trained on the angle. Yimfact clears and does his due diligence. Yuri will drop and damage dealt towards Fallen. This makes this very difficult indeed. Fallen answers back and Torzi left with it all to do. Gets one, but he has no idea where Skulls is. He's got a lot of space to try and clear and not a lot of time. Tap on towards the bomb, and it basically has to be a stick as well. He might get the kill, but even that is a luxury he's not earned. It will be another round going the way of Furia.
Oh, they hit straight back. That is great. Just mental resilience, of course, to come back after the round you just lost against what was pretty much a save and a half by.
Yeah.
And they hit back immediately. Cello so calm in credit card there early round. Just didn't move once he shot that one bullet and revealed his position. That kill from Fallen is massive, and that's all you really need from Fallen, right? Like, he's not exactly the massive carry player he once was. He can have his games, he can have his maps, but if he gets impact kills like that to set up his teammate right next to him, that's what you want. And that was such a critical kill, especially on such low health. Mal's down to pistols again.
Yeah, Mal's in a tough spot. Really tough spot that they're in. 6-1 down. Realistically should be 7, if we're being completely honest here. And
yeah,
we're seeing just how well Furia can play on their day. I mean, we know this is a good map for them. So far, looking exactly the case. Torzi, I like the angle. Skulls, he's creeping around, but no, 5-7 at close range, gonna get 2. AK scooped up and dropped, and he goes back in for thirds. Maybe gets a little greedy there as well, but at the same time, Xertion will deliver as Cello also drops. This is tough, and all now as Falling gets tagged. I mean, K-Serato, if he can't find Brolin, this round's done.
Okay, Serato needs to swing. He needs to take it cleanly. He's taking it very carefully, actually. He's trying to set up Fallen to pitch together, but Brolin's done a brilliant job at getting that one kill just to settle things down for Mals. It's Fallen with a 5-7 and picked up from the CT side. Not going to work for him like it worked for them, and Shuri will take it. Mals are battling in this half now. They may have been outplayed, but it's these sort of halves where Furia can sort of be lulled into a full sense of security, and those 5-7s, you should never feel safe against them.
Yeah, but those are the sort of rounds that I think when you lack a little bit of discipline, or you maybe just take your foot off the gas a tad, you do get punished. And credit to Torres, he does so well there. Gets his 2, and even though he dies when he drops the AK over as he goes in for a 3rd, in a way, dropping that AK over basically guarantees him the round. So yeah, a lot of credit has to be given to Torzi in that one. Does super, super well. That does mean that full buy going to come back in. Same can't really be said as well over towards Fury. I mean, look at the investment we're going to be wielding here. Looks like a double hero AK buy and then a few Tech 9s kind of join it up as they prioritize a bit of utility. So my assumption is this is going to be a little bit of a quicker round, but a lot of reliance has got to come down to Skulls and Caserate here. I mean, both of them have got to go huge.
Yeah, and of course, a couple of the rounds have been quite close. Fury have lost a few members, so as you rightly say, they're actually down to a couple of Tech 9s, 3 in total from here. And now, might be one of those rounds where Mals have a few issues, because the fast-moving Tech 9s with a full execute with the flashes, Shuri is somehow immune to fire in the corner of that smoke, but he still is struggling, and he'll get run down by Cello. Once again, it's a fast A play. Fury have realised this has worked so often, but maybe not this time. Brolin and Impact recover really well, and Brolin's doing a sterling job right now. He'll even get the last as well. Big quad kill from Brolin, and Mals feel like they're in the game now.
Yeah, under the pressure of that situation too, they do very, very well just to make sure that it's actually quite inexpensive, ultimately. I mean, you know, Shuhei falls, sure, but every other kill just slots itself into place somehow. I think they do very well not to give them the, you know, when they want to go quick, they want to get up in your face, and they just play a little bit further back and realize that Fury have to try and extend on towards this site. They don't have the firepower to wield here, and we can just take them at range. So, Brolin, hold on to him, 6-3. Slowly but surely, we're starting to get into this, and Fallen just completely tunnel vision in completely the wrong place. And Torzi, I think probably even he was a bit perplexed as to how easy that one was. Spots another, flick isn't quite there. Second time I'm asking, might be on the tally. Scout picked up, and oh, it's Zershin, the one to deliver. Torzi keeping them at range, and now just getting information, to be honest.
Yeah, it should be safe from here. Skulls is desperately looking for more damage on that scout, and Brolin will help out once again. It's just now this Deagle of Yuri looking to tap down a few heads. Not really possible, but one thing that I think is pretty important to mention is something that's kind of been silently added in that recent big update, of course. It came through with all the charms and the skins and everything and the way the models move, is how accurate, and probably too accurate, the Deagle is while running now. So keep your eye out in the entirety of Rio to see how many players are kind of realize that and go for maybe an odd peak with the Deagle, because they just know that it's different now.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to actually play with the Deagle just yet.
You're in Sweden, I was away, I get it.
Yeah, in Sweden, ESL Challenger Atlanta. It was a good time for those who joined for that. FlyQuest picked up a big win, but it was pretty interesting looking at some of these Twitter clips as well, seeing people full running and getting Deagle shots. And speaking of some of these shots, Yuri gets caught, so does Zershin. A 1-for-1 trade outside, a smoke to come down. It's a bit of a lurking smoke. There's a huge gap here, so I mean, Torzi has all the advantages. Now that will be plugged up. There's still actually a little bit of a gap maybe to work with. Just as his front smoke is replenishing, there's a slight gap in towards Garage. Roland gets caught. Fallen with that running drive by the Tech 9 will deliver. That's the numbers now for Furia.
Yeah, and look at Caserate all over the A site already. Shuri's dropped down vent to check for that secret play. Caserate is going to be completely unexpected behind the site silos. Torji will walk into that one, and Shuri has to make a hero play flying up the vent. It's just not going to happen. There are 2 players watching you. And it's a 4v1 out of nowhere with the Impact wondering, where have my mates gone?
Yeah. Fellas, what happened? What happened? I mean, for him, all he can do is save it. I just don't think it's even really worth giving a look in. Nobody really goes for these top site retakes. I remember when the Mongols were starting to really make a name for themselves in Tier 1, one of the things they were doing was kind of wild top site retakes on Nuke. But yeah, Yimfight, he'll stick around for maybe a couple of exits, like that, for example. He'll take that one on towards Fallen. Good for the stats and all the rest, but I don't think we're going for too much of a commit here. I say that. He's got a kit, but he goes to his demise. I was sort of questioning what the decision was, but in the end, Fury, these are some really solid rounds that they're taking here, and they're finding a lot of space over towards the A site, and it's consistently towards the A site. It's now starting to make us question in 2 ways. A, how do Miles now try and plug this quite distinct gap for them? That's where Fury are wanting to finish more often than not. Their default seems to end towards the A side. And then the other side for Fury, if we're going to change it up, what's that B side hit looking like? Because we've seen them fail one.
Yeah, at least the Impact did go for that because they had so much money they could buy up everything they possibly wanted for the final other half. So I always hate it when players say for no reason when you've got enough money. So fair play to Impact for giving it a go. It was a good strat from Fury in that previous round. It's pretty basic, but once they won their duels after losing the opening pick, it really worked. But Shui's trying something different. And that lobby crunch works out for 2. I say it's a crunch. It's maybe half a crunch because only really it was the hut push before Yimpat came in to help. Now Bronwyn will go through that squeaky door smoke. That's going to help out a lot just to confirm this control. Fury needs an excellent pre-aim and it's not going to happen. Maus have locked them out.
Fair play. This actually, Shuri gets very fortunate. He just gets the absolute pin-perfect gap in between 3. Cello, best of luck shooting on the ladder. I mean, doesn't actually get a tag, so fair enough, but that'll be that. Yimfat and Brolin clean it up 7-5. A bit of a recovery for Miles. We'll see if they can continue it after the break.
Furia off to a flyer, but Maus' mental gets them back with 5 rounds on the first half. It didn't look like it was going to be that close, but here we are. Now Fury have to reset on CT.
I would generally say, though, for me, when I cast Noob, I say if you can get 5 rounds on your T side, you've done well. We've got 7. So I think for Furia, they've already laid out the foundations. I mean, if I'm being honest, Trav, if they get a pistol, they're probably well on their way to closing out this map. So for Miles, a big recovery is absolutely needed from them. I think we need to see them get a pistol, the Force, and then probably the first gun round at the bare minimum if they want a chance at stealing away this map. Because Furia, for the most part, have actually looked very solid.
Serato being cheeky in the vents in that position where you can get instant backstabs with the knife if they drop down, but it is an outside play for Miles, somewhat similar to Furia's T-pistol. Outside control, hell control, and eventually heaven control. Brolin already up there. Maybe waiting to be the man to split the site. And because of that, because Furia know what's going on, they're forced into going hunting for information. It's a lobby crunch on the pistol. Impact is waiting, spots the first, gets taken down. Great shot from Fallen, and then gets a little bit too spicy and it takes a little bit of a tag off of their teammate, but exertion. He'll deal with Cello. Fallen looking to run down more, and he does get a second kill. 3v3 with the bomb down, though, and Shuri gets one back until Skulls. Wow, he's found 2 of his own. Suddenly, it is all down to Brolin. They are quite far away, and there is no kit. He takes the long-range duel outside, though, and Serato will slap him down. What a round to win.
I think Skulls does so well there. That second, it's a quick reaction and expertly pulled off. A couple of kills for him, and of course for Fury, that is a massive round to be taken. A pistol. Sure, Miles get a bomb plant, which could facilitate an investment in towards the next, but it's just going to continue to extend this gap, which is exactly what Fury want. They want the breathing room. They want a bit of comfortability on their map pick, and they want to inch closer and closer to seeing this one off in their favor. Smiles all around. Even they know. He's even questioning, why fight me at range? Why? But 8-5. Miles, they will go for a half investment rather than a full investment here. So we got a few Tech 9s, 1 Deagle, 1 P250. And it's once again, it's just hoping for maybe a bomb plant here. That would be great. I don't think we're expecting a round.
Yeah, they got the utility, the flashes at least, to hopefully secure some trades and maybe that plant. Fallen getting a bit frisky in that pistol, shooting his teammate. I think it would be one of the things that Furia were giggling about at the end of that pistol. And that is a good pick from Cello. Exertion will be stopped from making his way through outside. And now Fallen, he can have some more farming to do here. It's a lovely off angle, especially against a round like this. And he gets 2. Shuri gets a trade, but in comes Yuri. It should be both. Bit laboured, but it is both. And Furia, as you mentioned, Neo, they're taking the pistol. They're 9-5 up when the AKs come out. They're in a solid position.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is arguably make or break for Miles heading in towards his next gun round. I mean, we're talking about if you lose this, that's probably it, because it's not only then kind of 10 rounds of Fury, it's probably the 11th as well, and at that point, any hiccup by Miles will be punished in the sense of Fury taking this map. So, you know, you can see them, they're quite calm in the situation. They know the position that they currently find themselves in, and, well, unfortunately for Miles, still yet to properly sharp. And Skulls mentioned in the interview with Freya just prior to the event, just prior to the game, saying, you know, this isn't the Maus that they once were. Not that we can count on that, but at least they're not looking as scary as they once were. And
exactly.
Like Fury have come in with so much confidence because of it.
Yeah, Maus are one of those teams we're talking about in the same breadth as maybe the upper echelon of competition, top 3 in the world, saying they can maybe be one of those teams that can win these big events. And that Pro League has definitely called them off. They're looking for that instant bounce back to prove they belong. Right now, you kind of look at teams that can win events like this, and you look at G2 if their stars perform, and probably Vitality and Navi, right, as the top 3 favourites. But G2 had a bit of a rough start. And we'll see if they can do anything with this first gun round for Maus. Brolin's already got control down toward Glass on B, and Serato does really well to deal with the impact. Deagle out for Cello. That's a bit of a brain burp, I guess you could say, and decision making there on that particular timing while he was still kind of in the open. Now the bomb down. However, I don't think it's going to be too difficult for Maus because Fury are now down 3v4. I reckon they're falling away.
Yeah, they might call this. they're just locked out. Smoke towards both sides of ramp. They have no idea about what the setup is. They have no idea in terms of information of single door, double door, radio, because they've played it in a one-pronged retake of all going towards top ramp, and yeah, unfortunately not to be for them. So I think this is actually the right call. We're not in a rush here, is the thing for Fury, and they're not under pressure to make these sort of rounds, 3v4 retakes work in your favor, so you can afford to take a save like this, for example. It's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, if we're going to be, pedantic, technically it's a bonus buy for them as well, right? So, they kept over the vast majority of kind of guns from the previous. So I think they're okay in that sense. But a really decent one, all in all, from Miles. Right? I think they explode on towards that B site and they just make sure there's no in routes. Maybe a little bit fortunate that Furia do decide to all go from one position, but with the numbers not in their favor, I think grouping up was probably the way to go about it. They just have no in routes in. Smokes both sides and the money behind it. Not worth it. So back into another bite. Skull's keeping on with the Skillio, but aside from that, it's premium rifles on the deck for Furia. No one in towards the AWP just yet.
Very holding for the silo push from Brolin. A bit of a deeper right-click HE to blow up half of those outside smokes, but didn't say anything for now. There'll be another one to come through, and Exertion was definitely ready for that. Yuri will just fall away as Brolin falls to top mini. And once again, Mao's insistent on the outside control. They've got that deep smoke in now toward the Hell position. But of course, if they do a bit deeper outside, they've got to deal with Red Box, but that is a bit of a whiff from Yuri, I'm afraid. Impact found Keserato in the meantime as well, and even though more damage comes through to Shuri, it's a great tap on Cello, and Impact will even deal with Fallen as well. This one has crumbled very, very quickly, and Skulls, he's got Impact locked in. He may get that one, but he needs to fight his way out for more. They're all low in front of him, but he can't connect the headshot first. Exertion takes it. Maus feel like they're ramping back up.
Yeah, and they're starting to warm up in the way that Maus do, right? When they start finding a bit of form, when they start snowballing a tad, they can be very difficult to stop. And it even gets to a point now as well for this Furious side that if Maus win even maybe like one more round, we could be tempted to be calling for a pause here because pressure's on. They're breathing down the necks. They're in that kind of reaching distance of catching up to Furia. And they do have a very solid C side under their belt. We know Shuhei as a caller finds very good gaps in towards defenses. And unfortunately for Furia, to make matters even worse, not only are they slightly losing control, the momentum's not in their favor, they've also now got no money. So no buy-in towards this one. And it should be, you'd expect, a pretty simple eighth.
I think the main thing that I kind of mentioned earlier that looks like Maus are sort of building toward in this opening map is the fact that everyone's getting their kill tally up. I know it sounds really basic, but that was the stat that I kind of, screamed out to me after Pro League. Hang on, this is... Ugh. I just shivered IRL. All good. But it was Xertion who was at a 1.23 at Pro League, and the nearest was Torji on a 1.09. And usually on Maus, they are spread across the board very evenly. Maybe Shuri just lagging a little bit further behind. But, especially early stages of this event, especially that game versus Pain, he was very impactful. So it's good to see them fragging well across the board. And they're going to be one round behind now in a matter of a few seconds.
Yeah. Might look for an Nectar here. Might try and see if they can pick up a gun, but I don't think they're going to be given that. It feels like Maus have got a pretty clear path to save over towards top ramp. So now we find ourselves at a one-round game, and this becomes very interesting. I do wonder whether Fury attempt that attack pause. They're going to go for a little hunt here at the end, and actually, they'll get one, maybe another behind it too. They're sticking around to fight. Why not? Because they are making it a little bit expensive. Money isn't exactly completely fleshed out for the Maus side, so you'll take that. Yuri will go down to the bomb, so will Xertion. So in the end, 3 kills, including the bomb. It's not a bad one. We do see the attack pause come through, though. And for me, Trav, I feel like this is an absolute must. A good opportunity, in particular, for Furia to just try and calm things down a little bit, try and ice out Maus, and just have a conversation. We have to get these CT side rounds on the board. How are we now going to approach it in towards the next? Because, as you mentioned, Maus are ramping up, and they're scary when they do so.
One thing I do want to bring up as well is, seeing the player cams, of course, I do love the fact that even at this edge of the tournament, we're playing in the arena. I think it's, sure, no people there yet, but I think it's really cool just to, especially for players maybe who are a tiny bit more inexperienced at this level, like it really sort of settles them in, I feel like. maybe some of the lesser teams, like maybe 9Z in this event, of course, playing in the bracket earlier. Sure, it's tough for them against Vitality first up, but some of these teams maybe haven't been here as much. Anyway, come round is now underway. Torji and Fallen about to do battle on the AWPs. Session just waiting for the outside control.
All right, slower out the gates from Miles, but outside control once again going to be utilized there. Shuhei setting up. Smoke going to come over, and this will once again give them a little bit of room as it trickles down now, so completely nullifies Yuri. And that timing's perfect, but it still doesn't work in Brolin's favor. He'll get caught. There could be more behind this. K-Sarasa deals decent damage, but they might not expect exertion. He now is spotted, and K-Sarasa, quite fortunate, he spots him as he's jumping back to safety. So he does manage to dip his head away and doesn't need to fight. They've got the numbers. Just play off each other. Play the numbers game now.
Oh, Fallen going searching for a bit more here. I'm not sure about this. Yimpat's in a good position, but Fallen just clears him. Oh, hello. That is maybe a bit overzealous, but when it works, you have to praise it. There is a position here they have to be worried about, of course, toward that heaven area with exertion, but Fallen is clued in toward that as well. Chewy is about to team up with exertion. 30 seconds left in this round. They're going to need to go. But Cello has pinched in toward lobby as well to re-clear it out in its entirety. So he can be a really quick rotation. Torji, as you can see, waiting in mini to do something, but surely the crossfires here are going to be too much for Mouse. Now 19 seconds. Fallen has missed a big shot, but Skulls is there to help. Surely it doesn't go any further. Shui's got 3 bullets in his AK, but Exertion getting more kills. He's found 3, but surely K-Serato puts an end to this. There's 1, there's 2, and double digits for Furia.
Oh, for a second, I thought K-Serato's gun itself was going to block him from seeing him on the plant. I was getting a little worried that he was actually going to give them that plant kind of for nothing. Thankfully, not to be. Really well played, actually, I think. K-Serato in particular has a fantastic round, but Fallen, I mean, how he even gets away with the first, I have no idea, but he does well just to buy time on the site itself. Really solid. And it will be double digits locked into place for Furia on their map pick. And oh, Miles, sure, we come back into a bite. But it is once again back on towards that pressure situation. Lose this bite and we're in trouble. Fallen, that's bold, and it works. And he gets out. MP9 sticks around, gets a little bit of damage. Fallen second half asking, how is he still alive? How is he still alive? Skulls does the kill, but it's Fallen who no-scopes him through the wall to basically confirm that kill. And he's gonna get another. What a ridiculous round from Fallen. Oh, Presenche, the professor steps up, and I can't believe he gets away with even the first.
Lol, man. Like, what is that round? they're just fighting at a tiny choke point in Hut, like hitting each other through walls, throwing mollies in random timings. You know, Exertions diving off of mini route. Oh, I don't know, man. That was the wildest round of the game without a doubt. Fallen obviously wanted to play super aggro. In the end, it works. And look where it's put Mouse's money. They've got nothing. Fury are going to be up 12-8. And they'll be very close to taking their map pick. And that's so important, Neo, because map 2 is not a good map for Furia whatsoever. It is Mirage, of course. They've only won it once in the last 7. That was against VP in the Dacia Belgrade event. Yep. And all the other ones they play on it, they haven't even got double digits in all the others. 13-7 versus VP, 13-9 versus Eternal Fire, 1 against Spirit, 13-4, and more results in that Dacia event as well. 13-7 against Aurora, 13-8 against 9 Pandas. You would not expect them to be losing games like that.
No, not at all. Shuhei had a nice little gap, but unfortunately, there was actually just 2 holding his position. K-Serato, shadow spotted, 1, 2, 3, baby. Lines them up, mows them down. It's a flawless round and a simple one as well to lock in map point on your map pick. Furia, has to be said, Trav, they look great.
It's such an improvement from what we've seen from them.
For a while.
I mean, as you say, like last year they managed to win a tournament, but that was like a one-off, and it was, of course, maybe a bit more of a tier 2, tier 1.5 LAN. And that finally broke their duck, of course. Everyone was talking about how K-Serato and Yuri have nothing in their trophy cabinet, which is ridiculous for players of that caliber. Finally, they got one, but it's events like this which they should be winning, and the result against Mouse, or against FaZe, earlier on today was a brilliant result. And now against Mouse, they're showing that might not be a fluke. It is just their map pick. We know map 2 will be a struggle like I described, but gotta give them props.
Well, Miles, what have you got for us? 4 rounds in a row needed, and that's just to take us towards overtime. Feels slightly unlikely. Yimfat, no util. And actually, it's pretty thin across the board for Miles. They get a full buy, sure, but they can't afford to burn util for no reason or go for these double pump executes as Shuhei likes to call. They've actually got to keep hold of some of this util when it matters most for these executes. Caterata's push single door. It feels like they're aware of this, but for now, he's dancing between 3 different angles. Molotov will clear him out, but he actually doesn't spread him towards his position. Oh no.
Oh,
he actually can't go into lobby.
And he hasn't taken any damage either, so they have no idea that he's there. It's not like the Molly has ticked him once, so that might just go completely unchecked. And of course, Caterata will be very aware of that. He's just going to stick here and see if Mouse retake lobby later in the round. He could be in a great position for that. Yuri, deep garage. Brolin is eager to drop down on the front of that, and actually the position that Yuri's holding is to make that position not being seen, but Yuri, he'll still find exertion. Surely they'll be able to get something across the map here with the control they have. Brolin finally gets one back, but he needs 2 and he gets it. But there is Caterata. It's taken him a long time to get that one kill that he probably would have gotten anyway, but he's found it, and now it's all down to Torji and Brolin, and I just don't think this is happening. They know all the eventualities of where Brolin's coming from. Caterata 21 and 10 in this game as well. He's continuing where he started this morning against FaZe, and without the bomb, 16 seconds, 15 HP. Brolin is trying his best here, but I just don't think this one is possible. The nade might catch him, and you know what? It will. Furia go a map up in their home event, and they're 1 away from the playoffs.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hey guys, I'm Torji, and this is Play Like Torji. Okay guys, so here we are playing versus Cloud9 and it's 5-0. We are leading pretty good. And now here, you know, you always have to respect your teammates' communication and trust it. And of course, they are saying he's in con and everything, like bullshitting. And I'm just getting knifed by Exile. I was really annoyed here. Obviously, it's not my fault giving fake informations. We are here on Nuke versus Falcons at the moment. It's 12-2, and yeah, it's like 2 versus 3, and I was pretty tilted here on Surgeon because he was trash talking to me before the game, you know, and I was like, I will just kill him and try to clutch this 1-on-3 because why is he trash talking to me, you know, like I wanted to show him that I am the dog in the house, you know, but basically Magic scared me. I still think it was a good play, like this is how we should have played it. I think he deserved what he deserved here. We're gonna learn here a pretty important lesson. Like on Inferno, you know, you have this chicken lever, and actually if you put a gravity here, then the chickens will come around you, and now you can pick them up, really important. Like if you wanna rush B, you know, you can just collect your teammates, like here in the spawn, then you just go to B with them and rush them instantly with the chickens, you know. It's like 9 guys are rushing B. It's a good tip, good tip. Okay, so here's a pretty important clip. It's 14-14. We play this in Cologne, and again we end up in a clash situation with Surgeon. He's always baiting me, as you could see on the new clip as well. And now, obviously, he should have go to the box and make a crossfire with me, but now he's just sitting behind the other box, basically doing nothing and letting me die. Like, I think he played it pretty bad. I don't know what is he doing. Okay, so let's see. Shuir obviously is one of the best IGLs now in CS2, you know, like young upcoming IGL. I really like him. He's always have good comms, good calls. He's insane individually, so I'm just interested what is he doing in this clip. He's pushing short. Then he just what? What are you doing? What are you doing, Shuha? What is this round? Oh my god. Yeah, he just dies like a chicken. I don't know. Whatever, guys.
I'm playing Train since 2006. So yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, Train changed a lot because of the game's versions changing as well. When it came to CS Source, it was very different. You could see under the wheels on the trains. And then a lot of updates came in. So yeah, every single train was very different. And I still remember the one that had that place you could go up on the left side of Olaf. Technically you could go out mid and then go up there. That was 1.6. So yeah, there's many versions to play. Train was my favorite map. Yeah, for me, playing on Train, I always had a easy life going up on the ladders and then standing on my ground and hitting some shots, so I could catch some people off guard by doing those things. And actually strafing on mid side was very important for me as well, because I knew people could be coming sandwich or even strafing E-box, and then I would realize where they are, but instead of trying to kill them right away, I would strafe and jiggle a little bit so I could get the info, and then I would go for the picks, and that would work a lot of times. I think on CT Train it's very important to communicate once you lose some areas covered. For example, if people can go out long and then rotates to our backside and actually make it to CT or make to site, that's kind of a nightmare for whoever's play A. If you lose ladder control, for example, having the understanding that they can come out is very important too. So I think those things are very important. I think the way you're gonna play at the very beginning of the round 2 matters a lot. So if you have a good spawn, if you're gonna try to take ladder control, go more towards sandwich. So having those ideas helps me choosing how I'm gonna play FWP as well. Favorite memories, it has to be probably playing against VP. I think I'm playing close to E-box with WP, and I know they're coming out from ladder, they're coming out from long, and I gotta find my timings on which side I choose to fight first. And the best way to deal with that was having a little bit of understanding on which of their players are more aggressive. I knew Neil was playing on ladder a lot of times, but he wouldn't go out first because he was alone, so I kind of could choose my fights according to what I understood about the players too. I think Train would be interesting to see now with all the HE's explosion control in the smoke, so I would say that every execution A wouldn't be as fluid as you would expect as T-side, because they can just break it, find some timings. But yeah, I just think that Train overall was a very nice map, and I love to play it, and most people like it too. Maybe it was a little bit too CT-sided at some point, but you know, you have Anubis as well now right now. It's very T-sided at the moment too, and we're still playing it, so I don't think it's a problem. If I had to choose a map to swap it out, I think I would swap Vertigo. Even though I kind of more familiarized with the map now playing with the Furia guys, I do think that other maps offers too much more variability in terms of strategies and what you can do compared to Vertigo.
Alrighty, well, map number 1, taken by Fury. It has to be said, Trav, in, I would think, relatively clean fashion. You know, first half did have its moment maybe where Miles started to kind of climb back into it, but I think for the most part, Fury looked very, very clean all the way throughout. It's exactly what we want to see. They are now just one map away from booking their spot in towards the playoffs, and I mean, we all know what that would mean for Furia.
Absolutely, and you know, I think that was Furia kind of kept Miles at arm's length. I felt like it got close, maybe about 9-8, but once they won that gun round to bring it to 10-8, I don't think they really looked back from there. And Miles looked, I guess, a little bit stagnant on their T side. Furia understood what they were trying to do, and Furia did, in a couple of occasions as well, try some more crazier things that maybe Miles weren't expecting. They'll push it in toward lobby, of course, when it Fallen quickscoped the impact on the little rafter above the hut entrance, right? You know, I mean, that was just incredibly dynamic, and it caught Miles off guard.
Yeah, it did. Next up, though, is going to be Mirage. And, you know, we touched on this a little bit in the pre-show, and, you know, the same heading in towards the map itself is that Mirage is a pretty decent map for Miles, but it's just not a good map for Furia, right? There's no two ways about it. They have struggled on this map. They've not been able to put up solid wins on it, and this is where we are, you know, a little worried. The wins that they've got against Virtus Pro in Bet Boom Thatcher, like you spoke of, and then before that, they got one in Heroic, 13-11, and another 13-11 over Miles, in all fairness, but that was a while ago in EWC. So it has to be said, while this map is one of those where, yes, Furia have got a win on it recent, or I guess semi-recently against Miles, for the most part, all the expectations surely have to be Miles taking this and pushing us towards a third.
Yeah, it's funny, right? I mean, yeah, the only time they played against each other on this map, of course, it was Furia, you know, winning. But overall, just that win rate is so painful. And, you know, it's the losses, you know, it's not the losses to Vitality and Cologne. Like, you can accept that. It's not a loss to Spirit. You can accept that too. Yeah. It's the ones in Dacia Belgrade against the likes of Aurora and Nine Pandas. You know, we, us, of course, casting so much Tier 2 Counter-Strike, we love Aurora and Nine Pandas. Yeah. Of course, there was a bit of a grudge match back and forth with the Nine Pandas and Furia boys at one point during that event, but you should just not expect Furia to lose those games in the manner they have, and to only have one last 7 is really rough. So yeah, I think we really should be going to a decider. If you just look at their round win percentages as well for Furia, T round win percent in all the games they played, 36% on Mirage. That is nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, this should be very interesting, though, because there's one thing for me is that I feel like Fury, I mean, they have to probably expect that Mal's going to pick into this. It is their general go-to kind of first pick, in a sense, so maybe this is where they've done a little bit of prep in particular. Granted, they wouldn't have had a lot of time, but maybe just something, all right, this is how they like to default, this is what they like to do on their general T-side pistols, on their C-side pistols, this is how we're going to find small advantages. But I think the one thing that Fury basically have to lean back on is just the individuals. And speaking of, one man in particular was incredible. Keisarato, 22-10 he went, and these two of course generally seen as kind of hero riflers for their team respectively, but Zershin did struggle to show up, and they needed it very much so, where Keisarato on the other side, he was lights out all the way throughout. So if they get another performance like that, I mean, he ended up with a 1.7 rating on that map. If we can get another one like that out from him, who knows, maybe we could see the upset.
Oh man, I mean, it's just crazy that Keisarato in Rio is such a monster. I mean, like, there were periods during this year where we just didn't see that same sort of performance. Like, how many times have we seen a Keisarato KD at the end of a map, win or lose, where he's like 22-10 or 22-13 or something, right? Now, dating back years and years. Recently, that just wasn't really happening that much, and it was sad to see, because you want to see the stars of a team really deliver, and Keisarato is that for Furia, and he's back, and it really shows in Furia's results. I've loved Keisarato ever since he truly burst into the scene back at ECS, of course, when they beat Astralis on Nuke. I think they broke a Astralis Nuke win streak back then in 2019. I've kind of loved them ever since, but obviously it's been quite disappointing overall with the decisions they've made, perhaps, with the roster moves and stuff like that. Now, they seem a lot more solid, a lot more confident. Skulls on the team is looking a lot better than he ever did on Liquid. He seems to understand his roles and seems to be performing in them completely adequately. So this Furia, it's kind of crazy that they can ramp up so well in Brazil.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, Skull's on a great map, right? He was 13-9 for him. Very, very solid. 90% KAST. So he was really lighting up the serve. And I think for somebody who, especially in the roles that he plays, to get that much impact all the way throughout the map is super important. The worrying thing for Miles was just on the other side that we just didn't see that. Nobody went positive on that side. I mean, the highest rating we got was Yimfat with 0.87. It just simply wasn't good enough. And I think a lot of it stemmed from them being just so slow to get in towards the game. You know, it was only that second half of the first half where we maybe saw anything about consistency, and we were saying, oh, there could be snowballing here, and they got to maybe a point of quote-unquote arm's reach, right, where they were 2 rounds difference, but then Furia scaled back up, got the buy back out, and saw things over in their favor. So as we head in towards this second map, there is, well, you know, expectations maybe are for Miles because of how good they are on this map. There is the other side of, you could say that maybe this is a little bit of an off day for Miles against Fury in particular. Maybe it's just, you know, not quite the matchup they wanted at the moment, and maybe Fury are just really on a bit of red hot form.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? I mean, it's really hard to pinpoint what the issue really is for Miles, other than the individuals maybe being a little bit below par, because, you know, there are other reasons that you can think of. Perhaps the other teams, like FaZe, I definitely think it was a bit of burnout, which is a reason why they fell off a little bit. I think Na'Vi, like, I'm sure they're getting into the grand finals nearly every single event, but they're due an event where burnout gets to them, and then they, you know, bomb out maybe, right? So these teams that can keep it going are truly the upper echelon. That's why, you know, Na'Vi and Vitality for sure, yeah, should be celebrated without a doubt. Furia and Miles though on toward Mirage. This should be a Miles win, but should is a strong word. Can Furia upset them and get themselves through to the arena playoffs?
Let's see. CT-side start, of course, for Furia. A little bit of early damage both ways. Fallen gets dinged, Shuhei gets tied. Yuri has to let them up in towards Con because he's mollied out. Keisarato, will he be cleared? Anta is no. 1, 2, looking for 3. Oh, Keisarato, what are we doing? Surely not the 4th. Keisarato, the man, the myth, the monster in this round. He looks for the 8 and he's going to get it. All 5 lines them up, mows them down. Sit down, says Keisarato. Vamos. Vamos indeed. Mouse. This might be a harder fought map than they thought.
Keisarato, I just spent the entirety of the pre-game bigging him up, and you know what? My guy has not failed to disappoint. What a round. Even going in for the ace as well, just to top it off. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. They go unchecked in jungle. And you know what? I think Mal's, even though this trap wasn't that bad, you know, when you get jungle control on a T-pistol, it's so hard to retake. For a CT side, sometimes you've got to just ignore, pretty much. That position in the map, Murder Hole is impossible to go through, and they've got players holding the angle. Serato. And he gets 2 more in the following anti-eco as well. 7-0 start. Yuri helps out from short. Gorgeous.
Indeed, indeed. If we get another performance like that, I mean, he had a great performance against FaZe earlier, 1.7 rating there as well. I mean, he has just been incredible so far. And at the moment, he's not slowing down for anybody. Of course, his first true gun round, I guess, is going to be the real test. I think for Miles, in a similar vein to Nuke, I want to see them get kind of bare minimum 5 rounds. If they can push towards 6, that'd be nice, but obviously, they're going to have to really work for it. Skulls up close. He's a good A anchor on his day, and he's going 4-2. Surely not a third. He gets full blind, so he isn't given that one.
Okay, Serato this time will wait behind the stairs smoke. Torji getting a bit frisky, and once again, Yuri does some good work. Serato does make his play in the end. He thinks it's a good timing, but it's a great catch from Exertion. Now, Cello close CT. Impact's got the bomb, but it's a huge headshot. And now they can choose to go where they like. They know where Yuri got that kill. That'll be communicated between them, but 39 HP on the Impact, 43 on Exertion. Yuri is staying in position. And I'm not sure if Miles necessarily know where he's moved to, just purely because he stayed silent for so long. But thankfully for Miles, they'll catch him checking toward ramp, and they'll win their opening round.
Oh, it's a sigh of relief, I think, that one in particular, just because of how low they were. I think, has an understanding that maybe somebody's setting up for ramp, and they're going to try and plant for ramp in that sense, but yeah, not in the end. Unfortunately for Yuri, he sort of lost track of them. Once they get that kill in towards CT, he just doesn't really know where they're going, and because he hasn't heard anything either, just looking the wrong way. Good work from Xertion. Miles needed that, that's for sure. There will be a buy back in, but I wouldn't exactly call them as fruitful of buys for Fury. I mean, Shadow's got a P250, for God's sake. So it's not exactly like they're wielding all the firepower here. And a FAMAS out for Skulls isn't great, but maybe it is in Skulls' hands as he catches a couple of Skulls to kickstart. That's not bad.
Oh my God, man. I feel like that was just such a simple play from Miles, the way they peaked it. Maybe it was too simple. They lose 3 players in the first few seconds of the round.
It's like me and you in MM, mate. We're just, flying out towards A, no comms, just vibes. And obviously the vibes aren't looking too good at the moment.
And the worst part about this is the fact that really they had to commit to a save probably. And they've got to save for a whole minute, over a minute. Torji with the AWP, unless Furia go hunting for no reason, it's going to be one of those, sadly, long drawn-out situations. And Cello, of course, has got no armor and only a P250. He can, at some point, realize what's going on and commit to picking up one of those guns. So Furia going to be hitting straight back.
And now it's about actually on the other side as well for Furia about, do they actually let Miles save here? I mean, for Shuhei, he's so low. But, I mean, in particular, if I'm Cello, P250, no armor, I may as well go look for something. Do you know what I mean? So maybe he does actually make a little bit of apps aggression, and that's potentially where he could catch Shuhei off guard. Time is ticking, though, and it looks like they are just going to completely pump the brakes. They're going to go for, a pause here, and nothing really going to come from this. So maybe Cello, if he hightails it, he might actually be able to get over towards the site and get a gun, because there is guns down towards ramp. So he is running. 3 seconds too. It's going to be close. He'll just about get this AKs, and it's okay. So he gets his AK. Now he buys in towards the armor, but a flawless round from Fury. I mean, in particular, that is pretty impressive considering the investment they had of a P250, of a FAMAS, off armor across the Ray, and also just not a lot of util to work with, but they just hit their shots. It's as simple as that.
I'm actually quite amazed Miles choose to go for that play on the round that it is in the game. Like, just dry out ramp pretty much. A few flashes, a few smokes. They go through that ramp smoke and just into immediate death. And yeah, Cello, I'm going to say, we'll find that AK. They survive with all 5 players alive. That is just an extra factor that is a W for Furia. And now in the following round for Miles, they've got 2 Deagles, the Impact and Brolin. Let's see maybe if we see some of that tasty Deagle in action. Look at the play in mid. It's helped by that fallen flash. His flash assists never seem to waver. Eventually, Serato will get caught from under, though, with a good response flash from Shuri. So 4v4, 1 minute 10.
Yeah, actually quite a good pincer there as well from Miles. I think the only thing is just that Torsley gets caught off guard. He just slightly blindsided by the aggression of Serato. He goes in front of the Molotov, where traditionally a lot of teams will try and play behind it. So it does go quiet off the back of that initial engagement. A double deagle, a Galil and an AK. It's not the easiest vibe to try and wield. Skulls, he knows he's being covered. Oh, he can't hit that shot. Yimpa! Oh, I'm Brolin. What are those deagle shots?
What did I say about the deagles, mate? I mean, that's it looks like it's on the jiggle while he's moving, and you know, truth is, it's probably because it is, since that update that we spoke about in map 1. And, well, that has just blown the round wide open and blown it over. Fury will have to save the AK and the M4. Star power, mate.
Yeah, exactly that. That first one is absolutely lovely. And even Brolin's as well from Palace is no mean feat either. It's not an easy shot to hit. At the very least, it looks like Cello will just get out of there with that AK. I was wondering whether he's going to get caught in that rotation by Xerxin. But I think for Xerxin as well on the other side, his priority is just keeping on the AWP. We don't want to be losing that. So AWP recovered, which is good. A couple of AKs as well kept alive for Miles and a second put on the board. All in all, good stuff. And a round basically won off the back of 2 fantastic deagle shots.
Yeah. What can you do? I mean, we're going to see a replay of it in a second. Just look how quickly you die. That CT. Oh, goodness. He didn't even, barely even saw him. Barely even saw him. The perfect counter-strafe jiggle, actually. And a couple of howitzers hit. Gives Mouse another handle hold in the game. The force buy wars are kind of begun in a weird way because there's still a bit of a half buy on Furia. Not exactly as we normally see, but Cello trying to make something happen with the AK. Shui'd already pushed through that top mid smoke. But he'll be kept alive by Xerxin coming through under. And now I think there's probably no risk. Just the saved guns and those 5.7s and the P2000, I think that is on Fallen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say, Fury might get a chance here, but great clearance from Xerxin. Just doubles back to check in towards shore. And yeah, like you said, a brilliant find. Another one as well as K-Serato gets clipped. The P2K of Fallen, it's unlikely to find anything here, Trav.
You know, sometimes when you get a bit rusty, you get to feel like you can't hit shots on pistol rounds. You go back to the P2000, you hit 2 or 3, and you're like, hey, yo, maybe this is my gun. And then you whip a whole clip next game and go back to the USP again. The cycle of Counter-Strike. There are some players that are pretty much known for the P2000 on pistols. I think Woxic is a good example.
Yeah.
So yeah, sometimes it's a choice you can go for, but not on a round like that when they were just saving, of course. Nothing expected from Fallen there. Good check by Xerxin. Up to 8 and 3, and that is the individual level we need to see from him. Shui rallying the troops, knowing that this next round is the important one.
Yeah, and this actually becomes quite a good comparative point, because we brought it up off the back of map 1, and it was super one-sided. So we do see Xerxin find his level and then start to go toe-to-toe with K-Serato. That might be the key factor in what could potentially give Miles this map. Of course, though, Takpool's getting called in here, Fallen getting very vocal as he speaks down the line. This is what we're going to have to do is head in towards this next round. Orbs out both ways. Fallen on one, Torzi yet to get a kill at the moment. And a couple of blind shots through that smoke from Fallen. Not going to find too much, so mid-control loosely taken here by Mouse. They are going to burn some util to get out. I don't see anybody just yet. I think they're just a little bit wary because they know K-Serato does like to get aggressive.
Biggest thing here, I think, for Fury is that Fallen is squishy. He is glass cannon in this round. And that might make him feel a little bit more wary. Xerxin will once again show his presence as the underpass pusher on T side in that default for Mouse. And, you know, talking about kits and utility, they are running a bit low already. They've got 1 Incendiary on K-Serato, 1 smoke on Yuri, and 3 flashes. That's going to have to be used pretty sharpishly, you would think. Mouse have got full belt still, pretty much. Oh, a boost. Above the con smokes. This is a bit more unusual. K-Serato waiting for that bottom one to fade. Don't usually see one in this sort of position. Shui will make his way up and they'll drop off of it, realizing the risk and realizing that Palace could be a problem. Shui tries to make his way through and gets deleted. And K-Serato once again is doing great work. He's got that crossfire with Skulls. He takes that one too. Yuri finds Torji and Yimpat. He may get a plant, but he needs a 1v4.
Yeah, never mind getting the first kill there, which is brilliant from K-Serato, but the second just blind firing through the smoke and a little love tap onto the teammate as well, but kills are killed all the same. Healthy nade Jello. Skulls will get tagged down low, and they are going to give him the respect as well. Yimfat's not somebody that you can doubt. Double flashes coming over. One in towards CT. Core, surely not. Surely not a 1 versus 4. More damage dealt as well, but Yimfat tagged down low. He makes a good effort. Fair play to him, it has to be said, but a round 1 by Furia is all that matters.
I was feeling it for a second there. I was getting the chills. Just the fact there were a few players tagged up, the fact there was no defuse kit like you mentioned earlier. Just couldn't waste down the clock enough and get that 3rd kill where he could really play time. Fair play to Yimpat. It's a great try. And tease in chat for that one. But in the end, Furia, it's a well-played round. Well-played defensive round, converging in mid like they did on that timing. And stopping the top con push from Mal's. Hopefully full buy will come back in. Fallen can now get the armor out, feel a bit more comfortable. First shot puts a hole in that smoke, but got to fall away from it for now. Shui up close con very quickly, and that might be unexpected. Case Rotter's going to go looking for it, but he's making a lot of noise, and Shui might realize this is a great time to pounce. Smoke missed, but he can't complete the kill, Shui. It's really awkward. Surely one more bullet will grab it, and it does, and then Skulls thinks he has to help, gets caught by Brolin, and suddenly the round has collapsed for the CT side.
They might just call it. I think we do have to call it here. Torzi, hang on. Yeah, I thought for a second Yuri might have spotted him. He should have heard him. At least the scrunch of the trousers there or something. He's looking for this information. Fallen holds for the pushing towards jungle. Yuri, big one is now what happens to him. He's in trouble in the Flames version. Gets one more. All down to Cello. Of course, this round is non-existent in terms of the win factor for Furia, but I mean, if he can get a constellation kill or 2, that'd be nice. There's one. Looks for the second. Holds down Mouse 1 to no avail. And that'll be Torzi actually getting his first kill there as well at the end. So he's finally on the board.
Yeah, thankfully, that'll give him a little bit of confidence. Need some more impact frags, though. That's where it really matters. But that's a great timing on the smoke push from Palace there, from Brolin, of course. Dealing with Skulls on the Balk. Just when all the madness was going on toward top con and jungle, realised that was a good timing, and Skulls will be distracted. It's basic, but it works. And Mals are even again at 4 apiece, and their reward is a round up against Pistols once again.
Shui, we'll just holding towards top mid desertion, once again makes his move under. It's a standard for him, but he's been getting a lot of mileage from this area. He's 11 and 5 at the moment. Same for Caterato, in all fairness, but has to be said that he's at that massive disadvantage firepower-wise, but not to him, it seems. Gets his, but Yimfat doubles down.
At least he gets the one, but now Mao's back in the advantage. They've got control together. It's not like they're split up across the map. They're making sure they play the good old-fashioned buddy system. Bomber's just going back to check TV just in case. There is a gun that can be nabbed possibly here for Cello. That's what he's rotated all the way around for. But the E button is a cruel mistress. He might have to swing a bit wider to grab that one, and he'll be stopped by Shuri. Good timing to check that one, realizing that's where that dropped weapon is. Little details like that, little micros. Nice shot on Skulls too, just to make sure there's no weapons and no extra threats from the CT side. Brolin then just creeps out Palace to get the last. And Maus do have that 5-4 lead. Furia back on the guns coming up, knowing that they don't want to let the CT half slip away.
Yeah, exactly that. I think as well, with generally speaking, this map is one of the more CT maps in the pool for Furia. They probably want to be taking a lead, and now they have to go flawless for the final couple of rounds if they want that. And those are like Maus have got an advantage. Fallen with the scout. That's pretty lovely. Cello going to play up close in. Now, Skulls has been playing this position quite a lot, so I feel like Maus are definitely going to be aware of the potential of somebody just on the edge. But with that deep smoke over towards ramp, it does feel at the moment like they don't want to test. I think they're wary of potentially Furia trying to get like really active and pop through it and try and overwhelm with the pistols.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this set.
True, yeah. Actually, it's a bit more unusual, I guess you could say, of the players in the positions they are on A. Maybe it's one of those eco rounds that they've practiced and it's worked in prac against full buys. And let's just throw it out at IEM Rio. see what happens. Great flashing toward ramp. Oh, the P250 is, well, I think it's less than about that, the better, I think. The impact will get 2. And in the end, he'll manage to adjust to find Yuri as well. K-Serato is cleared 2, and Fallen is on the wrong side of the map. Only a few smoke bangs could really help out with that, and that is not what we'll be going for. And I think the thing that's most worrying for Furia is that, for me, if they were to have a really good chance of upsetting MOUZ on Mirage, they probably needed, it sounds crazy, but maybe even an 8-4 half on CT. Because I mentioned their win rate on T earlier. It's 36% only on T side on this map. That is very much below average and just shows how much they've struggled against not just Tier 1, but Tier 2 opposition as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're spot on. And I think with where their problems have been very, very evident on that T side, it's not exactly the easiest thing to plug. I mean, I guess the one thing we can probably look towards is they've had a slight break before coming in towards this event and maybe a little bit more time to integrate Skulls in towards his T-side roles and maybe make them a little bit cleaner, but we'll have to see. MOUZ looking good, though. Looking very good indeed. I think, again, maybe it took a little bit of time to get in towards this map, but they've come alive. They've got active earlier than they did in towards Nuke, and once they've been activated, they are really difficult to slow down. Pretty good round out for Yimfat as well. Good few kills coming his way. This is now when MOUZ are setting themselves up for potentially what could be, you know, you spoke about an 8-4 what Furia needed. That's actually something MOUZ could take.
Exactly. Yeah. The nade smacks Fallen on the shoulder. Does maximum damage. And that AWP is going to be a bit more squishy now, but same goes for Cello, because they're trying a double AWP setup now on CT side, and Skulls, he needs to be careful. Brolin's creeping out. Is K-Serato ready? Thankfully, he goes back and checks it in the nick of time. That was so close to falling apart off of that one move from Brolin.
What now, as well? Once we've lost that opening kill, we don't really have too much information to work with towards A. Zertian waiting for the smoke to fade. Fallen. Oh, he spotted maybe like just a shadow there, but it's not enough. No. He's in trouble. He's stuck between 2 mines now, and he cannot win out in that fight against Torzi, who gets 2. How has he got away with a second there is my question. But Zertian will add more misery to Furia as they're left down to 2 now. And actually, for K-Serato and Cello in this spot, they might be tempted once again to save.
Yeah, they got the opening kill, stopping Brolin from advancing, but as soon as Fallen was as stuck as he was, betwixt in between, stuck between a rock and a hard place takes him down, and there was no way for K-Serato to then re-peek as he was stuck behind all the jungle utility. Cello couldn't help in this round at all either, trying that secondary up, hoping MOUZ maybe go for a B play for once. Not happening. And as soon as Exertion gets that one kill, that basically confirms it. I think it may have even been confirmed after Torji's second, to be honest. That second was very nice, and it's important for him to show up with impact kills like that. He's only 3 and 6, but those kills are round winners.
Yeah, absolutely. Impacts is what we like to see, and yeah, good work from Torzi. It took him a long time to get online. He was 0 and 6 before he found that first. So far, so good. And we'll see a pause as well heading in towards the next. A moment for Cyclone to have a conversation here, but I think primarily this is all Furia. I think obviously they're in a bit of a predicament where don't know as much as we that things are not looking good at the moment. We absolutely have to try and reclaim just a little bit of saving face at the tail end, and that's not an easy conversation to be having here. Very focused faces. Fallen once again trying to rally the troops a little bit, but MOUZ have the real potential going 8-4. I feel like if they do go 8-4, especially with the stats that you've been bringing up, Trav, it feels at that point basically a forlorn conclusion that we're going to map 3.
That's what we kind of expected going into the series, because those last few times these two teams have played, they've played twice this year at EWC and Chengdu. Both went to a third map decider. Been a little while since those two matchups, but wouldn't be surprised if it happens again. Oh, the flashing toward ramp. Impact was so blind, but he's didn't go further on that one, Skulls. So I didn't know he was there. Repositioning with the FAMAS now. And I think for Yuri, obviously you got to be wary when you peek this because it's headshot angle, obviously. Only hit the dink with the A1S. You can easily get caught by the AK. Oh, and he's been spotted. Exertion knows he's there. Good nade. And just solidly split up in this regular sort of mid-default with the bomb moving forward on Shui now. But the Palace Lurk, of course, ramp player in the impact, does it be in the entirety of the half thus far, which is pretty crazy, unusual.
Yeah.
And, a split B could definitely work in these sort of situations. But last one of the half, they're continuing with their ideas toward A. 40 seconds in the round. Roland gets the opening, but it's Keserato again. Lovely transfer, 15 kills, and now 10 health to spare. Fallen CT catches the impact, big kill. Leaves it down to Torji and Brolin hits another banger though. 3 kills on the round. Problem is the bomb is so far away, bottom con with 20 seconds left. Cello's got no armor. 22 HP on Brolin, and he gets the spray anyway, and it is that 8-4 we spoke about. Mal's getting back into gear on Mirage.
Not the first half that Furia would have wanted, but it has to be said, they actually started quite well. Out the gate, Keserato looked crisp as hell. It looked like Furia might even be setting themselves up for the upset on Mirage, but Trav, it fell apart and quite rapidly, actually.
Yeah, Furia had 7 opening kills, only won 4 rounds. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's not exactly pretty viewing. Keserato's been, once again, the main man, but no one else is positive and no one else is anywhere near. He's got 10 more kills than anyone else on the team, and that's going to have to change, especially on T side. On the side, they struggle so much. Surely, Mouse take this to a third. Let's see, though, we're fast up con. Chewy found a lovely opening tap on towards Cello, actually going up towards short on the B site instead. Torji is struggling a lot. Knives are out. Uh-oh. Oh, no. What's going on? Someone make a decision. Oh, Impact just puts an end to the madness, and thank you, Jimmy.
Look at all of them laughing. He was just hightailing it. He was shouting it towards TeamSpeak. Somebody help me, save me. I have no ammo. He has no ammo. Somebody needs to kill him. They were both also like one right-click knife away from death, but you don't want to give the knife, you know, worst case, even if it wouldn't have cost Mouse the round, they don't want to give them the cash. Carnage here.
Why did you see him stop? Did you see him like stop for half a second there? That was hilarious. Like,
I think he
double take.
thought it was like Torzi was going to then come to him, but Torzi, he had no second thoughts. He was like, I am living. I don't care what happens here. So Mouse will take the pistol and probably the follow-up to. There's not really too much of a buy here, and it's very simple for Mouse to clean that one up.
I love when like Gold Nova matchmaking creeps into professional matches. It makes me very happy. That's for the blooper reel. This is for the highlight reel this next round. Let's see if Furia can get something going. At the moment, Mouse seems so comfortable, so calm and confident. And their bonus round, if they win this one, I would say that's a very easy early nail in the Mirage coffin.
Yeah. Setting us up, of course, for that third, and it feels very likely we're going to be getting there. Keserauto is quick in towards B-Apps. The bomb might try and join him, but it seems like at the moment it's not committed to that fight. So this is information gathering. We're looking over towards B as Keserauto's very aggro there. The one thing is about that smoke. If it starts to fade, he could potentially get caught off guard. And he will now start to get a little bit of support as well. There's a lot of different angles which Fury are getting space with, but like we said, there's just no real commitment at the moment.
They are showing presence and control over the map. Keserauto just being a nuisance in apps, as you can see. And that obviously has kept 2 players there, but there is the position from Torji. Removed by Yuri. That's important. A start. So she'll now try and move ahead of that Molotov, trying to catch the timing on Yuri, knowing he might move away from the angle. There's no noise been made, but he's very aware as Yuri, and he does a great job of that. They're actually completely out of util here, Furia. They've used everything, but thankfully, they've used it to good effect. Brolin is the only risk. He's not being looked at right now, but he's going to need a multi-kill. There's Skulls. There's the bomb planter, and he denies it too. But of course, Yimpat and Shuri are opposite side of the map right now.
Arguably, surely we give this a go. They have a buy-in towards the next round, so why not? Why not see what you can pick up? Any kill they find as well over towards Fury is going to have knock-on effects on towards their long-term econ. So I like the idea about giving this a look in. I mean, Shuhei slowly making his move. Like, as the observers have shown, there's an M4 down that he could upgrade to. Does get a tag onto his Yuri, but ultimately it'll be him to fall. And it will just be Yimfa who keeps hold of the MP9. It's not the worst thing in the world to keep hold. Exactly. But if he can get an AK or an M4 or something of the sort, that would be great. So he's sticking around just in case he can.
He only wants to make the jump into window to maybe nab that. He's going to go looking right now. That's exactly what he's going to do. And there we go. Very worth from Yimpat. Absolutely the right thing to do. And I have something extra to work with and more money to spend on util in the following round. Great round from Yuri, though. The duels that he had a chance to win, he did win, and he needed to win. So, very important. Brolin, even though that was a bit of a snake in the grass that Furia needed to avoid, and they didn't avoid, thankfully, with the way Mouse was set up, it didn't hurt them. So, there was that gun round that we mentioned. This is the all-important one, though, to break that CT money and get a handle hold on T side.
Let's see what we've got. Cello looks like he wants to creep through this short smoke. Once again, K-Serato testing in towards apartments. Look at the position Cello's got, but he just doesn't clear his angles. Torzy playing in towards ladder, where he was in that last round, when he got caught.
Wow.
He'll get one, and Shuhei just peeks in towards middle. Skulls gets blindsided immediately. So already down to 3 in a matter of mere moments.
Impact making a bit of noise the way he's moving around the B-bomb site, and obviously that was just half cleared there by K-Serato. Those smokes looking to fade, but he is showing exactly where he's playing from, and oh no, my guy's now down to 1 HP. This one is done. Yuri managed to find his way up connector, and as you can see, he's all the way through the A-bomb site, but this might just not mean anything anymore now. Brolin's even guessing, and it's an educated guess as well. Now they know. Is Yuri going to clear the second? He does, but Brolin is better. And K-Serato on 1 point of health from that duel against Yimpat. What really can he do?
I think it's about trying to save. And I feel like for Mouse, at least they've got to look in if they want to go hunting. They could potentially try and go for it, but they've got 4 rifles. They don't really need this AK upgrade, so they might just leave him. And he's actually going to completely slip the net as well. Moves in towards Palace. That'll be fine. It's a timing as Brolin is starting to move around in towards the spawn, but yeah, thankfully he just tucks his head in towards Palace. So that'll be fine. It is going to be Miles getting ever closer now. 11-5, just 2 rounds away from moving on towards that third and final. Decided to see who will be going towards the playoffs.
Yeah, and a chance to play for the semis, of course, as well. Guaranteed playoffs, but a chance at that semi-final straight away. And yeah, that was a really good assertive round there by Miles. Torji rotated back in to help toward B once he knew that shots were being taken. And I think there was one point in the round 2 where Shuri, I think it was with a flash, but it was at a random timing, just peeks window and catches one more too. It's those sort of things that Furia just won't be expecting. And the right timing to go for those sort of things as well. Now it's 11-5. Fury look like they're going for a Palace pop with utility, Tech 9s, and that 1 AK on K-Serato. Get K-Serato in, maybe 3rd or 4th. Try and get him some kills. You're going to waterfall down to the side, but Brolin's doing good work. He finds 2 in the end and then falls back to keep himself alive. Shui is there to help too. And they're now just stuck behind these smokes. It's very difficult to deal with, and Brolin does good work once again. He's had a great map as Brolin. Great bounce back from Nuke, and 18-7 is his KD as they are 1 away from Dust 2.
Yeah, simple stuff, it has to be said. That round was always felt like a guarantee, and it came exactly as expected. Nice and easy. And like you mentioned, 1 more away. And this has been, for the most part, very clean. Furia did get that strong start that we spoke of. And K-Serato, he still has kept up his individual numbers, but it's only been him. He's the only one in double digits so far. I mean, still 3 and 14. Yeah, exactly. Skulls 5 and 13. Cello 5 and 10. It's just, unfortunately, not been good enough. It's been a very one-sided display. A bit of a one-man army. And you got Brolin on the other side, who's looked fantastic individually too. Yimfat, he's going to be tested here. Can he close it out in towards his final, potentially final round, or is there more to be added here? K-Serato for 1, but Torzi up close. Shotgun AWPing, only good for the 1 as well. Tech 9, normally good at close, but it's just falling apart. They're getting dropped, but we're back into a 2 versus 2. Make that 1 versus 2. Yuri gets clipped, and that's going to be the map. 13-5. Dust 2, our decider is necessary. We'll catch you after the break.
smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, down through the wires and the pipeline. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
An expected result, sadly, for Furia on Mirage. Maus do take it, the expected destination, but maybe a map that we didn't expect. Dust 2 is not the decider that's been played in the last two matches between these two teams. So, will that change things up, Neo?
It was the classic kind of, I think it was Michael Jordan, no help type vibe with Keserato just doing God's work. He looked great. And those ways about it. Individually was absolutely fantastic, but unfortunately, he just had no support. I mean, he really, really struggled to get kind of the team online. He was the only one who finished with double-digit kills, and he actually was absolutely flying from round one, but it wasn't enough, ultimately, and I think Maus they just looked great. There's no two ways about it. Everybody stepped up. Everybody had their moments. Even the ones who didn't kind of run away with the frags still had their impact as well. But in particular, Brolin looked great, and I think he was really going toe-to-toe with Keserato and keeping Yuri at bay in particular as well, doing his kind of solo missions and getting a lot of information, a lot of space. So we head to Dust 2, and Trav, now this is quite interesting. Dust 2 is where both of these teams picked up wins to kickstart IEM Rio. Furia took down FaZe 13-7 in their opening best of one, and Maus just squeaked past Pain 13-11 there. So this Dust 2 does get very spicy. In the last few times they've played, going all the way back to ESL Pro League Season 18, they've actually not played a Dust 2. Obviously, it wasn't in the pool back then, but yeah, even in the most recent meetings, Chengdu, EWC wasn't what was picked. So Dust 2 is the first time I'm going to see these two sides with these iterations of the lineup playing off against each other, so it should be very interesting.
Yeah, this is an unknown we're diving into here, and especially for a third map decider, it makes it all the more exciting. Maus's individuals were brilliant on Mirage, and I think Brolin deserves a shout as well. I think he got like over a 3 rating, I'm pretty sure, on CT side alone, and considering how he was holding A, doesn't surprise me in the slightest, to be honest. And if that form continues for Maus going into map 3, I'm confident in them, but seeing how Furia sort of handled themselves so far today, seeing how they dealt with FaZe in the opening best of one on this very map, sure, Maus beat Pain 2 like you said, but that was a lot squeakier. This one, I think, if Furia can keep their calm and know what's ahead of them and get it done, keep their individual level up from map 1, for me, Furia, I actually might even pick them to take this.
Okay, I do actually like the idea around that. I mean, Keserato against FaZe earlier looked fantastic, right? I mean, that's the main thing that has to be said. I mean, he 1.7 rating for him against FaZe. Dust is obviously a map in which in the Brazilian scene has always been super strong, and of course we're at the start of the two main men in the server on Mirage. Keserato 17-12, 105 ADR for him, which is absolutely fantastic, and then on a 1.51 rating. He was the only one above a 1 rating. Nobody else went even remotely positive. Even kind of falling, going 4-15, Skulls 6-14. Brolin on the side 20-7 across that map, 1.79, 101 ADR. I mean, absolute fantastic showing from the both of them, and it was actually a really fun head-to-head because a lot of those battles were on both T and CT side respectively, were via the A side, but in the end it was just the slight additions of that Maus side that bolstered them to that win. And unfortunately the Furia, while Keserato has been in lights out form so far this series, he does still need a little bit of help.
Yeah, and I think for me, Furia, like if they keep their calm in this sort of situation and going off of, like you say, that those individual levels from map 1, I mean, historically on Dust 2 this year, they've been very good, even the last couple of months, right? They've only lost 1 to Vitality. So especially with how they looked against FaZe, I had a chance to catch all of that game, and obviously maybe it could be classic FaZe in an opening BO1. They usually start slow, don't they? It's almost like a bit of a pattern with them. But, you know, Furia took advantage of it, and Queserato has not stopped yet, like you say. And when Queserato does stop, it's very hard for Furia to find a way to win, I feel like. But when they all perform together, that's when they can seemingly find a way to beat anyone still, even to this day. So for Dust 2, for me, that's why I'm kind of leaning in their favor. I just think it's this lure of the arena. They're playing in it now, of course, but when the crowd are there, in the playoffs, like, they haven't failed to reach one yet. They've obviously made the semis in Rio, in the major when we were here in 2022. They repeated the feat by making at least the playoffs of 2023. So I just think they always come in super prepared for their home event because they just don't want to let the Brazilian fans down, it feels like.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, for us, we want to see at least one Brazilian side make it to the arena, especially considering that Pain are on the brink of elimination. They're a map down to FaZe. FaZe took map number 1 in that one 13-9 over there. So it is definitely looking like Pain might be on the chopping block a little bit. So Furia do want to fly that Brazilian flag high in the arena, get the local support as well. And that's obviously where they do end up firing up. When they get the crowd behind them, that's when the rest of the individuals come out online. So we'll be heading underway in just a moment in towards this one. I think the big thing is really looking about, once again, is not only Furia, who've been very good at getting strong starts into maps, both maps, really, really solid starts, but then, as we saw in Mirage, we need to see that consistency out from Furia. Keep the rounds ticking over. When they lose a bit of momentum, they do at times, and we've seen this in other international competitions, they struggle to get it back in their favor, where, as we know from Miles, consistent as ever, they always find ways to just chip away at deficits or find their form. When they have the form, like we saw in that Mirage, very difficult to kind of rip it off from them. So this is a big one. I'm looking forward to this. It's essentially kind of a best of one to see who will be going towards, or who will be locking in a guarantee of the playoff, maybe potentially playing for those semis, as you touched on. And yeah, this is a cool one. For you, you're leaning Furia. I'll spice it up. I'm going to lean Mouse here for me. I feel like this is the kind of the side where, at least from what we've called a Miles throughout this year, when they've had strong performances, at times they can just take a little bit of time to get into a series. A map number 1 kind of put to the wayside, but then they warm up, and then, like we said, tough to stop. So I'm going to lean towards them, but I mean, this is absolutely anybody's game, Trav.
Yeah, and I think that what makes it the most fascinating is I feel like Maus have finally settled down, right? We know Furia aren't good at Mirage, but they finally got a win that's a comfortable one. The Dust 2 we saw against Pain earlier was incredibly squeaky. It took a Torji ridiculous 1v2 spray transfer to get that one over the line in regulation. Probably should have gone to overtime. Pain would definitely think that. We're out long early doors on the pistol round, and the first pick will go the way of Skulls. He's got the P250, he's got the Kevlar, and he'll take down Exertion.
Raid Boss in this one. P2K at range as well. Going to try and catch a couple of heads from Torsey. He's not getting too far away, but they're not quite connecting, and a smoke on towards the site will allow Cello to scale up this ramp. He's now starting to work. Good for one. Looks for a second. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Beautiful flash from Caterado, has to be said, to facilitate the double there as well. And a bomb plant just in the top of that smoke makes this a very difficult retake. Brolin, Yimfat. Yimfat doesn't even have armor here as well. And to make matters worse, Trav, no kit.
Yeah, I don't think this one is possible, I'm afraid. I might just play for exits and look for some kill reward money for either a force buy or for future nades in the eventual gun round. Every little helps in these situations. The impact will go for those taps from long range, but there is the Goosh. Caterado put down to 5 HP, but it's not going to matter. Brolin will now try and fight to get that kill reward, like I mentioned, and he does find one, but it's only one. Good job, Skulls. He will start the round, and he's going to end it as well. Furia get the T-pistol underway with just pure long push.
Yeah, solid stuff. I think just play fundamentally quite simple there. Just go aggro out towards the long side and just try and get up in their face, and they do. They take fights as a pack, and they just overwhelm. You know, Xerxes gets caught immediately off the back of that flash. Cello utilizes that smoke and the supporting util from Caterado. It's very, very simple, but it's very, very effective, as Furia do time and time again. So He said, you know, this is a side who have a bit of consistency when it comes to starting strong in towards maps. It's just about looking at the consecutive rounds when the guns come out. Guns won't be here. For Miles, Yuri for 2. Skulls will chime in for one of his own as well. They know one towards pit. Surely a dead man walk in, but Brolin, all right, not bad. The nade doesn't clean him up. Thankfully, Yuri will as he collects his third. Shuhei's on the flank. Even with this flank, maybe at the most 1 kill.
Surely this charm on the silencer of his USP gets him 1 kill, right?
Exactly.
Look, it's a USP charm on a USP. And it's going to dangle away, and now he's dangling dead. 2-0 for Furia. A perfect start. Gun round can come in for Mouse. Joking aside, I think that there's a couple of the charms that look cool, but overall, they're a little bit wishy-washy, I feel like.
Also, as well, just that USP one, the one thing that annoys me is that it's just facing backwards. Like, I wish, like, it's such a small thing, but I just wish it was facing forward.
I know.
But a 2-0 start for Fury. This is the round we're looking at, though. Miles in towards their gun rounds. We're gonna get the M4s on deck. Fallen going to start well. Orpal, 3rd round, and Orp rattling off very successfully. Of course, he had a very, very slow second map. Only 4 kills to his name, so if we can get him firing on all cylinders, as we know he can at times, and have his moments, if it can be in towards Dust 2, then Miles are going to feel that pressure.
Yeah, I feel like he's really been focusing hard on the calling in these opening games in Rio today. He had a couple of moments on Nuke, which were stunning, deserves to be said. But, how you say, map 2, and even the game... Oh, my word, even the game against FaZe earlier on, he wasn't really the main man, but he might be the main man now. Torji gets blindsided. Fallen just rips his head off with the AWP. Suddenly, it's a 5 versus 2. They've got full A control. Shuri and Yimpat are holding hands in B tunnels, and I'm afraid it might not be a happy ending.
I think you're right. Molotov towards backside, one over towards short as well. This A site is open for the taking. The red carpet rolled out for Furia to get in there, bomb down, win the round. Simple as. Of course, Miles are not going to be giving this a go. Yimfat and Shuhei, a long rotate for them as they may look for some X's once again, may try and catch any stragglers, but the round is absolutely not on the card. So, Furia, this is now pistol round, the, I guess, eco of Miles in the second, and in the first gun round, which is technically a bonus for them, all going well. In Keserato spotted a gun. They know they're here. Fallen. I don't know if he would have spotted Yimfat, but Keserato should be able to get involved for at least one. Shuhei's moving around this corner. Fallen has let one slip just past him. Hot Flash going to come over as well. Keserato still fighting. Yimfat up close for 2. Looks for 3. Can't quite get it. Semi-expensive, sure, but it doesn't make a difference in the end. 3-0.
I think that's a great choice from Furia. Usually in this sort of situation, you wouldn't advise to go hunting, but 2 things. I am very surprised Brolin is peeking mid-doors like that when he probably knows Fallen's AWP is going to be out. I feel like that is a... Sure, you need map control, you need information, but that early in the round to go down 4 versus 5, I feel like is a mistake. And then in the end, they play very aggressive exits. They don't just hide in spawn, they hide long, outside long doors. And that just gives Fury the opportunity to take them down, make this 4th round easier, with Mal's saving nothing. So it's a little bit too much there by Mal's. Fury will be delighted to clear them all up with 3 players alive. Hasn't built up their money amazingly, like you say, but it's arguably the better choice in that scenario when they were in the position they were.
Cello, he's got an advanced position here. Looks in, CT player, core, Zertion, in towards Elevator, also going to get clipped as well by Skulls. I mean, this is just such ruthless pace coming through from this Furious side. They're up in their face so quickly, and they give them absolutely no respite. And Cello saying, I'll take that every day of the week. Shuhei, half armor and a 5-7. In a 1v5, no chance.
Yeah, this is a worrying start. CT Dust 2 can be cruel when you feel like you've lost control of the economy and lost control of the game. They'll definitely have lost control of the economy now, with Furia most likely surviving with all 5 up. And that was again, it's a small detail, but it's a smart round by Furia not to go for anything too complicated in a round like that. They know an MP9 and maybe some 5.7s will be littered around. Don't play the close angles, go long. Don't even smoke CT that early, because using smokes in that sort of round, in that sort of situation, can often give the CT side something to play around, something to cause havoc around. I think it's years and years and years ago, I think it was Sean Gares who once first said, That is the kind of the best way to go against pistols, because if you use utility, get the smokes down, gives the CTs opportunities. Now you just have to take the door straight up. They did that. They're advantaged, of course, and it works comfortably and increases that money.
Yeah, I love it. Great work, Cello. Very, very good start from him. 6-1 out the gates. Back into the bite. 4 miles, Torzy. Organized AWP. He was 0-6 to start off in towards map number 2. He's 0-4 here, where Fallen's not exactly lights out, but at least he's having a bit more of that impact that he struggled with. Nade doesn't break open the smoke. Yuri takes a tag through it, but even still, he stays alive in a good position. Oh, no way. Skulls, he should know about him on towards the back side. It's whether he can pounce and punish. Hang on a second. Yeah, in fact,
wow.
He had no idea. Skulls, well played. That is ballsy to do, and it pays off.
This is why we are saying this is a different Skulls. I mean, that is such a great play to make. That smoke's in a weird position. He realizes he can play around it. It looks like Mals are interested for this retake, so I'll get back to that point in a second. They do have a kit on Shui. They're having to retake B with an AWP and no tunnels presence. Fallen's got that tunnels presence completely locked out. There should be no way Mals get back into this bomb site. All 3 near window. No. They haven't got much utility. They're just throwing away weaponry here. That is not advisable. They will commit to the save finally. But Fallen, there could even be a chance he cuts one off here, and he will do exactly that. AWP removed. Xerxon is very, very stuck. The shot will be missed. He might be able to nab that AWP. He will. And Cello will remain alive, but Mals seem all at sea on CT right now.
Cello, what are we doing, mate? Cello, hello, what's going on, fella? Knife out, just runs to his demise. I guess it doesn't really matter, but
it doesn't.
It is one of those where, yeah, we're left kind of questioning. I mean, that round is blown off the back of Skulls. It is just masterful. So well played. That Molotov as well in towards window just completely denies the only in route they had into it. I mean, I'm even questioning why Mals even give that a go. B side does too, statistically the hardest side to retake in the map pool currently. Giving that a go feels like a lost cause anyway, especially when you don't have the util and it's an awkward one. The bomb's really planted and kind of a fair decent amount of the way ticked through as well. So I would have personally have called for a save there and just kind of rebought in towards this next, but you can see now we're even having to bring in the likes of a FAMAS and MP9 to facilitate the investment here. It's not a fruitful buy. Yes, they're the AWP, but the AWP's been struggling.
Yeah, and going for retakes on B, as I kind of mentioned in the play-by-play, right? Unless you have tunnels presence and an opportunity to come in from a 3rd position, I feel like it's always like 80-85% favoured T, maybe more.
Agreed.
So, oh, what a catch from Torji though. Fallen, his bonce will appear and Torji does well to catch it. But Mals are now trying to play a bit more assertive. They realise they've been pushed back by Fury in their entire game so far. They've let them dictate the pace. They let them even dictate toward B, as we saw with how Skulls made that brilliant smoke play against the Impact. Lurk smoking toward B as well. The Impact will be wary of something similar happening, but at least they start the round nicely this time, and that is an oversight by Yuri. Why is he not looking toward mid doors? Maybe he thinks his teammate's got his back. It's a weird one, and Exertion gets it in the end, and even gets a second, looking for a 3rd, does some chip damage. That should be Mals' first.
Nice shot. Not second, though. 4 Cello behind it. Good round for Mals to take. And I actually, you know, I say good round, but I actually think that's just a lost round by Furia. A lot of, like you mentioned, oversights, actually, that come through, you know, backs turn, weird fights that are kind of gifted over. I mean, this one in particular, Torzy, just knows his angles, knows his lineups, but not too sure what Yuri's doing, and it definitely wasn't being held. And then the timing play from Xerxon, masterful for a double. So yeah, good round. That's the sort of round that Mals needed. One that, you know, leaves them, you know, not that many casualties. It's one taken quite cleanly and allows them to build off the back of it. Hence why they can rebuy back in. Same can be said, of course, for Furia. Back into a full investment. Yes, Yuri picks up a Galil. Doesn't have the util. Might pick up a few little bits like a smoke and a flash or nade or something of the sort, but it's a workable buy here. But lose this, economy broken, and that's where Mals can start to potentially snowball.
Yeah, that was a big one. I appreciate, you know, it would have looked dumb if he got caught, sure. So I am speaking after the event, as we spoke about earlier, but the way Exertion played that long push was pretty perfect, realizing they'll all be focused on mid, especially after Yuri was taken down in the back pretty much. Definitely an oversight to cross that top mid position when they didn't have a player covering. Maybe that's just a bit of miscommunication. There was a player close mid reading the minimap wrong. Something as simple as that. Exertion does well to once again fake out that shot toward long. He's wanting to play a lot more aggressive toward long doors. Now he's got Torji's help. Oh, he'll shoot between two of them. That's awkward. And now Exertion under pressure. Only a dink. Yuri takes it. And Torji will know there'll be more flashes to come. It's a tag, not a frag on Fallen. And now how does he get away? He can't.
Oh, it's awkward. Shuhei does just slightly catch Fallen jumping in towards Pit. And in doing so, he'll line up through that smoke. 4 versus 3. Damage dealt towards Cello as well, but he wields the AWP. And Shuhei going to reclaim that space over towards Car. It's a good angle to hold now that he's given the luxury of setting up here. Sees the CT smoke come over. Knows that this still feels like that A finish. As Broden will reposition on towards the site to help. Shuhei tucks in towards Car. Yuri trained. If he just took a couple of pop shots, he'd probably be able to clear him. But they don't want to give away that ruse just yet.
Smoke on mid doors. I like Shuri playing here, even though K-Strato's giving it a glance, and that is a brilliant clear. Shuri had to do that. In a 3 versus 4, you have to try something a bit more aggressive. It looks silly to get caught out by that, but he had to do it. And unfortunately, for Mouse, they now have to save. Fury are going to be 6-1 up, and I don't know, it's nowhere near done yet, but just had a feeling they'd look good starting on this T side.
It's arguably starting to feel slightly down. I know it is really early to call, but we actually just haven't seen anything really from Miles at the moment that gives us, you know, the idea of, right, how are we getting back into this, or where are we going to build off, or what's our foundations maybe heading into the second half. There's so far nothing on offer. So a great display coming through from Furia, and it's a little bit more of a team-wide performance as well. You know, obviously Cello's looking great at 9-3 and Skull's 6-4, but Yuri's had his moments as well. Fallen's had a couple of early impact rounds when he had that AWP, and you know, K-Serato hasn't been required to win rounds, which in a way is actually a really good thing, right? We've seen in towards map number 1, K-Serato went huge. Map number 2 went massive, but it still didn't net them around. Now they're not even needing him to go nuclear, and they're still putting solid rounds on the board, taken as a team, and this is exactly what we want out from Furious. Not that one-man army anymore. They've got all 5 online. That's great. Mouse, they already called one pause, and there's a world in which they might be tempted to calling another one sooner rather than later. Maybe especially if this rifle goes awry.
Yeah, the Mao's form on Dust 2 definitely looked a bit more shaky earlier today than it did for Furia. Furia playing a pack-based mentality, and that's how it works on Dust 2. K-Serato tries to get out long, and he was kind of out solo. And that allows Exertion to get that 1 kill and then fall back away again. And that is a big 5v4 for Mao's. Advantages you just can't afford to let go from here. You know that Furia has taken long, but other than that, of course, Miles will be happy to let them have it. They've got tunnels now completely cleared as well, thanks to Brolin. That's why Yimpat has left the B-bomb site. So even if they do make their way up long, there's going to be a lot of defensive power to get through for Furia.
Oh my, Xertion, he's just at the net, but now he's actually a little bit exposed. Now through the smoke. Skulls, good work. And that might have been broken open a little bit. Nade is decent. Cello taking the brunt of the damage. Flash going to come over. Pop shot with the AWP, not successful. And still, they're trying to scale up. Molotov being held, anti-flash being played by Skulls. He probably will be that first contact if the flash just come over. There it is, but Yimpa actually goes in front of it. That's quite smart to get his 1, and he keeps his an even game. Shuhei under the pressure a little bit. Molotov at his toes as well as he starts to tick in the flames, going back to Goose, and Fallen at range utilizes that scope well. Down goes Shuhei. Numbers still level though, backs and forth, but Fallen delivers as Brolin gets core just through that smoke, and it's all down to one man. Torzi got a lead by example. As he catches 1, it's just the AWP, but the finders, Torzi goes huge. 1 versus 2, and Torzi comes out supreme.
That's exactly what Mouse need. Obviously, caveat, 1 alive. Money won't be amazing in the next gun round, but it's the round that matters. Fallen does nearly everything in this one. Exertion playing behind that smoke on 17 HP, definitely risky, gets caught off guard. And in the end, the way that Furia staggered their approach up long was really nice, honestly. It kept Mouse guessing on the timings they were going to work their way up. It kept Fallen in position toward, back plat on long next to Pit to deal with the players peeking on site. Lots of counter utility back and forth. In the end, Lucky it was going to go Furia's way, and it would have been a brilliant recovery, but Torji was the one man overlooked. It was the kill on the ramp player that was most important, and then the 1v1 versus Fallen. Fallen, that's a tough shot to hit from here for him, not knowing which side of the smoke Torji was going to appear from. He has an amazing round, Fallen, but unfortunately can't finish it off. Big from Torji.
Okay. They needed it, like you mentioned. Be a second on the board. Investments both ways. A little bit worse towards that Furia side with that double Galil, that Tech 9 in play. Shuhei, he'll hear these steps. They're just going straight into the doors. And look at the pace. Oh my god. Wow. Skulls is straight into the fight. Looks for two. Can't quite get it. Brolin will trade as well. Yuri answers back for one of his own. Nate breaks open the smoke as Fallen tries to drag attention. This is scrappy. This is messy. It's not good. But they gift the fight back over. Shuhei did not need to go through that smoke. He cost his life, and it might even cost a round as well. Torze tries to pop flash himself through to no avail. Shuhei didn't need to fight there. That's the big mistake. I think even with Yimvat falling on towards the B side, they could have tried to play off the back of Shuhei and Torze together in that sort of situation, but not to be. But that is blistering pace from Furia.
I adore the pace. I absolutely adore the pace. I'm amazed they actually go for it, but it works brilliantly. Skulls are just straight out mid, no hesitation. Brilliant headshot. They trade the second player brilliantly, and then Yimpat is so stuck on the window. I'm actually amazed he gets away with the one player that runs through that B tunnel smoke. It was I actually gave them a chance in the end, which when I thought there was going to be none. I thought he was going to get pincered immediately. He tried his best, and so did Torji. But a right-click flash through the smoke is not going to be working, and I don't think that will be either.
Ambitious. If Furia find 8 here, surely we're talking about even arguably the beginning of the end. This has been a lights-out performance from them. There's a bit of a mid-play, and another smoke will come through as well. I guess they might want to try and scale in towards short, but Berlin and Torzi, they get popped in towards the doors, and I mean, they get a little bit of damage, but that's it, really.
Yeah, just all that's left is these sort of cheeky plays with these smokes to try and get a couple of kills back, but Furia seem like they have everything under control. Sashin will use the edge of New Box to try and get something done. One of the best additions to Dust 2, I feel for sure. It's a lot more entertaining in CS2 with the smokes being able to be broken by HEs. It was very, very boring in CSGO. I think it's definitely improved in CS2 with that, especially with that new box, like I say. There's a whole different layer to trying to hold as a CT with T players coming out long. Unfortunately for Mal's, no ability to use it this time to get a couple of 1-digs or anything back in response. Calm bursting away from Yuri top mid, 2 headshots. That kind of tells the tale of where Furia are at. No wild sprays, collected. Just 2 headshots, and the applause from the team. They're loving it.
Yeah, brilliant. Flawless round as well. I mean, it makes a big difference that those sort of rounds have no casualties. It just really helps. Not that they are in sort of desperate need of economy of how well they've been playing, but it's just so good for the confidence and to get closer and closer to the map, to the series in their favor, booking their spots in towards the playoffs. At the bare minimum, and maybe even making a deeper run. We know on home soil, that's what we want to see. And Miles, unfortunately, have looked lackluster here. They struggled against Pain earlier. And Furia, who are arguably seen as the slightly better Brazilian side right now, are performing considerably better than Miles at the moment. 8-2. A couple more rounds left to play in this half. There is a buy to work with Shaw for Maus. There's a break open with the smoke, and Chella will actually get across. Molotov in towards ramp, but he's got decent spacing here, and he somehow gets away with a kill. He has no right to win that fight on Shuhei.
I don't know how he gets that one. 17 HP, could still do more, but Exertion is still here. They're going to work their way up long ramp now. Smokes are still up. They want to take the initiative while they're up. I'm surprised they're delaying so long. They have the opportunity to push on this one, but Exertion will get one more. They've taken a little bit too long here, Furia. And it might catch them off. Good volley towards shot. It will at least ward Torji away. But Mouse have so many players in position, and they should know, just play time in this sort of situation. The numbers are great. Low HP on Skulls could be an issue too. Bronlin's going to work his way forward on an AWP, but it's going to work against Skulls. And he sees where last two players are. A jumping leg shot. And it's all down to Yuri. It's a great first, but the trade is always going to come through. And Mal's get an all-important third.
Yeah, it's a good round, but it has to be said, I think you touched on it perfectly. I really feel like Furia have sort of shot themselves in the foot there. The pause that they call in towards ramp kills them because they get stuck in a very disadvantaged position where essentially they just get continuously peppered with nades or peppered on the spam. So I think well played from Mal's just to make sure that they don't panic in that situation, don't rush the retake. But I really feel like Furia, they should have tried to utilize that space on towards the A site, push it further. They had a fairly good wall of smokes to work around, but they don't. They don't utilize it in their favor. So tough indeed. Final round of the half, 8-3. If Mal's found a fourth, it's maybe a slight recovery, maybe a workable round differential. You get a pistol, a force, a gun round. We're talking about it being 8-all, but that still is a lot of things that have to go right. And the first thing that has to go right is this final round of the half.
Yeah, I appreciate the change up from Mal's, getting Brolin on that secondary AWP. Sure, it didn't really, make a huge impact. It was a great kill on the ramp play and a great leg shot, but I think they were going to win that round anyway. It is definitely something that on Dust 2 is viable, and Brolin will at least get one to start off that extra campaign of his. Fallen looking his way through, checking low, making sure it's all clear. Bottom mid has been taken. Yeah, Molly to clear out closed doors. Will be a little bit misjudged, but it should spread enough for Fallen to have it do what he wants it to do. Last round of this half. Resmoke toward doors now. Fallen will be blocked off. 45 seconds. The decision is going to have to be made soon. They're going to reface top tunnel. Upper dark. Brolin has got the off angle. Skulls looking to creep forward. Where does he pick this angle? If he goes straight into it like this, you'd expect Brolin to take it, but the little jiggle works perfectly. And now presence shown. Exertion realizes he can run through long doors once again. Yuri just repositioning in mid, and actually with Exertion still here, that could absolutely catch one. Oh, it's very whippy though, and Yuri hits a banger. But now the scale up short can happen. Torji has got one, but has to fall away, and Fallen has just dropped into CT to quickscope Shui. Say 8 seconds for a plant. Oh my word, so much damage done to the both of them. 5 seconds, and Keserato will finally get it down. But Brolin, Torji, and Yimpat need to recover a 3v4.
Oh, how we even got into the spot. Yuri does so well. Fallen as well, and he'll add another to the tally. Flash is great. Skulls is probably dead on arrival, and he will be. But this one, it feels impossible. As long as we don't really fight, we should be fine. But Yuri says, watch this. Brolin gets caught, and that'll be that. Fallen with a 3-piece to finish it off at the half. 9-3 from Furia. They're on track for the map. We'll see after the break.
Furia so close to the playoffs once again at IEM Rio. Can they make it a hat-trick? Mal's struggling on that CT side. They need to bounce back immediately, otherwise this one could be done very quickly. Utility out on the pistol, smoke, molly, and a second on Shui, along with 2 flashes. Looks like a B execute, or maybe a split through mid too.
Julie's here to meet them as well. Skulls, with that slight Ray boss up close, could be in for something, but they are going to reposition over towards lower, and Dink on towards Shello. He can't get out of there. He tried to desperately tuck his head, but Yimfa catches him. So a nice opener for Miles, and a real desperate one as well. They had to get, it feels like they have to get this round and many, many more in kind of quick succession, but it still feels like this is going to be that B hit, and in comes the door smoke.
Miles not looking to pounce just yet. I think they're waiting for these smokes to dissipate. It's a bit worrying. And look at Fallen being cheeky, but he realizes that falling away is probably the better choice. He's got so much intel, and Yuri, he's struggling to get the final kill, but he does take it on Shui, and that actually drops both those flashes on the floor. Of course, only one can be picked up on Torji. Exertion does really well to find Yuri at least, but Fallen is now here. All 3 are going to be here, but maybe that's a little bit of an over-rotation. They've got a molly to try and block off some vision in CT. But there is a path through tunnels to B.
Yeah, it's a foot race in which Brolin wins here. Won't spot anything across. This bomb will go down comfortably. These fights have got to be clean, and of course, with that lurking presence of Yim fighting towards door, this is massive. In they come. Yimfa, 10 pounters for 1. Scrappy fights as well. Backside, he's trying to isolate, and it does get 1, sure, but it's not enough. Miles take first blood in the pistol. Super needed, Trav. This needs to be one of many, though.
Yeah, you can hear it. That's Effinger indeed. That is where it needs to begin. And that pistol retake could have worked for Furia, just if Fallen got the kill sooner on the big box player. It would have maybe saved his teammate, and they could have isolated the corner of the site to maybe find one more, but in the end, Miles deal with an awkward situation quite well. Furia were kind of all over the map on that pistol, and then they managed to find the correct path, realised what was going on. Full eco for Furia in response. So 9-5 is a pretty much guarantee unless something absolutely wild happens. We've got all 5 in mid here. Plenty of dinks. Torji will lose his Galil, but now they know how many players are there, and Brolin's in a good position.
Oh, okay. Only going 1 for 1. That's another gun to work with. Now, an AK and a Galil. It still feels pretty impossible because they've gone towards B, but that's not bad guns to keep hold of.
Yeah, I think... Oh, okay, now...
Okay, now we're on.
Okay, there you go. You see Queserato kind of ran away, then ran back again. The communications are obviously like, guys, do we go for this? We're buying next round anyway. Keeping the AK and the Glil would give us full utility, sure. There's a MAC-10 available now as well. A good jiggle out. They know where Yimpad is. Miles, be careful. Exertion and Yimpat will get a couple of kills back, and in the end, Yimpat falls off the close tunnels box to get that kill, and they team up to get it done. Ugh, nervy.
Yeah, it's a good 2v4. It has to be said, I think Furia, they just isolate themselves by accident. If they play that as the 4 or you know, trading off the back of each other as they did with the opening kills in these pistols, I think they have a much better chance. But unfortunately, they kind of go in slightly 1 by 1, and that does allow Miles to isolate. You know, even for example there, you know, Cello jumping in, Yuri behind him as well. They needed to peek together, same time, same trades, and in that way it could get some space. I mean, essentially 1 or 2 have to basically try and die for the cause, as with those earlier kills. But like you said, it doesn't really matter. I think it's a miss smoke there. It was a miss smoke, and it's just smoke front suicide. But full buy, or foolish buy out for Furia. It's an investment. We've got the MP9s out, but Fallen does have the AWP, and he has looked a lot better in this map.
We have seen a few teams go for this, actually. You know, in a round, you'd expect them to fully invest. You maybe buy up with one and get MP9s around the others, because this round is winnable, and then the round after could be winnable too. Fallen's willing to give it a go with the glass cannon up on this. Miles have been, I guess, gifted an opportunity against lesser weaponry, but these rounds can be just as dangerous, especially when the MP9s are in positions like this. Can be just as good as an M4. They're trying to go through a smoke. So much damage, and Queserato's got 2. Exertion and Torji at least respond, but Skulls has taken that trade in the meantime. 3v2. Miles are in good positions to at least try and take the site. but then again, they need to recover a disadvantage.
Roland. Oh, spots 2. Bomb goes down. Feels maybe slightly workable. Fallen. His feet were spotted jumping down. Oh, Brolin is a lucky, lucky man. Not for much longer. There's one. Looking for 2 skulls. Collects them.
Damn.
6 feet under. Mouse under pressure now as Furia lock in double digits. Trav, pressure is absolutely on, my friend. For Mouse, a bomb plant's good. It will allow them maybe to buy in towards next if they want to, but yeah, I still think they're definitely in a spot which feels potentially quite worrying. I don't know. They're definitely, they might need another pause.
And now that half buy is looking like an absolute masterstroke, right? Because they have now extra money. They survived with 3 players live. They have extra money now going forward on the CT side.
Yeah.
And they know it. They know how huge that is. And a decision pays off. Look at the bolster on Skulls and Yuri when it comes to the cash. Mals weren't allowed to build up their funds. And they're down to 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle, a Mac 10 and a Galil. So maybe speed is the only option, but Exertion has had to pay 52 points of health to get out long. A little bit more as the nade comes through. So I think Fallen and Fury are making absolutely the right calls and decisions with the economy thus far. Sure, it's easy to say when they've won the round, but I think it was a good call to at least give them something to work with in that previous, knowing they still had a buy in this, and as it turns out, it gives them even more.
Yeah, and I think as well, you know, just on that kind of call from Fallen, with that buy, they actually play it well. The worst thing I think you can do with those sort of buys is just try and play a normal default. You've got to get active MP9s. You've got to get up in their face and start to make them feel uncomfortable. Don't give them the fights that they want. And that's exactly what they do. They're on the move. They're currently they're constantly adjusting, may I say. And the Amaros, they're just constantly caught off guard. In from behind and the rest. And this not going to come out towards long. It still feels like we want to commit towards the A site here. There is, I mean, barely even mid presence, never mind B presence. So Furia have all the information to work with. 3 players over towards A, 1 in quick rotation that can make their way up towards short as well. If they go for this A here, it could be a little difficult.
Okay, Serato will peek forward. Great flash from Fallen. That nade is an absolute chunk on K Serato, but there's more to come where that came from. Goodness me, it's back and forth. Brolin does well to find Yuri, but 3v2 for Fury. Just need to play these rounds a little bit more carefully, but hang on. Yimpat's flanking up short. 2v2, M4 retrieved. Brolin down to 12 HP. That's very awkward, and actually he'll be run down by Fallen, and 4 seconds on the timer. Yimpat has no choice but to fall away. No time for that plant, or even to get anywhere near it. Furia on 11, 2 away from the crowd once again.
They desperately needed that plant as well. They needed it for the money. And the fact that they don't get it really hurts them, of course. It means that Yimfat obviously has no money in his back pockets, but he does have a gun, sure, and the rest of the team are in and around 2k in their back pocket. So we're sat here now questioning, what's the buy going to be like? Are we going to try and force in towards this around that rifle, or are we just going to go for a lower buy and play for overtime? It's a bit of a poison chalice, right? Or it's a pick your poison type investment. Do we try and do it all now or hope for the next? It looks like, by what I'm seeing here, investments are going to come through. Yimfat going to drop over the rifle. He's going to pick up a Deagle. There's going to be a Scout and an M4 to work with. This is all chips to the middle of the felt here. This is basically the map that decides whether Mals have a chance in this map and series or not, or whether it's going to be Furia waltzing over to a 13-5, and especially considering they lost Mirage 13-5, that'll be a nice response.
Yeah. If you're a Mouse fan, don't despair. There is the ability, of course, to come through that lower bracket, and don't despair about this round either. Hang on. Yuri's been caught falling away with barely any bullets left, and a good CT smoke will block off K Serato. At least the Molotov will actually spread to find Shui. Recovers it into a 4v4. That's awkward. Shui is, bless him, had a really rough game. And that has not helped Mouse in this one. Exertion trying to work his way up. He has got the M4. And of course, Brolin's got that A1S as well. And in the meantime, the B site has been completely cleared. But unfortunately, they're just losing too much health and too many members. It's a long-range deal from Yimpat. He needs a second shot, though, at such difficult range. It's trying to at least make some distractions to catch out Furia. Oh my word, Torshi was almost caught reloading, but in the end they figure it out. It's messy, but they'll know it's now within touching distance.
One more to lock in playoffs. So close in this position. And Mal's unfortunately just not shown up to play. They've not had their moments in the spotlight. You know, Shuhei, great for the opener, but I think with Yinfa, I like the idea behind this, but he just needed the rest of his team to stay alive a little bit longer so he could activate and so he could draw attention. And it just doesn't happen. I mean, look at the investment we've got to work with. Triple Galil, 1 Scout, 1 Tech 9. They go towards mid, Fallen for the first. Shuhei, his tough map continues. That might be the end of his map at this rate.
Fallen wants that spot in the playoffs again. Who knows how many more times in Fallen's career he's going to have the opportunity to play a big S2 event in front of a home crowd. This could be one of the last. Who knows? We don't know the future. But he's done an absolutely wonderful job. 16 and 10. So much impact on that T side. Had a triple kill to win the round. Had a triple kill that almost won another round. Had so much impact. Mals have to make a 4v5 work with 3 Galils and a Scout. And look at the setup toward B for Furia. They could not be better in this position. Yuri will show some presence that might lull Mals into a false sense of security that there's less on B than there actually are. Surely there's no way to break through this. Cello has found Brolin. The Molotov is going to deal with exertion, and this is so messy for Mals. Yimpat will go down. Torji will go down too. And it's a hat trick of playoffs for Furia. 2022, 2023, and now 2024. Kyoto, baby.
Yeah, they love it. In Rio, they always deliver, and that is a stellar showing in towards Dust 2. Not even for a moment did they pull any punches. Mals just could not respond to what was an emphatic performance from the Brazilians. And now, of course, booking their spots in towards the playoffs, and maybe even now getting a spot to go in towards the semis too. So what a showing coming through. And like you said, right, if you're a Mals fan, this isn't the end, right? They still have a chance to book their spots in, but Furia, they came to play, and my God, did they. That map number 3 was excellent.
I'm so impressed. I said it at the beginning of the series before it even got underway. The fact they managed to take down FaZe, they always seem to ramp up for Rio. They always seem to prepare even more because they know they don't want to let their Brazilian fans down. And now those fans are going to get the chance to cheer for their main team in Rio de Janeiro. And they're going to have the chance, of course, to cheer for Fallen too. The Professor is back in his arena.
Yeah, awesome to see. Really good to see, especially, you know, considering there's maybe even a world as well that Pain don't make it. They're currently a map down, but they were up at the half in map 2, but we'll have to keep eyes on that over on the A stream. But at the very least, we've got one team locked in towards the playoffs. Of course, Imperial still have their chance of making it as well. Pain aren't dead just yet. Who knows what sort of Brazilian contingency we could have deep in towards this tournament. But at the very least, we've got one. And that's exactly what we want to see. And maybe as well, you know, Skulls mentioned it in the pre-match interview. He was talking about how, you know, this isn't the Mals at the start of the year or the Mals of old who were nearly impossible for teams to break down and were #1 in the world and very, very good on their given day. They now have these clear weaknesses and have these opportunities to be beaten, and I mean, Fury have done exactly that. I mean, every single map was one-sided, but in the end, it all came down to that Dust 2, and that's where, once again, Brazilian Counter-Strike showed its prowess.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? There's a part of me that's slightly disappointed because all 3 maps have kind of been stomps, right? There was only a real few big moments in close rounds. I think the first 2 maps went the expected route, especially Mirage. I mean, we haven't seen much from Furia's Mirage in, you know, a couple of months at all. So Mals were expected to take that one, but you have to worry for the state of Mals because, like, a team like Furia, who are always around that sort of tier 1.5 fringes of getting in towards sort of tier 1 playoff events, they've just not been as consistent as Mals in recent times. And now Mals are falling down to that tier of being unable to get past this sort of opposition. And, you know, it's a shame because I really want Mals to be there because, of course, you want another team to be sort of S tier alongside Vitality and Na'Vi and maybe G2 on occasion when the stars appear, right? So it's a shame they haven't been able to keep it. Burnout, of course, so many tournaments being played, maybe it could be a factor, but I think I can't really make excuses for them because that Dust 2 was very slow.
Yeah, it does also feel as well that for Miles in particular, that at the moment, or at least for so far this year, that Furia are a bit of a thorn in their side. That's now the third time this year they beat them in S-tier events. They did it early in the year, IEM Chengdu. They did it early in the year at the Esports World Cup, and now they've done it again. Our aim high player of the match, of course, without a shadow of a doubt, has to be K-Serato. What a performance out from him. And even though map number 3 was a little bit quieter by his standards, he was just lights up. This first 2 maps in particular was after the first 2 maps, he was the only player positive on his team, and he was positive by +17. Second place was -2, so it just shows how much work he put in towards this series. And a fantastic opener against FaZe, and my god, did he continue that form here in towards the best of 3. Did not really slow down for a moment.
And this is the K-Serato Furia need. It goes without saying, of course. I mean, he's been so integral to everything that Furia is and basically the entire run of the organization.
Yeah.
But, you know, even just a 10% fall off, which is maybe something you've seen from K-Serato in recent times, was enough to really make it a struggle for the team overall in events and not being able to get these playoffs consistently. I think for K-Serato here, this shows his impact, what he's truly made of. It's absolute classic K-Serato. It's the play style that really put him on the map, how he can anchor down these spots, how he can react, his first bullet accuracy, everything about it. Even in the Mirage, they really struggled on. I mean, just look at some of those kills. Like, they were nowhere. And on Dust 2, he wasn't as integral. It was much more of a team effort, which is very promising for them. But it remains to be said that these rounds, that one there in particular, when they had the MP9 buy, it turned out to be a bit of a masterclass choice, really, to choose the MP9s before they really committed to their full investment, and they fully deserve it.
I mean, it says a lot, right? Even with a quote-unquote quiet map by his standards on that Dust 2, he's still a 1.48 rating for the entire series. I mean, what a stalwart showing from him, so absolute credit, it has to be said. And of course, the rest of the side as well had their moments. I think Yuri really had a lot of impact in towards that Dust 2. I mean, that 180 here, he had no right in winning that fight in particular. I think Skulls, again, comfort from him. He looked better and looked just a little bit more understanding of his roles and how he's meant to play around this side. And I think even though maybe the numbers weren't exactly lights out from him, I think Fallen called really well until that Dust 2. He read Miles like a book. And if you have that level of a team now where we've got multiple different facets of firepower, we've got solid anchors, solid role players, and K-Serato on lightning hot form, Fallen's great calls, this is a Furia side who definitely cannot be slept on heading in towards that playoff. So real credit to them. On the other side, I just want to shout out Yimfat. I think he is really good all the way throughout, but unfortunately today was not Miles' day.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for Furia, I believe we might have an interview as well to have a quick chat with them to see how they feel. I'm sure they're absolutely over the moon. I think I'm more thinking now in their next matchup, in fact, it's one more best of 3 and they could just go straight to the semis. I mean, obviously we know how this format is. It's relatively cutthroat in terms of lose a BO1 and a BO3 and you're out. But it's also can give you such amazing opportunities, managing to win that best of 3 for just a straight part of the semis. So, you know what? I think if they're able to win that one too, I think the whole of Brazil will go mad. And just one final point as well. You know, Furia needed to assert themselves in this event, right? They're above them in the world rankings right now. Pain have been incredibly consistent in online tier 1.5, tier 1 events. They've been really making a name for themselves, especially Big Uzera. Like, basically, everyone's saying he's the best IGL in Brazil right now. Fallen has something to say about that.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, really, really well done from him. And speaking of Pain as well, they've actually pushed it to overtime in their map against FaZe. It's currently 13 all over on the A streams. That one's a spice one. Might still have a little bit of legs behind it. Might have a map 3 like our game as well. We'll have to wait and see. But, you know, a really, really good performance, all things considered, coming through from a very solid Brazilian side who showcased their prowess today. And I think as well, in a moment, we're just setting up for it. We might get a chance to have a catch up with Fallen too, right? I think that's where, you know, everyone wants to hear from him. The professor himself, guessing our play in front of the crowd. I think you touched on it very perfectly in towards that final map. Who knows how many more times we're going to have Fallen in front of a home crowd at an S-tier event. For all we know, this could be one of the last, if not the last. So if it is, you want to do it in a bit of a fairy tale run as well. The fact that they could even go directly to the semis with one more best of 3 would be exactly what Furia want. Give them the time to prepare, give them time to get ready for that match as well. So yeah, who knows? I mean, at the moment it feels very hard not to be all on the hype train for Brazilian Counter-Strike in Brazil itself.
Yeah, just the memories, of course, of the famous playoffs at the Rio Major in 2022. I mentioned, of course, that they can keeping up their streak and making playoffs at this event every single time they've attended. And I think like just remembering that back and that game against Na'Vi, all the things that came with it, you know, the simple crowd moments and all those incredible sort of dramatic situations with massive clutches, crowd getting involved, you know, just thinking back to it, it brings up some great memories. And I'm sure Furia, that's exactly what they want to happen again. Of course, I think they lost to Heroic in 2023 in their first playoff game. So they're going to want to right the wrongs of that and maybe finally, even have an opportunity to get a big win in a big IEM, especially in Rio.
Exactly that. Well, we did mention we have an interview, and we do. We're going to be joined by Yuri, so we're going to throw it over to that. Then we're going to head to a break before we get ready for our next best of three. So we'll see you soon, but check out this interview in a moment.
Yuri, first of all, massive congratulations qualifying for the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio de Janeiro. We got to see the emotions on camera. Can you put into words how much it means to you?
I'm speechless. We are home, so this is very good for us. Falling, he was saying for us before the game, he want so much to play on stage. So I think everyone played very well the game, both matches against FaZe and now. So I'm so proud of the team. I don't know what to say. So I'm just proud of the team.
I mean, you had some great individual form throughout the series as well. Talk to me about Dust 2, because that was really decisive from you guys.
We didn't play this map before on Furia, so for me, being in Castrato, it was tough to play. But now, Fallen, he has a good mentality about the map, so he's teaching us. So yeah, now we have a good map to play, and we are playing Anubis now as well, so we're improving more and more. So yeah, it's very nice when we have a map like that, like Dust 2 and Anubis. So yeah, we have a good map now.
Obviously, you have one more game to see whether you're going through to quarterfinals or semifinals, but either way, you're definitely going to the playoffs. What's going to be the game plan for you guys going forward and, meeting the crowd here in Brazil?
I don't know. Actually, I think we need to do what we did in these games. Like, we had like 2 weeks of preparation, so I think we need to do what we did on Prex, and I think we can win more and more. So I don't know who we will play against, but I think it's Na'Vi. I don't remember Liquid. So I have a share that it will be a good game for us and for them and for the crowd. So it's nice.
Anything you want to say to the crowd that's going to be coming here, maybe the people at home that aren't able to come to the arena and see you guys?
Galera, valeu por acompanhar. Hoje foi muito legal. Acho que todo mundo jogou muito bem. E é muito emocionante quando você vem tendo, não bons desempenhos nos últimos campeonatos. Na real, a gente está chegando nos playoffs, mas a gente está muito feliz de estar em casa e estar podendo jogar com vocês torcendo. Então, a gente está em casa e muito obrigado. É isso.
Congrats. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're at a tournament in your home country. How's that going to feel for you?
I mean, pretty good, even though that we didn't qualify for it, so it's even better.
You also didn't qualify for an event many years ago. We played a qualifier in LA for Zotac, and we played you guys in the finals. You were on Fury at the time, right? Yeah. Do you remember that event?
But we qualified for that one.
You qualified for it?
Yeah.
We both went then. Did you beat us?
No, we lost in the finals against Ghost, right? It was Ghost.
Yeah, we were on Ghost at the time. So
I'll give profit to Ward though, that match. I remember the 30 kills on balloons on overpass. That scares me to death.
I think after that event, that time period, like 2018, maybe beginning of 2019, that's when you guys started going really insane on Furia. Like you had I guess like in 2019, 2020, that's when you guys became really good at the game. How do you see like your current team now, and are there any lessons that you learned from Furia that you're bringing into this team?
I think it's a totally different season and game. In that time, I remember after Zotac we played the Advanced League. It was 6 months, and after that we started like kind of getting better, qualifying for the ECS, CCL, whatever in that time. But I think like you had more teams and more European teams playing in your region, like on NA back the days, and you could get some good practice. And now I think it's really stacked on Europe. So if you live in SA, we're kind of fucked because you just play your regional teams. The meta is different. Like players play more dumb, but they have a lot of skill, but they play more dumb, so you can try to, I don't know, do smart stuff. The guys are always in your head, so you need to play another game, and you kind of get a mixed feeling that every time you go to Europe, you need to play different than you're practicing in your region. So,
who was your favorite team to play back then from North America, and then now who's your favorite team to play against in practice games?
I mean, back in the days, the team that I won, I guess. Do you think, or just playing overall?
Any team that there's always a team that's like every time we play these guys, it's always fun. It might not be the most productive, but we always have a good time at the end of it.
I think Liquid was really good to play in back in the days. I think we could counter them really good, and we knew EG was so hard to play. I think we lost a 6 or 7 finals before winning one event, but after that we never lost again. So I think EG was the most frustrating, and Liquid was kind of comfortable to play back in the day.
How have you guys been preparing for this kind of last minute? You just focus inwards on yourselves, or are you focused on the other teams in your group?
I think we need to focus on the other teams because, I mean, we're facing Navi, so we just need to see any weakness they give us and try to exploit that because it's going to be definitely a hard game. Being a BO1, we have a more chance because it's going to be a weak map for both sides, but, you know, we need to shoot better.
Life without reason is no life at all. We are taking over.
ISL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
From one Brazilian team to another, we've seen the success of Furia, but unfortunately there's a chance we could witness the downfall of Imperial. They're up against Complexity in the lower bracket to stay alive in Rio, Neo.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one as well, right? I mean, these two sides, of course, have, little bits of history. Obviously, they'll know each other very well, kind of climbing through the Americas as a region as a whole. But I think, there's kind of similar storylines here. Complexity not arguably the best team in the region anymore, right? I think Team Liquid seem to be taking that mantle, of course, with their earlier result. Maybe solidifies that a 13-6 loss to that Liquid side, and the same has to be said as well for Imperial. Probably not the side that are seen as the more premium Brazilian side anymore. Maybe not even the top two with how Pain have been playing in recent months. So for Imperial, it's about, again, in a similar vein to what we spoke about with Furia, they want to play in front of that crowd, right? And they want to stay alive in this tournament. For Complexity, it's about regaining some form, right? They don't want to, if they've already lost that mantle as maybe not the best team in NA anymore, they definitely don't want to lose that mantle as not one of the top teams in America as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity are a bit of a weird team, right? Where I feel like if they're super hot, they can beat anyone. But if they're not, they're also probably the team most prone to tilt in the scene at the moment. I mean, even during their win at ESL Challenger Yongshiping, which was a great, of course, little mini trophy to build off earlier in the year. Even then, obviously the frustrations were evident. But they seem to have calmed that down a little bit lately, and hopefully that's a good sign for them. But they did struggle against Liquid earlier today, as you say. Before that, they had a pretty decent pro league. I mean, they had great results against both MOUZ and FaZe, but maybe those are two teams that are also in a little bit of a rut at the moment. So, Elige is definitely a top 10 player in 2024 for me. At least he's right on the brink. He obviously doesn't have the achievements, maybe some of the others in terms of the tournament wins, but his level in the server is always felt, and Holzek, of course, is incredibly consistent these days too. But, it's when Grim and Floppy have their games where they pop up in important situations and the entire unit works that Complexity are at the most dangerous.
Yeah, exactly that. We had a moment as well to catch up with Elige and see how he's feeling heading in towards this very important game, so check it out.
Now, Elige obviously had the best of one versus Liquid earlier on today. Looked like it was kind of a struggle for you guys to get any momentum in that best of one. Can you tell me about it from your perspective and what you think went wrong?
Well, I think against Liquid, we weren't having like a good like feel of the game. I think that like we weren't using like our nades properly. We were like using them when nothing like was happening at all, and that made it like really hard to like end the round on our CT sides. And yeah, I think it just kind of like snowballed from there, and we didn't win either. I don't think we won either of the pistols either. So yeah, that makes it hard.
In terms of your world ranking right now, according to HLTV, you're at number 11. What do you think it will take for Complexity to kind of consistently break into that top 10?
Well, I think that like outside of like the top 5 teams, I think like everything after that, I think that it's just kind of whoever's like feeling it that day, because people can look really bad or they can look really good. And I think that it's just about, you know, having consistent teamwork and like understanding of the game where everyone's like grinding super hard and understanding like what's happening in the meta so we can use everything properly. And I think right now people are struggling a little bit more on CT side, but I guess it kind of depends on the map. But for us, I don't know. It's been like a constant like trying to figure out of, you know, what do we need to like work on. If I had to say like right now for this tournament, I think that we need to like work on like our understanding of like when to use like our nades a little bit better to make it easier on ourselves.
In terms of your games versus your next opponent, which will be Imperial for that elimination, I couldn't see any officials on record. Have you had any practice against them?
No, I don't think that we've had like some scrims against them, but it's been a little bit of time since we played them. But I think they're a really good team.
What do you think that you guys are going to have to look out for most when you go up against them?
Well, I think Desange is really, really good. I think that he can like hold down bomb sites really well. He's very strong like in his positions. I think that our map pool's a little bit better against them compared to Liquid. I think that against Liquid we kind of just like lost in the veto, but I think we have a little bit better things going for us in this one. And yeah, I think that we just have to like start off really strong. I think that we even have like our map first, so that's going to make us feel a lot more confident going into the series.
Loving this confidence. Best of luck, Elige.
Well, we'll be getting underway in just a moment. You saw that veto run through. When it kicks out things over on towards Dust 2, following up, it's going to be Vertigo, and if we need it, Anubis as our decider. Elige mentioning that he feels the veto favors them here against Imperial in comparison to Liquid, and arguably I'd have to agree. Dust 2 is not a bad map for Complexity. They're 3 from 6, which isn't terrible, but it's a very strong one for Imperial. Granted, though, a lot of those are domestic matchups. Then Vertigo feels like a real big punish pick. Complexity, great on that map, and it's a clear distinct weakness in the pool for Imperial. If we go into Anubis though, that does maybe flip a little bit. Complexity have had their problems on it.
Yeah, they may have had their problems on it, but also at the same time, if we actually, you know, overall, I think Complexity should be too strong for Imperial. That Imperial are here was kind of a surprise. They didn't think they were even going to be here long straight away. Try gets a good entry, and we'll get into our feelings, of course, about Imperial a little bit more as the game goes on. And if Try keeps hitting shots like that, then definitely it'll only be good things we have to say. Descenti will do great work against Floppy 2. Suddenly it's a 5v2, and Elige and Holzer have kind of nowhere to go.
All right, well, this is looking pretty scrappy already. I mean, Holzer gets his, sure. What do we do in this situation? Going to move in towards CT and Elige. He gets tagged down low. This feels non-existent. Try. It feels like man more or less single-handedly giving them this round. That opening double in towards long, getting so much space. He tries to lurk to catch Holzerk, and it's not to be. So 2 versus 3, but will Phelps get cleared? Oh, he does maybe go a little early. Holzerk will punish. Surely, but not over fighting. How have Imperial lost that round? How in God's name have they lost it? That's a 2 versus 4 that Complexity had no right in winning, but credit, absolute credit to Holzerk and Elige. I think even they're thinking, how have we got away with that?
I think it was even a 2 versus 5 much earlier in the round, right? I mean, that I can't believe that. Like, they overfight really badly in certain situations. Here's a replay of kind of how it went down with, you know, Try getting those kills toward long. And then he just, I don't think there's a reason to push through that CT smoke and give up your life like that. And then they try and peek together in a way just to pinch the CT player and the car player. And it just completely falls apart. Holzerk with 4. That means he can get an AWP out in round 2. Like, he's against the pistols. It's always a bit risky, but Yeah, that is a confusing one for Imperial, and I do worry about their kind of state in this particular tournament and in this series, because, you know, even regionally, where you'd expect them to be one of the top 3, maybe alongside Pain and Red Canids, they've been struggling a bit lately. This is just the Deagle bias. I'll talk over it quickly, some of their recent results. On Vertigo, of course, which is our map 2, that is the main problem child of their map pool. They had only won 1 in 7, and they've lost to Pain regionally in the Cologne play-ins, which is a regional matchup, obviously.
Yeah.
They lost to Pain again a few months ago in one of those Blast qualifiers, and they even in the CBCS event, which of course has got much lower ranked Brazilian teams, they lost to both Red Canids and Sharks. Sure, Red Canids are pretty sick, and, you know, that's some great revenge for Henny, respect to him, but I can't believe that, you know, they've been losing to those teams at that level.
Yeah, it goes without saying, Imperial, it definitely feels like they're in a very tough spot, you know, working, trying towards this team, definitely trying to reclaim some of the favor of old, but it just has not been working out for them. They've definitely been dwindling and struggling, and I think with that, this is where Complexity have a prime example, or prime opportunity, might I say, actually, to come in towards a series like this and just lay down the law. While they've definitely had their problems themselves, and their worries, and their issues in international Counter-Strike, and a team of Imperial stature currently, they should be seen as clear favourites here. And so far,
yeah,
we're playing like it. This first full buy for Imperial is pretty important. Try will get out the AWP as well to try and counter that Horsak 6-0 for him to start off as well.
Yeah, and the thing for Try is, right, like, I've always liked Try. I think he's a quality player. I've liked him since I think when he first had a chance on 0-0 Nation was when it really came to prominence in my eyes, even though he was on 9Z, of course, before that. That was where he kind of popped up in the minds of many, but obviously had that stint on 0-0 Nation, and then it's kind of around and about ever since that. I do wonder why the decision was made to drop Henny, what exactly the reason was behind it.
Yeah.
There have been some articles that have popped up with interviews of the players. I feel like we haven't really had one proper definitive answer, because Henny's doing such great work on Red Canids now. Recently, as I said, winning that CBCS event. I feel like it's a debuff for Imperial in a way.
Agreed. It really feels like they've let a good one slip, you know what I mean? And, well, obviously, it's been showing. Red Canids have become a super scary tide domestically. Grim doesn't get cleared, and P9 gets it. But jumping on the spot is definitely not what we want. Trying to make something work for him. He might lose to the pistol. It's one of the fights of all time right now, actually, in all fairness. No Way is also tagged. This round feels like it's basically decided on whether Desenche can get active. Try, good for one, does get traded. No Way still low. Both players now known as well. Desenche tries to catch JT off guard, and it's not to be. All down to No Way. He ain't got time, and he ain't got the bomb. Trav, round done. Complexity 3-0.
Oh dear. That was pure mess. Especially around long there. With the duel between Horsak and Try. I mean, in the end, he actually does really well to recover toward mid and get one more pick, but JT puts himself in a good position on both kills. Grim was the first portion of the mess when he tried to peek toward doors for a second time. He caught a bit of a mouse wheel jump. We know the MP9's very accurate mid-air, but I get the impression that wasn't a necessary jump or an intended jump either. And yeah, time runs out for No Way. Puts Imperial's money in a tough situation. They could, if they really wanted to go aggressive, buy Tech-9's utility around this AK, could still make it a pretty dangerous round.
Well, time for a conversation and a pause, and we can get back underway. And for Imperial, unfortunately, they're not going to bring a lot to the table here. I mean, it's going to be somewhat of an investment. You know, a couple of upgraded pistols brought to the table, but generally speaking, this one should be pretty comfortable for Complexity, unless No Way gets incredibly active. Desenche's got half armor Phelps, and Vinny also go in towards some armor too. So worst case, if that AK does drop, a couple other people can pick it up.
Yeah. I think the main thing for Imperial as well is that obviously their Pro League results were incredibly impressive. They got a couple of upset wins, which you wouldn't expect, but they played in general a lot less games than Complexity had to play at Pro League. So I just feel like the reps for Complexity are so much better in a series like this, but this one could be problematic. Legia's got an AWP of all things, and maybe he should not take it again, because that's very awkward. And JT only gets the one when he had a pretty well set lineup. B bomb site taken. This has fallen apart so quickly. Honestly, I'm not sure how.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Grim and Halls, we just keep on with what we've got. Unfortunately, it was a couple of missed shots and a couple of awkward fights and a very simple one from Imperials. They just waltzed on towards the B site, and even now are still having a little look around. I can see Vinny Mercer, in fact, with that Deagle looking over towards ramp leg, spotted. Easy one for Halls to react to. He'll pop himself back over. He wants to see if anyone else around that corner does a bit more damage with the flash himself than anyone on Imperial. They'll be fine in the save here. It's not an active hunt by Imperial, which is the smart thing because they don't really have the kind of the money in super built up terms for them. And of course, they've got guns they want to keep hold, especially that AWP in the hands of Phelps. So Imperial finally do get around on the board. They can kickstart their own map pick. We do need to see a big map out from them. That goes without saying. It's just because that Vertigo, man, it's such a good map for the complexity side, especially just comparatively to Imperial, who've had real issues with it. And not even just on an international stage, also domestically too. They've looked a little weak. So if they want a chance in this series, Dust 2 is a must.
Yeah, seeing that kill from Phelps and toward JT from his POV is actually pretty interesting because I really do feel like JT, if he gets that second, the round's kind of back on, but it's a great jiggle headshot from Phelps. And it just falls apart once they lose that mid control. Halzerk does well to get some control back in this round. Catches his 9th kill of the game without a single death. Vinny did get a really important entry on JT on long, though. And we're going to be refacing towards short. This smoke is still up, so it's going to give them an opportunity to go for this boost above that short smoke. How long do they keep themselves in this position, though? Lower tunnel player could be the one to get caught off, but they just drop off of it silently as he peeks forward. This is where the fight's going to go down. Grim's still hiding in that smoke, and now he's been separated, segregated by the molly. It leaves... I think it's Unleashed in such a bad position, and no way will get flashed in for it. It's a bit awkward. He gets pointed up himself too, and then Halzerk gets caught as well, ducking underneath the bullet. The Senti manages to take him too, and Imperial fighting well early game after losing that 3-0 start.
Yeah, since the guns have come out, they actually look really solid. The AWP may stay alive here. I say may, because it's down to whether Floppy can hit these shots, and yeah, that's a good one. Look for a little more. They are starting to wrap. No way. He's going in towards tunnels, and Floppy's got a bit of an inkling. The Spidey sensors tingling that there might be a potential player in through those tunnels. Bomb time has not got a lot of it left, so it's just about whether you can survive these last few seconds just as the bomb's about to go off. No, he's making a move. He is making a move. He's making a step as well. I think that was heard. And yeah, Floppy, well, thankfully survived there. So the AWP kept in play here. Question about what we do for complexity in terms of a buy. If we get a buy, they might actually just give it to Halzerk and just maybe go for a bit of a half investment around this. But a weird round. I think, like you mentioned, when Unleashed gets separated via that Molotov from Grim, it actually falls apart. It feels quite strong until they get separated. They play together there. They've got an idea about how we're going to keep that short control, but not in that instance. So yeah, it will just be that solo warp in this round. A few upgraded pistols. I mean, barely even armor, to be perfectly honest. So complexity, this one feels like a slight throwaway.
I'm giving it to Halzerk, even though he doesn't have the armor. Of course, Grim and Floppy do have theirs, but Tri goes a bit aggressive, and now this is an angle where absolutely no way could have been out-AWPed on, but thankfully he does expect the possibility of Halzerk refacing. Unleashed spotted. Vinny knows, but now it's all down to timing, and Unleashed has actually got through quite quickly here behind Vinny. His internal clock will tick over at some point, surely will Vinny. Unleashed could have gone all the way through, but neither of them are looking. This is now really awkward for Unleashed with just a P2K. How do you even commit to one, and who do you choose? It'll be the top mid player in Vinny. There's a double headshot, there's the AK. So 4v3, he knows that Phelps has walked into long, so he's holding a really smart angle. Great crosshair placement, and an incredible spray into spawn. No armor, he even had some aim punch to deal with, and that is the Unleashed we know and love.
There's no way he gets that second transfer. Unleashed, that's prime Unleashed right there. That is absolutely ridiculous. No way is perplexed. Where is he? And I think more than that, he's also pretty scared as well. I don't want to fall. I've got this all. My time time's gone, right? It's 20 seconds, and I mean, sure, he can collect the bomb, but he doesn't want that. This will be him just trying to keep hold of this orb. Unleash, absolute miracle man in this round. That is just brilliant. Three-piece. The first is great. The second, fair enough, it's like, okay, you've done some economic damage, but it's still winnable for Imperial. But the transfer is just nothing short of spectacular. And we'll take a look at this replay, I'm sure, in a second, but that is absolutely bonkers. Yeah, no wonder TC, give him all the love he deserves after that one.
Like, we're going to see, I think, some of it in a moment, but the fact that he manages to judge the... Okay, let me see if I can describe this properly. Because that one is great. He already knows there's a long player because he was behind two of them to begin with. Perfect crosshair placement. It's this one here. Like, he got aim punched for a split second. Yeah. And of course, he'd only just shot the long player. So there was even more recoil he had to deal with the reset of the AK spray. He judged it all incredibly well. I don't think I've ever seen a position like that get a round-winning play. And Elige, man, he's always been known for his spray control in North America, dating back to, what, 2015? 2016 at this point? It's unbelievable how good he still is.
That's a big, big round to steal away, considering what they had. It was an AWP and a few pistols, barely even armor, and they make that one work, and that is just something special. And I'm sure if this map goes awry, I mean, that is where we're going to look towards Imperial and say, this is the one you shouldn't have been losing. And that might have just kind of kickstarted things back in Complexity's favor. Smoke over towards short on the T side as well. So traditionally used as that lurk smoke. It looks like they want to set up for an A hit, but it's not committed just yet. Horzok's dipped away. He's given them that space. Elige has come to join him as well with that AK. The time is ticking. 45 seconds now, Trav.
Yeah, enough, Imperial, in this round. Mid-sight molly, flashes over the top. That'll get Phelps in, and he might choose to drop CT from that position. We are going for a B-split. JT, good position. The immediate trade doesn't seem to be there, and he's got the help of Floppy. He will go down, though, and they'll both get run down. That's a B-site taken, but a huge fight has been won by Elige as Phelps' lurk does get removed. Bomb can go down, but Complexity have a chance at the retake with 2 kits available.
Vinny, goes on high, catches Grim. That's good. Retaking this B site we know is difficult, especially with Try posted on the angle. Oh, it's a big miss. That's a bad one to be missing because Elige will punish you. You don't get second chances against him. The bold buff is delivering as he's going to get a double. Oh, Elige, that is just, again, sumptuous. I'd love to see that first kill on towards Try from his POV as well, but how he swings indoors and punishes him on that second shot. But, my God, Elige is looking red hot out the gates here.
Well, that's what we want to see when any fan of Complexity does watch Complexity. It's often the main man Elige. There's the brilliant tap on Try. Great little reset once again. Even though Vinny almost caught him jumping out window. Again, a good reaction to deal with him. Vinny, you'll be upset with that. I think really in that sort of position, when you're on B, especially on Dust 2, you just want to give yourself that 1v1. Want a glimmer of hope to clutch. Not being able to deal with the Elige was unfortunately his undoing. JT pushed up mid in the following round. It's again a round where Complexity do need to be careful because there is weaponry here for Imperial.
You can't count them out, that's for sure. I mean, even the likes of a Scout, Try, tags them, the pistols bag them, you know, the old classic strat. Feels like we want to default back towards B. Imperial have actually been able to get good space towards this B site. It's just about they've not been able to hold it. Floppy has got a lot of work to do. He is so isolated. There's no one even remotely close to him. He's got a lot of people he's got to fight in just a second. He's going to pop his head up and Try. He was ready for that. That's the B site taken. Good luck here on this retake. It's not easy, especially like we said, because there is a bit of weaponry to work with. There's the first though. Elige looks for more. No one playing in towards backside just yet. Try. And with him falling, there might be a Scout that they want to pick up, but do they? Looks like no for now as the smoke gets broken open. Elige continues to tear as he gets one more. Vinny gets caught. Grim will come in for one of his own and no way. A lot to do, not a lot to work with. Complexity, a successful B-site retake.
that is the saving grace for Complexity is 1, Elige, and 2, Imperial obviously had no utility to hold the afterplot in that situation. Yeah. What I will give props for Complexity here is 1, how come they are, and also this lurk smoke. This lurk smoke is about to bloom right here. They then break it open. It gives Elige more space to play around, and I think that kind of instills some fear into the Imperial defense. Another really good retake from Complexity. And that little smoke might be a little bit of a masterclass, because it just allows Elige to not only have his teammate throw the nade into it to break it open, he knows that that smoke might have a T player inside of it too, because they have to play a bit crazy up close and personal with the buy they had. So I think it's a really good recovery from Complexity, especially B-Side does too. They didn't even have a tunnels play on the retake, which is the main thing which I always talk about to make those retakes successful, but it's all Elige once again.
Yeah, exactly. He kills to his name. He's having a whale of a time, isn't he? At the moment, him and Holzerk, 11-2, 11-3 respectively for Holzerk and Elige, both finding their form. Exactly what we want to see. As actually, you know, Holzerk's obviously had his doubters, and I think he's been at times proving them wrong, but it's about getting
not again
consistency out from him. Yeah, hang on, what is going on here? He's slipped the net, and as Holzerk runs away, Elige, he's just not committing to the wrap. He's just going to stay in towards suicide because it's an insurance policy. And the thing is, they're not taking the bomb either. So even if Elige was just to move out and look a little bit to the right, he spots the bomb. If he looks a little bit to the left, he can catch that lower tons player in a second. Actually, both of them, no way, is set up here. Elige, this round feels like it's won or lost sort of off the back of his actions.
They're all sort of stock solid in mid there. It's kind of weird to see where Elige is and where Noe is and where Holzerk is. They just know they have so much control over the map, and now Elige, just take your time. There could be more on the plate. A lovely tap long range. Should get traded. Thankfully, Desenchi's in a good position. And with Vinny managing to deal with JT, his counterpart IGL, we're still in a 3 versus 3. We're up long. Bomb is still a long way away on the back of Vinny. But they have plenty of time with where Complexity are across the map right now. He's got Floppy worried about B. 35 seconds. There is a resmoke on Desenchi. I'm not sure he's in the position to throw it for the cross, though, which is the biggest issue. They're going to have to get this bomb across somehow. Desenchi close mid. He gets a 1-for-1. Good trade from Grim. Holzerk will sacrifice himself for the cause. How do they get this bomb across? They have to lob it across, and they'll get it done. It will get planted, and it will get planted for long, and Vinny has the AWP.
There's Yuto here in the molly, in the flames jumping away. He was just burned and he couldn't get out of it. Now Vinny left with all to do. He's got to lead by example here, Vinny, with the AWP first. Even there, that flash is exquisite from Grim, and Floppy gets a freebie. And another round for Complexity, up to 7 now. Trav, I'm liking what I'm seeing. NACS, it might be back in this instance.
Yeah, I think that a very small point about that flash as well is that it was obviously behind Floppy, so he could just peek completely free. It was also not a high flash, it was a low flash.
Yeah.
And that was very hard for Vinny to avoid, especially when he's picked up the AWP. What I will say is I am slightly surprised he didn't commit to board playing pit or long plat, considering he had the AWP and the bomb was planted relatively open. But obviously, maybe the assumption is Complexity have a smoke, and it's really hard to smoke bang the diffuser from back there, right? So I think, in maybe hindsight, all experts after the event, blah, 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 maybe Vinny would have preferred to play a longer angle.
Yes, agreed. Imperial struggling, though. No two ways about it. This T side, generally a lot of teams do like the T side because you're the one who dictates the pace and sets the tempo of each and every round. And at the moment, they're just playing into all of the traps that Complexity are setting. Holzerk, nice shot from him. Continues to be on a real reign of terror here. 12-3, but Elige was also looking pretty good. He'll get caught.
Yeah, that is a big kill from Phelps. Only a second of the game. It takes down Complexity's raid boss. JT close mid, ready to go in with a flash again, but doesn't really see anything. So that might be false info later in the round. He goes refacing. Might have seen the shoulder of one. There will be a mid to B smoke thrown in. Incendiary thrown to maybe try and block any push out mid, maybe even trying to block that smoke actually from going in towards CT. A few missed nades overall though, and Phelps has jiggled out JT beautifully. Now gets the information. I'm afraid, Floppy, you have a lot on your plate, my friend. He gets one, but it's only the one, and B taken. This time, even with a smoke and a flash and 2 kits, they're a long way away.
Yeah, you know, if this is like a 3 versus 3, maybe Floppy, even if he brings down it's like a 2 versus 2, he gets another one off the back of it, that might be workable, but I think in this situation, it's just not. B-site, statistically, the hardest side to retake, I don't think we give this a go. Stick around for exits. Make it expensive, of course, because, you know, Complexity will know that they've been putting so much financial pressure on towards Imperial all the way throughout this game, that they know that any kill they find at the tail end here is going to have, you know, a pretty drastic knock-on effect, in all fairness, and Grim actually might get a chance. Even Grim going 1 for 1 here has a big effect. I might get more behind this. They can save in towards Tunnel, so he does have to get a little active himself. Pop round, gets one, look at the 2. Oh, he nearly gets it onto try as well. Ooh, sigh of relief. Couple stay alive for Imperial, but I mean, it's a round 1, sure, but it still is expensive. 3 casualties still might require somebody to go in towards like a Galil, for example, if they do want that full belter util. So Complexity, they keep the pressure on even in the rounds lost, and that's exactly what we want.
I'm going to make a very, very small criticism for Imperial. I think 2 of their players, with where they planted on B, they genuinely could have saved Car and not even gotten anywhere near Grim. The bomb barely does any damage, which is definitely something I think it should be changed. Like, you can save Car while the bomb is planted on B. Like, you take like 70 damage, but it is ridiculous that you can be allowed to do that. But it's a bit like the edge of the building on Vertigo, for example. You can kind of save.
Just looking longingly into Desenchi's eyes.
Yeah, Desenchi is another victim of Holzerk in this game, I'm afraid. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Imperial still obviously have their bites, all well and good. They obviously just have to go back to that Galil, like you mentioned. It's a small factor that maybe could help them in the future. Not that they need to take advice from little old me, but there we are. 4v5. No map control whatsoever with a minute to go.
Yes, yeah. Oh. Goes quiet. For a brief moment as Elige once again getting proactive. He's going to gain information. There's not a lot here, and hence why they start to bolster up this B site. Holzerk will come and join us. Floppy, he's not been doing a terrible job on the B side. He's always just been caught in like 1v4 situations. That Molotov is absolutely perfectly timed. Could have been a better way to slow them down. A flashbang as well to continue putting the pressure on. Holzerk, easy first. Looks for a second. They are stuck. Rock, hard plays, both of them. None of them are great. Phelps got to go huge and actually tapping away, but another Molotov will come down. So it's all well and good you get the kills, but you can't even get on towards the site. Holzerk again, perfectly played. Well, it has to be said, that one Molotov at 38 seconds, that wins in the round.
Yeah, perfect. That is the B defense we want to see. If you are Complexity, poor old Vinny made his way out first, right? And he was just making his way out backwards, taking a bullet for his team to try and get away to entry. And I swear he was, I don't know, had his hand over his face for a solid 5 seconds. He was more blind than he's ever been before, bless him. And it never got any better after that. Complexity 8-3. Don't forget, Imperial did hit back a little bit at the beginning of the half. Complexity started 3-0, then Imperial has something to work with a couple of rounds in a row, but Complexity, ever since they had that insane Elige round on the Eco, where he got the P2000 tap in the side and got 2 more kills with a picked up AK in an almost impossible position, Complexity haven't really looked back.
True. Another pause to be called in, another opportunity to have a bit of a conversation, but yeah, tough predicament that we're in. 8-3. Even if it ends 8-4, I still think Complexity have done enough here. I mean, this is looking like a really, really good Dust 2 performance. If they get 9-3, that feels like already the nails are being banged into the coffin there. And feels like Imperial, literally and figuratively, are sort of 1 foot in the grave. Pop flash round, Holzerk. I guess they could be in trouble. No one swings to the back of it. So he spots the barrel, but he shoots off the back of the barrel, and then there's Floppy up close. Can't get his. Tries to line up another, and Phelps jumping will be another kill behind it. JT can't confirm that kill, and that should be the round. 2v5, surely.
Yeah, Complexity tries something a little bit different on the final round of the half. You know what, I don't blame them. They've had a great half overall. Try and keep it dynamic. Elige has to go absolutely massive here. He's already got the car player, but working his way through is not going to happen. And Imperial do get their 4th, but it's 8 for Complexity at half.
we head in towards the second half with a slightly muted Imperial on their map pick so far, but a little bit of a resurgence, tail end, a strong start into the second half. Who knows? But complexity from the get-go, Trav, they've looked fantastic. Elige and Horzek both absolutely shining.
Yeah, Elige was, I think, 2-3 early game, and then suddenly he was like 12-3 out of absolutely nowhere. Only took a couple of rounds. He had a brilliant half, and it was the instigator really was that round with the AK on the eco. Essentially crosses mids. He's quite a lot of information. Horzek has the smoke and the flash in this round. What a brilliant tap that is. Floppy. Poor guy, he doesn't have a chance to shoot back there. Felt spotted on short as well, and we'll realise that Complexity might... This could be their main option, being up towards short and toward A. That's exactly what's going to happen. Phelps with a nice tap, and no way. Lovely recovery, even finds another one, and suddenly from nowhere, a few bullets shot means that Horzek is 1v5. Double kills would be nice for the future, but he's not even going to be allowed to get that. Mr. No Way used to be a streamer, now a fragger in Rio and in his home country.
He's had a round there, he really has. Those shots were clean from No Way. But obviously, still a big task up ahead of them. Still quite the retake or quite the resurgence, may I say, needed in this map. 8-4 at the half, get a pistol, great, but it's primarily looking at the gun rounds. That's where things were really quite south for this Imperial side. And Complexity, we know that when they're on this T side of Dust 2, they like setting that tempo and they can really fluctuate with the pace in each every round. And that's where we look towards how Imperial can respond. So, definitely not job done just yet. Not quite game on just yet either. Complexity, I don't think we're feeling the pressure. This one, a slight throwaway of a round. We have one P250 for Elige and a few Glocks. Not expecting a lot. If they got a bump on, that'd be lovely, but even that feels quite unlikely.
What I want is Vinny to get some kills on the MP7. I think the MP7 might be one of the most underused guns in the professional scene. Ones that are at least relevant.
Only really nerds who uses it, isn't it?
Only really nerds, really, anymore. And it's probably the best mid-range SMG. Like, spray control's pretty easy, very accurate mid-range. There's a lot of damage mid-range, but obviously just the price of it wards people away from it. Let's see if he gets some with it. In the cubby, essentially, will be first point of contact. Vinny will then have a chance to deliver, and he gets himself free. There we go. Essentially, should get run down. Actually doesn't. Does well. And actually will manage to deal with Elige in the end anyway. So there is the pistol and the conversion. Complexity will get the AKs out. Will not want Imperial to get much closer.
Yeah, and Vinny with 3 there as well. A lot of cash built up off the back of that SMG kill bonus, which will take every day of the week. This is the round we look towards, though. It's full buy coming out for Complexity, and what is technically, if we're being, pedantic, that bonus buy, for the most part, out for the Imperial side. They've still got money left in reserves on 3 out of 5 of them, basically. So we look towards this, flashes out, Floppy. We'll get a bit of space here as well. They're going to try and contest them for this, and it works against No Way and Try. Both going to fall. Desenchi also going to get clipped as well, just on the edge of that smoke. And that Molotov, it bounces weirdly. It actually works against Phelps. I don't think that was meant to be thrown that way, but unfortunately, it's the same result. And Horzek rips ahead. Vinny just gets shell-shocked by that shot. That is an unbelievably clean first gun round.
I think not even they can believe how clean it was. Did you see the clock at the end of that round? It was on, there we go, 1 minute 28, look at the top of the screen. And the round was done. I mean, I understand what Imperial try and do, right? Obviously, they need to try and make something happen with the lesser weaponry. That's why they run in toward long and try and take just pure duels with manpower and pack power. Unfortunately, Complexity bested them. And that is one way to win your opening gun round. Horzek still on that scout, but 17-7. I would not put it past him to get another kill. It looks like Elige just wants to aim duel the site, and that is the kill going his way straight away. 19 HP only, does get dinked, and there isn't a smoke up on doors yet, so Complexity are playing with fire a little bit here, and that will give essentially a chance to respond, but Grim, good shot.
Yeah. Good Molotov as well set up. That just clears any doubts there. And I think, as we're absolutely seeing, Try is by no means going to go look over towards that B site. There's no point. We've already mentioned it. Statistically, the hardest site to retake currently in the map pool. It was always the case in Back and Go when it was prevalent in this Dust 2 map. And Complexity going to lock themselves in towards double digits. And the really uncomfortable thing now, Trav, is when we look at the buy coming through for Imperial. Sure, we've got a 5-7 saved, an MP9 saved, and that AWP, of course, which is the priority. But investments around this are going to be quite awkward. With 3 saved, you can always still sort of pull up some sort of buy, even if it's just the likes of MP9s, which do have their scare factor. But it's still Complexity who are, without a doubt, leading when it comes towards this firepower conversation.
Yeah, and the worst part of this, of course, overall for Imperial, is this is their strongest map overall.
It doesn't look it, right?
It doesn't look it right now. And if we go into Vertigo, of course, coming up next when we go into Vertigo, as I said to you, they've lost to Red Canids on LAN, they've lost to Sharks in the online portion of that CBCS event. They got kind of farmed by M80 at Pro League. Don't get me wrong, it was an amazing M80 at Pro League, but that's the game you'd expect them to compete in. Got beat by Pain in the Cologne play-ins, and even in the Rio qualifiers, which of course they didn't get through until they got the last-minute invite over Rare Atom as they had to pull out. They did lose one to MIBR there too, so it's not been a happy hunting ground on map 2. It does make me concerned for their future in Rio.
It opted for the lesser buy here as well, to not full buying here, full buying next. But in a way, that also means then you want to try and probably actually safeguard the AWP. You know, things go awry. You can even see Try is playing over towards mid, but he's not exactly committed to those fights. JT, does he clear? No, trigger discipline. JT's got to do a little bit better there on the clearance. They throw a Molotov, but it's still a big gap in behind. But Grim for 2, looks for 3 as well. The Molotov might give him a bit of a preferential fight as No Way's ticking in the flames. He's flashed as well, but gets 1, looks for 2. And still, maybe a chance at 3 versus 3. This round's far from done here, but still, this is where we do see the best of the best. Tries giving them a chance as Elige gets caught. The nade will come over and a little bit of damage as well, but the bomb goes down. 2 versus 2. They're going to boost the AWP up as well as Try will deliver. And Floppy thrust into a 1 versus 2. No, and he doesn't even get the first. It's laboured. It's so laboured. And Try, lightning fast reactions. Imperial survive a scare.
Floppy gets a lot of criticism, and those are the rounds that, you know, he needs to step up in. It doesn't matter if he has a slow game when the unit works, right, for Complexity, but that is an absolute freebie he's whiffed there. And he could have easily won the clutch overall, couldn't he, considering it was the main threat that he would have taken down first. No Way does a brilliant job here, by the way. The fact he manages to get that 1 when Grim mollied him and managed to stay alive for a really long time, it really set up Imperial for that retake. And Try does incredibly well with the boost kill. And then that reaction to even take Floppy anyway.
Yeah.
Fast reaction gets it. Unfortunately, Flop very much stopped on that occasion.
Oh, well, Try. He continues this pretty heroic form of the last round. And even a little bit more damage on towards Elige as well. How's your reactions? Great is the answer. Phelps, good night, Sunshine. He'll get caught. Not a bad game, Phelps, but Elige has just been nuclear.
He's been unreal, man. Again, essentially above the CT smoke with the AWP. Elige has crept past. I don't think it's been seen, and that puts a lot of pressure on Vinny. He's in a tough position. If they do decide to go toward B, he'll get flanked from either side, and that will mean he'll probably need 2.5, if not 3 kills. This is going to be so tough for Vinny. And it's an incredibly laboured spray. Hell no. The sprays haven't been hitting much for either one of these two teams in certain moments, unless you're Elige. And Complexity will definitely get their way to 11.
Oh my god! You can't be doing that.
Down.
So
Sit
effortlessly.
down.
Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Don't peek him. Stop. What are we doing? Why are we peeking Elige in this sort of form? This is a death sentence. Stop feeding the kid. He is loving it. We're past the point of bold buff. This is just ridiculous. Elige loving life right now in the server. That first shot is nuts on that ramp play, and the second isn't bad either. But why are we dying for no reason there? We should be just trying to save as best we can. Oh no, he's getting spammed, he's getting tested. He will finally see off Elige. No Way, desperately trying to stay alive, and he will by a mere half a second, maybe even that.
Man, Elige is just unbelievable, dude. Like, I mentioned it earlier, but he's been doing this for like 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
Like, I know there are obviously riflers in the scene that have achieved a lot more. But I think he just, for longevity alone, he has to be talked about alongside the same breadth of like, Xantares in terms of just pure skill on the server. They both actually, I would say, have similar feelings in a way, but struggling to get wins in tournaments and often being the best player on their team. It's a bit different for Tenor these days. They're amazing in Pro League, and I can't wait to see if they can do more in Rio. But yeah, it's just longevity deserves to be celebrated of Elige. He just doesn't stop. From game to game as well, from CSGO to CS2.
Yeah, makes it look effortless at times as well, which is the thing. It's such a joy to watch on his day. Vidi will get dropped the Molotov here. Good thing with this position, sometimes if they creep out as well, you do catch the shadows a little bit, just on the edge, so he has a slight advantage from above, but they don't have the advantage in terms of the buy. It's 3 M4s, 1 FAMAS, 157 on Vinny. And it does look like this is going to be a B finish as well, the way they're setting up. Mid to B smoke going to be dropped as well by JT, so that should confirm our thoughts, especially with the Grim bomb on his back. His first fight, pretty important. Vinny cannot fall for nothing. Has to at least get the volley down. That's the one job he has to do, and he can't. Descendia gives it a good college try, but JT now, he's just trying to drag attention. He gets mighty close to winning out that fight against the FAMAS. However, Trav, numbers in favor of Imperial. They might give this a go. Well, I feel like they should give this a go. They've got nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, you just have to. Even with a lack of a kit, just give it a try. Elige could be the dagger in the hearts once again, though. Holzer can't win the duel. What can Elige do? Oh, he's somehow crept through silently. I don't believe it. He's found 2. It's now all up to try, and he's going to swing through it again. So much damage done. Oh, he's out of bullets. 37 HP. Where is this HE going? It could be close. Oh, 4 HP now. Glock out. 1 bullet required. It's a 10-second defuse. Elige has got this one under lock and key. He has done it again. He might die, but it doesn't matter. My word.
Oh, Trav might die here as well. He will. Nothing saved, nothing gained. Surely he runs around. It would have been just the cherry on top if he got that third as well, but he basically gets it in spirit. What a showing. What a player.
Counts.
What a
Counts,
map.
mate.
Yeah, exactly. This is just, this is heroic. Heroic, this form coming through from Elige. And it was him and Holzer going head to head. I mean, he's slightly pulling away, but Holzer's not being bad himself either. When he's been given those opportunities and when he's been given those frags, he's taken them. Try though, he'll shut down Elige. And Holzer says, not to my boy. Who do you think you are? How do you want better?
Oh, that's an amusing trade in mid. What is this? A matchmaking credit farming lobby? Vinny breaks that smoke open. Descend chiefing like he has to push forward. Playing close door. Actually not going to show anything for now. Phelps close long with the 5-7. Again, great first bullet accuracy from Grim. Can't take the second though, and Holzer can't exactly just run out with the AWP to trade. No reason to risk throwing that away. And Floppy will run into that little setup in mid, but that's good information for Complexity that Floppy has found 2 players.
Yeah, it's pretty heads-up Counter-Strike there as well. From Cole to dip away, but also from Imperial to start going forward. But the thing is, they have A. It's just the fact they don't have long, they don't have CT. They know there's a long player. I mean, they should know he has an AK-47 as well. So how do we play this? Bomb goes down, Nate comes over, not really a lot of damage that makes it in any way really problematic. Molly will come down, Holzerk gets another, looks for more, Holzerk is activating. Oh my days. Can he get it tucked away? But he can't deliver on the third. It's close, but no cigar. But again, another great try. 3 kills to his name, but just not enough.
I understand him wanting to go for the AK at the end there. Obviously wants to be a bit more maneuverable once he gets it down to a 1 versus 1. But part of me wishes he maybe just played a bit of time. Maybe committed to a reload if he felt like he needed to. I reckon he could have got it in time. All around for Imperial to stay alive. Thankfully, good position being played. Holzerk tries to take it into his own hands. And the shot he hit on long was particularly fast and particularly accurate. And he deserves to be praised as well, does Holzerk. I mean, a lot of people were talking about him a few months ago, saying, oh, where did Complexity go if they want a new AWP? Now I don't think there's any question marks whether he should stay or not. He is rock solid on this team right now.
Yeah. One more round is what Complexity need to take Imperial's best map in their favor and really open up this series in such a positive way for them. Try. He's got to hit a couple of hard ones here. There's the first. Goes in for seconds as well. Oh, delivers it full blind. How's the third? Not quite there, but Vinny can bail him out of a tough situation. Try. Still here. Still delivering, and he will put up a heroic hold on towards that B side. 3 kills to his name, and that is a shutout towards B.
There's a world. It might not be this world, but it's only 3 rounds. MR12 can be a cruel mistress. Vinny does well to get one with the MP7. He's absolutely stuck in the middle of no man's land in the end, so to be fair, he does his job. Gets his one, takes some distraction away from his teammates. Right thing to do. And now this buy. Oh my god, he's done it again. Done it again, and he's done it to try. My god. Does 2 things.
Yeah, just does 2 things, isn't it? All right, Phelps gonna try and get active off the back of the Senshi. There's one. They're doubling up as well into a short. Being MP9. Oh my god. You know, you were talking earlier about why not many people use the MP7. It's because the MP9 does stuff like that.
I know, man. So accurate mid-air. The most accurate weapon mid-air, I think, in the entire game, if I'm not mistaken. Long-range bursts needed for Floppy. Calmly takes that one, and unfortunately, now it may be a bit of a disadvantage for Imperial. Phelps has 29 HP. Complexity had wrestled it back. He needs one. He doesn't just get one, he gets both. And that is great work from Vinny. Shows up when needed. That was a buy for Complexity. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this game still very much up in the air. Do not count it out. Imperial have locked in double digits, 2 rounds of difference. We're going the full 24. It's a question of, can Imperial survive? Can they push it towards that overtime? Can they give themselves a chance in this? After the performances that Alige and Holzerk have had, you'd think surely not, but somehow they've actually made this a conversation.
Yeah, I can't quite believe it, honestly. Fair play to Imperial. And obviously it's only 1 gun round more to deal with. Great flash, but thankfully No Way's already got his crosshair in the right place. 2 kills well blind. Oh, that's a banger on Phelps, though. Unfortunately, no armor for Complexity in this round, so it shouldn't be more than that. Alige will be giving it, but now down to 50. Can't blame them for giving it to Alige after what's gone before in this game, especially with no armor rifling. But with the amount of presence they have around the sites, the fact they've got a safe position here for try and help from long if it's needed, I don't see a world.
This feels nearly impossible to lose. I say that because Try, he's still at his moments as well. Good for 1. Reposition as well, so he can get some support from the rifle and at range as well. No, he gets his bomb. Oh, it goes down as well, which is unfortunate for Try. It will mean, though, we now go to the round number 24. Trav, all to play for. We only got 1 or 2 ways. It's either overtime or it's Complexity just stealing away the map.
Unbelievable. I can't quite believe it that we've actually got so close. I didn't feel that. Just in the state of the game, how it was panning out, that was the case at all. Today we've learned that the AWP through the corner of that half wall on ramp doesn't get a kill instantly if they're planting with their back to you, even if you're that close. So it does allow Complexity a bit of extra cash, and it's actually pretty impactful. Are we going to OT? Vinny's got the AUG out. Remember when Vinny was doing such incredible work in the AUG and Krieg era on those scoped rifles? And it's still pretty viable, that AUG, especially in the situations on Dust 2 with the long-range angles. And
don't count it out.
Don't count it out, indeed. Try toward long with support. No Way is in position to help him out. The bomb is going towards short in the meantime, so it looks like Complexity are going for the A-split. Minute to go. There's going to be no flash toward Longbow, and somehow, even because of that, maybe Try's just shocked there was no flash, and he gets actually damaged up, surprisingly. But in the end, got to give props to No Way. He's doing fantastic work, but Holzek has got an all-important kill. Floppy locked in behind blue box. Phelps peeking from short. Could be a lineup. Yes, sir. 4 versus 2. Floppy stuck on long. He's out of bullets. He is done for. It's all Hulzerk. Imperial have made an incredibly unlikely comeback happen. He's stuck in CT, of all places, and should get caught from car. He's betwixt and between. Now they know exactly where he is. He'll get caught, and Imperial have made it back to overtime.
Fair enough. That's actually a masterful recovery as well. I mean, for them, they looked completely out of this game. They did not look like they were offering basically anything for us to work with, and they've somehow got back into it, recovered, made a conversation about this game, and I think there's now definitely question marks that have to be said about what we see from Complexity, because they've cooled off quite considerably, even though, you know, Elysian looked great, Horzek's kept his form, but they still are losing important rounds. This is tough. Imperial, they've warmed up.
Boost for Try to look toward lower. Flashed off of it. To Senshi. The boost. Complexity just slowing down the pace now. I think they need to just take a second to breathe because they're in such control. Elige was just having a totally cerebral performance. And it's cooled off very quickly. Uwe has plenty of control toward long. I'm going to give him a lot of praise for Imperial's recovery in this game. 21 and 13 now, no way. One of my favourite stories, actually, in Brazilian Counter-Strike.
True.
As I mentioned earlier, just being a streamer beforehand, it's his first professional team, and he can deliver against the top teams in the world. JT with the flashes over long prepared, but Grim doesn't even need them. No way's going to get deleted this time. And our Hulzerk will play off of his teammate's contact, 5v3 through long.
Flash behind it as Grim tries to cross, and he actually just makes it past in towards ramp as Hulzerk will deliver on towards his own. It's the classic, right? When you're looking for that final round to see it over, you get it in the first round of overtime. It's always the worst kind of case. Well, I guess the best case with now in towards overtime, but you would have liked to have done it in regulation. Imperial, I think for the Senshi and Phelps, even though it feels weird to do so, saving is actually really the only option we've kind of got here. There's no real point dying for nothing.
Saving in overtime gives you minus 10,000 aura. It is a pure fact, but unfortunately, obviously just not winning this round, so I get it. Elige obviously wants to see if he can catch one more. It would be impactful to take one more kill. He now knows he's in CT. Will get spooked away. Complexity, as is always the case. I think it was my good man Hayes, and even you as well, Neo, that has always mentioned that it's a rule that the team who was on 12 and gets come back on to overtime wins the first round of overtime. It happens so often.
Yes, the classic. I think it's like, for me, it must be this sort of mental block. We have this pressure, right? And you're like, I've got to do this. I've got to close it out. We're so close. And I think the second you go in towards overtime, it's like, right, I've got rounds to work with now, so I guess I'm not in such a hurry. The T-side starts well. We're out in towards long. Phelps, there's one to his close right as well, but Grim continues to move forward. Phelps doesn't get cleared properly, but doesn't hit his shots, and it's all falling apart. Yikes. Imperial just get absolutely destroyed.
That's actually pretty similar to that Complexity. Was it first gun round? On T-side? Just absolutely destroyed them in the matter of 30 seconds. And nades keep coming in. Essentially has multiple in CT to use to try and make something happen, but unfortunately it's not going to work. One small factor that I think is actually kind of interesting, Complexity have purposely chosen to take the A1Ss on T-side. I don't know if that's just how they're feeling right now in terms of spray control, and you know, the A1S is just obviously easier to control, but especially for a man who is a king of spray, for Elige to want to commit to that one too is a curious decision.
We will...
I get it.
Yeah, we'll be given the save here. And they've got all this side of the map to work with. They were kind of just floppy, sort of that insurance policy, just in case they wanted to go for a slight hunt at the end, but there's no real point if we're being honest. Complexity, find 14. 2 rounds ahead now. of Imperial 2 rounds away from closing out the map. Their opponent's map pick as well. It eluded them in regulation. They'd love to get it done here, and now they're inching closer, bit by bit. And once again, we're going to see attack balls get caught as well, I think. Am I right in saying, yeah, TC going to get in the mic here, so an opportunity to converse. And of course, we know primarily that this is a conversation going to be held by Imperial. They absolutely have to try and rectify this situation that they're in. It's not an easy spot. They cannot go 0 for 3 on the CT side of Dust 2. You cannot afford to go sort of that far down. And, you know, obviously we're looking to individuals like Vinny, for example, but also Zach, of course, the coach, has to try and rectify the situation. If you go 1 for 2, you know, it's not the worst. It's workable.
Unfortunately, not the only Brazilian team that is struggling. Pain have done a sterling job in their game against FaZe. They did take a map off of them, but unfortunately, FaZe, for Pain at least, FaZe have managed to make it through that one in the lower bracket. 13-8 on map 3. So FaZe stay alive in Rio, and Pain are the first home team to be eliminated. Gasenshi fighting through mid doors. That's very surprising he was able to get away with that, and to be fair, Floppy does well to trade it, considering the angle was tight.
Holzerk, speaking of a tight angle, just the pixels there, but he'll reposition, bomb on his back. Where do we want to go? Try holding for a push out from doors. And Holzerk posted, if Try goes even a little bit to the right, he's a dead man walking. Holzerk, patience is a virtue. And while we've been, you know, praising the both of them, and I guess in particular Allegius, Holzerk, who's starting to run away with the numbers game at the tail end here. Floppy, does he clear? Holzerk, he doesn't. Floppy thankfully trades, but takes a real chunk of damage. He's 1 point of HP.
That was a 99 in 1 dink from the Org there. It can be a one-shot headshot, really close range. Unfortunately, that's just out of range. And Grim has done great work to deal with No Way. It's all Phelps. He knows exactly what's going on with Grim's position, but it's a great angle held. Nice little off-angle position, and Phelps will walk straight into it. And after all the struggles getting it done in regulation, Complexity have got all 3 on T overtime.
Yeah, exactly. 3 for 3. I mean, at that point, surely we can see it off now. Of course, they did fail to do so in regulation at a similar sort of round differential, but either way, I mean, the Complexity just looks like they're revitalized. It looks like they're back alive and awake and playing the way that they should. So on the CT side, can they see it off in their favor? CT side as well, is where Lige was doing all his heroics, pushing up and towards suicide, and Holzerk was going huge to the off, but he'll continue exactly like that.
Good response. At least No Way and Try keep the conversation interesting. Ali stuck lower, but he gets away with his duel on Phelps, only taking 1 bullet of damage as well. He has the opportunity to dive through that mid-door smoke to retreat. He knows there needs to be some help put into place on B, but Try will manage to catch him first. That's big. Need to break open the smoke. Doesn't really break it open properly, and even though he manages to right-click a deeper lurk smoke, there's not really an opportunity to get his way in until that incendiary burns Vinny into the open, and Grim, quick tunnels flank, not being looked at. No Way needs to be careful. Great adjustment from Grim. It's now all Try, and he's stuck on cart.
This is tough. This is seriously tough for Try. He's got 2, needs a quad clutch for him. He's looking towards window. He knows he's running towards tunnels. It's all a timing play. Where is Holzerk? There he is. But Holzerk just quicker. What a map from the King. Just shy of 30 kills to his name. He goes 29 and 16. And it will be Complexity taking the map 16-12. Trav, that was an absolutely heroic performance from Complexity to take Imperial's map pick.
They'll be disappointed with the fact they didn't get it done in regulation. That's the only worry, of course. They'll be perfectionists. They'll wanted to have had it done a lot quicker, but the overtime was just a brilliant reset. I have no idea what the call was necessarily, but whoever made the call, whether it was JT or TC, or whether it was someone else even, I've got to give props to it, because that was a superb end to overtime. Try stuck on Khan that final round, obviously. There's not much you can do there. He'd already ducked down and missed the timing on Holzerk. Yeah. So unfortunately, Holzerk had the shot first before Try could poke his head back up again. shame, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and some nice moments from Imperial as well, right? I think that's the thing. You cannot count them out completely heading in towards map number 2, but we've already sort of touched on it in the pre-show, and we'll touch on it a little bit more heading in towards that next map after the break, where it is just such a good one for Complexity and quite a punish pick over towards Imperial. Great showing coming through from the boys. They dug deep in towards overtime, and they see it off in actually a flawless manner in OT2. Brilliant retake towards B. Individual stepped up. We'll see you after the break.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, it's a war for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipeline. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline.
How do you get yourself ready? What's your training look like, individual side?
I mean, we do our normal prep with the team, and then I just do my normal aim bots, or before we travel to the arena, I do my DM session. Then I get to the arena, I just do my few hundred, maybe 1,000 kills of aim bots with only the up. So, yeah, so it takes a while.
No pistols?
Sometimes I pull out the deagle, but mostly the up.
Favorite pistol as an AWPer?
I mean, it has to be the deagle.
Why still the deagle?
It's versatile. It's like if I aim at the head, I'm gonna kill them, right?
You have to hit the head though.
I mean, that's the least of my worries.
5.7 though? Fan? Not a fan?
I'd rather have the P250 to be honest.
Really?
Yeah,
Still?
like I'm not sure about the 5.7 or the CZ. I'm still like on the fence, but right now I'm using the 5.7, but I'd rather buy the P250.
Really?
Yeah.
And what is it about the P250? Is it just like the nostalgia part? I don't know, because like P250 is good, I'm with you. Yeah. But the 5.7's benefits on many occasions, like look at how many anti-force you could play with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. It's just a feel with the weapon, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I get more like insta headshots with the P250, and then I don't have the same feeling with the 5.7 yet. So maybe I have to play more with it.
1,000 kills with just 5.7.
I think I need to worry about my mental health before I do stuff like that.
That could be a worrisome thing, right? If he starts just only 5.7 the whole way through. Well, I'm going to count how many P250 kills at least you get throughout this tournament. Yeah. Can you give me a prediction?
P250 kills. Depends if Johnny drops me one in pistol rounds. So
Johnny, come. How many times are you willing to give him the P250?
I mean, it's more if Elige wants to let me give it to him, you know.
Okay, so you might not get it that much.
Yeah, I mean, I respect that. That's completely fair. Completely fair.
We understand it. Thank you very much, boys.
Thank you. Yeah.
Elige getting preference on the P250s maybe, but it was Holzerk topping the scoreboard on map 1, and if only shooting at the head like he described was that easy. I mean, he made that look easy though on that map of Dust 2. Sure, they choked it a bit to overtime, but that recovery was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, what a showing, I think, for... You know, we're going to talk about like 75, 80% of that map. I think they always sort of had the control. It was just one of those classic things. I think we were talking about it when you have just one round to get. You maybe put a little bit too much pressure onto it. You overthink the situations. And I think that's where they gave Imperial just a little bit of a look in towards that map. But all in all, for me, a fantastic display coming through from Complexity when it mattered most. And Imperial, they had their moments, sure. But is it enough for them to set up in towards this next map? I don't know, right? I think that's the big thing. You know, we spoke about those two kind of stars for us who were incredible all the way throughout Elysian Holzer, but I think as well a lot of credit has to be given towards JT. I feel like he understood what Imperial were trying to do, and you know, speaking of those stars, I mean, look at these stats: 24 and 18 with 90 ADR for Elige, 6 multi-kills, and 29 and 16, 104 ADR with 6 multi-kills for Holzer. They were absolutely unstoppable.
That was dynamic. It was brilliant. I mean, Elige, I think he had a number of moments that I won't forget. I think the main one was that with the P2000 where he somehow gets behind the top mid position. And you know what? I think the crazy thing about that is Vinny had an idea he was around that spot as well, I think. But even then, he just got a quick enough flank all the way behind, waiting for the long player to disappear into long doors, took the double tap on Vinny, grabbed his AK, held the perfect crosshair placement for Phelps coming out long doors, and the shot on the spawn player, the control with the spray was a sight to behold. And if there's more of that on Vertigo, which honestly, mate, there should be, I think this one could be done pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You know, we touched on this a little bit in the pre-show, and we'll kind of reiterate the point, I think, now heading in towards this map about to begin, is that this is quite a good punish pick for Complexity, right? Imperial have had their problems, they've had their struggles on this map, and it goes without saying, with 14% win rate, 7 played, not great. Where Complexity, 67% win rate, 12 played, and they're against, you know, this big thing for me is not even just the amount of wins they've got, the percentage of wins, or the amount of reps they've got. It's actually the caliber of opponents they've got on the map as well. And for Imperial, you know, a large majority of the games they play are, of course, domestic opponents out in South America, whereas Complexity, for the vast majority, it is international. So this is going to be seriously, seriously tough, I think, for me.
Yeah, I think that's the main worrying thing, right? I mean, there's quite a lot of conversations we can have about, especially Imperial and Pain, I would say, about their form in regional opposition. Pain, maybe there's a chance we'll get to cover them at some point on the B stream once again, but at one point in this season in ECL, Pain were 18-0.
Yes.
They only recently lost a couple to, I think, Fluxo and one to Red Canids in that particular season. Of course, it's a back-to-back best-of-1 format in ESL Challenger League. Imperial, they've lost a few more recently, which are more unexpected, right? I mean, Fluxo, I think, have been ramping up. They've been getting more and more impressive as time goes on. They've lost to them a couple of times, and for Imperial, sure, they came into this event at relatively late notice, so maybe you'd expect them to go out pretty early, but, they'll know they've had a wonderful opportunity to compete at Rio, their home event, and for them to go out straight away in a 2-0 in the lower bracket would be a bit disappointing for them.
It would be. I mean, we've sort of mentioned it before that they weren't originally even qualified for this, but they, with Reata not being able to make it, they got their kind of chance to come in and just play in there on home turf, maybe not in front of the crowd, of course, but they would like to have a little bit of substance behind this performance and have something to work for. But I do think you lose a lot from you learn a lot from your losses, and this is where a side like Complexity, who if they played the way they played, especially like we said, for kind of 70% of that game, bar just where they failed to close it out, if they play like that on Vertigo of how good they can be, it's going to be very, very difficult. Of course, the big thing we're going to look towards, Complexity's T sides are spectacular on this map. They're very, very good. They're very good at taking ramp control, very good at putting, mid to late round pressure in towards mid while also kind of pressuring those B stairs. Imperial, statistically, they do prefer their CT side, but you have to take it with a real grain of salt, right, on what has been a real struggle of a map for them. So we'll see. We're not completely counting out Imperial, but it goes without saying that the odds are stacked against them.
The numbers look bad, but as we always say, numbers and percentages don't hit headshots. So you'll never know. You never know. I think the main thing that is the problem, I think, for Complexity, or problem for Imperial, sorry, is Complexity's reps. I mean, their most recent event, of course, was Pro League. I think they really put amazing work into Vertigo. They beat Mouse on it twice, and not obviously to beat them on it once, fair enough, but to make sure it's a double over them, 13-8, same scoreline too. It was incredibly impressive. They got 2 over Astralis as well and 1 over Big. Sure, it's not like S tier competition. It's that sort of tier 1.5 competition. I think those 3 teams, other than maybe Mouse, because Mouse were really good heading into Pro League, just had a poor Pro League. That one deserves to be recognised as a tier 1 result, but Astralis and Big aren't really all that yet, are they? I mean, it remains to be seen if they're going to get there. So it's really good to have 5 in a row, and I think that just form and remembrance of what they've done very recently on LAN should be enough.
Exactly that. I mean, it's looking like recent results plus just what our expectations are for this side. So we'll see. But, I think we're painting quite a bleak picture over towards Imperial, and maybe argue rightfully so as well. This is a great map in which Complexity can kind of pick into, utilize in their favor, and this is where potentially things can get very, very spicy indeed. Vibes seem very, very good over towards Complexity. No surprises there at all.
Sign.
Exactly. Yeah. They're a side, I think you touched this absolutely perfectly coming in towards the pre-show of this game, that they are a side who have succumbed to tilt, and it's been quite public, and it's been scrutinized as succumbed to tilt, and it's been quite public, and it's been scrutinized as well. But the vibes look very good at the moment. They're locked in, they're smiling, they're happy, and they're playing very, very well indeed. So let's see what have Imperial got for us heading in towards this next map. We need to see them go against the odds, against the stats, and find a way back into it. Complexity very, very close as well to locking in this series.
Imperial, at least you can see the sort of mood in the camp there as well. I mean, Try is trying to G them up, and you know what? They've got absolutely nothing to lose now. They weren't even meant to be here to begin with. They're 1 map away from the elimination. Just give it a go. Let's just give it their best shot. A good college try is the words you used earlier. Let's just have some fun. You're playing at your home event. Let's see what we can do. Unfortunately, it's a sad start as poor old Phelps peaks gap and sees all 5 players and gets put down to 10 HP.
JT, looks like he might be that first contact need in towards Sandbag just to clear that position just in case. After the initial dink on towards Phelps, they Pop the brakes ever so slightly. In come the smokes as well. One of them towards CT. One to catch them rotating out. And actually now Phelps left quite isolated. Needs a bit of support. They're going to try and flash in for fight. And No Way will deliver. Looks for two. Gets it. Desenchi delivers as well. And this is actually a really good response coming through. Elysian Floppy left with it all to do. And this is by no means an easy one. In the 2 versus 3, Desenchi pushes the smoke. Perfect timing. Floppy, gotta go huge. Good for one. Looking for the second as well. He's getting pressured as well. He's dancing around. He's above him as well. This is carnage. But it can't be delivered. That was close for a moment, but no, not to be. That's a start Imperial needed.
That's a first for me, seeing Try actually win a duel underneath double stack on toward the outside catwalk. That is pretty crazy that Floppy stays alive for so long. But this is one of the main reasons that just teams, even teams who are absolutely amazing on Vertigo, absolutely despise this map, because executing A now is just so annoying. Like, they have the smokes up, but if the CT side have a flash, you can just go straight through the elevator position and deny any plant, have at least 3 or 4 spots that the T side have to worry about. And it's so difficult to deal with. So, yeah, I think for Complexity, they kind of got the nades right, but there's too many areas to worry about. They have got a purchase, actually, in the following round, which is surprising, considering how that pistol went. 2 Galils are available. No helmets on either, though, so they are susceptible to every weapon Imperial have.
Oh, Vinny.
There we go.
He was ready for that. Absolutely. Horzek, bit of pressure here. Deagle, it's messy. And it will be more kills just going the way of Imperial, bit by bit, chipping them away. A couple do come back in kind of quick succession from Complexity. You can't count the round out completely, but Grim had to get one there. JT left all alone. It should be a forlorn conclusion here, and it will be. Phelps will clean it up. And only a couple of casualties against that force buy. That's not bad.
They're getting vocal.
Yeah, they're getting pumped.
Why not? Yeah, as I say, what did I say about this sort of nothing to lose mentality? You may as well. If you think this is the last map you're going to play in the event, let's really make it worth it. Let's get pumped. Let's get excited. There we go. And, yeah, Complexity, I do question maybe that force buy there. I think that wasn't entirely necessary. I know you hate the force buys in those sort of situations, so...
Mainly on the CT side, I will say.
That's fair. I mean, I think the thing is with that strategy as well, even though they managed to pull one back, they were always at a disadvantage in every single given opportunity and moment in that round. So as soon as they lost Floppy, the lack of the helmet hurting, it was always catch-up being played. Grim tried to make his way through that mid-flank through window, but the A4 was too strong on Vinny. Phelps is going hunting here. No armor on any of these Complexity players. Is he going to pop his head into this position? Yes, he is. There is one big swing. Is there a trade? Finally, thanks to Elige. But No Way is here as well, and the bomb will be re-dropped on the floor. It's all Grim. He's out. Imperial clear.
This is good. Yeah, vocal. I like it. Honestly, that's what they need. They need to play this one round at a time and actually just get pumped up, utilize a bit of momentum and start trying to put things in your favor. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of this. Big fan of this indeed. This is how we're going to give ourselves opportunities. If you are Imperial, their best side, statistically, as we saw just heading in towards this, is their CT side, right? So if they can put up quite a stable one here, put the pressure on, who knows? Complexity, first true buy. It's Floppy for the first kill. It'll come over, takes a little bit of damage. That Molotov as well might tickle the toes slightly, but he'll drop one of his own.
Oh, Vinny, this little right-click smoke actually might give him a chance to do something with it. I thought maybe it was a bit more shallow than it was, though. I don't think you can see anything. But it might be able to peer above the plywood. Good nade damage and a good win on Floppy. They are going to be pouncing on this one, Complexity. We're in toward B with a couple, and they're kind of peeking one by one here. JT's gone on his own with the bomb somewhat. Let's dropped it on the side. This is very weird from Complexity to start this game. Once again, Grim on that mid lurk will get his kill, but look at Phelps. Elige should be done for, but he is in a pretty interesting position. It might go unchecked, and it is. Oh no. Poor Phelps, and even Elige playing trigger discipline in this scenario is crazy. He'll eventually get it, and it might set up Grim to do more damage. It absolutely will. That's unbelievable. And Vinny 2 kills. Even he's getting caught out. And you know what? He still has an opportunity here in this 1v1. Who knows?
What is this round? How has Elige made this a 1v1? He's getting active as well. Vinny is so low. Just peeking as well. But Elige is not quite spotted from here. He set himself up perfectly. Vinny, this is going to be a masterful swing and attack. But he'll get it as well. I can't believe it. How has Vinny pulled that off? I mean, how has Elige get that into 1 versus 1, first of all? But Vinny, that is actually brilliant.
I mean, he's 8-0. I'm like, what on earth? Oh, my word. As soon as Elige has the opportunity with Phelps walking up past him, I thought it was just a done deal, especially with how low Vinny in the end became. Massive from the captain. And like, he just knew to hard clear the angle properly, and he had to pre-fire it. And of course, Elige was only 52 health. It's not like he was 100 health, and a dink could have come through, and kill might not have been converted. In the end, it has to be said, it was a messy round from Complexity, where they kind of peeked 1 by 1 toward B, ran up 1v1, and deserved to lose it. And it looks like right now Imperial are backing up those previous successes. They're walking through smokes. This is looking very weird early game.
Complexity need attack pause. They absolutely have to slow this down. They are getting overwhelmed in every single round at the moment, and this is really feeling very, very uncomfortable indeed. I'm sure we have to have some sort of pause there. I mean, for JT, even now, he might even be kind of just talking to the guys. He's got a minute to sort of burn here, so he might use this as a bit of attack pause, about calling attack pause, but I think they really need to bring TC in towards the conversation, because this is not looking like Complexity at all. They've actually been pretty solid on this map in the past, and we know that statistically it's one of their better ones. JT, bit of pressure. Couple of taps as well, but he will be seen off. 5-0 star, all 5 stay alive for Imperial as well. This is brilliant. Just to mention as well, speaking of the number 5, that's the win streak that Complexity have on this map at the moment. So this felt like a done deal. So what is happening here? We don't really know. I mean, even when you consider, you know, you touched on them, some of the results recently, Miles, Astralis, Big, Miles again, Astralis again, all in a row. That's their 5 streak there. It's decent teams. Even if you compare some of them as tier 1.5, they are very arguably better than Imperial in the current landscape of Counter-Strike.
And the craziest thing about that, of course, those results in Pro League, is the fact they've managed to do the double over Miles and Astralis, right? Sometimes it can be so difficult to remember kind of what went right. You know, the team's going to anti-strat what went right for your opponents, right? Once this happened just a few days before. So to be able to do the repeat is impressive, and that is not the form we're seeing right now. Scratch of the head, I don't blame you. This is a weird start. We've bigged it up to be a Complexity 2-0. We've said how horrible Imperial's form has been on this map. We've said how good Complexity has been on this map. Ah, yes, the exact opposite happens. We love Counter-Strike.
That is the definition of the caster's curse in a way. Phelps will get a bit of damage dealt his way. Elige, he will take a lot to that nade. He'll drop one of his own, so no way, not exactly healthy, but the first fight, Phelps, good. Looks for a second. Oh, and he gets them with the help of No Way as well. Brilliant.
Yeah, should get caught in the open as well, Holzerk. Grimmer once again is being a nuisance on these mid lurks. He's getting success nearly every single round, but on a couple of them it's been a bit too late, I'm afraid. 11 HP. Essentially holding the angle straight up. What a pre-fire headshot, that's glorious. And No Way is 3 HP. And he is the closest... Ooh. He is the closest to Grim. And with Try on the AWP, you never know. I mean, it's one of those that could actually get out of hand. We saw Vinny win an impossible clutch, being 1 bullet from death. Can Grim do the same? The main problem is, of course, there isn't that bomb in his possession. Stuck on the ramp.
You heard that.
Toward gap. Maybe heard something, like you say, big white swing. Or hits 2 or 3 bullets, but Try will take it, and the clean sheet remains intact.
Try very nearly kind of potentially solved that round. That one just misstep that was audible. You see Grim instantly react to it. But yeah, like you said, the clean sheet continues. A little closer, a little more expensive, I think, than they wanted. But, I mean, ultimately, Imperial don't care at the moment. They're 6-0 up. This is brilliant. And, you know, we highlighted a couple of them. Holzerk's 1 and 6, Elige 3 and 6. So they were the 2 standout performers in towards map number 1, and they're yet to get active. Once again, ramp control going to be that early priority as No Way gets a Molotov down to stop them taking Top control. And Phelps takes so much damage to the molly there. I don't know what happened there, but I don't think he realized he was in the flames. He's barely alive.
I don't know if my eyes are not working, but I feel like that was a damage taken in one chunk. I don't know if he got wallbanged or something. There's going to be the boost coming through now, and actually Phelps was one bullet from death through whatever. So, through the wall, he will get found. Great idea for Complexity to put that into practice finally. Get that vision over through elevator into CT. Finally have something to work with here. They have a 5 versus 4. They have full ramp control. Elige now figures out there's a Heaven player. And figures out there's maybe at least 2 or 3 more around the side, but no way. Oh, that was the opportunity.
Yeah.
So hard to deal with, though, on that sort of left eye peek, I feel like. It's not a nice right eye peek from that angle. Try. Now has all the work to do. And once again, Grim. Oh, my God. How much success has he found doing this? It's how only might just now work out in a round victory, but Grim has been so annoying. He will finally get removed, but JT will get the smoke spam. And the Senchi was low from earlier on. So Neo, Complexity, with a little bit more of a calculated round, it has to be said, have broken through.
Yeah, finally, they just get one, right? I mean, I think it felt for me where these early rounds, they were maybe a little bit lackadaisical, you know, their approach, a little laissez-faire in terms of how they were trying to get into them, and just thinking, you know, we won Raw Angels in the first map, let's just do it again. And Imperial, they mentally reset really well, it seemed, in that break. The Senchi won, not quite the second though, so good trade from Floppy, sticking together with JT, making sure nothing saved, but no issues really rebuying in. A couple of them have like 9k to work with over towards Imperial, so they're not low on funds at all. They come right back into the buy. It's good to see finally Complexity get around on the ball, but this is the one of many. We need to see them kind of actually spiral to probably 3 in a row at the very least, just to keep this half competitive. They can't afford to go back and forth, basically.
True. And that's very often what can happen, right? I mean, how many games have we seen where one side, either on CT or T, has gotten off to an absolute flyer, 6-0, and then they, you know, as you say, maybe they become a bit lackadaisical, and, you know, the team figures out answers, and suddenly a 6-0 half can turn into 7-5, or maybe even 6-all. It can happen. And Complexity would then be definite favourites. Or the nades until we'll try. It's so awkward. You know what? He does well to get one. He probably shouldn't be alive anymore, but he still is. And he's found one more. Phelps can then come in and help out. And maybe it was just a flash in the pan for Complexity. Imperial 7-1. And in their favour for Brazil this time.
Yeah, this ramp control is getting absolutely 0 mileage. They cannot take ramp. They are struggling. Shadow betrayed. And I think Phelps having a little bit of fun there, and honestly, just scaring him. Grim, he's a known quantity. His Shadow will betray him all the way around in this fight. So even though Phelps gives him the space and, I mean, gives him the respect, in all fairness, there's no chance. Not at all. Try at range, sees it off. Great round from him. 3 kills to his name. He shouldn't have even gotten 1, if we're being completely honest. He's actually getting fired up, and yeah, rightfully so. This is great work.
Yeah, Try, you're absolutely right. I mean, the fact that Try gets mollied and naded in sandbags, this is the first kill here. He then is forced to move forward. Look, he's in the middle of no man's land and he still gets one more. It's just great, calm play from Try. This might be the best map I've actually seen from him in recent times for Imperial. I've kind of spoke before the game got underway, like, I've always been a Henny enjoyer and I feel like he's better. But this is some great stuff from Try. Impressive. Happy to see it as well, for the sake of the CT side's chances to even get a decider. And Phelps is being cheeky again. In the smoke toward bottom ramp, it is being looked at, and that's going to be blown open. It didn't blow it open, and they should surely he gets 1. Yeah, there we go. So he takes a leash, but JT was always going to be there. So an easy, quick 1-for-1. I think, to be fair, in the end, Phelps will be considered slightly fortunate to get away with that one.
Well, in all honesty,
ramp control.
That one misnade actually does have pretty big ramifications, right? Because the fact that Phelps even gets away with one, he never should have had that luxury. And who knows? I mean, just having that numbers advantage could be massive in a moment like this now, where they wouldn't be at a man disadvantage. There's no way activated perfectly.
Yeah, man advantage. So impactful in these situations. That is a good nade to break open that LE smoke. But Complexity, it looks like they might just try and shift up onto the site here and get a safe, in speech marks, plant, it's not really that safe at all. And it's definitely not safe when you get taken down through smokes. Oh, poor JT. It will go down, but as Hulzuk tries to fall away from the plant, it's all down to Grim. 1 tap, 2 kills, looking for a third. Oh, it's so close. He needed 1 more bullet, and then he would have been ready for Desenshi's rotation as well. Nice try, Grim, but Complexity just can't get anything going.
Yeah, that's NT in the chat, but what are we witnessing here? It is a massacre. I mean, it still is. I mean, it's all well and good saying, you know, close but no cigar, but they can't afford to have that anymore. We are 8-1 in favor of Imperial on a map in which they don't like. I mean, this is being brilliant. And Complexity, they are crumbling at the seams. And it has to be said as well, you know, one thing that we have to consider, especially now at this sort of a scoreline, Trav, is that map number 3, right? You know, we've got to look at it and talk about how statistically, arguably, Imperial are the favourites in that one. It's actually been a bit of a weak map, Anubis. They've had their struggles on it. Yes, they play it a lot, but they have also had some worrying performances at times. So that's where maybe Imperial, that would be insane if they were to lose your own map pick and reverse sweep. It's very early to have those conversations, but the foreshadowing is most definitely there. At 8-1 now, and I mean, who knows?
I said to you, didn't I, that percentages and recent records of maps don't hit headshots? Well, look at all the headshots Try, Vinny, and Phelps have hit in this game. I think the whole unit has performed really well, which is the main positive for Imperial. Boost toward gap. Oh, this could be awkward if Elige wanders up here. He'll probably see a knee first. It is being looked at by No Way, but that barrel could protrude. There it is. Should see it. Gets 1. Thankfully, No Way does react, but Floppy has found Try in the meantime. And they have ramp control again, but they need to find a way to finally translate it. Oh.
Thanks.
That's rough.
Yeah. No Way. He should be dead here. Oh, he just get a tag on from towards JT before falling. 2v4. Complexity, we can't lose this. We cannot lose this. And 1-for-1 trade, it still makes this very difficult for the Senshi. The nade, a little bit of damage on towards JT, just not quite on the right spot. And I think he just keeps hold of the AK here. It's not that they're exactly in money troubles. I mean, a little bit to a degree, but I think just for him, it'll be that priority of keeping hold of that AK-47. Grim, other ideas. 8-2. If they get an 8-4, maybe we can have a conversation, Trav. But anything less, I feel like, I don't know. This just feels like they just haven't shown up here.
Oh, that's actually thinking of how that kill came through for Floppy. That's a huge kill. That was an amazing catch from B-Stairs there on toward Try. Huge thanks to our replay operators for showing us that one. That is a critical element in winning that round for Complexity. And yeah, you're absolutely right about that money as well. I mean, look at it. Like, that AK save is actually was vaguely imperative, to be honest. They might actually be fully ecoing in this one.
Yeah. I think if they had the AK save, they actually could maybe attempt to buy, because he could have dropped actually 2 guns over in all fairness, because he had 5.1k when he had the AK alive. So he could have actually dropped a couple over, but he doesn't. He dies, so it changes things up. So that hunt's actually super, super effective. 8-2. Complexity. This should be a third, surely, fellas. You know, there's barely even pistol investments in a couple of cases.
Money being all over the place means that they can afford a Hero M4 under Senshi. And Try has more than enough money for that AWP in the next. And there is an M4 doing good work. And now he'd definitely be advised to possibly finding a teammate to give it to on 14 HP. He's done his job. Is Try close enough to maybe pick it up, swap it over?
Yeah,
Phelps is spotted. There we go. He has to be wary of another player to the left, of course, or to the right.
Oh, hang on.
Actually, he might choose to bypass it. This is so smart from Elige, man. It might get caught off, but I really appreciate this choice. He's going to be behind the main ramp. Oh, he hasn't seen double stack. He hasn't seen double stack. Hang on, it's Whiffy. He gets 1 back, but should die, and does to Senshi. It's out all Floppy out of nowhere.
How? Against this sort of buy, how are we losing this? Not just yet, though. Floppy. Back towards the bomb as well. Vinny's not going to go on. Vinny's going to walk into demise. Oh, my God, Floppy. He bails the boys out, but the fact that they even had to work that hard for that sort of round leaves us, Trav, I think it's easy for me to speak for the both of us thinking, like, you know, question marks, how we got to that point.
Yeah, I think Elige definitely overcooked there, and he almost burnt the round entirely.
Yeah.
Like, thankfully for Floppy, it was still edible, and he managed to get it over the line. Of course, only up against a USP, it's the freest of free kills, but it is spooky for a second. A classic round from Complexity to give North American fans heart attacks. And look at the buy for Imperial on the final round of the half as well. Vinny down to the MP, his trusty MP7. Thankfully, that's the only shortfall.
Still. A timid start to the round. I say that. Elige, he'll get caught. No, wait. Good for his, as JT starting to move their way forward as well. Only head showing as well, and Vinny will be able to deliver with that MP7. Mike going for seconds off the back of his flash. One into his backwire. Second there as well as Grim gets both. Or should catch him, will try. What have he got for us? 2 versus 3. Numbers favouring that of Imperial, and that flank is expertly timed. Tri doesn't need to peek. He doesn't need to move. This is one of Phelps. Not again. Phelps. He overlooks the position again, but it's not to be. 9-3 at the half. We'll see if things will continue after the break. Very, very awkward in the rounds themselves, but Imperial won the hard ones, I think, is the most important thing for us. And a 6-0 start going all the way in what was a very one-sided first half on a map which shouldn't be. This is always meant to be. Seriously lofted it in favour of Complexity, and it just didn't feel like that at all. How that went so south, I do not know, and it nearly got overlooked by Phelps at the tail end here, but it wasn't to be. We're going to go towards a little break. We'll see you after the half.
Choose to give into my own
unexpected expertise from Imperial on Vertigo, and they're causing Complexity plenty of problems. They need a insane CT half to somehow find this 1-2-0.
Yeah, I don't even know what to make of it. Complexity just look like a shadow of their former selves. This is meant to be a surefire thing, and the way we're at the moment, it feels like map 3 is our destiny. Phelps and Floppy, others divided by a single plank of wood. We'll see whether they meet eventually, and they do. Shots to the nuts there from Floppy as he's from below. Hortuk catches, try, blind into Senshi, also gets clipped. This is the star Complexity needed, but it's not done just yet. Vinny, he's had his moments.
He has. He's got the spicy new Glock as well until he throws it off the map. Thanks, Vinny. Appreciate that, dude. But he has the opportunity. Grim thinks he could still come through window, so a quick check to close right. That's where he checked for a lead in that clutch, if you remember, on low HP. Looks like he wants to try that. Pre-fire, misses a few shots though, and then gets gooshed up by Hulzerk. Big for Complexity. A must win. They will win.
Yeah. So far, Try's been having a really good map, even despite that pistol loss. 16 kills to his name at the moment. He's looking really, really good. And, you know, what a response, especially on the back of how good Hulzerk was. 29 kills in that previous map, and he says, well, you know, you could do it, so can I. I'll have my moments as well. Really delivering, and, you know, generally speaking, Vertigo, many pros say, is the hardest map to be as an AWPer. But, in particular, it's hard on that T side, so we'll see what Try can deliver when he gets to those opportunities. He'll be the one wielding the quote-unquote hero Galil in this sense. It is a couple of P250s beside it. Hulzerk for 3. Okie dokie. Can we get all 5? Maybe just. Vinny sees him off there at the end, and he will only get 1. Hulzerk, quad kill. Nice and simple.
The investment does remove one player, but not as much as they would have wanted. It's one of those rounds on the sort of second round after the pistol where you force with the IGL or one player to try and get some damage done, and the other 4 save to get the guns out. You have got some headsets being taken off here, so hopefully if it is a tech pause, it won't take us too long. It was a nice tap from Vinny. But yeah, we see that quite a lot on Dust 2, right? One of the strats that does come into practice is where one player, probably the AWPer, would maybe buy a scout or something, and all the other 4 would save, because the scout is so impactful on Dust 2.
It's true. It is true. Especially, you know, with if you get a couple of upgraded pistols as well, even the scout gets body shots, the pistols can clean them up, so it can be pretty scary. Maybe like a Tech 9 no armor type vibe, but seems like there was like a brief little check of something. Headphones are off for a moment, so a slight technical issue. Yeah, exactly.
I think, have you played in a show match once,
I
right?
did play with those headphones. I did. I actually, I borrowed, oh god, I'm going to forget his name now. This is so bad. I forget his name. He was Zeralt. That was his name. I borrowed Zeralt. I borrowed his whole setup because like I played the show match that was out in Mongolia with Mesa, and it was Team Neokai versus Team K, and K is he's like the number one. He's kind of like the equivalent of Gaules to Mongolia, like number one streamer, really really famous over there. Has been following the Mongols for years, and like all Mongolian teams, even with their IHC, etc. etc. So he's kind of like their equivalent. With me versus him, with kind of a mixed team or whatnot, and yeah, I used his whole kit, but we did use those exact headphones actually, and I gotta say, I kind of doubted it, especially when, you know, in the arena where we were playing, there's about 5,000 people in there, and it was pretty loud. There was a lot going on, a lot of music and stuff, and I was like, there's no chance that it's going to be able to keep it out. They're actually solid. I couldn't hear a thing. I could feel the crowd when they would, like, when something cool would happen, but yeah, I couldn't hear anything. So they're very impressive headphones.
Is it painful, the in-ears and the headphones over the top? Like, is it hurt over time, or?
I think in-ears are, but it's because the in-ears aren't mine. I think you can get ones that like
molded.
Yeah, molded
ones.
So I have a feeling if you look at Imperials, those ones, I think that you can mold them. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
And yeah, so molded ones are a little bit better. They fit a little bit nicer, I think, in that sense. But yeah, mine they weren't molded to Zeralt's ears, but they were not for mine. Like, I don't like I don't know what you even call it. Do you know, like on some earphones you get like that rubbery?
Yeah.
I don't like that. My ears are massive, mate. They're like absolutely. they're like wings. You know what I mean? I take off in the wind.
Like big ears from Noddy.
Yeah,
Remember that?
exactly. Yeah, Dumbo I'm flapping in the wind. So it's one of those where they just fall out for me. So the issue is like every round I was like having to like readjust them. So I think if you get ones, especially like where they've got where it goes over the top of your ear, I think they're a lot better. But headphones themselves, they're quite tight, but they're actually quite comfortable. So there was
those in ears and just in general earbuds, they never stay on my ears either. To be honest, like I've always like my ears are just dumb. Sad to say, it is what it is.
Yeah, looks like I think
it had some phones come out, which I would imagine means a relog into Steam and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think
so. Hopefully it won't take too long, but for now, I hope you'll at least accept the waffle.
You'll entertain us. Yeah, on this this fine.
Yeah, talk to us about ESL Challenger Atlanta, of course.
Yeah, good fun. It was a great event. In a quote unquote way, we got slightly unfortunate. Myself and Scriv, we did all of the massacres. It was Sleep tight, my king. Rest well.
Full recline.
Me when tech pause. ESL Challenger Atlanta, very good fun, very fun event. We had, I think we did the first 4 best of ones, and it was like 13-3, 13-2, 13-5, 13-4, something like that. It's like really one-sided, not much of a competition in those. And then our first best of 3 as well, same thing. Rooster unfortunately didn't have the greatest of events, and they got kind of battered 0-2. So I think, it wasn't until we got on the final day, the 2 semi-finals, they were both real, 3-mappers, very, very entertaining. And of course, that final was sick as well. For those who missed it, it's worth going to watch as well. FlyQuest taking on Big in that one. And, I will spoil it because it's already happened, but FlyQuest ended up winning in a 3-mapper. Alistair was incredible. Really, really good performance out from him. So, yeah, worth going to watch back that final in particular, but the final day with the 2 semis as well was really good. It was a weird event as well because there was like other stuff happening alongside, like Haley Welch was there for those who
no.
Yeah, they may not recognize the name, but you might know her as Hawk Tour.
I'm not. No. I'm taking my headset off. Bye.
She was there and she was watching, apparently. She was watching the final, so kind of wild in the sidelines watching Counter-Strike. She probably even, I don't know if she would have even known Counter-Strike like prior to this, but
sorry, what are we talking about? What are you saying?
But that was pretty funny. But yeah, it was a good event. It was really good fun. Good to see FlyQuest as well, finding some form. I think Big looked really, really good all the way up until basically, I mean, even in the final, I think they looked really solid as well. Just FlyQuest, Alistair was playing out of his mind. So
Alistair, man, like he's taken so much stick, and how he performed in that final. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the viewers would have caught maybe some of that.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable. Like truly ridiculous.
Yeah. One thing I will say as well, Crimbo, what a player as well. I mean, he actually, he was the equivalent of that no help meme as well. I think he in the final finished like a 1.8 rating despite losing. So yeah, he was brilliant. So really cool event, really fun to be involved as always with the challengers. Did the Onspring earlier in the year, which Complexity ended up winning, of course, over Falcons.
With you?
Yeah, exactly. We were both there
on the desk.
Good times. Yeah, I was doing the analyst work. It was always fun. But that was a really cool event. And yeah, we got to see Complexity lift some silverware, something that of course has eluded them in a way. And I think it was probably obviously for them quite nice to finally, feel kind of vindicated and say, right, this is actually working and we can now win lands.
Grim's having a nap as well, bless him. I mean, it is obviously like...
What time is it? America? I don't know what the time difference between America and Brazil is. I feel like...
True. But as you can see, local time near 8 p.m, so... obviously it's getting a bit late at this point. Yeah, Challenger's always a great time. As I say, I was lucky enough to be in Yongshiping as well, and that's where Complexity got that win. I think, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory is correct, that was their first trophy. Was it since 1.6? I'm pretty sure.
Something like that.
First official trophy. Yeah.
It's 5:54 or 55, I guess now in Dallas, Texas. So a couple hours behind. I was wondering whether it was like a little bit late because obviously for us now it is.
Oh, he's awake.
He's awake. The boys.
He has arisen.
We're going. Yeah, but it is one of those where even for us now it's 5 to midnight here in the UK. So
it is.
Feels a little late, but I've got my Monster Energy drink keeping me alive right now. So
hell yeah.
Especially after a late finish on Atlanta, straight into Rio. But that is it. The love of the grind, the love of Counter-Strike.
I can't believe you managed to do that, to be honest, because obviously I'd love to at the same time, but mate, flying back on the same day as doing a big event like this, that's crazy.
It's like 2 hours sleep from finishing Atlanta, and then I slept a little bit on the plane, and then once I got everything set up today, I had a nap earlier, which was quite nice, I have to say. Not live.
Well, we've waffled, guys, through the tech pause. I hope we entertained you at least somewhat, because now the action is back, and Imperial 9-5 up. Is the pace going to be changed? After a tech pause, going for something super speedy could absolutely catch out your opponent, and you know what? It's caught out a leash.
Yeah. Pants around his ankles. Oh, JT. He had a moment to get a drop there. U-turn hand, and he'll be caught. B-side open. But it's a 3 versus 3, and Floppy, he's still lurking in towards lower stairs. He's looking for him. Oh my god, Vinny. He's going to clear him. He just has the better gun when it comes towards wallbang damage. And yeah, unfortunately for Floppy, he might have had the drop, but the MP9 is not as impactful through that metal fence.
Huh. Grim and Holzek are both here, but Grim wants to go searching to figure out if Imperial are still committed to B, and essentially in a fantastic position, and there we go. With the flank in mid, catching Holzek in the side, he gets Imperial their first T round, and pretty quickly at that as well. They're in such a good position, and honestly, whatever they called after the tech pause, after that long wait, which of course is it's a rule where you can't necessarily discuss strats during a tech pause, it was an absolute barn burner of a call.
Yeah, I really do love those calls as well. Straight off the back of any sort of pause, tech or tack, go quick, right? Get up in their face and just see if you can catch them napping a little bit. And it does work, right? I mean, Elige gets completely caught off guard. And, you know, unfortunately, it still remains to be actually quite the quiet map out for Elige. That molly spreads him towards Horzerk, so he'll start the round out, taking 55 points of damage.
This is one of those rounds where it's a full investment, but it's not everything you'd want.
Yeah.
And that at 10-5 down is extra painful. JT only on the Deagle, having a little bit of a rough game, 4-13. Not the end of the world if his stars deliver, but it's been a struggle compared to Dust 2. Imperial, I'm going to have to give them a huge amount of credit for how they fought in this series, and they might have more fighting to do in IEM Rio at this rate.
Let's see. Floppy. He's got the flash lined up from back 90. Here he comes in the flames as well. He tries to at least get one before he falls. He's actually managed to escape the flames. I think even he's puzzled. He runs out of ammo. Getting one isn't terrible, but this is going to require something special from the pistols. And Grim goes huge, looks for 2, delivers as well as Try will also get caught. Maybe a slight overextension, gets slightly greedy, but 2 rifles and a Deagle, surely unlosable in a 1 versus 3.
Bomb is recoverable for No Way, but surely Complexity might decide to triple swing. It's almost unlosable that way. They might still find a way. Oh, they almost clutched defeat from the jaws of victory. That was too close.
Way too close. And I guess, once again, this is where we are seeing slight issues and errors plague this side a little bit. Oh man, that is a huge sigh of relief to us watching, to Complexity fans, but to Complexity themselves. And that got as close as it did. One more bullet and it could have been wraps in that one. No way, not a bad effort at all. 10-6 though. The money broken over towards Imperial, so we will be looking at most likely a 7th on the board. Complexity not out of this game just yet. It might have been a lackluster start, but they have started to find their form.
Oh, JT. That's a lot of damage. Fair play. That's he doesn't get a single kill yet. He's done a great job there. He's warded them away. Phelps does have some space to work with toward A. Horzerk is keeping a close eye on it. The resmoke toward Gap will allow him some more space to push forward. And it looks like Imperial are going to now team up, because Phelps will be saying, listen, guys, I actually have ramp control somewhat. I'm behind the smoke toward Gap. I can do something with this. They are planning a boost. Be a good timing for this, but Phelps is wandering near that smoke. Need to be careful. And in comes the dink. Now it's very, very scary. Elige caught in between a rock and a hard place. Finally gets the kill, but in come the pistols. Try only has a Glock. He does well to find one, and the bomb will go down thanks to Vinny. But now they're so damaged up, it might have to be Desenshi going absolutely crazy here. And Floppy, Vinny, will go down. It's now to Senshi. Low HP on a leash, and JT's gone first. One bullet to find on a leash, but he can't hit it. Oh my word, what a lifeline that could prove to be for Complexity.
Oh, they are so fortunate once again. 4 points of HP on a leash. How has he survived? Yeah, exactly. 2 times in a row. They've had the luck of the gods on their side, but my God, will you take it if you are Complexity, as they continue to chip away at the deficit. Now only 3 rounds away from tying up to Imperial. However, on the flip side, Imperial are only 3 rounds away from pushing us towards that map number 3.
This is kind of what Vertigo can feel like sometimes. Just random duels happening at random timings. Pistols can do so much work if the execute comes through and pinches certain CTs. What was the HP, I think, of the previous one? It was like 14 or 13 or something.
Yeah,
so
something like that.
17 health between, what, 12-5 and 10-7? Absolutely insane. And unfortunately for Holzerk, again, the next round has started poorly. Grim, surely she'll pounce when he sees utility being thrown. He will, but Floppy's gone down in the meantime, and B can be taken.
Senshi. Nice find. JT gets caught. Grim and a leash. What's the plan here? What's the play? I don't know if we've got one, if we're being completely honest. We might just be sort of turtling up and keeping on of what we've got. I don't think that's a bad call by any means. They don't really have the long-term funds to work with. Even with these 2 guns saved, I don't know if we're going to be getting any sort of a buyout here. Shadow spotted, so Phelps will fall. But still, you know, we're not giving this a go. And the real question mark is, what are Complexity going to do in towards this next round? Like we said, they're just not going to have the money to work with in terms of a buy. So is it going to be forcing around these 2 guns and hoping that they can really find some form? And maybe arguably we have to take a risk as well? Or do we eco and then basically give Imperial 12?
Every single stat pointed toward a Complexity victory. 5 in a row on this map against good opposition at Pro League. Imperial do not like Vertigo in the slightest, but they're playing with nothing to lose, as they so should. And it might just give them an opportunity and a decider where those numbers perhaps might be more on their side.
Yeah, they've kept that noise up as well. I love it. They really have kept fired up Imperial. Like you said, nothing to lose, backs up against the wall, etc., etc. But 11-7. Complexity, 6 in a row. They need to take it if they want to do it in regulation. It feels highly unlikely. Not impossible, but very improbable is the way we'll put it. Where Imperial, just 2 more rounds. A couple more hurdles to get it. Let's see if that's going to be the case, but yeah, tough predicament, without a doubt.
Had the chat. This is where it matters. And again, it feels like Complexity have but they've really struggled to have a proper buy for many different rounds in this half. They've found a way to win some of the crazy rounds, don't get me wrong, but Holzerk's only going to scout in this one. We've got 2 MP9s. Imperial to take their time, play out their defaults, do what they know how, and the strats that have worked before in the past. And it's a bog standard classic B execute. Floppy will have to smoke that back 90 molly, and he'll stay stock solid behind it for now. Nade to bank off the girder if there's anyone playing white box. Right now it's just a lot of presence, a lot of control. Imperial can still make up their mind to go elsewhere. It's drawn a lot of rotations. There are 4 players around this portion of the map right now.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe a slight over-rotation. I mean, the Legion's got to try and slow them down desperately. Spots 1. Now I'd assume we'll try and call over at least 1 person to come support him. Now, Molotov hasn't spread to his position, so he can reclaim some space, but actually by not rotating, the bomb's going back to a heavily stacked site here. What is happening? And P9 of Floppy overextends, jumping in there. Honestly, getting 2 is actually pretty impressive.
I'm very impressed by that. And now Holzerk with the scout can just continue to tag and frag. Try is down to 29 HP. Grim's here to help out. Now it is just Try, and Holzuk once again delivers, whether it's Scout or AWP. He's having a great series. Huge round to win. And it's basically down to the complexity call to stick around or toward B.
Well, yeah, that's it, right?
And JT.
Yeah.
Stop, to be honest.
Very true. Very true. JT, getting rid of that second is actually mammoth there. I mean, the
last tick, right, of his life. Yeah.
The first is really, really impressive, right? Because he just kind of tries to reclaim that space, jumping up on towards wood, but actually getting that second there, he's done a lot of work to really help them out. It looks like we're going to buy here for Imperial, which in itself is inherently a little bit risky, because if you lose this buy, not only do they basically get a 9th, they then get a 10th too, because your money gets broken. Oh, they should get a 10th, I should say. And at that point, one-round game, that's anybody's game. That's where potentially Complexity are not quite out of this just yet.
This would be a great recovery. They've had a number of those T rounds, which we obviously criticised, rightly so, but kind of just going one by one and looking a bit lost for some unknown reason, it feels like, considering how well drilled they've looked on this map previously. They're still 3 behind. Imperial, though, always when your opponents are on 11, you always feel like you have a chance, no matter how far you are behind, and it's only that 3. Little boost for Elige. They're not looking for it. Could be 2, or almost was. He manages to strafe away. And Holzuk has found Phelps at the end, and the amount of damage he did to Try means that that banked HE finds one more as well. This buy you mentioned for Imperial that was so important has been deleted within 30 seconds.
Essentially, he's barely alive. That 1 foot in the grave situation puts all the onus here on Vinny. This round should be done. And if Complexity do it flawlessly as well, how that flips the narrative of where the momentum is in this game. Oh my. The big thing is just making sure that Imperial don't get a plant, right? If they get a plant, they might have a little bit of reserve cash to do something in the next round. If they don't get a plant out here, which, I mean, in all fairness, a plant feels highly unlikely. It will mean that Cole should, without breaking too much of a sweat, get the important legs spotted and spammed. That's also the bomb too. That should be the round.
Oh, if it's 5 alive, that is huge as well. SMT only 22 HP. Elige is looking somewhat, but shouldn't be long for this world. And with all the rifles staying up, there's 3 AKs on the side of Complexity now. Does make me wonder if they even want to go for the AWP in the next round. They should be able to afford Elige to drop one, but might not be needed or even wanted. I mentioned how hard it is to AWP on Vertigo. I've seen many a rifling setup work really well, and in the end, JT does see him. And honestly, it's very small micro. There was an opportunity just to wait a few seconds there and kill him after time. That would have been massive, but doesn't matter. Just a little nitpick. They win it with 5 alive, and they're very much in touch.
That's true. 1 low buy round is the difference between this being right on the shoulders of Imperial. You know, a few upgraded pistols short. Even armor is a luxury that some can't afford. Essentially, and Vinny won't go in towards that armor investment. A little bit of util to work with as well, but I don't know, we've got a chance here, if I'm being honest. Floppy peeks in spots nothing, but time is of the essence here. He's going to re-aggress, and it's really scrappy. Thankfully, as a supporter, JT to try and help him out.
Oh, the fullback Floppy just spams his USP in absolute desperation and still gets his 2. There we are. All good. All's well that ends well. Little boost, but the only thing that's left. Nice shot. Nice reaction toward JT, but they're both now walking wounded, and there is Elige once and for all. The round gap is 1. It was a 9-3 half to Imperial, remember.
I can't believe it's got this close to what was. Even at the halfway point, we were saying, my God, you know, this is map 3, where we're going to have to start focusing our attention there, and who knows, Imperial on that Anubis statistically are the quote-unquote better side when you look at the numbers, but that might not even be required. Imperial are going to go for their 3rd and final tack pause to hope to close this out. They can still do it in regulation, but my, oh my, a Complexity breathing down their necks. Plenty of cash in arrears. All the momentum in their favor. Snowballing massively, and well, it goes without saying that Imperial are very muted now, where at one point they were very loud.
I think around like this, remember what worked prior? And quite a lot of it was speedy plays. Sure, it was speedy plays maybe on timings that Complexity weren't expecting. Of course, there was that round that Imperial won directly after that extended tech pause we had, where they kind of just rushed No Way up a ramp alone, actually, which was a bit surprising. But yeah, it's now on a knife edge, like you say, and Complexity can rebuy everything. If they do end up somehow losing the round, and they could go back to a Holzer Corp if they wanted. Poppy will be given the M4A4 this time. Drop over. Essentially looking to move his way forward next to this smoke. There is a deep re-smoke from Complexity. Might be pretty awkward to fight through. He will manage to find one, but here is Floppy. He needed to deliver. His site mate has been removed, and he's found 3. Vinny tries to use the pallet, but Floppy's deleted all 3 of them.
Something about flop and can't stop. I forget the quote, but it's back. Down to 2. It's not impossible, though, for Imperial, because both Phelps and No Way are full HP. And there is a belt of util on No Way to work with as well. Don't count it out just yet. Creeping our way forward. Another smoke picked up. This can be a right side gen smoke. And as well, we maybe go for a smoke over towards construction. The Molotov could be used there as well. What we're saying is they've got choices. They've got options here, which is something a moment ago it felt like they didn't when Floppy got that 3rd.
They've actually managed to put the silent boost into practice here. Thankfully, those boosts are all fixed, so get them up successfully. Floppy needs to be ready. There's flashes coming over. Okay, it's a dink at least. It's not that bad. It's going to be a good molly on toward that default plant position as well, and actually will force Phelps off of it. He's healthy, thankfully. Maybe a couple of tags to that molly on toward No Way would have taken him down. Here's another nade. It will do a decent chunk, but Grim and Holzerk, now a lot of pressure on this retake. No Way playing on the pallet, on the low HP. Phelps is now here to support. This is a great decision from Imperial, and it's going to catch out Complexity. Holzerk should know they're on his left. He waited for that smoke to fade, but Phelps has better vision over the corner of it, and Imperial at least have another overtime.
Yeah, look at that. The celebrations, they get the noise back. Oh my. We are far from over here. Complexity, once again, will require overtime if they want to see this series off in a 2-0 on their own map pick. But Imperial dug deep. In that 2 versus 3, they make it work for them. Really well played. I mean, Floppy does good work to even, you know, get 3.5 kills, basically, at that point. The dink on towards the 4th, but it's not to be. JT, only an MP9. Horzerk's got his AWP, which is good, sure. He's being set up. Will bank over and will do a healthy bit of damage as Horzerk for that first. That's important. Tries to be spotted, but I don't know if Valish wants to stick around here.
That's the assertive Holzerk we needed to see, and he's managed to find a second as well. Imperial found a really good way to break through for that 1 round to guarantee overtime, but Complexity will hit straight back. That AWP coming into play really did make a difference in the end.
And I'm just thinking now as well, I mean, if you look at the money over towards Imperial, if they don't get a bomb plant here, they're actually in a really awkward financial state once again, right? And this is the issue when you have these flash in the pan rounds. It doesn't give you strong finances. So there might even be a world which No Way and Vinny just, you know, turtle up and save here and then hope that, you know, Desenchi, Phelps and Try can sort of squeeze a buyout, because there's no way we're pulling off a 2 versus 5. Not in this position. So I think we're just going to keep out of the AKs.
I hate to say it, but we're saving for a whole minute, I think. That is the sensible option. We've got an AK on an AK.
It's facing backwards.
I'm not sure.
I hate that.
That's not gonna.
So
that's not gonna shoot 2 bullets though at once. I'm afraid.
I wish it was facing forward. Just it's a small thing.
I know.
They just like,
or
at least you could like pick which way it faces. I feel like, you know,
pick that, because you can pick to put it anywhere on the gun you want, pretty much. Like you can drag it anywhere, like stickers now. So it's like, yeah, I think a bit of revising with that would go a long way.
True.
Little dangle.
Well, Vinny will get nothing short of just a consolation frag. That's it. Leach gets caught, but it is what it is. 11-12. Once again, we're here. Full game. Round number 24. And we once again ask the question, is it closed out here in regulation? Or is, once again, that overtime required? And you would feel as well, if it does go towards overtime, that's where Complexity have the advantage. Just because of the momentum they've got in their favor. They have been on a bit of a hot streak here. Imperial, we do have a buy to work with in a semi-loose turn. We've got a Matin coming through for No Way, Galil out for Phelps, a couple of AKs, and a slightly okay belt of Util. It's not the worst in the world. It's workable.
Absolutely is. JT on the MP9 still. They wanted to focus on rebuying up utility, of course, so they actually can't get him on an M4 in the final round of regulation, which is a bit annoying. Prefers the MP9 over the FAMAS. Don't blame him. Already kind of won a round all by himself on that MP9. Floppy needs to deliver. Bomb drop. That's huge. Oh my word, he's done so much damage. Try and essentially are so low. He's right on the edge of the building. I'm feeling nervous just watching him, but that damage could be enough. Elite, though, he's going to walk into the mid window, and Phelps is boosted. Quick headshot. And even despite the health, there's still a world for Imperial to take this in reg.
Floppy. He'll double back to back white. Like you mentioned, though, that bomb being dropped is the all-important thing. We've tried, essentially, just so low. If only that HE, if only that a Molotov. They could even confirm a couple of kills in this position, but it's not to be for now. Smoke will come down. Perfectly placed as well to just sow the seeds of doubt.
There.
Yeah.
Oh, the jump on top of mid-box when he gets Floppy 1. It's going to have to be JT. He's made one step on the grate. They might have heard that. They might realise he's behind default. And No Way's hit an incredible shot. It's Holzerk with the AWP in a clutch, and they're all so low. How on earth does he deal with this? Oh, they're planting in the open. That's incredibly risky. But Phelps will find the kill anyway in a map which Imperial have struggled on so much and Complexity are so good on. They've upset them, and we're going to a third.
That is absolutely crazy. I can't believe we are going to a third after what was all the stats we spoke about, all the narratives we brought in towards that. It all comes down to one thing in particular, an incredibly slow start out from Complexity. They just really took so long to get going. If they had a little bit more of a foundation to fall back on off the back of that first half, there might have been a different narrative and a different ending here. Potentially, we could have been done in 2, but it's not to be. One more map required to see who will be staying alive in this tournament. It's going to be Anubis coming up next, and we know Imperial do like this map quite a bit, and Complexity have had their problems. We're going to go to a break. We'll see you soon.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
When I first moved to North America, it was with Bravado. We moved to Arizona, Phoenix, and we were sharing bedrooms and stuff like that. And I think the whole team was staying in the same house, like all 6 of us. And yeah, I mean, I was young, I was like 18 back then, just really excited just to play Counter-Strike in NA. And I think looking back, like, I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. I love America. I think it's really nice here. I think I just love the convenience. And so I've lived in Phoenix, Arizona. That was the first place. And then Austin, Texas, Dallas, Texas with Complexity. And I think Cloud9, we were in Santa Monica. And yeah, so we've been for a few places, but not that many. Joining Complexity was pretty big. I think they're obviously like a tier 1 org in my opinion. And also, I think they're one of the oldest orgs in Counter-Strike, so it was pretty awesome joining them. I've been like a fan of them since like I started playing. So in my opinion, joining Complexity is like a big deal. Just having access to all the partner leagues and all the tier 1 leagues that we didn't have before then was a big deal for us to join. So really happy so far. Lige is the most impactful North American player I've been able to play with. But I think Floppy and Grim as well has been really enjoyable to play with, and I think they've been really good players throughout the whole time. And I've been playing for Floppy for like maybe like four years now, so I'm really happy to have played with the players that I have. Yeah, I almost feel like a North American player myself these days, just because I've been playing in the scene for so long, and I think most of the players in the scene just see me as just another North American player, even though technically I'm not. But yeah, I do feel like I'm part of the scene, and I'm part of like the North American Counter-Strike group, and yeah, I feel a little bit loyal to it, yes.
I can't believe we are here, but we do have a third map decider. I thought Complexity were taking this 1-2-0. Imperial, gotta give them credit. They did exactly what we wanted to see from them. They fought brilliantly with nothing to lose, and they've got a shot to keep themselves in Rio.
Yeah, I think we're all sort of asking a few questions about what just happened, basically. But, I mean, a really, really good performance coming through from Imperial. They started absolutely fantastically in that first half. You know, in particular, we just saw them dictate the pace of the game and really make Complexity feel uncomfortable. And it's a map in which Complexity are meant to be pretty good on it. It's meant to be a punish pick, but they have pulled off something quite special there as well. So really, really well played to them. I think in particular, I want to give credit to No Way. I think he stepped up in a lot of big moments. He looked fantastic. Try as well. Out the gates was a very, very solid player. I think he had his real moment too. We got a little head-to-head for both the AWPers here because, you know, credit to him, Holzek kept up his level. 21-17, he finished 94 ADR, 1.28 rating. It's not bad at all. A little bit better as well than Try, but the thing is with Complexity is that those numbers dwindle quite rapidly as you start moving down the list. You know, even unfortunately JT finishing 9 and 20, but everybody had their moment to shine over towards Imperial. You know, No Way got the most on 20, and then the least was Vinny on 15. So that is, you know, quite a strong pack of players who all found their moments.
Yeah, Vinny definitely cooled off. I think he started the game 9-0, if I remember correctly.
All right.
But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Like, they got over the line, and it was that CT half which truly set them up and running. Complexity just had too many errors on that T half. I think the main thing that kind of comes to mind when I just look back at it here through these highlights, it's how many, I guess you could say, discombobulated rounds there were. They were kind of peeking one by one up B. There's a couple of rounds where they lost the bomb and just continued to push off the back of it, even though they had no map control elsewhere. They was pushing through smokes on weird timings that didn't really work. So, you know, it can be like that sometimes, but there we are. The standoff knife round.
I like this. Who makes the first move? Who is going to break formation here? I studied history at university. Don't break formation. That's number one. It's sensitive. It's timid. You don't get to cast a knife round.
Closer.
I like this. So we get to see the knife round. You don't get to see this all that often. But it's actually massively important. This is the most T-tide map in the pool. So getting that T-tide start is huge.
First guy that goes in, it's going to instigate the The brawl. Come on, lads. We've got
Phelps and No Way haven't moved an inch.
we've got a broadcast to finish tonight, lads. Come on, get it over and done with. I know you're right. It is important, though.
Yeah, 58 minutes, but fellas, don't use all of them. You know what I mean? Carnage. Oh, it's all. Oh, hello.
Me too.
Is he tagged? No, 100 HP. And both of them are tagged. Oh my god.
Oh.
If he can get one right click off on any of them, makes it a 1 versus 1. If he can survive a right click, well, also he will.
They're nodding each other.
I love this.
Is there a rule on how long a knife round is supposed to last? Because that 58-minute timer, if they really wanted to, they could just be really annoying and last all day. I know they don't want to, but
I think the admins will start. Yeah, you know,
the admins will be like, come on, guys, get on with it. Okay. 2 right clicks, this is doable. There's one, he's avoided the second, he's won the round. He's won the knife round. He's won the knife round. What an absolute menace. The Norwegian knifer.
I love it. I mean, even they're laughing about it as well. But it is, you know, it's funny, but at the same time, you know, for complexity, they do get that preferential start. I would assume T-side just because this map is inherently T-sided. But yeah, this is pretty important in that sense. So fair play to Holzerg. Everyone's having a little laugh about it as well at the end. But we're getting ready.
SEO.
Yeah, of course. UK boy.
Yeah,
we've got to claim them where we can. You know what I mean? You know, I was doing it with claiming death, of course, for M80. We've got to do it.
Obviously,
he's been in America for so long these days, but you know, we've got to claim him. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting map. I mean, you know, just to, you know, when we look at it on paper, it is a map that you have to make arguments that Imperial are arguably the slightly better side on it, at least in terms of the numbers. Granted, a lot of them will be domestic numbers, in all fairness. You know, teams like Sharks and Bestia, and, you know, some losses are against teams like Pain, Solid and Odic, who I would say are maybe the
rough results.
Yeah, the slightly better teams, but I think what we've learned is that you just can't look at numbers anymore. Not off the back of what Vertigo, you know, what just happened.
Yeah.
In no way, if you've gone on a numbers game, there's no way that Imperial should have been able to say that. And the fact that they did is huge. So going towards this, of course, for complexity, they've had some ups and downs on this map, and I think it's unfortunately a little bit more downs in the sense, you know, losses at Pro League to the likes of M80, to Liquid before that, the 4 showdowns, to Falcons pretty handily, and Liquid too. We're on the way toward the pistol, and the Julies, good for 1, for 2, looking for 3 as well. He will get sniped away by Grim, and this is looking like a very good start for complexity.
And they have chosen to start CT, so interesting.
Want the strong start second half, you know what I mean? Get there, yeah.
They want to try and like get as many rounds as possible, and then sort of like say, okay, guys, now we're on the favored side. Let's just relax, do our thing, and we should be all right. You know, and obviously we always, you know, we sound like a broken record as casters talking about how this map is T-sided. Obviously it's a fact, but it's something you have to mention. But there are so many things these days you can do as a CT. I think the meta is definitely evolving to, you know, help out new ideas. Obviously there's smokes you can put down to the top of the canal stairs. You can push aggressively into canal, taking A main as a group, taking B main as a group. Like, you have to say super mobile. One of the best teams I've seen on it actually, you know, managed to figure that out. I think it's been Eternal Fire lately, actually, especially after that Pro League run. They're very good at that CT aggression on this map. So, Pistol's going to go well. Finny tries to nab the bomb, and Helzuk says, what on earth are you doing? I will take the kill. And the Pistol goes their way.
Yeah, all right. Good start. Needed start as well. You know, we had to come in towards this, set the tone very well, give yourselves all the advantage out the gate. So it's a nice little mid-crunch coming through. The Julies do very, very well. Gets the support as well of the USPS of Elysian. A simple one, ultimately. Complexity, draw first blood. The one thing that basically let them down as well, it has to be said towards Vertigo. They went 6-0 down. They were really looking uncomfortable. So, you know, the fact that they immediately sort of shrug that off, heading in towards map number 3, it's exactly what we want to see.
I think it's so important for complexity as well to start to get results on Anubis again. I mean, you rightly brought up their recent losses, obviously, against teams maybe they should be competing closely. And they weren't even close. As you said, like the couple, and one against Liquid in Cologne and the one against Falcons in the showdown, like you say, they did find a way to get one over FaZe at Pro League, but that was a FaZe that was a little bit below par. Yeah, NTEco works perfectly. All 5 players will remain alive, so they're going to have to use these MP9s to the best of their ability in the next, maybe with some aggression toward main or something like that on A or B. But with Anubis being such an integral part of the map pool now, I think recovering their form on it is going to be super critical to them.
Okay. Imperial. First gun round. Vinny, the slightly lesser firepower as he picks up the Glil, but he wants like util. Because the rest of the team don't really have a lot of util to work with, so keep an eye out for that. Over towards complexity. Kit's nearly all the way across the board, bar a leash. They'll be fine in that sense. And this is, technically speaking, a bonus. No way. Eats a grenade as well. Yeah, very nicely placed. I think bit of prep coming in towards this map to know those lineups. Phelps, this is a bold call individually from him. He sits in this smoke and he waits for it to fade, but generally speaking on these fade smokes, the player on the other side of it has the side advantage. As long as Halsek isn't exposed, he can get one and get it for free.
Floppy will figure out what's coming his way.
Ooh.
Outside A. Lots of noise being made by Elige though on that rotation. He's not been quiet about that at all. Phelps has hit, I think, 2 headshots through that brick. Tough angle to remove. He tries to go super cheeky for it, but guess what? Elige just staying alive means that help has come through. He'll finally be removed and 2 kills do come back, but great work from Halsek in the meantime. Oh, Grim goes down to Desenchi though. Hang on. 2v2. Complexity are still in good positions with the bomb in main, and of course, Desenchi walking wounded. 35 seconds though. Imperial have a chance.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be peeking there for Grim. He could have just played time, and either they went in towards his A sides coming through mid, it would have been fine. Floppy should have been able to get at least one there. So definitely a tougher spot. And they're going to tuck, right? I like this from Complexity, not overextend, but they are playing divided. So this bomb will get planted. There's nothing that really Complexity can do about it.
Desenchi could still have a big part to play in this round, but it might still come down to the last few seconds. Big swing. Oh, amazing crosshair placement. JT tried to just run him down, knowing the situation, and now Floppy has got this kit. Can he isolate the duels? No, he can't. Desenchi comes in and checks it. Huge round from Desenchi. I think it was even Elige in one of our pre-map interviews talking about how impactful he can be in these tough situations, and guess what? That's another one.
Big quad kill. Big quad kill from Desenchi as well. I mean, he does the last 2 with 3 points of HP, so that is absolutely masterful. Like you mentioned, that crosshair placement is sumptuous on towards JT. So yeah, he knows. He's getting fired up, and that's what you want to see as well for Desenchi. You know, one of these players who's come up through that system in Brazil, and somebody who, for a while, it was called as a bit of a gamble when Imperial picked up both himself and No Way being that streamer, and Desenchi kind of being that player who didn't have a lot of that top level experience, or barely any of that top level experience. But my God, has he come into his own in this team? They've given him the roles, they've given him the space and the time to work with, and yeah, what a talent.
Yeah, making a major, of course. It's just incredible that he's come from there to get stickers in the game. Oh, lots of damage done to Complexity. Halsek actually does well to strafe away there as that resmoke comes through. And they have got a 5v4 with Phelps dropping, and No Way 17 HP, but it's significant across the map. Elige always going to get flashed in, but it doesn't touch Desenchi. Another brilliant headshot from him. And Floppy wants to go searching. A flash in that smoke. That's going to completely blind up Try. It took a second, but he gets the kill. Great proactivity from Complexity. They know they had to do that. Otherwise, Imperial will have the control around the map.
Tough spot for Grim, though. This fighting to Vinny is important. He gets it. And now he gets the support as well. Doesn't even need it. It feels. Essentially, also going to get a clip too. All down to No Way. In a 1 versus 4. And he's not given that luxury. It was a timely play on that flank, and JT gets in behind really well. So, an instant response. No ability this time for Desenchi to go for his individual prowess in that one. Shut down at just 1.
That round didn't look like much with how Complexity won it in the end, but it actually means so much for the state of the half. Considering how Imperial won that previous round, Complexity were in, I think it was a 5 versus 2, and they managed to find a way to lose it.
Yeah.
So, to bounce straight back and put Imperial back on Glocks again, it could have been the other way around. There could have been Complexity on the eco if Imperial found a way through that one. So, that's a big round in the state of the half, especially on CT side, to get some more economic control. Elige has some farming to do, does well to find 2 in the end, considering he was being somewhat overrun. Smart angle from JT on an angle that maybe your head is half hidden. No Way may have picked up that M4 and he may be lurking around, but Vinny's only got a Glock alongside him. Some progress toward A, but there's the loss of the M4, and The bomb will go down on that too.
He's basically going to hope that he can just catch somebody off guard completely. Bit of an unknown angle. Floppy in heaven. Oh, yeah, spotted now. Not only that, it was, you know, for Vinny, he was hoping that somebody just pushes out for A main and he can just catch him off guard. But no, not to be. We're going to get an early attack pause coming through as well. At a moment for Zach to converse. And I guess for TC as well if he wants to. But so far, so good. I think well played. But I do like this pause from, you know, the Imperial side as well. For them, they should realize that when we head in towards this next round, it's very important. If we lose this, we're actually in a bit of trouble. It's going to be kind of the role reversal of what we saw in towards map number 2, right? Where it was a very strong start from Imperial and all the gun rounds weren't going well. Zach realizes the importance that they have to shut down Complexity's momentum sort of now. If they don't, we could be talking about Complexity 6-1, exactly the scoreline that we saw at one point on that Vertigo. And that's already where we were starting to spell quite a few doubts.
Yep. Of course, Payne already eliminated as well. Did some good work against FaZe, but in the end fell. So Imperial want to stay alive and do themselves proud, just like Furia have done in that upper bracket. Of course, Na'Vi and Liquid currently going down on the main broadcast. They could have taken map 1 over there.
Yeah.
So Elige looking to be flashed in, although there's a world in which they could have possibly lined up, but great little spin away from nowhere to keep his vision. But once again, JT will regress. JT's individual level has been pretty solid. He had a very slow Vertigo, but he's shown up in important moments. That double MP9 kill comes to mind to basically win a round single-handedly on the B side of Vertigo, and another big one from him here. Great adjustment and a recovery of the advantage.
And now what? JT. Just tuck. They go actually really proactive out here in towards A main, so they're going to try to get potentially a bit of a flank. Floppy, you've got the right idea. Trust yourself. Back yourself. And he will. No, wait. Tap down there by Floppy. It leaves it all down to 2. Try and Phelps. Oh, this is not an easy one for them, especially with an AWP as well. A lot of this reliance comes down to what Phelps can do. And the answer is nothing. Grim and JT will make sure that there's no conversation there at the end. Only the one casualty to shut down the next investment. That's really good.
Yeah, we try our best to build up those rounds, but sometimes you just get destroyed. You get owned. It happens. This is huge for Complexity. On CT as well. They chose to start, of course, on this side after Holzerk's pretty impressive knife round win, actually. Who knows how integral that could have proved to be. Small little things. Try's got the CZ out, and I'm going to take the opportunity now on the IEM Rio broadcast to say my true thoughts. If you use a CZ over a Tech 9 and a 5.7, you are trolling.
Yes,
Thank
agreed.
you, and good night.
The IKEA builder gun. Stop using it. I'll put it simply. It's ass, man. The 5.7's so good. The Tech 9 running like that, it's so good. He'll get his, and he actually does now get an opportunity to get a gun as well. Floppy is the big contingency to try and deny this. They might be able to get a bomb plant out of this. It's on the back of Phelps. Plant is a tap. It's not a commitment. Good trade, though. As Phelps falling to Sentry, surely no chance in hell. This would require something ridiculous. He pulled off a 4K earlier, and he did it with 3 points of HP in the final 2, but half armor and a Tech 9? Nah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just timing as well as he looks away toward the position of Floppy. Great work from Grim. And this is when Complexity can be at their most dangerous, when the entire unit is working together. So often it can be the Elige show. Earlier on, of course, on Dust 2, it was the Elige and Holzerk show. But when Grim pops up for important kills, we're seeing here, my guy is going to be 11-1 now, as you see, with an important quad kill. That's when Complexity can defeat some of the top teams in the world. We've seen that. They've seen they have that capability. Just about finding that consistency, which it can be so hard to find at the top of Counter-Strike. Only really Na'Vi has it, making those consistent grand finals in a row.
Yeah, it's true. 6-1. Complexity. They are very much laying down the gauntlet here to Imperial, making life very, very difficult in the server. This has been a tough game, back and forth in this kind of brilliant America's derby. But Complexity are inching closer. in this final map. We had a 3-mapper, of course, in our previous series, another one here. That's exactly what we want at Rio, S tier. And for us as well, we don't get that many opportunities to work these S tier events, so it's good to get these lengthy games. Alish, he'll get caught early. That's Vinny. Good work from him. Just a bit of instincts there. Oh, netting that first.
There's a lot of history, of course, between these organisations as well, dating back to some old major qualifiers from a couple of years ago. There's that famous, I think, 22-20 third map decider between these two orgs to make the major. I think when Imperial was still playing with Fallen and Fur. That one is one that's locked away in the memory banks. That was an absolute hood classic. And once again, they're battling for elimination. Nade is good on toward Phelps. Floppy close doors. Usually the A player. Maybe he won't be expected here. Maybe he won't be expected to go aggressive. He's found a good gap here. Slip the timing, and Grim will peek with him to deal with Phelps. JT will then swing. Oh, it's bad timing for No Way. Vinny was not holding the angle correctly. Bit of miscommunication there for sure, but it's still a 3v3.
Grim. Gonna play over towards backside. Nade. A little bit of damage as well. Swing. Ooh, what a reaction from Vinny. That is great for that first, but the response is arguably as good. Horzuk doesn't want to get tunnel visioned in here as well. He's all alone in a 1 versus 2. What have he got for us, King? He looked to the first, delivers. Horzuk surely not in the sense she denies what could have been an absolute clip there. A second taken by Imperial, but they have to really work for these rounds.
Horzuk completely outdueling his counterpart there. I mean, that was a perfect swing and a perfect pre-aim. So speedy. And then they try and go a little bit aggressive, as you see, through that main smoke. Vinny over the top of it, deals with it nicely. That was the great reaction kill on toward Grim that really changes things. And then essentially just has, once again, amazing crosshair placement to stop the swing. Horzuk close, but not this time. Second is good, but they need more. And of course, Complexity. There have been a number of close rounds. Grim spotted E-Box, but only a ding. Thankfully, JT's there. So yeah, there's been a number of close rounds, which means Complexity's money isn't perfect. It's a bit split. So Imperial could break them somewhat and still get some decent rounds on this T half.
Alish. Good.
Nice.
Fine. On towards Phelps. That's important. Keeps the numbers in favour. Ooh, I say that only briefly. The flick from Horzuk doesn't find what he was looking for. Floppy going to tuck himself over towards the table. An angle often cleared, and actually Try might just flash No Way into this.
Yeah. Picking up some of that now.
You can hear them.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise, and actually he'll continue peeking, but it's actually the MAC-10 to best him. Leech has to go aggressive. Oh, it's not been heard. It's not been heard. Oh, until the very last second, he was running a long way there, Leech. What a great check from Try. They should know JT is often that B player, and even though he gets that kill, he's been brought down to 1 bullet from death. Sure, Try and No Way, they're walking wounded too, but with the money as it is, we know what JT's answer is going to be. Grab that AWP, get out of there.
Yeah, tuck his tail between his legs and run. I just don't think there's a world in which we can make this one work for you. I don't really think on the other side as well that Imperial really want to hunt. They can't actually really afford to lose any guns, I'm being completely honest. If Try was to fall, for example, with that AWP, they're not reinvesting into it. So it's a good third for the Brazilians, but a lot more work needs to be done. As the quote says, job's not done. Not yet. Not at all. Complexity still that lead, but they don't want to allow Imperial to build in towards this game. While it may be a slow start, as we saw in the second half of Vertigo, many of these teams start to snowball. They can be tough to shut down, and it was nearly the case of Complexity pushing it towards that overtime. So don't let the Brazilian side start to fire it when they get loud and they start shouting and they start to warm up in towards games. We know how scary they can become. So yeah, interesting times we're at here. And of course, I think we're going to see another attack pause being called. This is a third attack pause early in towards this game. We can see the pressure of this first half already as TC, in his side, you know, primarily the first two were from Zach calling in and saying, right, let's slow things down. This is how we're going to play. This is our idea. And it worked, right? He called those attack pauses and he brought them back in towards this game. TC is now realizing what's at stake here. We're actually on the brink of being full reset. You know, even Elijah going in towards MP9, for example, here. This is a slightly dangerous situation where it could even lead to, if Imperial find this, 6-5 is probably the likely case, and who knows how that final round goes.
Yeah. Try was the key, as you can see there. That was just that one kill on the flanking Elise. Elise was being pretty loud about it, and the reaction basically confirmed the round. Huge. Elise did amazing work in mid, actually, in that round to avoid the molly and actually win his duel in the end, but overall, couldn't get that second to possibly change the outcome. Working toward mid. Smokes are up. Elise needs to be wary. Great counter nade, essentially down to 50. Elise could swing at any moment. Great flash. They was both so blind. He finds one. Knife has to be out. He's got him. He's got him. Try gets embarrassed. Elise, he had only that option to go to, and he manages to get the two.
That's ridiculous. How has he got away with that? Will Floppy get cleared? Yes, it's the answer from Phelps. Okay, round's still on here, but I can't believe Elise gets away with a knife. At the very least, that's money in the back pocket.
Oh, and that's Grim again. He's 14-3. He's 14-3. 2 kills in mid again, and mid is so important on this map, and he has owned it so often for Complexity. Imperial do well to actually recover the round a little bit anyway after the madness of that knife situation in mid. But no way now. Stark last alive. I think he knows that obviously he's got the AWP of Holzak locked in. There's no reason for that AWP to peak, but he's being pretty juicy with it. It's Holzak. Here's where 2 players are now, no way. But that's a great shot from JT from camera. And they'll at least confirm a slight lead, and it could be more.
Yeah, well, that's a good round. It's a good round. I think, you know, the main thing is just, even if you got that kill towards Holzak, just go and get the bomb and get the other 2, never to be. We'll go back to this.
Phelps.
Yeah.
Phelps' POV, it's so funny just watching his teammate get knifed and there's nothing you can do about it. That's so unfortunate.
The panic is brilliant. It's funny, but it's also good for the money too, right? Just making sure there's so much left over. Complexity will guarantee bare minimum a lead heading in towards that second half, but how deep does it go? Nade is chunky. Oh, and they line up as well. Elise, great work. Grim for the first, but that entire play is basically off the back of Elise. The nade and swing combo.
What a beautiful bit of aggression. We mentioned aggression. This is a round that they didn't even necessarily need to do that on. It's against the Pistols, but they truly want to continue to play assertive. That's the way to go about it on CT Anubis. Great round from JT again. Basically getting a kill round almost. Maybe even more, I think, overall. Toward that roll he's in. They lock those pistols into that little gap outside B main. Here it is. The nade comes through to do even extra damage, and Elise will eat them up.
I'm liking this. I'm enjoying this so far. Complexity. These rounds are quick as well. I mean, they're so happy to fight in the early rounds, which is great to see. They're not allowing Imperial to play their game just yet. Both spotted. Tries got information on 2. One in towards Dark, one front E-box. I think they know that they can't really stick around too long. Try a lot of damage. Phelps awesome as well. Will get tagged up just a little bit. Molotov going to force try out, but he is given the luxury of escaping. No way. Floppy for 2. He gets active, proactive outside of A main, and well, now what's the play here? Vinny, he was lurking, and Grim will catch him just the edge of that smoke. Elise just baffled as one comes his way, and then he gets flanked by Phelps. What is happening here?
Flank on flank on flank. It's non-stop. Phelps 1 versus 2. Both players are in position. Bomb needs to be recovered, needs a pre-aim, and it's not going to happen. Grim has had an absolute monstrous half. 17-4, Neo. Incredible CT side from him.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Single-handedly at times, putting this team on his back. They needed a hero, like we said, and of course, this is now a stellar start coming forward for Complexity. They've got foundations to work with. The one thing they didn't have on Vertigo, they've got confidence, momentum rolling with this team, and you know, it was without a doubt scrappy and weird and uncomfortable to watch, but it was a fun one nonetheless. But we have to look at this seriously now and say for Imperial, they're on the brink. This has not been a good first half from them, and they've got to come in towards this CT side and somehow try and turn the tides. And it doesn't feel like they've got those individuals consistently activated. Essentially at this moment, sure, same with Phelps, but the rest of the team lagging a bit behind. We'll see if they can turn it around in towards the second half, but for now, we'll go to a break.
Imperial on the brink of being eliminated from their home event. They didn't even think they were going to play here as a last-minute replacement, of course, for Rare Atom, and they fought brilliantly well against Complexity, especially on Vertigo, a map where we thought they'd have no chance, but now they're 9-3 behind as Complexity go onto the favoured side of Anubis.
Yeah, they've had a really good first half. You know, they picked to go in towards CT side, and even then, maybe we slightly questioned it, but we said they want to build the foundations and then go on to, like you mentioned, the stronger side, and I mean, so far, so good. If they get a pistol round here, Trav, we actually could be already starting to ramp up for the beginning of the end.
Try's got the new dualies, the Hydro Strike. What can he put forth here? Great flash. Oh my word, that was 2 bullets and he's got 2 kills. It could be more. He has munched them all up. Quad kill, could be on for the ace, but it's going to be stolen by Felt. Who cares? It's a clean-ass pistol.
That is brilliant. Perfect. You know, that is absolutely a read. There's no two ways about it. They knew exactly what Complexity default to, and Try, his timing, his innate timing was perfect because he didn't have any information there off that peak. It was a flash and a swing, and it was absolutely brilliant. As you mentioned, 2 bullets, 2 kills, and then a couple more come behind it. Lovely work. 9-4. So Imperial far from dead just yet. Do not count them out. They might find a way back into this. You can't sleep on Imperial side, you know, especially when if they do find a bit of form, they can be very scary to stop.
That is one of those classic pistols. There's a bit of an eco here on the Elige Deagle, which has now been removed, picked up by JT. So I'll just quickly talk, like, the dualies are cruel, right? Sometimes you can just shoot 20 bullets and get, like, 50 damage on 2 players, and sometimes you can click 1 bullet with 1 dualie, 1 bullet with a second dualie, which is exactly what happened with Try there, and get 2 kills. And obviously he had a really rough game overall, so that is great confidence for him to at least work with in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Lee's down, like you mentioned. Deagle scooped up by JT. He's had a better map, it has to be said as well. You know, he's had a really poor second map, but he's looked pretty good so far. 11-4. It is grim, though, for me. He's been lights out, and Lee's not too far behind either. Good timing on that smoke, and an 8 behind it could be pretty chunky. Is to break open the smoke, and 2 back to JT. Nice 180.
JT's first bullet accuracy on this map has been absolutely nutty. I mean, I'm going to quickly check his headshot percentage because like, I feel like so many of them have been so clean. Even that was a quite ridiculous spin, to be honest, on that particular angle.
Yeah.
JT has 11 kills. He's got, okay, only 6 headshots, but that's another one to the tally. So pretty impressive. That'll be 7, I think.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Little clean up there at the end with the M4. Lovely stuff from a Try. So that was a throwaway round. We don't expect really all too much with that level of investment coming through. A consolation kill is all we're really talking about. But this next round is the important one. Complexity into the buy. AK's out. Util to work with. JT going to pick up the Galil as well to have that more fleshed out bell to the Util. All the trimmings to work with. We have to see whether Imperial have their woes against the gun rounds. That was the issue. It wasn't anything to do with the kind of the pistols. It was gun rounds where they struggled. Only 8 damage well on towards Try isn't exactly what they want to start with.
Mid will stay in Imperial's control. Of course, the T side can take mid. You can choose to go either side through Temple to B, through Camera to A. So important to keep Complexity away from that. Grim has been incredible, and incidentally, while I was looking at those headshots, I think he has 12 out of his 17 kills. He's been unbelievable. But now on the T side, he's going to have to hit more of those. A little bit of mid-presence being shown. Re-smoking toward main, and Grim will cross over to the left side. JT finds Phelps, so that's huge. He's now got full E-box control. And he's going to have support from Descenci in a moment, being a good nade on toward Grim. How do they pincer this together? Shoulder spotted. Grim will now creep his way through. That smoke could help him, but Descenci will at least find it. JT dinked as well. So they may have the site, may have an advantage, but Imperial can battle back here.
Yeah, they don't have to commit. JT is just sort of a bait and switch, because look, they're already starting to move in route in towards A, but it's a timing play as well. Elige, he's going to be tested in a second as well. He doubles away. Try will probably be the first line of defense, and now Elige just spotted out his gun barrel to tries to have to tuck his head away and wait for support to come through, which is the case, in fact. Just try looking to go. Elige needs to be careful. No way. And try both above him. This is a scrappy one as well, left down to one. Floppy's got to go huge. 1, 2, surely not the third. Floppy lays down the law. That is brilliant. I'm sure he didn't expect them all to line up like that, but he will take them and mow them down. That was beautiful.
That's what we need from Floppy. He's looked sleepy all day, bless him. He's been lying back in his chair every single opportunity he takes. Half-time breaks, tech breaks, but he was absolutely awake for that one. And absolutely critical for Complexity to win that opening gun round as it was. And that was so clean the way he started that off as well.
All right. 10-5. This is feeling like it's getting towards the beginning of the end. One spotted Elige. Another great start for him. He looks for a second as well. He'll get it. Elige, he is unstoppable at the moment.
Oh, he's even managed to win the duel on No Way as well. Triple kill. Equals himself up on 17 with Grim. And that's, as I said earlier, when Complexity are at their most scary. When it's those two playing so well together, when Floppy can be clutching. Sure, you know, I can preface this by saying, in the nicest way possible, it is only Imperial, a last-minute stand-in for this event. But this is the sort of game for Complexity. Sure, they'll be very upset that they lost Vertigo, but it's a confidence builder and a builder into the event. So you need these sort of builders into events when, of course, you start with a best of 1 and a best of 3, where you could maybe just get eliminated on day 1. 11-5 it is.
Yeah, we're getting close now as well. It's not the smiles just yet for Complexity. It's still locked in and there's a job to be done. And they did struggle to close out that first map as well. Well, I might feel like an age ago now.
Yeah, true.
They did have many a chance to close out in regulation, and it had to be required with an overtime victory. They just don't want to get to that point. But I mean, again, look at the buy for Imperial. It is a full eco, not even an upgraded pistol. That is something they cannot afford. And a quicker play towards B might actually just work in their favor. No way. Zeus in towards mid, and the one time Complexity have no mid presence. They pop in towards B, and yeah, now Floppy, he can probably even clean up a little bit here as well. Good for one. Anyone drops down in towards water, they're probably a dead man on arrival. Ooh, and the spam isn't bad either.
I've died to that before, and I was very annoyed.
I've got a no-scope on that before. Didn't mean to do it. I'll take it. This one's done, though, of course. It was never going to really have anything behind it, for being honest, but 2 left, trying Phelps. And, you know, they were hoping for maybe an upgrade or so. Phelps might get the drop. No, Grim. Good due diligence from him. Does his clearance, make sure that there's nobody lurking away. Yeah, like you said, you know, Grim, what a map from him. 19-7 right now. Elige not too far behind on 18. But it's just Grim. His lack of death is probably the most emphatic thing. He just cannot seem to fall at the moment. Holzerk trying to see him off. Try is not looking to die. Not for no reason as well. Potentially, Trav, this could be the final round of this series. It has felt like a bit of a marathon as well. But what a game we've had. Complexity, they've had to deep.
Yeah, absolutely. And well deserved for getting it over the line. It would have been a long day for them, of course. They were on one of the earlier games and playing one of the late games, obviously. Long day. It's 1 AM for us right now as well.
Yeah, it is.
Pretty early for production too. Long day. Props to everyone behind the scenes. Oh my word, the damage.
Oh, yeah.
Try down to 9, Phelps down to 40 already on the all-important gun round to keep your spot in IEM Rio. That is how it starts. Painful.
It's true. Floppy. They don't need to do anything at the moment as well. They know they've done some early damage. At least one of the bits of damage is confirmed. Pop flash in here could be huge. Elige actually going to just double away from doors in mid. Speaking of double, we're stacked it. Floppy gets one. Looks for a second as well. Yeah, tries low. I don't think we want to be sticking around there, my friend. And he realizes he has to get out. Phelps will fall, tapping away Holzerk. Bit of a slower map by his standards. And so far this series, being the lights out performer. Bot bomb on his back. We don't need to die for no reason. Elige comes alive again as he ties up Grim on 19.
It's It's the beginning of the end.
It is, yeah.
Maybe it was the beginning of the end at the beginning of the second half, to be honest. Only the pistol, that incredible dualies play from Try, and the conversion to speak about. Holzerk with the bomb on his back, working his way up toward E-Box with teammate support. Vinny is forced to go checking toward mid for information, but he'll be a second too late to even drop into water and get a kill here, I think. Bomb is down. Grim's got outside B main. Everyone's got every single eventuality covered. And Grim will find his 20th kill. Only 7 deaths, like you mentioned as well. He's an absolute monstrous performance. And it's Try with 9 HP to save Imperial. And I'm afraid, for the Brazilian sakes, this ain't gonna happen. Complexity will stay alive. Imperial, fair play to them. They get a very unlikely Vertigo, of course, in a tournament they didn't even expect to be here. But they're gone, and Complexity, they're still here.
Yeah, not dead just yet, Complexity. Had to dig deep a little bit as well in towards that series. I'm sure that Vertigo was a little bit of a shock to the system too. No one, ourselves included, did not expect them to lose that map, especially with recent form and on both sides. Because Imperial, it wasn't a great one for them, but I think this is a side for me who honestly did showcase that they've got something in the locker, right? You know, they've obviously brought Try in towards this roster with the departure of Henny. They've been looking at sort of how we make this new look team work, and of course, you know, respect shown as well. That was a very tough game. Elise was talking about as well in the pre-match that he hasn't played you guys in a while, and not even in scrims. It's been a hot minute, and he knows that Desenchi is a very talented player in his own regard, but what a series in the end, right? We've run through some of these highlights from what was a great 3-mapper of Counter-Strike, but it's North America who prevail in this derby.
Yeah, there are lots of memories to have from this series, honestly. Like, it felt like one of the more forgotten ones over the course of IEM Rio, but it was definitely entertaining, and Elige was superb. Holzerk's performance overall on Dust 2 was unbelievable. And alongside some of those Elige clutches, it really went together beautifully. Some great moments like this, of course. This really weird one where Elige almost gets caught out on that full eco, and Floppy has to clutch another. Floppy's been pretty impactful, obviously. Floppy does get a lot of stick on this team for sometimes being, I guess, unimpactful, full stop. But in certain moments today, when he had to clutch, he did clutch. And that's exactly what you need from a player like him.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a sort of a performance he can be proud of as well. He just did his job, right? It's as simple as that, right? As a bit of a role player at times, it's tough to get those stats. And speaking of stats, that's something where Grim was incredible in towards his third map, so a really good showing all the way throughout. That 3-piece as well from Floppy was absolutely sumptuous, but a 13-5 is how we conclude our series here. A little bit of a marathon as well, with overtime required in that first map, bit of the distance as well in towards map number 2, but map 3 quick as all hell. And I think now having that under their belt for Complexity, this is where potentially they can start to ramp up in towards the tournament. Still alive, still got something to fall back on, and you know, on the other side, you touched on it a little bit. Commiserations. Imperial, they weren't originally even meant to be here, and I think that's sort of a performance that they can be proud of, pushing Complexity the distance like that.
Yeah, and of course, at the end of the day, they are a higher ranked team, much higher ranked team than Rare Atom. It's amazing to get different regions, of course, in big events like this, but I would guess maybe they've given us more value than Rare Atom could have. I mean, who knows? They did just get eliminated, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So fair play to them, and yeah, there was some, obviously they get fired up, they get hyped, they get pumped for their home event. You have to in these sort of situations, especially when you've been given an opportunity like this, but just didn't work out for them. They obviously got drawn against Na'Vi to start, which is not really going to go well for you in most days, is it? So, yeah, and then of course going straight down to face either the loser, I think, of you know, Complexity and Liquid. Both will be very tough games. It was Complexity, and they'll get one over them once again. Very comfortable on that map 3. I think Dust 2, they'll be looking back at it and saying, oh my word, we got back to overtime on Dust 2. It's a good map for us, then lost every single round of overtime. Like, where did we go there? That could have changed things because they won Vertigo. They could have won 2-0.
It's true. And I think, you know, on the other side for Imperial, there was actually some good signs in particular for me. I like what I saw from Try, right? You know, he's coming towards his side. I think the thing with Try, he's had a couple of stints on these South American sides that haven't gone too well, especially after when he initially burst on towards the scene, was a very talented youngster coming through, and everyone was thinking this could be one of the futures of South American AWPers. And then, you know, he started roster hopping a little bit, and not the success that he was finding originally in teams like 9Z, for example. So I'm glad that here he's been given, you know, a lot of respect in the positions that he wants. He's getting to play in a bit more of a fluid style as an AWPer, and it's obviously working for him as well. So I think with a bit of time for Imperial, clean up a couple of things in this team, there's actually a lot to like. For me, they just don't really actually feel like they have a lot of weaknesses. It's just about finding, the rounds, for example, that gifted them that vertigo. If we can get that a little bit more often out from this Imperial side, I think they actually could become a bit more of a scarier team in that kind of quote-unquote tier 1.5, we like to call it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have a bad pro league at all, like you say. I mean, like, Imperial were not awful, and lots of people are questioning the decision to remove Henny. You spoke a lot about Try there. I've always loved Try. I've always loved Henny. So, I'm kind of betwixt in between in my feelings about the decision they've made there, but you know what? It is what it is. They have to deal with what they've got. Henny's doing great in Red Canids. Maybe Try can do great in Imperial, and both sides will be happy. I can only hope that for the both of them.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we have a little bit of a bracket as well to show you kind of just where we're at. We've been having lots of things happening throughout all of today. There's been a lot of games going on. Of course, we have best of one to start things off as Na'Vi, Liquid, Furia and Mouse picked up wins, and then in towards that lower bracket, Complexity, of course, you've just seen, took a 2-1 over Imperial. FaZe took a 2-1 over Pain. So it's both Brazilian sides you have to say goodbye to. However, Furia, of course, did take down Mouse to book their spot as a guarantee in towards the playoffs. So absolute credit to them. And over on the A stream, they're still going in that Na'Vi Team Liquid game as well to see who will be joining Furia in that one. We will still have our game, or at least the next game locked in place on our side of the bracket we were just covering with Miles Complexity, and we'll wait to see on the other side. More action towards Group B as well tomorrow. Vitality, Mongols, Astralis and Heroic all picked up wins as well, which sets up some very spicy ones, especially that Astralis Heroic game in particular.
Yum.
Sure you all know why. But in the lower bracket as well, 90 VP should be pretty interesting. A 10 off Fire G2 in the lower bracket. People didn't expect that, especially after recent rewards from them. So we'll have to see whether they can survive a 10 off Fire, because they're a scary team, Shrav.
Oh, what a barn burner that could prove to be. EFG2 for elimination, that's absolutely wild. And yeah, there's some yummy ones tomorrow. I mean, Astralis Heroic absolutely as well. There's just so much history, present and past, which is truly remarkable that they're playing each other already so quickly, right? We thought it was going to be in the lower bracket, but they're playing in the upper bracket for an opportunity at playoffs, right? So it's crazy how things turn around.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. And, like we said, we got a lot of cool games of Counter-Strike. Myself and Trav, we're going to be joining you for, of course, today, but then, the next couple of days, all the way throughout the groups as well. So, stick with us. We've been enjoying it so far. We'll be on all the late games as well. So we get to enjoy the midnight oil, burning the midnight oil as well here for IEM Rio. But it was a really good day, all in all, as well. I think we got to see, especially the big thing for me, even though, in our first series, it was quite one-sided maps, it was still actually a 3-map and a fun series in effect. And then in the second series, we got the distance.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that made it most enjoyable, to be honest, because we got unexpected results, some tight moments that you maybe wouldn't expect going into it. Always makes it very enjoyable. And of course, as I kind of said when we first went live today, we teamed up back in IEM Fall back in the day. You were a fresh-faced young lad. I kind of look the same because I'm older than you, and it kind of works like that. But you know what? We're so back, and I've loved it, and I can't wait to bring you across the next 2 days of coverage. I believe it'll be Lucy and Brandon with you for the first 2 best of 3s on the B stream tomorrow, and then we'll be on the late best of 3 later. So I can't wait for that. It should be an absolute pleasure, because so much more to figure out at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio.
Exactly that. We have our aim high player of the match. May I say, it's going to be Alish. I think it goes without saying, right? I think off the back of that map 3 in particular, he has to take the rewards coming through. Horzerk was definitely a very, very good shout, but a little bit quieter in towards map number 3. So for us, we wanted to go with Alish here. But I think it's not only just numbers and stats, which is very easy to look at. It has to be impact, and that's the thing for us. Alish, the man, the myth, every single time he was called upon, he had his moments, he stepped up. Even with that slow start towards Vertigo, he ramped up tail end of the game and nearly even gave him the chance of pushing it towards an overtime as well. I mean, this clip to start it off as well, he gets that P2K, turns it into a 3K. I mean, masterful moments from Alish all the way throughout this game. So for us, I think, very deserved, I feel.
Yeah, those stats only covered the first 2 maps, I believe, just so we're absolutely clear. But yeah, I mean, that shot on Ascension, it's so many memories I have actually of Alish playing. Obviously, I had the fortunate chance to cast him at ESL Challenger Yongshiping, where they actually won that title. And that map, I think it was against Aurora, I believe it was. Sure, lesser opposition, but it's on Inferno, and he absolutely can just take the game by the scruff of the neck. That was the most unbelievable I've ever seen him play in a LAN match, and this was relatively close, I've got to say. It was so impressive, and obviously map 3 deserves to be said that Grim was amazing. JT had plenty of impactful kills as well. So that's, as I said, multiple times in the series, that's when complexity can be the most scary, when the unit works together. This one as well, the fact that he got that knife kill, I mean, I'm saving that clip and putting it in my Google Drive and funny casting clips, because that's just too good, man.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree. That was quite funny. In the panic, it was brilliant. Yeah, you know, Grim, credit to him, 1.93 rating he finished off in towards that final map as well. So good to see him getting his moment in the spotlight as well. We got the updated with map number 3 as well included in it. This is what it looks like. So Ali, 61 of 50, top fragger in the entire server across all 3 maps. So 61 kills, just shy of 90 ADR as well, and a 1.27 rating. Like we said, a lot of credit has to be given towards Grim. 1.28 rating for him, 1.36 for Holzerk as well. But you know, for us, it was just that impact of Elige, right? Time and time again, he would just bail them out of really, really rough situations. Holzerk had his consistency throughout. He was getting a lot of multi-frag moments, but man, if Elige doesn't find some of the rounds that he found, I don't actually even think, you know, we could even be talking about them maybe not even winning this series. They really needed him in Dust 2, and my God, did he step up, man. So it was absolutely sick. We have our monster moments as well for the day. Travis, an absolute pleasure as well, hasn't it, throughout all of today's proceedings. But for now, we're going to throw it over to the monster moments. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow.
Cheap shots, throwing bombs, I'll be hacking the bone. Haymakers when the gloves drop, I'm gonna throw. Can't stop, cause it's all just part of the show. I'm telling you to run fast, you're gonna pay. I've been sitting for a long time, open the cage. I've been waiting for revenge, for the look on your face. Searching for a sign, I've been counting the days. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanna violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's doing giants, deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me. Blood, it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, then finish what you started. We're all starving for a fight. Fear just fuels our appetite. You wanted more, we told you before. Careful what you wish for. I'm pushing limits and boundaries. Every person who doubted me sees a beast. They're pulling it out of me. I'm pushing limits and boundaries. Every person who doubted me sees a beast. They're pulling it out of me. I'm pushing limits and boundaries. Every person who doubted me sees a beast. They're pulling it out of me. I'm pushing limits and boundaries. Every person who doubted me sees a beast. They're pulling it out of me. Sudden death for you and me. Blood, it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, then finish what you started. We're all starving for a fight. Fear just fuels our appetite. You wanted more, we told you before. Careful what you wish for. Violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. Let's do a giants, deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. Let's do a giants, deadlier the deeper you go.
Listen to this arena sing! No way! Have you ever seen something like that?
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
possess, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.